I've played a lot of games in my life, like a ridiculous amount of games, and while most of them were solid, positive experiences, only a select few really got to me, really changed the way I look at things and molded me into the person I am today. And above this elite group of experiences, this coalition of personality-shaping events, sits one series. Really the series that started it all for me, Resident Evil. In the coming weeks, we'll be barreling down the long list of numbered entries in one of the most important franchises in gaming to date. A daunting task to be sure, but a task well worth taking on. Today we're starting right smack dab in the beginning, and since I want to cover this series in the same order I first experienced it, we'll be following the game's release schedules and not so much their positions on the timeline. Also, one more small item. We're going to be sticking to the main numbered entries, at least for now. Well, with all that out of the way, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to part 1 of the Resident Evil Retrospective. The 90s were a very experimental time for gaming. While 2D was still a tried and true method for video game creation, 3D was becoming more and more accessible thanks in large part to the 3D powerhouse of its day, Sony's PlayStation. Capcom, looking to bring its Japan-only horror title Sweet Home into this brand new landscape, enlisted the help of Shinji Mikami. This remake eventually grew a little bit too big for its britches, and Biohazard was born, which, let's not mince words here, was a kick-ass name.
Biohazard.
But sadly, a DOS game had recently registered that title, and thus we received a horror masterpiece by the name of Resident Evil, and along with it, survival horror was born. Resident Evil begins simply enough with the rescue mission. It seems that there have been a rash of brutal murders and assaults in Raccoon City, and the grisly nature of these attacks has people spooked. In response, the Raccoon City Police Department sends in a team of their finest, the Special Tactics and Rescue Team, or STARS for short. The only problem is this elite group has gone missing. We play as either Chris Redfield or Jill Valentine, members of the STARS Alpha Team, whose job it is to find the missing Bravo Squad and investigate these strange events. Right off the bat, things aren't looking good, with Bravo Team's helicopter completely destroyed, but things go from bad to worse when the group is attacked by a pack of decayed canines. After losing a member and their only escape method, Alpha Team retreats to a nearby mansion where it's believed they'll be safe. Now, this being a video game, safety is nowhere to be found. What remains of the Alpha Team is tasked with navigating this huge mansion, looking for a way out and maybe an explanation for the shambling corpses walking the halls. People often criticize the first RE story with being too campy and cheesy. Now, these people aren't too far off. I mean, there are some serious levels of cheese here.
Ouch! You're wounded!
But this simple story always kind of stuck with me in an interesting and, dare I say it, kind of believable way. Maybe it's the contemporary setting or the juxtaposition between these images of cops investigating a house being viewed right beside gory walking corpses feeding on the living. Either way, I absolutely love it. There's just something about the combination of campy dialogue mixed with a heavy atmosphere and dark tone that really pulls me in and gets me hooked. As far as gameplay is concerned, Resident Evil plays out a lot like an adventure game. Taking cues from both Alone in the Dark and its original inspiration, Sweet Home, RE uses a limited inventory and requires the player to explore a huge area that slowly opens up as keys are found and puzzles are solved. The downside to this style is you'll be backtracking through familiar areas a lot, like a whole lot. But the good news is the backtracking has the added bonus of getting you intimately familiar with the layout in the area you're in. In fact, I'd wager most RE veterans could draw you a map of the entire mansion without much of a problem. A solid eye for level design also benefits this type of exploration, as item boxes and save rooms are often placed in high traffic areas, which means you're never going too far out of your way to progress. These item boxes are key given the limited amount of crap you'll be able to lug around, and the fact that they all share a universal inventory means you'll never be too far from your stored items. Game-saving typewriters are a key feather in the old survival horror cap as well. Instead of making the game easier, save points add another layer of tactics, since they can only be used by giving up an ink ribbon, which can be found in a very limited supply throughout the game. Of course, dying and losing progress can only be scary if there's something looking to kill you. Combat in Resident Evil consists of planting your feet, taking aim, and blasting away, all while hoping the zombies in front of you die before they get within arm's reach. When compared to the more action-oriented titles, it's easy to see this as archaic, but there's a finesse to staying alive in the Spencer Mansion. First off, combat isn't exactly recommended. Ammo and healing items are in short supply, and what little you have can't all be carried at once. This leads to a very strategic approach to engaging enemies. Often you'll find yourself clearing out tight hallways and leaving the zombies in more open areas alone, as these can be easily maneuvered around with the right understanding of the game's controls. And with that, we come to what some people consider to be the worst part about early Resident Evil games, and the main feature that defines the survival horror genre as a whole. Resident Evil uses tank controls, and what that means is up and down on the PlayStation D-pad will always move the character up or down relative to the direction they're facing. Left and right, instead of moving the character left or right, are used to pivot the character in those directions. Now, some people tend to find this method of control really hard to grasp, and you can just chalk that up to preference. One thing I would like to clear up is a very common misconception. In fact, it's one that even I've been guilty of. See, tank controls were not used in Resident Evil as a means to increase tension. Now, I know you've heard this a lot, but Capcom wasn't trying to purposely make the game harder or scarier by way of the controls. The fact of the matter is, tank controls existed in Alone in the Dark, and since Resident Evil used the same exact static camera angles, tank controls were just the best option to go with. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm sure this added the side effect of increased tension or difficulty, but this was certainly not the intent of the developers. And with that rant out of the way, let's talk about the genius of this game's visuals. At the time, heavily detailed 3D graphics were about weighing your options. You could either have the environment or your character models pushing lots of polygons, not both. Deciding instead to use static camera angles, the devs were free to use pre-rendered CG images as backgrounds and spend all the system's resources on the few amount of 3D objects on screen. This had the amazing effect of allowing the 3D models to really pop when viewed against the 2D backgrounds. Of course, it also gave the team full control of the camera, which resulted in the cinematic look that the series was known for. Long hallways often have far-off angles, and close spaces feel even more claustrophobic thanks to a keen eye for camera placement. Sometimes these angles can hide enemies around corners or just out of sight, and to combat this, each genetically altered corpse and bioorganic monster has a telltale audio cue. Whether it's zombies' iconic moan or the clicking of a hunter's claws on the ground, a careful player should never be caught off guard. Should being the keyword there. But enough about the camera angles, let's talk about these glorious, amazingly detailed pre-rendered backdrops. Okay, so maybe my inner fanboy might have oversold them a bit, but at the time you just didn't get any better than this. Every room, hallway, and experimental laboratory looks amazingly detailed and full of life, no pun intended. Even years after my first time playing this game, I'm still finding little things I never really noticed. Of course, upscaling the game via the FrameMeister makes compression artifacts much more noticeable, but that's to be expected for a game that's more than 2 decades old. Without a doubt, these backgrounds played a pivotal role in helping a 13-year-old me get completely immersed in this experience. Now, these well-designed environments may have contributed to the dark atmosphere, but if there's one thing that cranked the fear knob to 11, it's the game's soundtrack. Since the game was split 90% exploration, 10% adrenaline-pumping combat, RE's OST is filled with dreary, ominous-sounding tracks that straddle the line between peaceful-sounding melodies and off-key tones. This combination makes for a real feeling of unease, but the most amazing part is how well each song fits the environment you hear it in. Long, poorly lit hallways have slow, dark-sounding string accompaniments, and the overgrown guardhouse track sounds thick and mysterious. But sadly, this only applies to the original release of the game. The subsequent Director's Cut and DualShock re-releases of RE came with a tweaked soundtrack featuring some orchestral tracks and total re-recordings of classic songs. There tends to be a bit of contention as to whether or not this is some kind of blasphemy, and even though I actually like a lot of the new recordings, you're better off aiming for the original black box release. Either that or make peace with the idea of listening to this auditory abortion. And since we're talking about re-releases, if you're having issues finding a copy of the first Resident Evil game, well, let's just say you might not be trying hard enough. Now, if I went over every single port and re-release of the game, we would be here for eternity, but there is one we have to talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the one and only reason I purchased a GameCube. 2002 remake of Resident Evil. Now this right here is what I call a video game. Completely rehauled graphics, incredible sound design, and the star of the show, literally the best looking pre-rendered backgrounds you are likely to see. It should be obvious by now, but this game is one of my absolute all-time favorites. The full RE experience is here, plus a whole hell of a lot more. There's brand new areas to explore, spoken dialogue that won't send you into some kind of cringe singularity.
I almost forgot. It's a lockpick. You'd make better use of it.
And finally, a huge backstory added about the Spencer Mansion and its creator. But sadly, it's not all amazing. I have to be honest, I think the fast-moving Crimson Head zombies and Tyrant experiment Lisa Trevor gets a little too far from the classic feel of the original, but even I can admit that this is the jaded opinion of a veteran fanboy. Because of that, I would recommend you start with the original and move your way up to the remake, but no matter which way you slice it, Resident Evil is a landmark event in gaming, something that should be experienced in any way possible. It's doubtful you'll come across many games that capture that same level of immersion, and yes, that does include modern horror titles. So no matter what you do, find a copy of Resident Evil, turn down the lights, and get ready to enter the world of survival horror. You know, the Resident Evil retrospective started as a fun little idea for me. I thought, hey, maybe I'll blast through a few of my favorite RE games, have some fun, and maybe get a few subscribers. Well, those of you who have been along for the ride know it turned into something much more than that. I started analyzing video output, comparing ports, reviewing spin-offs, the list goes on and on. So it stands to reason that the earlier entries in this series don't exactly live up to my more recent content. In my defense, I really wasn't sure what I wanted to do, and I had yet to develop any patterns based on both what you guys and, well, myself wanted out of this. And nowhere is that more evident than in my review of the original Resident Evil. Not only did I give less than 2 minutes to the incredible remake of the game, but I also failed to cover any of its ports. Well, that changes today, people. We're diving headfirst into the wide world of RE1 ports. Yes, all of them. What's up, guys? I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome back to the Resident Evil Retrospective. First up in this apology to RE fans masquerading as a video, we have a version of the game that I have always been curious about. My first foray into disc-based gaming came in the form of the PS1, and round about the time I could afford any other consoles, the next generation had already started. Instead of going back and discovering all the goodness I had missed out on, I decided to throw all my savings on a used PS2, and sadly that scenario would keep repeating itself until I met a friend who grew up a hardened Sega fan. After playing the Sega Saturn for the first time in my adult life, I was hooked, and out of the kindness in this guy's heart, he just gave me his Model 2 for free. Since then, I've been struggling to collect games for a console that's pretty damn expensive to get into, but more than that, I have only recently had in my hands a port of one of my absolute favorite games on the console. I'd always kind of known about Sega Saturn's version of RE1, but it remained a mystery to me up until a few months ago, so without further nonsense, let's jump right in. Now, right off the bat, I have to admit, even though I would love to see the US release's gorgeous tall case on my shelf, this is the Japanese release of RE1, but what it lacks in iconic packaging, it more than makes up for in uncensored gore. And I have to say, even though I had seen highly compressed videos online, I never knew how cool this uncensored intro was until I saw it for myself running on real hardware. In retrospect, I think Capcom would have done well to leave these scenes in for the US release, since the gore and blood here is at a high level of quality, or at least much higher than the CG and acting in the game. And if I'm being completely honest, this scene right here would have scared the shit out of me as a kid. I mean, don't get me wrong, RE1 already gave me nightmares, but this half-eaten face right here would have been the perfect cherry on top of a very terrifying cake. Gore aside, there are a few differences to note here, but I'm happy to inform you the classic Resident Evil gameplay remains untouched. The Saturn controller works great with the series' famous tank controls, and nothing feels out of place or ported poorly. Hell, if anything, we have a few improvements to talk about. The auto-aim feature that was left out of the original American release has been implemented, and from what I can tell, the difficulty's been tweaked just a little bit too. I can't quite quantify this, but it felt like it took more hits to drop from fine to caution, and maybe zombies took less bullets too. I'm not sure though. One thing I can be sure about is that load times are noticeably slower. Not only is opening your inventory more of a wait, but door transitions hang a bit longer too. Also, there's something funny going on with the audio. Some sound effects are just a bit off-sounding. kind of like they're in a slightly different key. I have to assume this is a side effect of this stuff not streaming off the disc, but using the Saturn's onboard audio maybe? To be honest, I'm not really sure. I'm not an expert at this kind of stuff. Either way, you're going to notice a few oddities thanks to whatever's to blame. My best example is when I triggered the falling roof in the shotgun room and then deactivated it, but after I left the area I could still hear the gears moving in the background and continued to even hear it in adjacent rooms. Now, it was very faint and I'll have to drastically increase the audio for you guys to hear it, but it was definitely there and kind of cool in a weird sort of way. Of course, there's tons of small alterations made here and there, like the existence of the gold tyrants, an added battle mode, and a few unique costumes, but in my eyes, the most interesting change has to do with the presentation. It's no secret that RE1 was built from the ground up for the PlayStation, and that meant conforming to something that would become an industry standard soon enough. And for those of you that don't know, PlayStation 1 games are modeled around the use of triangles to form 3D objects, whereas the Saturn uses quads. This gives the Saturn version of this game a slightly different look to its 3D models, and a few alterations fans of the original are likely to notice right off the bat. What caught my attention is the more blended nature of the boundaries that make up various parts of a model, and the lack of dithering used in high contrast areas, but that's not to say you won't see any. As most of you know, the Saturn had some odd ideas on how to build gaming hardware, and split operations up between two video processors. And it's well known that transparencies weren't exactly its strong suit, so it's no surprise that you're going to see transparent meshes all over get replaced with dithered patterns. However, transparent effects were possible for the Saturn, they just required a few extra workarounds. Setting one layer of graphics as transparent was achievable, but it would negate any layer underneath that transparency. This is best seen in your shadow, which will cancel out any 3D blood effects it overlaps with. And aside from a slight color and brightness shift that comes from just being on new hardware, there's not much else to note. Speedrunners are probably going to want to stay away from this version thanks to the longer load times and less snappy transitions, but for a casual playthrough, this port is actually cool as hell. Sadly, the US version typically keeps its high price on eBay, but if you have the ability to play imports, I'd say the Japanese version is very easy to get through even with no knowledge of the language. Plus the voiceovers are all in English, so you won't be missing out on that sweet 90s voice acting.
Am I poisoned? Give me the serum.
Next up is an interesting port for all the wrong reasons. The Windows 95 release of RE predated the Saturn version and could be seen as the most complete port to date, depending on who you ask. Not only does it have the fully uncensored FMVs, but they're also in color. Now, at first I didn't like the idea of this iconic intro being in anything other than black and white, but after watching it, I gotta say, I really like it. On top of that, we get a clean and crisp 640 by 480 output resolution, which was double what any of the console ports could offer at the time. But this comes at a price. This game is an absolute nightmare to get running on modern hardware, and thanks to conflicting reports, each guide you're going to find will have a different set of instructions to get it up and running. After having a remarkably hard time with this thing, I was ready to give up when, in a last-ditch effort, I decided to contact my go-to guy for these things, Creamy Elephant. Being the savior that he is, he shot me a patched install of the game that he had previously gotten working with Lotus Prince, the guy behind the most comprehensive video covering RE ports that anyone's ever made. But even with his help, I was not out of the woods yet. This new installation of the game required further tinkering and a very specific set of circumstances required for every single startup. And I'd love to say it was all worth it, but, well, let's just get into it. And first up on my list of complaints is the fact that you're going to be locked into using keyboard controls, which isn't as bad as you might think at first, but still not quite ideal. I will admit a program like XPatter would have probably helped out, but the controls weren't so much of an issue that I wanted to go through the effort. And on the opposite side of the coin, there was one good thing that came from all the heartache required to set this thing up. In this version of the game, you can actually skip door animations, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, even a crappy PC at the time was still much faster than a PS1, so this was a cool little feature to have access to. Now, don't get me wrong, that short 1-second transition in between rooms adds a boatload to the game's atmosphere, but if you're trying to speedrun the game, I figured this would be a major selling point. Of course, you're going to find a few issues that counter this, likely coming from running such an old game on hardware that would have amounted to a room-sized supercomputer at the time. Right off the bat, I noticed that the game's animations were playing very fast, which would lead to actions being heavily out of sync with the voice acting in long scenes.
It's me too.
Now it's it's Wesker's time to disappear. I don't know what's going on.
Now, I'm sure there's a driver set I could use to fix this, but once I finally found a configuration that actually booted, the last thing I wanted to do was make changes. I also noticed that audio files included with this version seemed to be of pretty poor quality. While music was playing, I could actually hear the audible hiss that comes with low bitrate playback, which is a real killer for this type of game since the soundtrack is such a big selling point. On the plus side, it's really cool seeing the game at double its original resolution, but call me crazy, I actually prefer the look of upscaling the lower res 240p original. At least with that, you get a bit of softness to mask things like compression artifacts in the 2D assets. I will say this though, 3D elements look amazing in this release. Being able to make out a real picture when examining an item compared to the jumble of pixels you get with the console version is pretty damn cool. And continuing this weird upward-downward trend, I noticed gradients were much smoother here, which can be seen in the pools of blood left by zombies. On top of some really great visuals, you get the expected content like unique costumes, but nothing stood out to me as outside of the ordinary. Overall, this is a relatively interesting port, and one that plays really well despite having to use a keyboard, but the hassle required to get it up and running, and the problems that come with running old games on new hardware, kind of ruins the appeal for me. Or at least that's what I would have said if it wasn't for the classic Rebirth mod by Loboto3 over on Twitter. This evil genius took RE's terribly finicky PC port and made it incredibly easy to run on modern PCs, plus a whole lot more. Chief among these improvements is the ability to run the game at your native resolution, ditching the need for your monitor or PC to scale the image up from the original 640 by 480 max. And damn, do these 3D visuals look amazing. Every 3D object in the game is impressive as hell, and thanks to the added clarity, I was able to see details and character models that I've legit never seen before. It will also run at the proper frame rate during cutscenes now, so the issue with actions getting out of sync with voices is no longer present. And on top of this, there's an option to use the higher quality, more cleaned up video files included with this Japanese PC release, but to be completely honest, I really couldn't tell the difference between the two. But the biggest news of all, or at least in my opinion, is the support for modern controllers. Thanks to this X-input support, my Xbox One controller worked right out of the gate and only required me to map the aim button to the right bumper in order to be up and running. So this is clearly the best way to play the PC version of RE, but we all know I'm not about to be this positive about something without including a few downsides. For those of you interested in giving the classic Rebirth pack a try, the only real thing getting in your way is the fact that it only works with an install of the Japanese version of the game, meaning you're either going to have to grab yourself a Japanese ISO, go through the install process, then drop in the classic rebirth.dll, or get the contents of the install from someone like I did. Of course, there are the few graphical quirks that comes with this kind of upgrade, like shadows cancelling out some 3D mesh effects, and oddly enough, the music seems to be mixed way too loud, leading to songs in the background muffling dialogue and cutscenes. But with all this in mind, Classic Rebirth is still one of the best ways to play a quick game of RE. The high-res graphics, portability of the install folder, and ability to skip door animations makes this a joy. Sure, you may have to jump through a few hoops to get the Japanese version of the game on your PC, but once you do, you're set to go. The mod just drops in and bam, you're in. Of course, not everyone is going to have access to this stuff, which keeps me from declaring this the best way to play RE1, but the mod's developer is still supporting it, with promises to implement AI upscaled 2D assets when they become available. So those of you looking to give the PC version a try really only have one option, and it is without a doubt Classic Rebirth.
But how about you, Barry?
I have this.
And for our next stop, I want to check out something I've only recently found out about, which is really saying something. I mean, I consider myself a pretty devoted fan to the series, but just a few weeks ago was the first time I had ever heard that prototype builds of Resident Evil 1 were publicly available. I had known for ages about the changes that the game went through during development, and even the scrapped concept of having the player stick with an AI-controlled co-op partner, which seemed to have made it pretty far into development thanks to some footage that can be found. And yeah, I guess it makes sense that Capcom would have sent out unfinished builds to game magazines, industry insiders, and maybe even other employees, but it blew my mind that people were actually able to get their hands on this stuff. The available versions seem to be labeled by progress dates, and the one we're looking at today is the October 4th prototype, and man is there a lot to talk about here. Starting with the very first screen where you'll find some different character art, but once we get the gameplay started, well, that's when we get into the real trippy territory. Areas we all know like the back of our hand now have subtle changes in lighting, different layouts, and even whole new angles. And of course there's the inventory screen, which is functionally the same but radically different in a lot of visual ways. I also noticed that door transitions are more zoomed in than usual, but only just a little bit. This being a prototype, of course key items aren't going to be in their finalized places, and some areas of the mansion are locked when they normally wouldn't be, but interestingly, the opposite is also true. Zombies seem to look and act the same with the exception of one element. The magnum that you find in this demo actually takes 2 hits to down a zombie most of the time, and only decapitates them randomly. But when the first hit doesn't drop them, these zombies have an all-new animation of them being knocked back a few steps, which was really cool to see. I would have loved to have seen this happen with the Beretta, maybe on a critical hit. Other than that, the hunters seem to look subtly more different, with their red veins being much more visible. In the entrance to the outdoor area, instead of finding the crank, you'll have Jan to deal with, which, if you ask me, would have been a better place to have him. It makes more sense to have to fight a boss to bookend the area, since you do that in the game's other 2 locations. Anyways, this area is where the prototype ends, and I have to say this is something any Resident Evil fan should experience. I used an emulator to get footage here, but if you have the ability to, burning this game to a disc and playing it on real hardware would be absolutely amazing. Finding one of these versions isn't too hard to do nowadays, and if you love the game as much as I do, you owe it to yourself to check it out. Next up on our tour of Resident Evil's more unknown side is something I actually have a bit of prior knowledge with. After RE1 hit the market a lot harder than even Capcom had predicted, the race to port it to everything was on, and the UK-based HotGen Studios wanted to make a version on Nintendo's Game Boy Color. Only instead of taking the road most traveled, these guys aimed for a nearly 1-to-1 recreation, and Capcom, being staffed by complete idiots at the time, turned them down, trashing a nearly finished product. Well, you guys know me, and I am not one to let hard work go to waste, so let's boot this bad boy up and take a look. And right off the bat, I gotta say, this game gets high marks for how surprisingly accurate it is to the source material. All of the dialogue is transcribed straight from the PS1 original, and all of the backgrounds are ripped straight from the disc. Of course, bit crushed to hell and back, but accurate nonetheless. What I thought was the most interesting aspect was the sprite scaling going on, or should I say lack thereof. It looks like instead of scaling the pixels in our character's model, the game swaps sprites in and out depending on how near or far they are from the screen, which is a relatively convincing effect, or at least the most convincing effect possible on a Game Boy Color. There are plenty of camera angles here that are damn near impossible to properly display sprites on, leading to Barry looking like he's perpendicular to the floor in the shotgun room rescue, but again, on the hardware you really couldn't expect too much more. Jill, Chris, Wesker, Barry, and Rebecca all look odd as hell, but it's clear who they are at a glance, and the zombies look pretty spooky all things considered. Like I said before, we're looking at an unfinished prototype, but during my time with Resident Evil, I was blown away at just how much of it was actually present and playable. Sure, there's a lot of rooms that just aren't available, but hell, the save function and item boxes work properly, so that's awesome. This game was really mind-blowing seeing working on actual hardware thanks to a reproduction card and the GameCube's Game Boy player. Sure, it's really cool seeing videos of this prototype work on the internet, but you never really appreciate how cool this is until you've got a controller in your hand and you're seeing it for yourself in real time. In this build of the game, your guns have unlimited ammo, which you would assume would make for an easy time, but shooting zombies in an arena where depth perception is damn near non-existent, it's just not as easy as you might think. When a zombie latches onto you, there's no animation, but hitting the action button will throw them off. The only problem is this only knocks them back one step, so they're back on you in around the time it takes to fire one shot. Compounding this problem is the fact that zombies won't follow you out of the camera zone they're placed in, but you also can't shoot them if they're not on screen, which means you can lead a zombie right up to a screen transition and they'll just sit there ready to grab you as soon as you trigger that transition again. Problems I would definitely have loved to see fixed if this was an official release. And I very, very much wish it was. Resident Evil's formula just makes a lot of sense here. I can't say why, but it just feels right, thanks to some wizardry the devs were able to pull off. Is it perfect? Hell no, but man do I wish we were able to see what they could have done with Capcom's okay to finish the product. Oh well, though, there's no use crying over promising games that never got released. At least we're able to try this one out for ourselves, and that's exactly what I recommend you do. Obviously, you can't expect a full retail experience here, but instead you can look forward to a nearly broken look at what an alternate future could have looked like. A very, very fun, awesome, super cool alternate future.
That's why having stars nosing about is so inconvenient.
Well, that was one flawed experiment, you could say, but this is Capcom here. They're not just going to let one failed portable RE keep them down. Right around the game's 10th anniversary, our favorite genre-defining experience was ported to the only console around at the time that could handle such raw power. And that's, obviously, the Nintendo DS? Yeah, it's not just you. None of us had any idea what they were thinking either. But despite a tiny bit of anti-Nintendo bias on my part, I had a copy of this bad boy day one. And, well, I have more than a few things to say on the subject, but before we get into that, I do have to address the elephant in the room here. I'm going to be using footage from an emulator for this portion. Now, I know I could just film my DS, but I don't think you guys came here for some early 2000s tier nonsense. I always strive to make sure you guys get to see these games running on the hardware they were developed for, but even though it pains me to say this, there's just some consoles I can't run through my FrameMeister. Well, the good news is, emulator or not, this is an absolutely mind-blowing port of the game. No, really, it might very well be my favorite. All of the original trappings of RE1's gameplay are present and accounted for here, but with some major improvements to speak of. For one, my beloved Quick Turn has been implemented, an addition that could be argued as messing with the balance of the game. But hey, I'm not so much of a purist that I can't admit when something can be done to improve a work of art. On top of that, a little influence from RE4 can be seen here, with the left shoulder button bringing out your character's knife, regardless of whether or not it's in your inventory. Which is great for conserving ammo, but it's not even the best new feature. Taking advantage of the console's second screen, Deadly Silence has the game's map available at a glance at all times, which means no more heading to the menu and selecting it when you want to plot out your course. And the coolest thing is, it even tracks your position in real time. These two features alone make this easily the most playable version of Resident Evil for newcomers and experienced vets alike. And yeah, you could argue these make the game a little too easy, but I think that's fine. We've all had time to best the original versions of the game, and hell, no one's forcing you to actually use them. Plus, things like this make the game perfect for the console's portable nature. But I will say not everything is an improvement here. There are some changes that are just kind of odd. Like here, Richard has a completely different voice actor than any other version of the game.
Jill, this house is dangerous.
This bothered the hell out of me, and after doing some research, I still haven't been able to figure out why. I mean, every other voice actor in the game is true to the originals, so why not this one? There's an additional touch-friendly campaign here with a CPR minigame featuring Richard. This means they needed new lines for him, and RE vets will probably notice this new voice actor made his way into the main game, but this doesn't bother me too much. Other than that, we have a different voice when starting a new game, and while I love the OG announcer, this one's pretty good too.
Resident Evil DS.
Like I said before, there's the added touchscreen and microphone additions that Nintendo's little portable was known for, but I really never cared for these gimmicks. If that's what you're looking for though, start up Rebirth mode for all the touch controls and altered puzzles your heart desires. Which leaves the normal mode for purists like me, but I think the word normal is underselling things a bit, as this is the most complete and content-rich game of Resident Evil you're ever gonna play. All the content found in any ports can be found here, sadly minus the twin gold tyrants. Visually speaking, and I know I'm going to get a few eye rolls here, and no, I'm not being sarcastic, I think this game looks incredible, at least for what it's running on. Again, we're using an emulator here, but as an owner of the game, I can confirm it's equally as impressive on the DS's sharp little screens. They even added new models for the zombies, which really improve on the original design while sticking to that old PS1 aesthetic. The pre-rendered backgrounds can look blocky as hell thanks to a lower color depth, but once again, on the console's small screen, this is masked a bit. Graphically speaking, this is probably the best scenario we ever could have wished for on a portable device like the Nintendo DS, and I'm blown away that it looks this good on the hardware it had to work with. Listen, I've been going on forever, and the point I'm really trying to make here is that this port is absolutely amazing. It is the definitive version of the game. Go out and play it right now, or else, I guess. Well guys, I think we can finally put this one to rest. Now that we've covered every major release of RE1, it's time to lay out which version you should be trying to get your hands on, and I have to say this was a very hard decision to make. It seems like each variant of the game could serve a very specific purpose, but in the end I have to recommend newcomers play the PS1 original first. Now, that's not the cop-out it sounds like. I actually still have further recommendations, but I think a lot of the nuance in these ports would be lost on a person who wasn't already familiar with the base game. Okay, so let's say you're already a seasoned vet. Which port of Resident Evil needs to occupy your next mandatory RE playthrough? Well, I have to obviously go with the Nintendo DS version. Not only is it absolutely amazing seeing this game run so well on such limited hardware, but the additions from newer games like a quick turn and dedicated knife button legitimately improve the core experience. Typically with a portable iteration like this, there needs to be some fat trimmed first, but RE1 on the DS is damn near perfect. Most of the alterations are of the graphical variety, and even though it might be sacrilege, I think I like the zombies here more than the original. As for the version you should try your damnedest to stay away from, well, that honor goes without question to the Windows 95 port. This thing was a major pain in my ass to get working, and that's with the help of a guy who's gotten it to work a few times before. Aside from a cool looking piece of shelf art, this box isn't worth a cent in my opinion. But other than that headache, I think every version of this game is well worth playing for two very specific reasons. First off, each one delivers a slightly different experience, and I'm sure that's not going to be lost on those of you who know the original like the back of your hands. And secondly, well, it's not like there's a wealth of other survival horror games out there begging for your attention. So yeah, I guess I'm going to be that Resident Evil fanboy and say the only bad way to play RE1 is to not play it at all. Well guys, many thanks for not burning me alive when I failed to mention any of these in my original video, and as usual, I hope to see all of you again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. You know, when I started this retrospective, I really wasn't sure what I was doing, and it doesn't take a keen eye to see that it has evolved a lot since then. But one thing both you guys and my conscience wouldn't let me forget was how I just glossed over one of the greatest entries in the series and probably the best remake ever made. Well, it's time I remedied this issue, and before you ask, no, this has nothing to do with a crippling level of fatigue derived from playing what has essentially turned into a series of RE4 clones. Well, maybe just a little bit. But anyways, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. Round about the early 2000s, Nintendo's newly released GameCube wasn't exactly setting any sales records, and the Big N weren't about to sit around and do nothing while one of their consoles slowly died. Well, at least not this time. One of the methods used to drum up new customers was to enter into an exclusivity deal with Capcom in the interest of showing developers and end users alike that Nintendo was willing to throw more third-party support their way. This led to the announcement of 5 exclusive games for the console, but more importantly gave RE series creator and bedazzled hat aficionado Shinji Mikami the inspiration to finally give the world a more accurate representation of his initial vision for the very first Resident Evil. It seemed like despite the success he had with the series so far, he had never truly been happy with the compromises made in working with early PS1 technology. This new deal spelled a perfect opportunity for a little redemption, and a team was put together to do just that. Development seemed to go pretty smoothly throughout the entire process, despite Mikami keeping one very strict rule. Any changes made to this remake would have to be done to serve 2 goals. One would be in the interest of making the game more realistic, and the other would be making it a better gameplay experience. Redesigns for backgrounds and new monster ideas were shot down regularly, and as anyone who's played this game can tell you, this method worked wonders for the end product. As production neared the halfway mark, the team was worried that this was becoming just a simple graphical upgrade, so key items were switched around, tweaks were made to difficulty, and whole new areas were added to almost every major location. This was a pretty bold move, since I can confirm most hardcore RE fans would have been perfectly happy with the same game but better graphics. But despite any changes, the passion and determination to stick to the originals is clear in every screen of this game. Now, let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope a similar level of care is given to the remake of Part 2.
See if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this. Let's just hope.
While the gameplay may have had more than a couple of tweaks, the original RE story made it out of the process relatively untouched. But in case you're new to the series, the quick and easy version is, you play as a member of the RPD's Special Tactics and Rescue Squad, or STARS for short. Your fellow teammates were sent on a mission to investigate strange murders around the Arklay Mountains, and after they went missing, your squad has been sent in to find them. At the start of the game, you can choose either Chris or Jill to play as your main character, and as you would expect, the story changes depending on who you end up picking. On the surface, Resident Evil is a very simple setup, but after a pretty lengthy portion of the game, you're thrown into a plot involving government contracts, a pharmaceutical company, and the double cross to end all double crosses. Resident Evil stories have always been very shallow at their core, at least if we're talking about the survival horror entries. The basic premise has always been getting your ass out of Zombieville ASAP, and in my opinion, this is the best way to go. Sure, it's nice to have some subplots involving more specific aspects of the Umbrella Company, or the shadowy people or organizations that interact with it, but despite what bespeckled fedoras all over the internet will tell you, this is the best method for telling an RE story, and other than Part 2, this may very well be the best example of that. Not only does certain aspects of the story change based on your decisions and gameplay, but it'll take a gamer that is well versed in playing these specific types of games to see the true ending and get all the backstory their first time around. And unlike other entries in the series, RE1 leaves plenty of room for expansion. If you ask me, this is the quintessential narrative for RE games. It tells you just enough to satisfy your curiosity, but not so much that it shines too much of a light on your surroundings and the events you're involved in. A talented writer could have probably included a lot of details about Resident Evil's already established world in this remake, but this would risk taking away the strong feeling of isolation that the experience relies on. Sure, there may be the beginnings of a zombie apocalypse going on in Raccoon City, and the Umbrella Corporation may very well be much larger and more sinister than it seems in this game, but this isn't a story of the overall RE world. It's a tale of a few unlucky Special Forces members and their struggle to escape a horrific situation. Much like the early works of George Romero, RE's true strength isn't in displaying its story on screen for the player, but letting the player imagine it. Scattered all over the mansion are files, diary entries, and logs that give an incredible amount of detail into this world and the people in it. From room to room, you're likely to find stories chronicling the last moments of employees infected with the T-virus, the mad scrawls of the compound's designer trapped in his own creation, and the chilling story of his family who were left to a much worse fate. But that leads us into the very little portion of the story that has been added. On top of retelling what was already a great story, Mikami wanted to include a portion of the game that was left on the cutting room floor during the development of the original. This edition tells the tale of the architect entrusted with building the compound for Oswald Spencer. Without giving too much away, it's not exactly a storybook ending for him and his family, and there's even an element that ties his daughter Lisa to the G-Virus and William Birkin. Now, those of you who watched the first video in the retrospective will probably remember that I feel like this kind of gets away from the general spirit of the first game, and I still feel that way, but that doesn't mean I don't enjoy her inclusion. I mean, finding her father's notes scattered around depicting his struggle to make it out of his own labyrinthian creation fits perfectly, but I don't like it when RE games include monsters that can think and reason. Lisa is like Nemesis in the way that she actually has a goal beyond killing anyone who gets near her, and to me that kind of ruins the appeal of these creatures. What I really enjoy about enemies in the RE series is the idea of seeing something vaguely human but lacking any human qualities. So when I see these things start thinking and talking, I just kind of lose my suspension of disbelief. Now, I know that's not going to be a popular opinion, so let me just say that I really do like Lisa's backstory, and if you read the Biohazard Kaitai Shinsho, there's even more brutal details that makes it a really compelling story, but something just doesn't mesh with the rest of the game's story. Of course, I am 100% willing to admit that this is a personal hang-up, and a small one at that. And since we're on the subject of small hang-ups, can we talk about the new script?
Jill.
Barry, I didn't mean to get you that excited.
Right. Anyway, you should read this.
Don't get me wrong, I knew they were going to get rid of classic lines regarding Jill sandwiches and the making thereof, but my issue is the fact that the voice acting is still really awkward. Now, I understood from the get-go that my favorite lines would be altered, but this is the issue. They were just altered, not improved. Lines are still poorly written and awkwardly delivered, which leaves me wondering, if that's the case, why not just keep the old writing?
I mean, it was 2002 and games like Silent Hill 2 and Metal Gear Solid had already proven it was indeed possible to include the words really good and game voice acting in the same sentence. So either Capcom is still really shitty at hiring voice talent and writers, or this was a purposeful homage. And if that's the case, well, I think the realistic graphics and serious tone clashes with that. Other than these small issues though, Resident Evil is exactly how you remember it. This remake is a shining example of improving without ruining the source material. Flat out, if you enjoyed the original PS1 RE story, get ready for an improvement or two, and if you didn't, well, maybe give it another shot here. You might just find this realistic tale of the living dead, mutant sharks, and man-eating plants a little more believable than you remember.
Bastard. Oh!
Before we get into how this remake might have changed the Resident Evil formula, we need to talk specifically about what that formula actually is. See, the original RE was a hard game to nail down. It includes a myriad of game genres within it, but a lot of those genres exist in direct opposition to the rest. I mean, on a surface level, you look at a casual playthrough of RE and see a character dodging zombies and shooting bioorganic weapons. It would be easy to call it a shooter, and while you wouldn't be wrong, you also wouldn't be right. Sure, you can take the easy way out and just call it survival horror, but if the comment section of these videos is any metric to go by, there is a lot of disagreement on exactly what that means. So I'm going to drop a bit of a bomb here and make a definitive statement. Survival horror, and by extension classic Resident Evil, boils down to one gameplay genre, and that's the puzzle game. Now, I can already hear the screams of disagreement, and no, I'm not saying the fact that there are puzzles in the game makes it a puzzle game. I'm saying Resident Evil, the game, is a puzzle. Sure, the ability to fire guns at the living dead doesn't exactly line up with traditional puzzle-solving gameplay, at least until you dig a little deeper. See, Resident Evil was based around the idea of being stuck in an enclosed area, surrounded by bioorganic science experiments, and only having access to the means of dispatching maybe half of them. Each zombie can take an average of 3 to 7 bullets to put down, and RE ain't exactly known for giving that stuff out freely. Every area in the Spencer Mansion, while looking like a creepy environment filled with enemies on the surface, is actually a puzzle to be solved. Since you don't have enough ammo to take down every threat that comes your way, the trick becomes strategically picking your targets based on things like how often you may need to return to this particular location, or how much health you're willing to give up if the fight goes sideways. Then you have to weigh that against what you're currently carrying in your inventory and whether or not you're willing to give up some extra space in order to carry around a weapon that's more likely to guarantee your safety. Now, I know this seems like a simple concept, but stop and think about any given combat situation you're likely to come across in this game. There's anywhere from 8 to 20 major factors that need to be seriously considered before hitting that R1 button and opening fire. Every enemy encounter in this game needs to be approached as a puzzle to be solved, and when you figure that out, you start to see Resident Evil for what it really is. The limited inventory, lack of bullets, unforgiving combat, locked doors, and hard-to-kill enemies. Every part of the game acts as a small puzzle interconnected with every other gameplay puzzle, making for one giant test of your ability to reason and plan ahead. Okay, so I know that sounded like one very long tangent to go on, but the reason I went so deep into it is Remake is this idea distilled down to its purest form. Every little tiny element added to the classic RE gameplay has been to hone Resident Evil's puzzle-based nature. New areas have been added, connecting rooms that used to be much harder to move between, but of course there's a much more devious reason for their existence than just helping players get around better. These additions also serve as new locations for old puzzles and items. The idea was to switch things up enough that even veterans of the original would find themselves scratching their heads. While some puzzles remain the same, little aspects of solving them have been tweaked a bit. Key items have had their locations changed around, and nowhere is that more evident than the very beginning of the game. Instead of heading straight through the Cerberus hallway we all remember, players are going to have to head through this brand new hallway connecting the first and second floors of the West Wing. After getting this arrowhead, you'll then need to head back to the main hall, and with a keen eye notice there's a new door at the top of the stairs. This new backyard cemetery with the arrowhead opens up a room housing the sword key. Now, this may not sound too radically different, but trust me, even the hardened Resident Evil experts were blown away when they were forced to deviate from their trusted routine. Almost every part of Remake has been subtly changed in this way, and if you ask me, this was the right move. Sure, I would have been pretty stoked at the idea of just throwing a new coat of paint on this classic, but Mikami really did go the extra mile. And speaking of going the extra mile, in addition to adding locations and changing puzzles, there have been all kinds of changes that affect the combat if you choose to engage in it. Zombies hit harder and take more bullets to take down across all difficulties now, and some of their locations have been altered. To make sure this didn't make for a much more frustrating experience, self-defense items were included that can make for a quick escape if you mess up and get grabbed. Keeping with the spirit of messing with the original's difficulty, a shotgun blast aimed at a zombie's head now only stands about a 60% chance of decapitating them. This probably took me the longest to get used to, as the shotgun used to be my reliable way to get out of any sticky situation, but now there's a chance the zombie will just eat the damage and lunge forward before you have any chance for another shot. But the handgun's chances of insta-killing have been increased to 5%, so maybe that evens it out a bit. I do want to point out that some zombies seem to have a higher percentage for head explosion than others. This guy here coming up the stairs seems to go down with one shot almost every time I start a new playthrough. Now, like I said earlier, the strategy in RE games has always been which enemy to kill, but with Remake the question isn't just which zombies to deal with, but how many times. Yep, Remake's big claim to fame is the introduction of the Crimson Head, a fast, powerful mutation that takes place after a zombie's downed. These guys add a huge level of strategy to the game, since any and every zombie not burned or decapitated will eventually come back as a Crimson Head based on a random selection of time. Crimson Heads are stronger, faster, and take more ammo to kill. Luckily, you can carry around a flask and a lighter to burn bodies before they turn, but this will take up an extra 2 item slots with Jill and 1 with Chris, adding a really strong level of strategy to the game. As you would imagine, all these additions inflate the runtime a bit. I can typically finish the original Resident Evil in about 3.5 hours, but this current playthrough took me about 6, so there's definitely a value bonus there. So beyond all the additions, the question remains, is this still worth playing? And I cannot say yes hard enough. The survival horror formula, formed by the restrictions of developing on the PlayStation and perfected by the mad genius of Mikami, is perfectly represented here, plus an actual shit ton more. Every single aspect of the original that made it an all-time classic has returned, and if you ask me, that's a small miracle. So often a developer will tamper with the inner workings of what made a game great and ruin it in the process. But against all odds, Capcom managed to pull out a game that beats the original in almost every conceivable way. This is the gold standard for survival horror perfection. If you only play one Resident Evil game in your entire life, make it this one. In 2002, the gaming scene had just started to hit its stride as far as 3D graphics were concerned. The awkward, low-poly look of the past was behind us, and for the most part, 3D was the new standard, which is what made early trailers of Remake so damn exciting. I had always loved the pre-rendered environments in the early RE games, so when I saw this remake would be bringing those gorgeous backdrops into the modern era, I was at levels of excitement I don't think I'll ever get to again. Now that the game has had more than a decade to settle in, I can still say it's not only one of the best looking games on the GameCube, but one of the best looking games released that generation. The use of pre-rendered environments let the developers add some killer lighting tricks and a boatload of 3D fog and particle effects, helping the backgrounds really come to life, but I can't make my point properly unless we're looking at the original release in all of its glory. So let's switch over to my very own launch copy of Remake running on actual GameCube hardware, powered by the Eon HD adapter and the FrameMeister. As you can see, the game still looks far ahead of its time. The focus on resource light 2D pre-renders for backdrops meant that the game's 3D models could be chock full of polygons and never introduced even the slightest bit of slowdown. The fact that I'm watching a game that came out less than a year after my previous contender for best looking game ever, Silent Hill 2, still blows my mind to this day. In my young ignorance, not understanding that 2D CG stressed console resources far less than pushing 3D polygons around the screen, I determined that the GameCube was far and away the most powerful console of the day, and while that clearly wasn't the case, this game looks good enough that you could probably understand where I was coming from. But you guys know I'm not about to talk about an all-time classic without complaining a little bit as well, and in true Avalanche Reviews fashion, one of my chief issues is kinda hard to nail down. During cutscenes, every time there's a camera angle change, it's followed by a short skip, kinda like the game is struggling to load in the next scene. and this can break up the action quite a bit. For example, here's how this scene looks on the remastered PC port of the game.
What is it?
Look out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of it!
And here's it running on the GameCube.
What is it?
Look out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of it!
See how it slows down just before a scene change and sometimes even stays locked on one frame for a little bit? At first I thought this was my GameCube's laser wearing out, but it does the same thing on my other two. So maybe it's a limitation of how the cube reads data off a disc, or maybe a quirk of the engine Remake runs off of. But regardless of the reason, it can be a little annoying. Another issue I've found really only affects those of you who will be running the game through an upscaler like the Framemeister, so essentially only a few of you with very poor money management skills. While taking a close look at the backgrounds, I noticed a faint jail bar effect with these vertical lines. At first I assumed it had something to do with the compression of these backdrops, but it seemed to be present only in the 3D lighting applied, and sure enough, I was able to notice it on character models as well. I kind of just assumed that this was a quirk with the GameCube's video output, or maybe even my HDMI adapter, but I haven't been able to find a similar look in any other games on the console, so it seems this may be an issue specific to Resident Evil Remake. Now I do want to point out that none of these are in any way major flaws, but more like interesting little quirks. As long as you have a functioning set of eyes in your head, you should be able to tell how incredible this game looks given the time of its release. But you guys knew damn well you weren't getting out of this one without comparing its ports, so let's jump into Remake's HD remasters. Released in 2015 on about every platform you can think of, the HD makeover Capcom gave this game stands as one of the best and laziest attempts at such an idea. But for now, let's talk about how incredible this game looks. The jump to HD has made Remake even more stunning than I could have ever imagined, and while I would have liked a straight-up conversion, I can live with a small amount of extra work done in a few areas. Every part of this game has been reworked in glorious HD, and I can't even begin to describe how beautiful it really is. I can definitely say that some areas in this game still trump modern 3D graphics. I mean, come on, look at this. For the longest time, I thought this was the future of video game design. And man, I'd love to complain about how that's definitely not the case, but first let's talk resolution. Modern offerings like the PS4, PC, and Xbox One all get the full 1080p treatment, but PS3 and 360 have to make do with an okay looking 720p. While you'd be hard pressed to find a difference between the PC and PS4 versions graphically, there is one huge aspect to consider. For some reason I'll never know, all console versions of this remaster only run at 30 frames per second. Now if you were around for my review of Resident Evil 0, you'll probably remember me saying that 30 FPS is perfectly fine for this type of game, but after seeing this bad boy run at a buttery smooth 60 frames per second, I'm ready to eat my words. Maybe it's because I'm so familiar with this game that the smoother frame rate looks so amazing to me, but I would argue this bump up makes for a much better gaming experience. If at all possible, go for the PC release. Trust me, you won't regret it. Other than doubling the console's 30 frames per second, there really isn't much of a difference between the PC and console versions, but as you can see, there is a slight difference in how characters look going from the original to the remaster. Oh yeah, and for some reason the naked lab zombies have been omitted from the remaster. Not really sure how I feel about that. Kind of like the remaster of Zero, a few tiny alterations have been made if you're looking real close. There have also been an overhaul to the shadows, but it seems like implementing this was a real challenge, as there are more than a few areas where your shadow will be cast at odd angles or even around corners. As most of you know, this release offers a 16:9 widescreen option, which zooms the picture to fill your HD display without distorting the 3D assets. And even though I opted to spend my entire playthrough of Zero's remaster in this mode, I can't really recommend it for Remake. As you might have heard, not all Resident Evil remasters are born equal. It seems like Capcom had access to the lossless renders of RE0's pre-rendered assets, and this made for an absolutely incredible looking HD remaster. But depending on who you're talking to, either Capcom didn't put as much work into Remake or lost the original renders, as some background art looks, well, not terrible, but it's very clear that there are several layers masking a very low resolution original. I've seen people who can testify that the original assets used in remaster are as low as 800 by 600, and while I can't confirm it personally, I can say that it's very odd to see block boundary artifacts in a modern HD release. This means zooming in for widescreen shows off even more imperfections, and in my opinion, it just isn't worth it. Of course, the odd low-quality backdrop doesn't ruin the game's overall incredible look, but bouncing back and forth between really good-looking areas and scenes where imperfections have been put through a blurring tool can take you out of the experience just a bit. One other thing to take note of involves the upscaling of the original CG cutscenes. All of the work done to improve fidelity and brightness seems to have been applied across the entire screen, including the letterboxing on the sides for some reason. This leads to a pink hue on what should have probably been cropped out. The good news is this only applies to pre-rendered cutscenes, so in-game stuff doesn't suffer from this same pink-looking black stuff. All that being said, this is still one of the most visually striking games you're likely to get your hands on. The original GameCube release was an incredible work of art, but the HD remaster is like someone giving you a full body massage while looking at an incredible work of art. And even though I want everyone to experience the original version, even I have to concede that the remastered port is probably the one to grab. If you don't already own a copy of this game, fix that problem immediately. Maybe if enough of us buy it, Capcom will make a pre-rendered RE game again. Yeah, no, they're obviously not going to do that, but a guy can dream. Well guys, I really don't think I need to elaborate too much here. Resident Evil Remake is an absolute must-play for any and everyone. The award-winning formula that forever changed the gaming landscape was liquefied and turned into its purest form, then unleashed as one of the greatest video games I have ever played. If you want a little more than just challenging gameplay and you're looking for something that can not only test your mind, but immerse you into a living, breathing world, well, look no further. I honestly can't recommend this game enough. It really stands as the best remake we've ever seen before, and unless the industry turns in a completely unexpected direction in the near future, it might very well be the best we'll ever see. No matter what it takes, this game demands to be included in your collection. The GameCube original set the bar for game remakes so high that it's never been hurdled, and the more recent remaster, despite not living up to our collective expectations, still serves as an incredible way to experience the game. But no matter which version you pick up, prepare yourself for one of the most terrifying, well-polished video games ever created. Thanks for sticking around, guys, and sorry for taking so long to cover this classic. Make sure to stay tuned for the next entry, which may or may not have something to do with Raccoon City and an operation or two. And until then, I hope to see all of you next time, right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. Well guys, I did have a plan going into this retrospective. I wanted to start from the very beginning, then enter the modern style of Resident Evil, and just before I covered the latest entry, Part 7, I would jump back into a bit of a palate cleanser. Just a little reminder of where the series started so that we went into RE7 with proper context. Well, I can safely say that one playthrough of Resident Evil 4 was more than enough to get me wanting a return to the glory days, but more importantly, after my last two videos, you guys made it abundantly clear that I would not be able to just float this one past you. Like, really clear. I mean, seriously clear. So it's with a hearty need for some survival horror and a desperate desire not to be tarred and feathered by my subscribers that I moved the schedule forward a bit by jumping back to the beginning. The very beginning. What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to part 0 of the Resident Evil Retrospective. At this point I feel like a broken record, but yes, this Resident Evil game had a, well, let's just call it an eventful development process. While the first RE game was in development, plans for a prequel were already in the works, and a little bit of the general story was already being worked on. With Nintendo's ill-fated 64DD generating a lot of hype, the original idea was to have RE0 grace one of those glorious magnetic discs. But after a rough sales run, Capcom decided a cartridge release would be a more sensible business move. Man, you guys remember when Capcom made sensible business moves? Yeah, me neither. Deciding to use the strengths of the platform, the devs implemented a slew of gameplay features that strayed pretty far from the path. Wanting to both take advantage of the cartridge format's lack of need to load data incrementally and design a game reminiscent of Capcom's first foray into survival horror, Sweet Home, RE0 would include a feature that would allow players to switch between two playable characters instantaneously. The story was to take place before the first Resident Evil and would include a much more difficult style of gameplay. Gone was the saving grace that was universal item boxes, and the devs even implemented some fast-moving zombies much like Remake's Crimson Heads. By the time all the details had been ironed out and the game reached the 20% completion mark, it was 1998 and the GameCube was just 2 years over the horizon. Much like every other game in the retrospective so far, Resident Evil Zero's Nintendo 64 build was scrapped, and I have to say this was the most understandable scrapping so far. The combination of Nintendo's upcoming next-gen platform and the growing fear that this game would never fit on a single 64MB cartridge made for a damn good argument against proceeding, leading us to the game that we would finally get our hands on,
Resident Evil Zero.
And before we talk about the story, there's just something not right here. That's better. Yeah, we're going to be looking at footage of Zero's HD remaster from here on out, but trust me, we will cover this issue more in depth later. As for the story, almost everything from the N64 build was carried over. The game is still a prequel to RE1, and as such tells the tale of Bravo Team's fateful encounter with a T-virus in the Arklay Mountains, specifically answering how Rebecca and her teammates ultimately made it into the Spencer Mansion. Along the way, the downed Special Forces team comes across a crashed military jeep and the news that there's a convict on the loose in the general vicinity. Against all common sense, Rebecca takes this as the best opportunity to investigate a train that stopped in its tracks without any backup. Once on board, we find the passengers are all dead.
And dead-ish.
And with a little bit of sleuthing, we finally meet up with the infamous Billy Cohen. After deciding that survival was more important than bringing down her first perp, Rebecca decides teaming up is a good option, and the two proceed to unravel a plot involving revenge, Albert Wesker, William Birkin, and the beginnings of the T-virus. As far as stories go, this is a pretty good shot at filling in some of the gaps left by RE1's intro and fleshing out characters from both 1 and 2. There's a throwaway side story involving Billy, his military record, and subsequent arrest, but it's pretty easy to ignore this and focus on the main plot, as ridiculous as it might be.
It took the T-virus inside of my queen years to procreate my new life.
While this wasn't exactly substantial in the overall world of RE, it's still a fun romp and some familiar territory. It was kinda nice having William Birkin fleshed out a bit, even though it makes his fate in Part 2 a little less easy to sympathize with. I mean, he probably should have seen this coming, right? As usual, the voice acting can be real spotty. Sometimes it sounds relatively natural, and sometimes it justifies the series stereotype.
I see. You're with stars.
I'm not sure if this is due to a lack of voice acting talent or poorly written scripts, but either way, it's no deal breaker. If anything, it's just par for the Resident Evil course, and since we're on the subject of conventional RE traits, let's jump into how Zero does its best to defy most of them. Alright, so I think we all know the classic Resident Evil formula by now, and on the surface, Zero seems to be marching right in line with it, but just underneath, there's some strange stuff going on. Before your first hour of gameplay, you'll be introduced to the main deviation from Resident Evil doctrine in the form of the partner mechanic. You know, playing RE2 as a kid, I always loved Leon's part in the sewer, when Ada would join you and effectively double your zombie fighting potential. Well, Zero said hold my beer and made the entire experience centered around having some well-needed backup. And I gotta say, running around a zombie-infested environment with a partner back-to-back facing down the undead horde is about as cool as it sounds. Having a second gun is really helpful in combat besides the added firepower. Attacking zombies can be shot off you, and the game's AI is actually pretty good about dropping what they're doing and helping you out. This mechanic had the potential of making for a boring RE game, but Zero's environment design and gameplay tweaks are tuned specifically to keep fights from turning into a one-sided bloodbath. Most of the areas you discover zombies in are typically cramped or oddly shaped, so that you're never just taking pot shots from far away. This room right here is a good example. Instead of being a wide open floor plan, there are tables and obstacles in the way. This typically gives enemies 2 or more ways of getting to you, which keeps you from combining your gunfire on one enemy at a time and tanking your way through a fight. It seemed to me that more than half the enemy encounters shared this setup, which led to some really cool nail-biting moments. Every once in a while, they'll stick you in a small room filled with bad guys, and this is their version of giving in and letting you just unload on a bunch of guys. Aside from combat, the act of ganging up leads to some interesting puzzles and a pretty smart method of getting around. Resident Evil as a series has always been known for being just as much of a head-scratcher as it is a horror game, but Zero brings the puzzles down to a more mechanical level most of the time. On top of looking for clues, gathering key items, and solving math problems like your typical RE game, Zero adds a bit of multi-tiered problems. Oftentimes, you'll have to perform one action as Billy and switch to Rebecca in order to perform another. I'm sure you probably expected this when you heard that you'd be controlling two characters at the same time, but these puzzles were pretty satisfying to figure out and makes you think with a different part of your brain than usual. Exploration has also been a foundational element for the series since the beginning, and the addition of a consistent partner adds a whole new dimension to that typical RE style of exploring. There are times when splitting up is the only way forward, and even though these parts tend to overstay their welcome, I still love the novelty of them. When your paths separate, you'll typically have access to something that'll allow you to trade items back and forth, which means you'll be making a bit of progress with one character, then trading an obtained item in order to make a little more with the other. These parts do a pretty good job at breaking up the established mechanics and offer a change of pace when things start to settle into a formula. Like I said, they can last a little longer than I would have liked, but overall this was a cool little addition, if not an obvious one. Oh yeah, and I guess I should mention that you can instantaneously swap between characters, making all this stuff possible. This can also be used as a tactic when you come across some enemies, and even though you can technically control your partner with the other stick, I stuck to switching over when I needed to. Even my dumb teenage brain understood that disc-based games loaded from the CD incrementally instead of dumping everything to memory all at once, so the fact that I could jump from one character in one room to a different one somewhere else without seeing a loading screen was pretty damn cool at the time. Of course, there's always the chance that I'm the only one who thinks so. There definitely can be a bit of frustration when you split your characters up and accidentally leave all the good weapons with just one person, but trust me, you only make this mistake once. And that brings us nicely to the other mechanic that laughs in the face of all traditional RE game design. Nowhere in this game will you find an item box. And I know what you're thinking, hey Jared, if there's no item boxes, where do you put all your items? Do you just throw them on the ground? Well, yeah, exactly. From what I've been able to find, this was an addition implemented in Zero's development on the N64. Apparently this was a clever workaround that skirted the console's memory and file sorting limitations, and I'm genuinely impressed that Capcom brought it into the remake. It would have been easy to just whip the game into shape and make it a safer, more reliable entry in the series, but I can appreciate this kind of devotion to the source material, even though it does increase the difficulty of the game by a good margin. You know how there's hacks and mods out there with the expressed intent of increasing a game's challenge? Well, allow me to introduce you to Capcom's official entry in this pissing contest. So the general idea is the lack of item boxes makes trading items between Rebecca and Billy the only real method for inventory management. Now this sounds like no big deal, but with each character having a measly 6 slots and no chance of increasing this, you'll turn into a master at this mechanic pretty quick. You need to be relatively near your partner to do this, and you can't take away weapons or ammo in the middle of attack animations, but other than these small limitations, this is a really well thought out little change. Call me crazy, but stopping into every item and having an existential crisis on deciding whether or not you really need another green herb is like the RE experience distilled down to its purest form. I've seen a lot of fans complain about this, but to be honest, this feels like the type of hardcore difficulty I like to see in my survival horror games. Now back when I made my video on part 3, I was critical of how unfair gameplay could be thanks to the huge speed and attack disadvantage you're always at in boss fights, and commenters were quick to let me know that these type of games are supposed to be really hard, and I completely agree, but in survival horror the difficulty should come from those tough decisions you have to make every time you fire your gun, or when you make a 20-minute trip across the map only to come across a key pickup with no open inventory slots. In this sense, Zero is a shining example of a well thought out challenge. Now, I know I just ranted about how tough this can make the game, but you still have some options to lessen your stress-induced heart attacks. Like I said before, you always have the option to drop any item right where you stand, which means you'll never have to backtrack because of a full inventory. And the devs were nice enough to track item locations on the map so you don't have to keep a pen and paper handy during each playthrough. And another blessing from the gods is the ability to use health items without actually physically putting them in your inventory, which is probably this game's most welcome addition to the series overall. And with all that praise, you just knew there was going to be some downsides coming, so please allow me to undo all the work I just did building the game up. Now, in complete contradiction to what I just ranted about, let me warn you, I was not lying about this game's difficulty. On top of the traditional challenge of survival horror game builds, there's a nice thick layer of punishing gameplay. To make up for the doubling of zombie killing weaponry on screen at once, enemy attacks are crazy powerful depending on who you pick. Much like you would assume, health levels are different between our heroes, whose celebrity couple names should be Bill Becca in my opinion, but never has the divide been so big. It's not uncommon for Rebecca to go from green fine to caution in just one zombie bite, and Billy's been known to tank 3 or 4 hits before dropping to yellow. This definitely comes into play when deciding which bad guys to kill and which to navigate around. I will say that the more closed-in nature of the maps makes zombie dodging less of a strategy, but enough handgun ammo is given out that this isn't really a problem. The real nail-biting moments come into play in areas with insects, T-virus-infected monkeys, hunters, and the dreaded leech zombies. Dodging one of these bastards may be a breeze for pros, but you also have to consider your partner. Having them follow you through a hallway and hearing that terrifying music accompanying this wiggly bastard is enough to unnerve even the toughest RE veterans. My advice is to leave one character behind and make the trek separately. It can be time consuming, but it's preferable to exiting the room only to find that your partner was grabbed while you were trying to desperately escape. On top of the hard-hitting nature of the enemies, there's an absolutely ridiculous amount of hit stun that comes from being attacked. Making this even worse, it seems like some attacks are able to repeat before your character can even recover from the first one. The hunters and these eliminators are the worst defenders. I mean, look at this, I have R1 held down the entire time, so you'd figure this bastard wouldn't be able to hit me a second time before I'm even able to recover from the stun of his previous hit. But here it is happening several times in a row. And with that in mind, we also have some issues on the opposite end of the spectrum. The shotgun in Zero, unlike the rest of the classic series, actually stands a chance of not blowing off a zombie's head when aimed upwards in a close fight. This dice roll sometimes gets you in the most inconvenient times, and oddly enough, zombies are actually able to recover from the hit and attack you before you're even able to get off another shot. The good news here is this is an every once in a while type of deal, but it will put a damper on a good run. And at the very end of the list, there's the fact that green herbs are just spread out much further from each other than in other RE games. This meant I would often just quit and retry for my last save anytime I took too much damage or maybe a cheap hit. So my modest 6-hour clear time was actually closer to 7.5 when you factor in all the restarts. And yeah, I know, a lousy B grade, but hey, I haven't played this game in years, so give me a break. Alright, so I know I backloaded all those complaints, and I can admit some of them are definite nitpicks, but don't let that fool you, RE0 is one kick-ass time. I'm not sure if it's because of these issues or in spite of them, but trust me when I say my ranting was more of a polite warning. I do think that newcomers should definitely work their way through the classic style RE games before jumping in here though. Trust me, this isn't the game to cut your teeth on. You veterans, much like myself, will likely see this as the challenge you've always wanted, and trust me, it really is. Well, now with all that out of the way, why don't we change speeds to a much more positive note, this game's drop-dead gorgeous presentation. Now that Capcom had the remake of 1 under its belt, they were more than familiar with the inner workings of this engine, and it shows. Seriously, this game looks absolutely beautiful. Now you'll have to bear with me as I don't have a kidney to trade for some GameCube component cables, and the Wii isn't exactly known for its sharp, clean 480i output, but even today, I'm just floored by how great this looks. At the time, I figured the Cube was far more powerful than both its competitors based solely on this and Remake. And I think that's justifiable because you just didn't see this level of detail anywhere else. And yes, I know it's sort of cheating by essentially having a CG cutscene as a background, but come on, this was a real achievement. Even though it doesn't natively support the 480p output that the console was totally capable of, Zero still brings a lot to the table in the form of serious attention to small details. Obviously, these backgrounds look amazing, but even more importantly, their design is pristine. Since the beginning area is a train that has only recently been filled with dead bodies, the environment looks a little more recently lived in. There's also this cool little depth of field trick that I can't remember being in Remake. See how Rebecca starts to lose detail as she gets further away from the camera? At the time, this gave a real believable look to the game, but sadly, I don't think the effect transitioned well into the realm of HD upscaling. Compared to the remake of 1, there's a lot more animation in the pre-rendered backgrounds, and there seems to be more of an emphasis on environmental lighting too. Sure, Remake had some killer lightning strikes, but Zero takes it to a whole new level. Real-time directional lighting on a console game wasn't exactly a new phenomenon back then, but only having to render a couple of 3D objects on screen meant more resources could be put towards more points of light and some really good-looking shadows. Speaking of animations, I can't really say why, but I've always liked the way this guy's arm just sways with the movements of the train. Your character models look damn nice, and if I'm not mistaken, facial animations seem to now have a bit more points of articulation than those found in Remake, but that might just be me. Now, if you know me, you know I love a zombie model that doesn't skimp on the gory details, and Zero deserves praise on this front too. Like I've said in each video before this one, my favorite improvement as the series goes on is the variety in zombie models. We all remember exploring Resident Evil 2 and coming across rooms filled to the brim with doppelgangers. Well, Zero still has that problem, but at least a bigger number of unique zombies is here too. The enemy variety isn't exactly great though. Other than zombies, there's not a ton of new creatures, at least none that are worth talking about. These insects are kinda creepy, and the Eliminators are some of the most annoying creatures in the game due to their fast attack speed and your long hit stun, but on the other end of the spectrum there's an enemy that you may not even get to see. These lurkers appear in the last leg of the game, and from what I can tell their appearance is randomized between a couple of areas. I actually never knew these existed until this playthrough. Not really sure why, but that interested the hell out of me. On the topic of interesting BOWs, let's talk about this thing. These leeches come together to form an image of their creator, and are hands down the most interesting enemies in the game. These guys are terrifying to look at thanks to some super creepy movements, and can be a real pain in the ass to put down. The music that plays when they're near is enough to give you a heart attack, and their long-reaching attacks deal a good amount of damage. I typically choose not to kill these things, but if you're looking for a fight, killing them without fire-based weapons will have them explode and leaving leeches all over the area. If you want a little pro tip, if you're able to enter and leave a room before they can finish their second transformation, they won't continue to change while you're gone, so you can lock them in a loop of this animation as long as you can keep getting in and out of the area before they can finish. Trust me, if you're an ammo conservationist, you'll want to take this advice. But hey, you didn't come here for tips and tricks, right? So let's dive into the limited but interesting world of RE0's ports. Well, port is more like, well, alright, it's complicated. Like I said at the start, Zero started out as an N64 game, which, if we're being particular, makes the GameCube version the first real port, but we're not going to venture that deep into semantics today. We are, however, venturing deep into the little bit of official footage that can be found of its original incarnation. As you can see here, the game seemed to closely resemble RE2, with the exception of the zombies having a grayish tint. This zombie here seems to be a straight up rip from Part 2, but I might be wrong about that. What I thought was interesting is how closely the GameCube version follows the general layout of the train. They really had no reason to do this. I mean, hardly anyone had ever seen the original in action. Part of me wants to believe that this was an attempt at accurately recreating the work on the N64, but it's just as likely this came down to layouts and items already existing. Other than the leech zombie being replaced with these guys, there's not much else to say here. The real interesting stuff is comparing the GameCube original with the recent HD re-release. And yes, I know there was a Wii version, but since it's identical to the original, with the exception of some waggle controls, let's assume they're interchangeable. First and foremost, this game looks absolutely stunning. The upscaling here is in a league of its own, even beating out the HD version of Remake. I'm not sure if Capcom had access to higher res background assets this time around, or if they just put a little extra elbow grease in, but Zero does not share Remake's problem of varying background qualities. Since you've been watching footage of this HD re-release most of the video, you've no doubt noticed that I've broken away from my usual 4:3 bias. Yes, Zero HD offers a widescreen mode, and a bit of curiosity plus some urging from my backers on Patreon had me trying it out for this playthrough, and I gotta say this mode looks great. I was worried that the stretching on the horizontal axis would noticeably blur the image, but I'm surprised to say this was not the case. To keep the aspect ratio correct, the vertical resolution is scaled too, and to account for this, the scene will do a slow pan to allow you to see more of the screen. This was another worry of mine, but it ended up mimicking the panning I like so much in Code Veronica. There was one time when it came close to getting in the way though. Here in this room, I couldn't find the item I needed because I didn't get close enough to the end of the screen to trigger a pan. But other than this one tiny almost problem, I can say the widescreen mode is actually a pretty cool addition. One really cool thing to note about this HD re-release comes from its PC version. Apparently the background images are stored as MP4 video files, and their vertical resolution actually exceeds 1080p. These files are scaled down from their original 1588 pixels, which gives the background a sharp, almost super sampled look. And since we're on the subject, Zero's PC port actually runs at double the speed of all the console iterations with a full 60 frames per second. With a game like this, I'll say that 60 FPS isn't exactly that big of a deal, but if that's your bag, stick with a Steam release. Now, you know I like to do side-by-side comparisons lately, but with the HD version being such a higher resolution than the original, that seems a bit unfair. So let's do it anyways. One thing that's very clear from the start is some changes to character models. Edward here seems to look slightly different, and they toyed with Rebecca's face too. Capcom also cleared up the green hazy tint that most scenes had in the original and tweaked the lighting to look more appealing, which was a really nice touch. The CG cutscenes in the original were notoriously dark, and it seems like brightening them caused a small bit of artifacting in the HD ones, but this is barely noticeable. Actually, the entire game has a much wider contrast level now, and I think that's a really huge improvement. Now, I know some people are Resident Evil purists, but to be honest, none of these changes really bothered me. If you are the type who wants the purest, most accurate port though, just stick with upscaling with a device like the FrameMeister or the open source scan converter. At first, I didn't much care for the original's look at 1080p through the FrameMeister, but some killer settings from FirebrandX.com made a world of difference. With the right upscaler settings, this game's 480i output can make for some surprisingly solid 1080p, so I have to say, whether it's the original or the HD version, you can't really go wrong here. And that's exactly how I feel about the game as a whole. For me, it's an absolute must-play. If you like survival horror and you like the Resident Evil formula, you'll probably get a kick out of this hardcore take on it. Like I said before, it really feels like some kind of sadistic difficulty mod, but that challenge comes across as a perfect ramping up of classic Resident Evil. I do recommend new players start from the beginning and work their way up, since Zero relies a lot on familiarity with the old formula. Now don't get me wrong, the hit stun issues and the lack of power behind the shotgun can get mega annoying, but playing around these problems is pretty easy. The story does go straight into the first game, but that really isn't the appeal here. What really drives this experience is the unique way it morphs the RE formula into something that's both brand new and supremely familiar. Regardless of which version you get, you're guaranteed a damn fine survival horror experience. And with that, I now have to venture back into the modern series, so wish me luck and make sure to stay tuned, because next time we'll be sizing up the game that had the bad luck of being released after RE4, right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. You would think that after the unexpected success of their seminal survival horror masterpiece, Capcom would be eager to jump into another Resident Evil title, and you'd be right, but eager might be a bit of an understatement. They didn't even let the ink dry on their game manuals before they were ready for another crack at it. Only 1 month after Resident Evil's release, producer Shinji Mikami and director Hideki Kamiya were back at the helm, and their follow-up was poised to overtake the original in every single way. Pre-rendered backgrounds were more detailed, the location of Raccoon City was larger and more complex, and the amount of zombies that could appear on screen had been upped considerably. Yeah, this game was well on its way to kicking ass, and the rest is history. I mean, we all know that RE2 eventually came out and wowed gamers all over the world, right? Well, in a weird turn of events, the game I'm talking about isn't the Resident Evil 2 that we all know and love. In fact, this game would never see the light of day in any official capacity, so do I have your attention yet? What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews, and today we're taking a look at the unreleased RE game that everybody knows about, but no one ever plays. Welcome to part 1.5 of the Resident Evil Retrospective. During the development of Resident Evil 2, there was more than a couple of roadblocks. Chief among them was the butting heads of Shinji Mikami and Hideki Kamiya. Mikami, being the spastic that he is, wanted to end the Resident Evil series with a second installment, since working on any game for more than one entry seems to actively go against the man's moral code or something. Due to the constant disagreements, Mikami decided to step out of the creative spotlight, only demanding that he be updated on progress every month. It was his opinion that the small parts of RE2 were satisfactory, but the whole they made just wasn't cutting it. The project was around 80% complete when a new scenario writer was called in, and the idea to scrap the entire project was pushed through. Since so much of the game was changed, not many of the assets from this incomplete version could be used in the final build of Resident Evil 2. Now, if you're anything like me, you've known about this project since the days of dial-up internet, and you've probably seen the images from BioFlames that shows the game in action. Well, at the risk of giving 13-year-old me a heart attack, this build of what we lovingly call Resident Evil 1.5 was leaked to the internet around 2013, and modders have been hard at work since, fixing any unfinished code and essentially putting the pieces of this puzzle back together. The version I'm playing today is labeled MZD, or Magic Zombie Door. This specific build of the game has made huge strides in actually feeling like a near-finished project, although some fans do prefer the vanilla build, as the MZD uses placeholder graphics and assets from other RE games to fill out the holes left by the devs, plus translates the Japanese text to English. I also want to point out that what you're seeing here is footage of my first ever playthrough of this game. After years of waiting, I'm finally playing a game that I was sure I'd never touch with my own hands, so this is going to be a bit more fanboyish than usual. Alright, no more stalling, let's jump right in. Right off the bat, we should cover the story, and I should mention here that a large part of this video is just going to be comparing this 1.5 build to the finished Resident Evil 2 we're all familiar with, so if that gets annoying, sorry ahead of time. 1.5's basic story, at least the small amount that we know, differs greatly from what it would eventually become. Instead of the STARS team returning to Raccoon City shamed and laughed at, they actually convinced the authorities of Umbrella's involvement in the events of the first game. This is known as the Umbrella Incident in the game, and just before an outbreak of what people are calling a deadly skin virus, the RPD were engaged in systematically taking down all the Umbrella labs and arresting any higher-ups. This skin disease obviously turns out to be the T-virus, and it's implied that the outbreak was just a way to destroy their detractors in the city. Much like its predecessor, RE 1.5 stars two main characters, but unlike the first game, these two stories don't intermingle at all. Each character was meant to make their way through the police station without ever bumping into each other. There are, however, some instances where events in one character's story will affect the other, but these are few and far between. There's also been a pretty big change to the cast. Right from the start, you'll notice Elza Walker will be replacing Claire's role. Elza is a motorcycle enthusiast who's returning to Raccoon City after a summer vacation and just in time for the city to be overcome by hordes of zombies. After getting jumped by a group of the dead bastards, she crashes her bike in the front lobby of the RPD and engages the emergency shutters. As you can see, this is a very different RPD than we're all used to, but we'll get into that later. Leon's pretty much unchanged from the finished version of 2. He's still a rookie cop and he's still an altruistic Boy Scout, with the only real difference being him not showing up in the city for the first time on his first day on the job. His campaign's supposed to begin with him witnessing a helicopter crash from the top of the RPD, which I'm thinking was supposed to be his evacuation. So now he has to work his way through the precinct from the top down, opposite of Elza. The basic goal for each character is to simply escape the RPD and make their way out of the city, rescuing any survivors they find on the way. And speaking of survivors, let's talk about the supporting characters. Sherry, Ada, Marvin, Chief Irons, Annette, and William all make returns, but for the most part they serve completely different roles. Marvin actually accompanies Leon through the game, and although Ada is still a secretive spy type, she's actually an employee of Umbrella and was under police custody until the outbreak. Sherry Birkin is essentially the same character except with way less development, and even though William is infected with the T-virus, it's not clear why or why he's searching for his daughter. Chief Irons isn't much of a fan of killing people for no reason, and seems to play a very small role, almost taking Marvin's place. As far as gameplay is concerned, there's not too many changes to speak of, but those that exist are pretty interesting. First up, combat and controls are almost exactly like the final release. It may look like I'm having a rough time controlling the game, but I'm chalking that up to having to use the worst D-pad ever made while playing this on an emulator. There are, however, some really small changes to speak of, and I may be overselling them with the word small. I mean, microscopic probably fits better. These are changes that only a hardcore Resident Evil fan would ever notice, so you know damn well I'm going to talk about them. A direct hit with the shotgun is way more likely to blow a zombie in half, and the inclusion of being able to blow zombies' legs off is actually really cool. The classic aiming up to get a headshot with the shotgun is no longer present, but who knows if that's due to it just not being implemented this early in production. Instead of limping at certain damage levels, characters show visible wounds to indicate their health, and I'm sorta glad this didn't make it into the final product, as watching your character regenerate wounds and parts of clothing has never been my thing. Using this patch version's tools, we can see that medicines could be made, and I'm assuming they would have been created here at these odd-looking stations scattered around. Since this build wasn't the fabled 60 to 80% finished product, we don't get a chance to see any puzzles, but we can assume they would work similarly to the other games in the series. There's one area where examining a computer leads to text about saving the game, but traditional typewriters are still scattered around too, so it seems like both could have been used to save. This could have been an attempt at bringing some RE concepts into the modern day, but we really may never know. Since this is an early build of the game, we can't really tell if Elza would have used different weapons from Leon, but searching through the game's items, I can say this would have been the largest variety of weapons in any RE game. There's a boatload of handguns, 2 separate shotguns, the familiar grenade launcher, plus several automatic weapons and even some honest-to-goodness frag grenades. As a die-hard Resident Evil fan, I'm actually pretty upset that some of these weapons never saw the light of day. and sadly a lack of assets means firing some of them will crash the game. I'm gonna be honest with you, it really pisses me off. I may never know the joy of blowing up zombies with grenades in a classic RE title. 1.5's graphics is where the largest amount of differences show up, and coming from someone who's only ever fantasized about this game's existence, I have to say this is the most interesting aspect to analyze. Right off the bat, it's easy to see that 1.5's RPD precinct is a very different place from the one found in 2. This RPD is a much more modern, utilitarian-looking building. There's a lot of cement walls and 90-degree angles that give a very 90s modern look. And as anyone who's ever stayed in a Tokyo loft apartment knows, this is a very common look for the time. But I can't let architecture hog all the glory because lighting is also very different. In 2, there's always an orange or brown accent in any given part of the RPD, but 1.5 goes with a very cold-looking blue lighting scheme. This makes the place feel alien and abandoned. In fact, the main places that lack this blue tint are areas where you find other survivors. Since this is a completely different building than what we RE fans are used to, you'll probably spend all your time exploring every nook and cranny since you don't really need to acquire any items to progress in the game. And trust me, it is an absolute blast for an RE fan to see these beautiful pre-rendered backgrounds of such a foreign area. The entire time I was playing, I had this odd feeling that I was essentially looking into a bizarro universe where everything was just a little different than I remembered. Even screens that inspired Part 2's design look nothing at all like what we're used to and often have completely different angles and orientations. Now, it's important to keep in mind that this is a very rough version of the game, and as such, some areas have been stitched together essentially piece by piece, and often the source of these pieces aren't exactly the highest quality. Some backgrounds have heavy amounts of compression artifacts, like they were taken from screenshots or very low-res renders. In this sense, it was very easy to appreciate the work done by the modders that hacked this thing together. I imagine it wasn't very easy digging up these low-quality JPEG images and inserting them into a 20-year-old PS1 game. Which brings up another topic. Most areas don't have well-established boundaries, so you might find yourself phasing in and out of the background while enemies on the map can be seen through walls. One of the more interesting areas is this unfinished work-in-progress render of a map that actually made it into the finished RE2. I don't know why, but it's just kinda cool seeing an inside look at how these images are made. After enjoying the glory of nearly 20-year-old CG rendered backgrounds, I noticed that the 3D models in 1.5 look just a little bit off, at least when comparing them to their officially released counterparts. From zombies to main characters, 3D models are lacking in geometry, stemming from a small number of polygons being used. While the textures wrapped around these models are definitely more detailed than the textures in the first Resident Evil, they pale in comparison to the complexity of the release version of 2. The good news is the simpler models allow for more zombies to be on screen at once, but the bad news is this is an increase of only 2. Thanks to most PS1 emulators being really shit at handling the PlayStation's trademark affine texture warping, there's some anomalies if you're looking real close. The good news is these won't be present on actual hardware that's capable of playing backups. The low poly models and high detailed textures found here really look like a perfect middle ground between 1 and 2, and actually drives home the fact that Mikami wanting to start over because there wasn't a big enough improvement over Part 1 was actually pretty dead on. Speaking of half steps, Resident Evil 1.5 supports its own unique soundtrack, much to my delight. I really can't find any info on who's responsible for it, but I have to assume RE2's Masami Ueda was used for this build as well. However, I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't involved in everything, since these tracks sound a lot more like RE1 with heavy synth melodies that harken back to old cheap horror flicks. If this was Ueda, he really changed the direction he was going in by the time Part 2 came out. I will say that this is a must-grab for any Resident Evil music lovers out there. The eerie sound fits the more modern locations really well and keeps me feeling uneasy more than 2's tracks, which have a more ambient and calming tone overall. You probably noticed a theme in this video with me describing aspects of 1.5 as perfect halfway points between 1 and 2, and I think this sums up the game as a whole perfectly. My time exploring this unfinished gem was spent feeling like I was playing some pro modder's attempt at creating RE2 inside of RE1. It really does fill the huge gap between the two perfectly, and part of me is legitimately sad thinking about what could have been. All things considered, RE2 is a huge jump forward compared to 1.5, but without knowing that such a leap was possible, 1.5 would have satisfied me right down to my Resident Evil core. In fact, that's exactly what it did. I really can't express the feelings I had while experiencing a game that has only ever existed in my imagination. Getting to explore these creepy halls and blow away zombies who I've only ever seen pictures of put me in some kind of nostalgic coma. Plus there's the added bonus of essentially walking into a time machine that spit me out right in the middle of some late 90s Capcom development office. Without a doubt, if you're watching this series, you owe it to yourself to track down this prototype and give it a shot. After all, it's not every day you get to play an entry in your favorite series that technically doesn't exist. Not even a month after the release of the first Resident Evil, work began on a sequel, and as we found out in our last video, this game never saw an official release in spite of being nearly 90% complete. Lucky for us, Resident Evil 2 proved to be a hard project to keep down. Eventually making its way to our PS1s, RE2 was everything a Resident Evil fan could hope for. More weapons, more characters, better graphics, and a boatload of improvements on the classic survival horror style. In a word, this game was as close to perfection as any game could be. What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews, welcoming you to part 2 of the Resident Evil Retrospective. Resident Evil 2 hit North American PlayStations in the beginning of 1998 and made an impact worthy of such a gaming icon. Not only did it sweep the charts as the fastest selling game in America, but also grossed more than both Final Fantasy VII and Mario 64. To say that RE2 did well would be an understatement, but instead of gushing over how popular it was, let's focus on the real question: why? Resident Evil 2 is what I like to call a perfect sequel. Everything that made the first game great has been improved on, and every new addition falls right into place with that familiar Resident Evil feel. Thanks to a falling out between production staff, director Hideki Kamiya would take full creative control of the project, and I think this was a good move. As we'll see in later entries in the retrospective, Mikami can't really be trusted to work on Resident Evil sequels, as his go-to move is to throw the baby out with the T-virus infected bathwater, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. Let's start from the beginning. Resident Evil 2 takes place a mere 2 months after the events of RE1 and is set in Raccoon City. Not long after the return of the surviving STARS members, the city has come down with a bit of a zombie problem. You play as either new recruit to the RPD, Leon Kennedy.
Yeah, first day on the job. Great, huh? Name's Leon Kennedy. Nice to meet you.
Or Claire Redfield, who's in town searching for her brother Chris. Yes, that Chris. Both of which have just arrived in the city, completely unaware of the current Living Dead infestation. After a chance meetup, the two decide to stick together and make their way to the police department. Showing that not even an 18-wheeler exploding will keep them from their destination, our two protagonists decide escaping the city is the only option, and if they can rescue a few survivors on the way, well, that's great too. The story here is one that shows a real desire to up the ante. Obviously, the premise of escaping a series of buildings filled with the undead is nothing new, but the simple change of setting from a dark, desolate mansion in the hills to a police station surrounded by tall buildings and city streets just feels like a natural upwards progression. The characters this time around are a little more fleshed out and complicated, having more opportunities to show off their personalities. Leon's altruistic, bright-eyed view of the world might be a bit annoying, but it sort of fits a rookie cop just starting a career in law enforcement.
I told you, it's my job to look after you.
Claire doesn't ever outright say it, but her dedication to her brother is pretty obvious from her willingness to face the zombie hordes just to find him.
Chris, I have to find you.
Of course, this is all helped by voice acting that somehow doesn't make you grit your teeth through every cutscene. I mean, it still sounds a little unnatural, but going from this...
That's why having stars nosing about is so inconvenient.
...to this...
Look, if you want to live, then you're gonna have to leave with me.
...is a clear jump up in quality. This game also ups the number of characters you'll come across during your escape, with the addition of Sherry Birkin and Ada Wong, the latter of which is completely canon if you're going strictly on files found in the first game. Among them are a score of other survivors who not only fill out the story, but also make a pretty memorable impact on each scenario's playthrough. I'm not sure why, but the story in 2 always felt like the pinnacle of Resident Evil storytelling to me. Almost like the second game really set the mold for what these games had to accomplish going forward. The idea of an American city swarming with the Walking Dead fits right into all my favorite old zombie flicks, and the struggle of these two people to stay alive in what is essentially a localized zombie apocalypse is one that really resonates with me. Of course, story is nothing without gameplay to back it up, and with that there's good news and bad news. The good news is fans of the first game will slip right into 2 without an issue. The bad news is, people who don't like tank controls, puzzle solving, and exploration probably won't appreciate all the improvements to be found here. Controlling Leon or Claire is still done with the dreaded tank controls, and I still don't really see why people hate them so much. As far as exploration goes, little things like zombies breaking through windows and replenishing enemies in certain areas keep the backtracking from feeling boring, and the same old ridiculously elaborate puzzles feel even more oddly out of place in a modern building. Leon and Claire's scenarios essentially take place right on top of each other and sometimes intermingle. For example, taking some items in your first playthrough means they won't be available in the next one. Beating the game opens the opposite character's B scenario, which is essential for getting the full story and the true canon ending. This edition really adds some replay value here. Each character's B scenario starts from the opposite side of the gas tanker crash, and this means making your way into the precinct from the top down. This also means key items will have their placements changed around, and the same goes for enemies. There's also some unique cutscenes to watch and an entire new bad guy to deal with. This bioweapon is a hulking badass who clearly paved the way for another 9-foot-tall persistent annoyance we'll talk about in the future. The differences between the two main characters aren't quite so pronounced as they were in the first game. Sure, there's still completely different stories, weapons, and cutscenes, but this time around I didn't feel much of a difference in how many hits I could take as Leon versus Claire. Graphically, RE2 is a huge step up from its predecessor. You can tell the team had a much larger budget and a greater understanding of the platform too. Character models are pushing way more polygons, and if you're a video quality nerd like myself, you may have noticed that the dithered or checkerboard effect is no longer used on shadows or dark colors, making color gradients look a lot smoother. The zombies have also been given a major overhaul, which you know I love. Each one of these guys looks much more detailed with bloodstains and visible wounds, which is great, but the biggest improvement in my eyes is the huge variety to be found. Even though you're still likely to find a couple of duplicates in each area, it's a little easier on the eyes when they're mixed in with a big group of varied rotting corpses. Back again are the amazing pre-rendered backgrounds, and along with everything else, these have seen a massive improvement. Each screen is wonderfully detailed, and even though they're forced down to the PS1's native output of 240p, you can tell the individual renders were of a much higher resolution. Apparently a little too high res, as each and every single pre-rendered screen took about 2 to 3 weeks to render out on top-of-the-line workstations at the time. Of course, artifacts can still be seen in dark areas, but that's to be expected of the high level of compression required to get all this stuff on a CD. Since much of the Resident Evil experience is shaped by sound, I'm happy to say that this is some of the best you're going to find in the series. Masami Ueda has crafted an insanely creepy OST with really moody sounding tracks that stick to the original's more ambient style, and just like the original, the songs always feel right at home in the areas they appear in. Walking into the RPD for the first time just feels right, and the theme for the sewers has an echoey reverb effect that works perfectly to immerse you in the environment. As you probably know by now, it's not an RE game without a boatload of ports, and in this sense, Part 2 falls right in line. Not long after the original PS1 version came a PC port that allowed for more than tripling of the original 240p resolution, but as I can assure you from personal experience, it was a buggy mess when it first came out, and running it on modern hardware only exacerbates the problem. If you want a higher res experience comparable to the PC, the Dreamcast port is the safest bet. Not only does it run at a crisp 480p, but it also retains all the extra content from the PC version, like unlockable art and the DualShock version's Extreme Battle Mode. Also, your condition is displayed on the VMU's LCD screen, and that's just awesome. Of course, there's the N64 port, which is world famous for merely existing. Having to deal with the disgustingly blurry and intentionally gimped video output on the N64 does have its upsides though. First off, there's a reworked soundtrack that somehow has a higher sample rate than the original, and of course there's the novelty of watching CG cutscenes streamed from a cartridge. Then of course there's the Gamecom version, but we don't talk about that one. Without a doubt, this sequel surpasses the original in every single way, and for me at least, is the RE game that all others should be judged against. With a huge jump up in quality, but a rigid adherence to the style created by Part 1, Resident Evil 2 is without a doubt my absolute favorite entry in the series. Now I'm willing to admit this may be due to a bit of nostalgia, but there's another component at work here. Even though the Resident Evil series is pretty vast at this point, RE2 was in a sweet spot, where the formula still felt fresh and innovative. But even if you don't agree with me, it's hard to deny the importance of this landmark entry in the series. In very simple terms, no matter which version of this game you can get a hold of, see that you do it immediately. It really is an experience worth having, and in my opinion, the best Resident Evil game you're likely to get your hands on.
So as some of you may or may not know, the Resident Evil retrospective started off kind of small, but eventually snowballed into something a little deeper. I started covering ports, video output, and the more technical details that I was slowly becoming interested in. And that's awesome. I absolutely love the way these videos turned out. And going back through and watching them, yes, I do watch my own content, I get a real feel for when my tastes, skills, and interests started dictating a vastly different direction for the series than where it started. The only regret I'm left with is that I didn't get a chance to retroactively apply these new methods to older videos. Well, instead of re-recording videos I'm still pretty happy with, I've been slowly moving through the process of making addendums to them, adding the content in that I would have liked to have seen, and, well, that brings us here. In my original video on RE2, I covered just about everything in the game with the exception of the ports. I just kind of glossed over their existence, and now ports are kind of my thing, so I figured we could jump back into Raccoon City and discuss the incredible amount of iterations the game received. I mean, sure, there are some basic ports floating around, but there's also mods, overhauls, and remasters to take into account, so let's take another very long look at what is, in my opinion, the best game to ever get the words Resident Evil printed on its box. Which is the absolute best way to experience this gem, and more importantly, which is the worst. What's up, guys? I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. And in the interest of keeping things as fair as possible, we have to start with the version of the game I put at the bottom of the list in my original video. At the time, there was just no cheap and readily available option that allowed for both high-quality digital video output and the satisfaction that comes with playing original games on original hardware. Luckily, since that video dropped, there have been a few products released that have been able to tap into the Cube's rather secretive digital output. The footage you're looking at right here is thanks to Eon's GCHD Mark II, an adapter that takes the pure, uncompressed digital signal coming from the GameCube and turns it into either HDMI or analog component video. Now, I decided to go with HDMI for this round of video capture since I wanted to make up for being a little hard on this port the first time around, and we're also using a utility called Swiss that allows us to force progressive scan resolutions, which is a real game changer since all of the GameCube Resident Evil releases only allow for interlaced video output. And of course, we're taking that digital 480p signal and pushing it through the FrameMeister to get a crisp, integer-scaled 960p picture within a 1080p window. And I have to say, even though we have heavily stacked the deck in its favor, this version of the game is pretty damn amazing. It's an incredibly sharp picture, and the clarity really surprised me. Colors for the 3D models are absolutely spot on, and they pop even more when set against the pre-rendered backgrounds. And speaking of which, these backgrounds look amazing upscaled to 1080p. There's much less artifacting going on thanks to the game starting out at double the vertical resolution of the original PS1 version, and I have to say, I'm pretty surprised here. My go-to port for this game used to be the Dreamcast version, but until I save up enough scratch for the DC HDMI mod kit, this is going to be the absolute best picture we're going to get out of the console ports, at least technically speaking. Now don't get me wrong, I do like the look of analog video upscaled to 1080p, but damn, this game is making me want to go all digital wherever possible. Aside from the video output being surprisingly sharp, the game plays exactly like you're used to, with the exception of the title screen having an option between Leon and Claire's scenario. Oh, and for some strange reason they replaced the awesome sounding RE2 announcer with the absolutely terrible RE4 guy.
Resident Evil 2.
I mean, on paper I get the idea of a cohesive atmosphere on the platform, but there's no need to mess with perfection. Outside of the dumbest of dumb nitpicks, the game controls relatively well on the Cube's oddly shaped controller, with only the slightest amount of precision lost with its analog stick. Sadly, the D-pad is not going to be an option here though. Not only is it stupidly small, but it's a pretty bad D-pad on top of the size issues. One of the coolest features I found was the ability to skip cutscenes. Now, sure, that's not going to mean much of anything to people looking to play the game for the first or second time, but if you're trying to speedrun it or maybe get footage for a YouTube video, this might be exactly what you're looking for. But on the subject of speedrunning, despite what I just said,
this might not be the best option to go with. I noticed every once in a while the game would hang on certain screen transitions, like here while grabbing the ammo out of the back of the van. I was left on this black screen here for quite a long time. These little hangs also pop up between some screen transitions as well. I'm running the game off an SD card adapter, so maybe that's the issue, but I don't have the crazy amounts of money these GameCube ports tend to cost, so this is going to have to be an issue that is left untested. And since we spent so long praising these visuals, it's only fair I criticize an aspect of them as well. While the in-game graphics are to die for, the CG cutscenes are, well, less so. Thanks to the higher resolution and clarity afforded by a wholly digital signal from the console to the FrameMeister, these are probably the brightest and clearest I've seen these cutscenes look, at least outside of some other things we're going to discuss later. I mean, take a look here. It's the GameCube and PS1 versions side by side, and the winner in brightness is very clear. Of course, this does lead to just a bit of color and contrast washout, but there's another huge downside. It seems like something went wrong during the porting process because the edges of all the moving parts in the scene have these weird crawling artifacts to them, kind of like these scenes were lifted from a PS1 outputting composite video. Here, keep your eyes on the zombie suspenders to see what I'm talking about. It really does remind me of composite dot crawl, and I haven't been able to find out why this is the case. And here with the liquor reveal, there's a part that loses all of its detail and color for a brief second, and I would just love to know why this is all happening. So at least as far as the CG cutscenes go, it's kind of a one step forward, one step back kind of deal. On a similar note, I noticed that while the contrast levels of the 3D assets were spot on, the pre-rendered backgrounds seem to have had their black levels blown out, leading to a more pink or purple shade where they're supposed to be true black. But these two issues definitely don't bring down the visual experience, at least not all the way. Now, like I said before, I'm using the program Swiss to force a progressive scan picture, but it also lets us do a few other things. First off, we get to see what the game typically looks like by allowing the original 480i mode, which is the reason I didn't recommend this version in my last video. The halved vertical resolution is pretty obvious right off the bat, but just in case you can't notice it, here are the two back to back. And while we're here, why don't we do something just as interesting as it is unnecessary? Using Swiss, we can force a 240p output, which is exactly what the original PS1 version uses, and even though this is the most useless thing you could do with this combination of retro video products, I still can't help but love the way it looks. Sadly, I can't capture this since my capture device goes insane when I try to, but rest assured it looks like an incredibly clean version of what you'd see on the PS1. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not going to be playing through this game in 240p on the GameCube anytime soon, but I do love seeing essentially what the PS1 would look like if it had a direct HDMI mod like the GameCube or Dreamcast. Okay, so now that all the fun's over with, I am man enough to admit when I'm wrong. I said the GameCube version was the least desirable port in my original review of RE2, and I'm ready to admit that may not be the case. The visuals here are in a class of their own, and I have no issue admitting I was blown away from the very first moment I saw them. Without a doubt, I can confidently recommend this version now. It is of course important to note that this recommendation comes with a whole bunch of qualifiers. To get the level of fidelity you've seen here, you're going to have access to the Cube's digital video port via something like the GC HDMI or Carby, an upscaler or line doubler like the FrameMeister or OSSC, and finally to get 480p out of RE2, you're going to have to be able to run Swiss. So yeah, it's not exactly your average use case scenario, but if you're able to check all these boxes, you're in for one surprisingly amazing looking package.
Sorry, but it looks like your party has been cancelled.
Staying within the Nintendo family, let's take a look at yet another port I just breezed over in my last review. Ported by a company called Angel Studios, or as we know them today, Rockstar San Diego, RE2 on the N64 is an absolute marvel of technical know-how. If you guys didn't know, N64 game carts are limited to 64 megabytes, and RE2 on PS1 took up 2 discs worth of space, totaling more than 1 gig of data. And at the time, data compression was not the efficient process it is today. To get this bad boy working, Angel Studios had to shrink every asset in the game down, and the methods they used to perform this miracle make up some of the most interesting parts of this game's existence. RE2 on PS1 was well known for its, at the time, amazing looking CG cutscenes, but the small amount of storage space on an N64 cart meant some serious corners had to be cut if we were going to get the full RE2 experience. To pull this off, these guys shrunk each cutscene by more than half resolution, letting the 64 scale the image to fill the screen. They also reduced the frame rate from 30 frames per second to 15, which obviously led to a noticeable loss in fluidity. During the compression process, colors and brightness took some big hits too, and as a result, we have some pretty bad-looking CG movies. It's clear that interpolation was used to make the 15 frames per second more tolerable, but this leads to screen blur when there's a lot of motion happening, and crushed black levels on a dark scene with a lot of screen blur leads to a really visually weird experience. Looking at the PS1 and N64 side by side makes the changes pop a little more, but trust me, even someone who hasn't played this game in years will see a very noticeable difference here. Of course, this is to be expected, and if I'm being honest, even though this is not the way I'd prefer to see these cutscenes, they aren't all that bad given the context of the situation. Outside of the CGs, the game has a very different look to it, and I kind of like it. Video output is locked to 240p just like the PS1, but you can actually get 480i out of this version. Sort of. With the expansion pack installed, this game will display some screens in 480i and some in 240p, wreaking havoc with my FrameMeister. In the first area alone, you'll see the output resolution switch 3 times, meaning this mode is completely unplayable thanks to the FrameMeister's inability to handle on-the-fly resolution changes. I opted to play without the expansion pack, and to be honest, I might have done this anyways. I'll take progressive scan output over a higher res interlaced output any day of the week. And speaking of progressive scan, I'm using Voltar's N64 RGB board and a pair of HD Retrovision SNES component cables going into the FrameMeister to get the footage you're seeing now. And honestly, I recommend you do something similar if you plan on playing any N64 games, because this console has some of the worst looking composite video I've seen in a very long time. The first real thing you're likely to notice when you start the game up is a brand new look on Leon and Claire. Sure, the 3D models all look essentially the same as far as geometry goes, but the 2D textures wrapped around them look totally different here. I think they might actually be of a higher resolution, but there's no real way for me to tell since the 64 is applying its world-famous, terrible-looking bilinear filtering. On a CRT, these filtered textures may appear to look smoother than the originals, but in reality, they're just blurry as all hell. Which is fine, I guess. I mean, it is kind of the console's signature look, and I actually kind of like seeing the game in such a radical new light. That is, until I saw what was going on with the faces. NPCs all have really sharp looking faces with visible dark lines and shading, but the main characters all look like their faces have been blurred to hell and back. Worst of all was my girl Ada. I mean, look at her face. Looks like it fit right in on a standard enemy model from GoldenEye. As you might expect, 2D pre-rendered backgrounds have had their render resolution cut by a significant amount, and this does lead to much more noticeable block boundary style compression artifacts. A lot of color banding too. And on a much weirder note, some screens have one line of pixels from the right side of the screen displaying on the very left. I've been cropping it out for consistency's sake, but here's what the raw footage looks like. Sound was another element that had to be compressed to fit on an N64 cart, and to be honest, this will likely be the most noticeable change we've covered so far. During cutscenes, characters sound like they're delivering their lines from inside a soggy cardboard box, and their highs have a lot of hiss to them.
Wait! Don't shoot!
Get down!
Supposedly, the game's music was transferred over at a much higher bit rate than what was on the original PS1 disc, but to be completely honest with you, I can't really hear the difference. There's also an odd little quirk I noticed, where in-game graphics shone through the black pillar boxing during cutscenes, but I have no idea what's going on there. Even though I know this has been one complaint after another, given the circumstances, this is a pretty amazing thing to see with my own eyes working for the first time. I don't know, maybe I'm being too easy on it, but RE2 on the N64 was able to accomplish some incredible things visually speaking, given the context of its existence. As far as gameplay goes, it's a relatively standard affair. Controlling your character with the 64's terrible analog stick is about as bad as you might think, but the D-pad does a serviceable job. I did find that it took a while for me to get used to the way it felt, and I wasn't able to take sharp corners like I typically am able to, but I did eventually get the hang of it. Just like the GameCube version, both campaigns are selectable from the title screen, and there's also options for blood amount and blood color, which is nice, I guess. To have it fit in more with the unfinished and unreleased RE0, there are a few extra files hanging around Raccoon City this time around, and hardcore fans of RE lore are really going to appreciate this. There's also an option for an item randomizer, which is a pretty cool idea.
I mean, me personally, I like playing the game exactly how I remember it, but I can see why this would be a selling point for some of you. And after all that, I have to say, this definitely is not going to be my first choice when I go to play a game of Resident Evil 2 in the future, but it's so damn interesting, I'm glad I finally experienced it for myself. And I think that's exactly how I'd recommend it to you guys. Sure, it won't be replacing your favorite version anytime soon, but there's enough altered here that it's definitely going to make for a revitalizing playthrough. Lately, it's been dropping in price on the used market, and I say take advantage of that. RE2 on the N64 is a damn cool little package, and even at its worst, I was really just impressed with the mere fact that it exists. And next up, we have RE2's PC port, a version of the game known for being both very buggy and insanely hard to run on modern hardware. So how am I running it here? Well, that's simple. I'm not. I'm using the Source Next release, which is essentially the ultimate version of the game. Not only does it run at an absolutely crisp 640 by 480 resolution, but it also includes all extra content ever included in any version, minus the exclusive N64 stuff. This release is incredibly easy to get working on Windows 10, and I experienced absolutely no glitches during my playthrough, but of course there are a few cons to consider. First off, this is a Japanese-only release, so I hope you're very familiar with either the language or RE2, and, well, there's no way to bind controls other than to the keyboard. I will say though, keyboard keys lend themselves to tank controls very well, and you'd be surprised how quick you'd pick them up, but you didn't come here to settle, did you? I don't know, maybe there's a method to play this release at or above 1080p with modern controller support and English text. And maybe that method is as easy to install as dropping in one DLL file and you're good to go. That's right, we're talking about Gemini's classic Rebirth project again. For those of you who haven't seen it, my man Loboto3 over on Twitter completely revamped RE1's abysmal PC port, and he has done the same exact thing for the Source Next version of RE2's PC port, making it possibly one of the best, most complete ways to experience this game. All you need is a fresh install of RE2's Source Next release and Gemini's classic rebirth.dll file. The first time you boot the game, you'll see a configuration utility letting you run the game at your monitor's full resolution and other tweaks like using quick turn or the ability to reload with a button combination. And then bam, you're in. This is truly the most impressive version of RE2 you can technically get your hands on, and it should be. This is the first port so far that has given us lossless access to the game's assets and the ability to scale them to whatever resolution we want. At 1080p, RE2 looks stunning. The edges of 2D elements are razor sharp, and even though the 2D backgrounds are not internally rendered at the game's operating resolution of 640 by 480, they are the cleanest version of those backgrounds we have. But hey, good-looking graphics aren't exactly too hard to come by, right? I mean, there are a plethora of console versions and upscaler combinations nowadays, so what makes this version so great? Well, feast your eyes on this.
Hold on, darling. I'm taking care of that bullet wound first.
The Source Next release of RE2 includes the nearly uncompressed 60 frame per second cutscenes that I would have killed for back in my early years as an RE fan. These cutscenes look absolutely mind-blowingly good. The smooth 60 FPS playback is enough of a reason to give these a watch on its own, but the clarity and sharpness just cannot be overstated. There are parts of certain scenes that were too dark and blocky to really see in the PS1 original, but I can now see every single pixel, and I just can't properly explain how cool it is. For those of you who, like myself, grew up watching the PS1 original cutscenes, this is like a whole new level of quality. Plus, as an added bonus, the audio is noticeably cleaner and seems to run in true stereo, which is cool as hell. And I know I keep harping on about these cutscenes, but when you've played this game as many times as I have, little improvements like this, well, they shake up the experience and make it feel new again. Outside of my very clear childlike excitement, there are some gameplay elements to take into account for this version of the game. First off, you're going to have to be ready for a little bit of a different experience than what you're used to. It seems that the Japanese release of RE2 was very different from what we got. Zombies are placed in odd spots, and even their numbers have been lessened in some areas. I was specifically thrown for a loop when I rounded one of the first corners in Raccoon City and only found one walking corpse lurking in the alleyway in front of Kendo's gun shop. Little changes like this will pop up throughout your entire playthrough, and that's not where it ends either. Almost every secret item in the game is not where you remember it. For example, the 9mm rounds that are typically right here in the painting room, gone. The herb in the planner outside the RPD, non-existent. It took me a long time to get used to this because going to these areas and mashing the action button is kind of my go-to move, but it's definitely not a deal breaker. In fact, I found I had roughly the same amount of ammo at any point during this playthrough, and that's thanks to all new placements for these extra boxes. As a quick example, here in this office, instead of finding some secret ammo inside of one of the lockers, it's just sitting on a desk here. Like I said before, this game looks amazing, but it's definitely not without flaws. I saw a few little glitches here or there, like these white lines above the flames here, but they are very, very rare, and I doubt anyone would consider them game-breaking. One other thing to consider is that these new, higher quality cutscenes do have Japanese subtitles baked into them, which isn't a giant deal at all, but something worth noting if you're trying to use these for a media project or content on YouTube. For all intents and purposes, this is the total package here. On its own, the Source Next port is a very interesting experience, but with the classic Rebirth mod, this becomes one of the most compelling ways to play RE2. Since this is such an old game, you don't exactly need a $2,000 gaming PC to get it running, and the simplicity of dragging and dropping one .dll file is well appreciated. If there was anything you just heard that piqued your ear, I implore you get this version of the game at all costs. It is one of the most impressive RE-related packages you're ever going to see. And well, I guess we should talk about this trash fire. The Tiger Gamecom will go down in history as one of the worst consoles ever, and as you might expect, a port of RE2 on that platform did not change this fact. What we ended up with is a slow, unwieldy, impossibly difficult game that has no music and may or may not qualify as a legal means of torture. What we're looking at is footage from an emulator, and you know I'd prefer to see things running on official hardware, but trust me, this is a way better option than the blurry, prone to ghosting monochrome LCD the Gamecom has. Because I'm not trying to get caught up talking about this game for any length of time, here's the final verdict. This is a terrible game released on a terrible console, likely made by terrible people. No matter what you do, do not play this. Well, it's no secret nowadays that AI upscaling and machine learning algorithms are making it much easier to upres images and video. What you're looking at right now is that exact process used to upres Claire's intro to 4K, and the results are pretty damn amazing. But what if that same method could be used to finally get HD versions of the pre-rendered backgrounds in RE2? Enter the RE2 Seamless HD project, a pretty cool shakeup in the RE universe and a really interesting concept. Instead of using the higher res PC release, the Seamless HD project uses the GameCube version as a base, I'm guessing due to it being easier to import and export assets there. See, upconverting 3D models is no problem, anyone can do it, but trying to upres 2D assets in an RE game reveals how those images were processed originally. Held on the disc as hardware compressed bitmaps, they're drawn onto the screen in blocks, and attempts at altering them before they leave the coprocessor have always resulted in clear delineations between those blocks. But these guys have figured out how to draw these backgrounds while replacing the original mask texture and inserting them in real time, which means this obviously has to take place outside of the actual console the games were made to run on. In fact, going to the Seamless HD Project website will lead you to a custom build of the Dolphin emulator specifically tweaked for the RE game you're trying to play, and the results are pretty fucking cool. The HD backgrounds actually look really good, but there's more alterations than just that. Fonts have been replaced, 2D images in the inventory have been upscaled, and overall, I really like the total package. Sure, I would rather see the original pixelated graphics for stuff like your guns or picture in the inventory screen, but the smoother, higher res assets here fit in way more with the new HD look the game has. If you're like me and appreciate good comparisons, there's a toggle for switching between upscaled and original backgrounds, which I really got a kick out of. I would come across a particularly good looking area, then switch to the original assets just to drive home how far we've come. And even though that's a really cool thing to do, it's not all good news here. The AI upscaling process has real issues with small details thanks to heavy amounts of pixelation and the original assets, leading to odd-looking jumbled areas where there's a lot of fine details like writing or small elements like fencing. But this is an issue well worth dealing with if you ask me. Also on the chopping block are the original GameCube cutscenes, which, like I said before, look really bad. There is an FMV pack available that I haven't tried out yet, but it's supposed to include the SourceNext CG renders, which would solve this problem entirely. If you want my opinion, there is no reason not to give this seamless HD project a try. If you have access to the internet and a computer made after the turn of the century, you can probably run this perfectly. Plus, there's a sense of being on the cutting edge of retro tech while you're playing it. I mean, think about it, we live in this awesome age where retro games are being brought back to life in such interesting and new ways, and I'm just stoked to see what's next for all this. So if I were you, I'd keep my eyes on this team. I think there's some good stuff on the horizon for them.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Hold your fire! I'm a human!
And since we've started with the odd side of RE2, it's only fitting that we should at least mention the Game Boy Advance tech demo created by Raylight Studios. Yeah, sure, it only has like 3 screens, and it's a bit rough around the edges, but damn, this could have been something really special. Capcom has a history with shooting down cool-looking portable versions of RE games, and sadly, they kept that trend alive here. But for what it's worth, this is really impressive, and I imagine a little more time and funding might have cleared up any of the flaws here. Sadly, we'll never know how this could have worked out. Ah well though, there's no sense in crying over what could have been, especially when we've got one more port to check out. The Dreamcast release of RE2 has always been my favorite of the ports, and for good reason. Not only was this the first time we console plebs had a chance to see the game running at 480 glorious lines of vertical resolution, but it also included all of the extra content seen on the PC release. Hell, for all intents and purposes, it was the PC release. See, at the time, the DC made a name for itself as a great home for PC games. PC devs looking to port their games to the wider console market often had to deal with either the very obtuse hardware and software of the PS2, the lack of power housed in the N64, or the familiarity of a C++ codebase, and even a build of Windows with DirectX support. For a time, the choice was obvious, and we saw some really killer work being done migrating awesome PC gaming experiences to Sega's little console that could. Luckily, RE2 and 3 are on that list, and you can essentially expect the same exact experiences across both platforms. Before we get into video though, I do want to point out that we're using an analog JP21 cable to get 480i video out of the Dreamcast, since I don't own any of the expensive digital solutions that would allow me to capture 480p on the console. But I think this will be good enough to give you guys an idea of everything you can expect, and what you can expect is nothing short of perfection. This game just flat out looks incredible on the Dreamcast. Pixels are sharp and visible, but the less clear nature of analog video lends what you could almost call anti-aliasing to the picture. This same treatment goes for the pre-rendered backgrounds as well. They're as sharp as you'd expect with a 2x increase in vertical resolution, but the edges are just soft enough to make the whole package very visually pleasing. I also noticed a very saturated color palette. This helped all the 3D models really pop against the pre-rendered backdrops, and I think this might be my favorite look of all the ports I've seen. It's important to note that the Dreamcast outputs a 700 by 480 picture, but only uses 640 lines of horizontal resolution, so it can be easy for your scaler or line doubler to scale the picture based on the output window and not the on-screen graphics. Now, I'm mentioning this because I think there's something going on with the scaling here. As you can see on some of the 2D assets, there's more vertical height to the pixels than width, which at first led me to believe that my settings were a bit off, but I couldn't get rid of this effect, so I think Capcom did something to the game's graphics when porting it. It's nothing you'll ever really notice outside of some select scenarios, but still worth mentioning, I think. As far as the CG cutscenes go, I think this is the best way any console player is going to view them. Here we have the clarity and detail afforded by the PC's 480p videos, and none of the 8x8 block artifacts seen in the PS1 version. Of course, even a video quality buff like myself has to care about more than graphics every once in a while, and as far as gameplay goes, you're not going to have any of the niceties afforded by the other ports on the list. That means no quick turn, no cutscene or door animation skipping, which honestly shouldn't be a deal breaker for anyone other than speedrunners and people like me who need to capture a lot of footage in a timely fashion. There is one major change though, and it kind of blew me away when I noticed it. This is essentially the Japanese version of RE2 on the Dreamcast released in America, which is really weird. I was only 2 screens into my first new game on this version of RE2 in years, and I got that feeling when all of the zombies were in very odd places that I wasn't used to. I got confirmation when all the hidden ammo was missing, and the ink ribbons give you 3 per pickup. And this was a pretty insane realization for me. Back in the day, this was my favorite way to play this game, but I never really noticed all the little differences. Other than that, you get the same old RE that you know and love, but with all the best parts of the PC release tied up in one consoleized package. Plus, who the hell doesn't love the novelty of seeing their health readout showing on the VMU? Well, I guess I went into this video with the expectation of finding a new favorite port of RE2, and even though the GameCube and PC releases both earned much more respect from me than they used to, I still have to go with the Dreamcast version as my absolute favorite way to play the game. Now don't get me wrong, playing the game with modded HD graphics or checking out the GBA demo can be really fun, but if I was going to sit down and just play a game of Resident Evil 2, I think the DC release is going to be the version I reach for every time. It has all the amazing gameplay of the original, but with the bonus clarity and definition that comes with double the resolution. Sure, the GameCube version technically looks better, but it might be a little too sharp for my liking. And on top of that, the GC release has some of the worst versions of the game's cutscenes you're ever going to see. Plus, it's important to point out you're going to need a lot of outside factors to get this version looking its best on the GameCube, while a cheap VGA cable can get the job done on the Dreamcast. This version of RE2 really is the best of all the ports put together. The colors pop right off the screen, and just the right combination of sharpness and dull analog video makes for the best looking presentation you're going to find in a home console. But there's some really good news here. No matter which port of RE2 you go with, you are guaranteed an amazing time. There isn't a bad way to play the game, as each and every release brings its own positives to the table. Now, some of you may have noticed that I'm talking as if the Gamecom port doesn't exist, and yes, I am. Resident Evil 2 was a landmark event for both Capcom and the larger gaming community, and it brings a smile to my face that each time it was ported, a clear level of care and attention was paid to all the things that made the game so important. And if anything, that's exactly what such an amazing gaming experience deserves. Thank you so much for sitting through all this nonsense, and make sure to stick around because it looks like our time in Raccoon City isn't quite up yet. But until then, thank you very much for watching the Resident Evil Retrospective. Well guys, the day has finally come. Hell has frozen over, pigs are flying through the air, and the Resident Evil 2 remake has finally arrived. And as I'm sure you guys will remember, I was skeptical as hell during this game's development cycle. Not only was Capcom ditching the classic fixed perspective and tank control driven gameplay that a lot of us wanted to see make a return, but they were also changing the iconic looks of the cast. So as an avid RE fan since day one, I was filled with a combination of excitement and reserved worry at the idea of my favorite PS1 game crawling into the modern age. So I guess the big question is it even possible to deliver on the titanic waves of hype this game has been riding ever since it was announced? Well, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews, and it is an absolute joy to say, one more time, welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. To talk about the development of this remake, we have to get a little personal. You see, this game means a lot to me in more ways than you might imagine. Not only is this a remake of a game that I was head over heels for, but in some kind of cosmic show of greatest luck ever, it was announced just a few days before my own birthday. And just when we were at peak levels of excitement, nothing. Not one word for damn near 3 years. To be honest, I had pretty much written it off by 2017, and during the aftermath of a major hurricane hitting my own little corner of South Florida, subsequently knocking out my internet for almost a month, I decided to use all this free time to my advantage and start working on a review for the first Resident Evil, which turned into an overview of the series, which transformed into the RE Retrospective. Hell, I'd say 90% of you guys found me through this very series, and I owe all of that to this remake. People were hungry for RE content, and I was lucky enough to have been elbow deep in it by this point, so when I say this game means something to me personally, I really do mean that.
which made it all the more ironic that my opinion of it at the time could be accurately described as hoping for the best but expecting the worst. After all, this was Capcom we were talking about. They'd been destroying my childhood for as long as I could remember, and I had yet to experience the critical success of RE7. All I knew was that this over-the-shoulder perspective wasn't exactly known for ushering in a brand new era of survival horror in the past, and call me an entitled man-child if you want, but damn it, I wanted my pre-rendered backgrounds. Well, Remake rode high on an avalanche of hype right up until the day it hit store shelves, and I'll be damned if I didn't stay in a constant state of anxiousness right up to the moment I started it up. For me, those very first moments of the game were moments of revelation, and nowhere is that more true than with this retelling of an old story.
No, don't shoot! Get down!
Resident Evil 2 for me was a cornerstone in video game storytelling. The first RE was an obsession of mine, and by the time I first laid hands on the sequel, I had spent easily over 100 hours exploring every nook and cranny of the Spencer estate. To say that I was in love with Resident Evil's world would be putting it lightly. The fact that RE2 not only expanded that world but improved on it as well just blew my mind at the time. I was young and most of my experience with sequels was with the Final Fantasy series. I was used to gameplay and mechanics being brought over and not much else. But RE2 filled my head with callbacks to the Arklay Mountains incident, names and dates I actually knew off the top of my head, and a cast of characters I had grown completely and totally attached to. So I'm sure you can imagine how hard I was hit when Tsuyoshi Kondo was quoted saying that they would be digging in and messing with my story. I was disappointed as hell to hear that this wouldn't be a true one-to-one remake, but before we get into whether or not I was won over in the end, let's talk about what we're dealing with here. Just like the original, Leon and Claire meet up outside Raccoon City only to be separated by a semi-named fate. And once you've arrived at the RPD, you might notice while the locations may have changed a bit, all of the main points still get touched on. You're still either a rookie cop looking to lend a hand or a badass biker searching for your brother, and escaping a city stuffed to the rafters with walking corpses quickly becomes priority one. On your way out, you'll find a certain mega corporation is involved in all the madness, and a trek through their secret underground lab is still the best way to get out of the city. If you ask me, Capcom did an admirable job at preserving and respecting the original story.
You up for this?
I think I could fit it in my schedule.
And the small amount that's been altered has been in the form of some relatively light but much appreciated improvements. For example, instead of the flimsy "I'm looking for my boyfriend" story, Ada is operating under the guise of an FBI agent, and Chief Irons has made the transition from a psychotic killer to a more developed psychotic killer with a few more lines of dialogue.
Brave little girl to leave her house in the middle of this mess. On the ground, hands behind your head.
You can't be serious.
Now, I know I'm being very vague with the story here, but it's because if for some reason you haven't played this game, I want you to go into it with a similar advantage that I had. If you followed me on Twitter, you probably know that I went into this completely blind. Aside from the original reveal trailer and the first 30-minute demo available at 2018's E3, I consumed zero media covering this game. I had no idea what to expect, and I think that made my first two playthroughs so much more enjoyable. Of course, I figured they would stick to the basics outlined by the original, but there was also a part of me that wondered what, if anything, they might have changed. This constant wondering and bits of doubt made it possible for me to relive my first run-in with RE2. I played through this remake much like the original, knowing nothing about what would come next, and the scant few location changes and altered events kept me guessing who I would meet next and what would happen to him. It was like taking a trip back in time to an era before every single detail of a game's content was easily accessible by computers, phones, watches, and some refrigerators. If you ask me, this is the only way to experience such a landmark event. But enough about my weird philosophy on playing video games, let's talk about some of the changes we mentioned before. And right off the bat, you know we have to talk about everybody's brand new look. I guess Capcom is looking to keep on track with the RE7 route by continuing the original story, but rebranding everything in an attempt at breaking the bonds of more than 2 decades of established narrative. And this might sound odd for an RE purist like myself to say, but I might be on board with this. Honestly, I still have the originals to love and appreciate, and I'm not exactly against having a new perspective on the people and events that I've come to know so well. Claire and Leon look their ages this time around, and to my eye definitely hit Capcom's intended goal of bringing a lot more realism to the remake. Leon, while still an altruistic rookie cop, reacts to his fucked up situation in a more believable manner instead of the action hero persona he would eventually develop in the series. And even though I've always held Leon's A scenario as the sort of baseline for RE2, I have to say I think Claire is now the most relatable character in my eyes. She gets understandably emotional at times, and her "I don't give a fuck, I'm making it out of here" attitude just feels genuine as hell. And while we're on that front, I have to give it up to the game's voice talent, because every one of them are giving it their all. Even the smallest scenes are acted perfectly.
This is my life's work. I'm not handing over anything.
We have our orders, Dr. Birkin.
It does my heart good to see so much care and attention going into Capcom making up for their, let's say, past missteps in this department. Although I've yet to see anything tying this game to a specific year, it seems clear that they're trying to keep it in the same era as the original, which I really like. In 7, it was made pretty clear that they were still following the established timeline, but just tweaking it a bit. The reason I mention this is because I think Capcom did a really good job at making this evident, but not calling too much attention to it. I mean, there's CRT monitors all over the place, and Marvin uses a utilitarian version of a laptop both Compaq and Toshiba had out in the late 90s. I'm not sure why, but stuff like this always catches my eye, or at least it does when it's done right. Anyways, getting back to things that actually matter to people, Remake offers the same tight, well-told story that the original does, but somehow greatly improved. Just like I always do with the original RE2, I'm going to recommend that you play through both characters' campaigns along with their complementary B scenarios in the interest of getting the full picture. Now, this technically isn't necessary. I mean, you can get a fully satisfying experience just playing the main stories, but if you're anything like me, the second those end credits start rolling, you're going to look for any reason you can to jump back into Raccoon City. It's actually kind of hard to sum up my positive feelings on the game's story, since it's essentially a retelling of an old tale but with some serious overhauls. I mean, if we're being honest, Resident Evil 2's original story was a masterpiece, and somehow this one is even better. But the murkiness comes in when I try to get into the weeds, figuring out whether or not it was the original game's story that deserves all the credit. But let's not start arguing microscopic nuance right now. The fact of the matter is, this is an incredibly engaging story. One that had me hooked from the very start, which blows me away. I was already familiar with it before it ever started, and yet, there I was, hanging on every cutscene, wondering what would happen next, and if anything, that's the real compliment here. Resident Evil 2 can take a story you've already heard a million times and get you completely invested in it. Guys, there's no getting around it. I had some dead serious reservations with Capcom taking the pinnacle of tank control driven, pre-rendered background having survival horror and stripping it of those very elements. And could you blame me? I'm pretty sure the last thing any of us think about when we see this over-the-shoulder third-person camera is, oh good, a survival horror game. And don't worry, I'm not going to make you wait on some big reveal. The fact of the matter is, this remake is survival horror down to its very core, which very well might upset some of you since I didn't consider RE7 as part of the genre, based mostly on the perspective and only bare-bones use of the pillars of survival horror gameplay. And while RE2 may not have a fixed perspective, all classic RE games are technically third-person games, so haha, I win. But in all seriousness, I think at the end of this video you'll agree this game is a perfect modern personification of the genre. And since we've already opened that can of worms, let's talk basics. Remake, like any other survival horror game, drops you in a place you don't want to be and makes you go about leaving that place in the most convoluted serpentine method imaginable, which is going to have you exploring your environment to find keys in order to open up more environment to explore, all while dealing with mobs of zombified citizens of Raccoon City and any bioweapon that managed to work its way out of Umbrella's underground lab. Now, at its core, this sounds like a simple concept, but if you're familiar with the Resident Evil Retrospective, you'll know I see survival horror more as a puzzle-solving genre than anything else. And no, that's not because there are puzzles to solve in the game. I say that because every decision you make in one of these games has to have a lot of thought behind it. Sure, you could just leave a save room strapped with every gun you can carry, but what happens when you come across a key item and no space to store it? Not to mention the damage you're likely to take when engaging in combat. Survival horror has you weigh every single option from what to take with you, what key items you might need, and how exactly you're going to get to where you're going, all the while trying to account for any surprises that might come your way. And for a long time, Resident Evil 2 was the crown prince of this idea. It, along with the remake of RE1, was the perfect culmination of following the established rules of a predecessor but adding new twists on a successful formula. Well, I have to say something I never thought I would say. move over RE2, there is a new king of survival horror. Not only is Remake following the strict tenets of the genre, but it's doing it in 2019. A game with a AAA budget is bringing survival horror back to the masses, a feat even Capcom thought wasn't possible. Now, I know this sounds like a jaded fanboy excited because he finally got thrown a few scraps, but let's get specific with the game's elements and maybe you can make up your own mind. One criticism classic RE games have always been stuck with is that the combat is bad, mostly from millennials whose first console was an Xbox 360, but jokes aside, this has always been an issue for the early games in the series, and to be honest, I never understood why. Combat in these early survival horror games was always meant to be tactical and incredibly challenging. The idea was to show you through gameplay that you might want to steer clear of it whenever possible, so you can imagine what my first thought was when I saw that I'd be losing my beloved tank controls and fixed perspectives. I figured this new system would either make the game too easy or rely too much on twitch reflexes and not enough on good planning, and I wasn't 10 minutes into the game when I figured out that this was not the case at all. To put things very simply, there's a lot going on behind the scenes here to keep things from devolving into a bog-standard third-person shooter. We'll use the zombies as an example since you'll probably be dealing with them the most. You'd figure being able to aim freely would put you at a distinct advantage compared to the original, but there's a lot working against you here. Not only do zombies have very erratic swaying animations, making consistent headshots hard as hell to pull off, but they each require wildly varying amounts of damage to put down. The baseline tends to be 3 headshots. Typically this will drop one of these corpses, at least for a time, but I've seen some take 7, and that's not mentioning the fact that they're very likely to get back up again. You can throw more than 10 rounds into these guys and still have them coming at you. The best practice tends to be a double tap once they go down, or if you're conserving ammo, which you definitely should be, a quick headshot will typically stun them long enough for you to get by. These few little tweaks makes the typical zombie a major threat even in the late game, and while tank controls may not be a limiting factor anymore, you won't exactly be gliding around enemies with ease. The zombies, lickers, Cerberus, and hell, pretty much everything else all have grab attacks that will wreck your shit if you get too close, which you'll be getting too close a lot. Another lethal addition is zombies being able to follow you into other rooms. This makes the old tactic of dodging a few deadheads then hauling ass to the next area a quick way to get surrounded. And since these guys don't just respawn at set locations, swooping past a single enemy and having them follow you into a safe location means possibly having to deal with them in even less ideal conditions. Now, we barely even scratched the surface, but it may sound overwhelming at this point, and at times it really can be, but the game does give you a bit of a buffer between you and the game over screen. The sub-weapons from Remake of RE1 have made a return and serve pretty much the same purpose. If you get grabbed, having a knife, flashbang, or hand grenade on you will keep you from taking any damage, and in the case of the grenade, get rid of the enemy that grabbed you. Only this time, these items actually take up space in your inventory, adding to the stress of deciding what to take with you on your next expedition outside of the save room. The amount that this game makes you think about combat rivals any other entry in the series, to my mind. Before deciding to do away with any threats, you have to take into account an insane amount of factors, and when an encounter gets sprung on you in the heat of the moment, well, let's just hope you're good at thinking on your feet. And moving to an area outside of combat, I have to say this game is a love letter to classic RE design. Each area's layout is tailor-made to force you into some bad situations, and just when you think you've determined the best routes that'll keep you far away from any unforeseen danger, an event or key item will have you sneaking past a hallway filled with more lickers and zombies than you could ever know what to do with. The changes made to the RPD, sewer, and subsequent underground laboratory are very well thought out and follow the same design philosophy Mikami was looking at when remaking the first game. The idea seems to be keeping the spirit of the original alive, all while tweaking it ever so slightly with the goal of maximizing the elements that people come to the series for, and if I'm being honest, I very well might prefer this design to the original. It just flows together so well, and despite all the added roadblocks and alternate routes, it took me less than an hour to have the whole place mapped out in my head. And of course you can't argue with the added touch of realism found in this new iteration. The original RPD Precinct felt alive and creepy, but in Remake, it may as well actually be alive, and the added emphasis on realistic darkness takes the creepiness and kicks it into high gear. Seriously guys, this game had me so stressed out, there were times I just had to put it down and walk away. I would be running through an area I knew was clear, but the anxiety of what might be ahead and how little ammo I had to deal with it would start to get to me, and before I knew it, I noticed my shoulders were pushed up around my ears, and my whole body was sore from how tense I was. Without a second thought, I can say that this is the most effective horror game I've played in maybe a decade. Sure, the old game scared the shit out of me, but I had to actively participate in that. The appeal of classic RE was always having a small chunk of the environment displayed on screen, but using my imagination to fill in all the gaps, and to suspend the disbelief that comes with 240p backgrounds suffering from PS1 era JPEG compression. But this world right here doesn't just feel real. For me, I was in it. The little touches with rain coming through the cracks of a boarded up window and light bleeding out of bullet-ridden doors makes this one of the best experiences I've ever had with survival horror. That being said, this is not a perfect game. I do have a few complaints, most of them starting with an M and ending with an Easter X. This trenchcoat bedecked behemoth has made a triumphant comeback, and while I do appreciate the addition of his stylish fedora putting him one patchy neckbeard away from defending the honor of Milady, this persistent asshole can make the later portion of the precinct a real pain in the ass. Now don't get me wrong, I honestly do like the idea of him being able to chase me into any room. I mean, it was terrifying, but in practice I think I could have used a few more areas he couldn't follow me through. The section of the game that requires you to pull the bookcases in the library doesn't force you to think on your toes and deal with an ever-present threat. It just makes you cheese his AI and walk speed by pulling one case, running up a ladder, and repeating it another 2 times. Of course, you can down him for a small time, but it's just not worth the ammo you're gonna spend, especially if you're in the middle of a B scenario run, which is another sore spot for me actually. In the original, the B scenario was a way to get the other half of the story and see the events of the game from a different perspective, but in Remake, this ultimately leads to a different starting point and one extra final boss fight. There are some small differences, like some key items being moved to different locations and zombies flooding the main hall of the precinct, but it's kind of disappointing that we didn't get a new story or even the inclusion of the original zapping system, which I'm sure you guys will remember was the mechanic that allowed a player's decisions in one playthrough to affect the next. As it is now, Scenario B is a really good way to unlock a few of the game's goodies like the forced survivor and alternate costumes, and that's about it. The good news is there is free DLC headed our way later this month, so depending on how good that is, this complaint may very well get downgraded to a bit of a bother. And speaking of bothers, while I absolutely love the redesigned areas on offer, I think the Underground Umbrella Lab kinda drags ass in the pacing department. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the added backtracking that needs to be done here, but at this point in the game, I imagine players are more interested in progressing through the story than spending another hour in a small, albeit creepy environment. And since you guys know I love saving the worst for last, we gotta talk about the zombies, which is gonna make me sound like I'm contradicting what I said before, but I promise I'm not. I like the idea of scoring a random critical hit and seeing a head pop like an overripe watermelon. I just don't think the same RNG should go into how hard these guys are to put down. I mean, I know zombies have always had varying amounts of health, but in Remake there's just too much discrepancy between the two extremes. Even on the standard difficulty, a zombie can take upwards of 6 headshots to kill. And while I do appreciate the added realism of double tapping enemies, I just don't think dice rolls and survival horror gameplay go very well together. And to cap this off, we gotta talk about something that's less of a complaint and more of a warning. The popularity of this game means a good portion of the people playing it, or maybe even people watching this video, aren't gonna be hardened survival horror experts. And for those of you who can hear these words, this is a very, very difficult game. Expect a pretty severe challenge at first. My recommendation is to start on the normal difficulty and not worry about things like a good ending grade or number of saves. Just get through both stories and then maybe worry about master level speedruns. As for you experienced RE players, get ready for a satisfying but challenging time, because this game is exactly what we've been begging for, and it's actually a marvel that we've got it. Since I purposely kept away from all news about the remake before launch, I went in expecting your typical hand-holding found in most modern games. So I started on hardcore mode. The fact that ink ribbons needed to be used to save and autosaves weren't an option, I figured this would be a perfect place to start, and about halfway through, something magical happened. I completely failed. I ran myself into a situation where I had absolutely no ammo and almost no healing items while trying to survive the Raccoon City sewer system. It was at this point I realized Capcom was bringing their A-game here. No more whitewashing for the bland masses. This was real deal survival horror, and I needed to rethink my approach. Since this embarrassing revelation, I've finished both A scenarios, one B scenario, and I'm currently back in the sewer on a hardcore run. And after so much experience with the game, I am completely comfortable saying these incredible but unbelievable words. Ladies, gentlemen, Resident Evil's back. I know I'm the guy who was asking for the series to end. Honestly, I was really scared that it was going so far in the wrong direction that there'd be no way to salvage the series, but here I stand admitting that I was about as wrong as I've ever been before. Capcom has showed me that they are more than willing to put their all into dragging this classic Resident Evil formula into the burning light that is the modern gaming landscape. And here's the most insane part. It is absolutely killing it. In fact, I would like to formally submit this to every comment I have ever received on this retrospective telling me something along the lines of, quit whining and accept that traditional survival horror just can't work today because it's too clunky, obtuse, and inaccessible. To everyone who's told me the formula created by RE4 was the future for the series, I'd like to give a middle finger so fucking large it's visible from space. Not only can survival horror thrive in a modern context, but it's doing it right now in front of our very eyes. For the first time in a decade, I can say that Capcom is headed in more than the right direction. It knows who got them there, and they're willing to take a huge risk by pleasing us. I can't even begin to describe the size of the smile that's on my face right now while reading these words. Resident Evil has returned, everyone. At least until it starts to underperform and Capcom completely changes their approach again, which they almost certainly will do.
I'll get you, you fucker!
I think we all know if there's one thing that I would get really excited about, it would be a graphical overhaul of a game that I used to drool over. And as a mature adult now, I can say that Remake makes me drool all over again. The game uses Capcom's RE engine created for 7's first-person affair, and even though 7 really impressed me, I can definitely say Remake has beat it by a country mile. But not just other games in the same engine. This is without a doubt the best-looking game I've ever played. I mean, there are parts that get dangerously close to photorealism, and I think this is due to a combination of things. Not only is this game pushing a massive amount of polygons, but it's also making sure that the little environmental and ambient details get just as much attention. Things that might be easy to overlook, but nevertheless makes for a more believable presentation. Things like dust and debris particles getting caught by the light, or wet surfaces looking believably soaked. Alongside the small details, things like texture work are also insanely high res, which, as you guys might remember, was one of my issues with 7. I loved how great the game looked at a glance, but once you really got in there and started examining things, you could see a lot of cut corners. Now, I'm not sure if Remake's perspective makes it harder to see these flaws, or if Capcom buckled down and fixed the issues, but I'm gonna lean more towards the latter. I also notice how effective the dirt, blood, and grime looks on Leon and Claire's skin. As the game progresses, they'll get understandably dirty, which looks really great on close inspection. Also, how cool is it that you can make out individual fibers on a character's clothes? I don't think I've ever seen that in a game before. And while this may not be a visual element per se, I have to give huge props to Remake for including some incredible animations. Part of the fear that the zombies invoke comes from their creepy swaying movements and how realistically they react to the environment. Using something like a desk or a barrier to trick up their AI is no longer an option since they're likely to just spill over or crawl under any obstacle and continue their pursuit. But of course all of this counts for nothing without good lighting, and lighting, well, it's a mixed bag here. Thanks to the power still running, most areas in RE2 on the PS1 were really well lit, but this time around we're dealing with a mostly lightless RPD. And this is a design decision that I can actually get behind. Not only is it too damn satisfying seeing the light of the moon cutting the darkness in half as it bleeds through a broken window, but it's also a pretty effective tool when horror is concerned. All it takes is one look at a few walking corpses sulking out of the dark and into the foggy illumination of your flashlight beam, and trust me, you'll be closer to pissing your pants than you've ever been. So it goes without saying, the dynamic lighting, real-time shadows, and light source reflections look beyond incredible, but I think either this engine's or Capcom's creative decisions regarding the lighting can be really distracting. First off, this is a game that really needs to be calibrated properly, something I didn't find out until my second playthrough. Looking at all the footage available online and clips uploaded to social media, it looks like a lot of other people got this wrong too. What you actually want is for the brights and the darks at max, then you can fine-tune with the third option, but don't venture too far from the neutral setting in the middle. And now that you've got your contrast dialed in just right, enjoy the game dynamically changing light values depending on the scene, completely ruining all the changes you just made. Honestly, it makes it really impossible to calibrate since a few steps to the left can totally alter the look of a scene. I mean, check this out. This reminds me of the old days of LCD technology when the industry was trying to catch up to plasmas and the dynamic contrast ratio was really big. And this change isn't exactly immediate, so if you change direction really quickly, you might be stuck watching your screen cycle through darkness gradients until it finds the right one. But to be fair, I assume most people probably won't notice this. Sadly, one thing they will notice is the game leaning a little too hard towards this hazy gray look in scenes of high contrast. I'm sure this was a stylistic choice and not some kind of screw up, but I really would have liked to see some dark inky blacks obscuring the outside of my flashlight instead of this foggy gray.
Just get me the fuck out of here!
One issue I did have with RE Engine in the past is its propensity for being a little too shiny, and this carries over here, at least just a bit. Of course, that's no deal breaker, but you'll definitely get a few flashbacks to old 2007 era Unreal Engine games. But my biggest gripe is with the surface reflections. This entire element seems to be buggy as hell, and the grainy reflections are more distracting than they are impressive. If you guys are playing on PC, I'd recommend leaving them off. Sure, they can look okay in some very few scenarios, but they mostly just look out of place thanks to their low resolution and messed up angles. Of course, it being a major resource hog doesn't help either. Plus, light sources are still reflected regardless, so it's not like you'll be looking at a flat, non-reflective surface without it. But heading back into the positives, one thing that really can't be discredited is the almost lifelike faces and animations in the game. To get the most realistic look possible, Capcom photographed actual people from several angles and combined them together for a really amazing look. If I had one complaint, it would be that Claire shows a little too much teeth in some scenes, but I actually looked up pictures of her real-life counterpart and sure enough, she does the same thing. Voice acting, like I said before, is also second to none. There are still a few awkward lines, but they're kind of awkward in a real people talking to each other kind of way and not a Japanese people writing stuff in English kind of way. And they're also delivered with an incredible amount of talent.
Nothing dies down here.
Since most of us were coming in hot off of RE1 when 2 came out, we were blown away by the step up in voice work, and I think this was an equal leap forward if you ask me. Staying in the realm of sound, I really like this game's music. A lot of tracks from the original make an appearance, but thanks to the new style, they serve more as audio motifs than actual remixes or remasters. Music seems to play more of a backseat role this time around, with Capcom putting more of an emphasis on ambient environmental sound effects. And while I would love to hear the bangers I'm so familiar with take center stage, I've always really been a fan of good atmospheric sound design, and Remake definitely has this in spades. My only real complaint here is that after 3 or 4 playthroughs, none of the original tracks stand out in my mind. I mean, they work really well in the moment and they sound really great, but I couldn't hum a tune from the game right now if you asked me to. Of course, you guys knew damn well we weren't going to stop the analysis here. We've got to check out Remake's ports, but since I only have a base model PS4, we're just going to have to rely on the good people at Digital Foundry for anything that lies outside of that. And right off the bat, the most noticeable thing is a frame rate that can vary a pretty good amount, but it either never dips too low or has great individual frame timing because it never really bothered me too much. I have to assume this might get in the way during boss fights where William Birkin's big ass fills most of the screen with flashy polygons, but it's not so bad that it would negatively affect the experience. The odd thing is they elected to use screen space reflections, even though that is one of the most taxing additions on the PC version. I would have assumed that a more solid frame rate would have taken precedence here since, like I said before, the effect is pretty poorly implemented, but to be honest, on the PS4, it seems like the slight loss in clarity might benefit this issue. Reflections are still grainy and low res, but not as annoying for some reason. Maybe they adjusted it a bit for lesser hardware. who knows. But aside from that and a very short list of visual effects being turned off, this console version is impressive as hell. The load times on my stock mechanical hard drive are much faster than I would have assumed, and I can say these types of games make navigation feel natural as hell with a controller. Running around and navigating menus is much snappier, but I gotta be honest, I've always had issues shooting accurately with an analog stick. But I gotta assume most people playing this on console are probably used to this already. Just like the PC version, this console port supports up to 7.1 surround sound, and I highly recommend you take advantage of this no matter what platform you choose, because Resident Evil 2 was made to be experienced with this type of setup. Zombie moans, old floorboards creaking, and other ambient sound effects are actually placed in the environment instead of being audio events that get triggered and play anywhere in the soundscape.
Jesus! They're everywhere!
Which may sound like a small thing to be happy with, but you'd be surprised how little this is done in most AAA games. The only real complaint I have with the console experience goes back to the slowdown again, because it may be masked with good frame timing and motion blur during gameplay, but cutscenes typically don't have this luxury, and since Remake's cutscenes are like 90% in-game events, this might become more noticeable than you'd like. And of course, we absolutely have to see these two side by side, which oddly enough will reveal that they're not as dissimilar as you'd expect. I've heard good things about how well RE7 ran on consoles, but I never expected for the competition to be so neck and neck. Honestly, Capcom just doesn't get enough recognition for the technical marvels their in-house engines are able to pull off. So if I had to give Remake an overall grade on presentation, I'd have to invent some number past infinity, because this is probably the best looking game I've ever seen before. My entire time playing was spent completely immersed in this dark zombie-ridden city, and in all honesty, all Capcom had to do to impress me was do an even halfway decent job at representing the original's visual look, and instead they went a little further and created one of the most visually impressive games this world has ever seen. The handful of microscopic gripes that I have can't even come near tarnishing this visual treat, and I'm equally impressed by its performance on PS4. Sure, the divide between PC and console may be shrinking every day, but I still can't get over the idea of getting a similar experience on inferior hardware. But no matter how you slice it, RE2 is a graphical powerhouse and a visual experience absolutely no one should miss out on. And just when I thought I was done, a literal atomic bomb was dropped on me in the form of some very cool news. I had just finished recording audio and I was in the middle of editing this very video right here when my friend Creamy Elephant pointed me in the direction of a very cool mod for Remake's PC version. A mod that takes a terrifying experience and somehow increases the terror by orders of magnitude.
Son of a bitch.
This first-person mod created by, or at least uploaded to GitHub by PreyDog, is really something special. I mean, this game is amazing on its own, for sure, but in first person, it's really something to behold. You feel so much more immersed in the game world, and you get to notice details that you might not have ever seen. For example, did you know the room with the unicorn statue outside the library overlooks the reception room? Well, I know that now. Take this mod with a few tweaks, turn the heads-up display off, and you've got yourself a recipe for a horrifyingly good time. I'll have links to the files needed in the description, along with a short list of instructions, but the real good news here is none of the changes you make will be permanent. You can pull up the mod's options by hitting insert and turn it off and on at will. Also, here's my settings that I like to use, which might be a good starting point for you. The only downsides I've found so far are obvious ones, like being able to see parts of your character's head when camera changes are made in certain ways, and sometimes you might notice lighting not working right when looking out windows at some angles, but for a non-official deal, this is really damn impressive. I mean, I played first-person mods for third-person games before, but none of them had their own GUI, and rarely did they integrate this well into the game. I have to imagine either this PreyDog guy is some type of miracle worker, or this game works in a very modder-friendly environment, but either way, if you have the PC version of this game, there is no reason I can think of to not currently have this installed, so stop what you're doing and go grab it. It's absolutely amazing. So after all my praise and disbelief at how well it works as a modern survival horror game, the real question still remains. Is this remake of Resident Evil 2 worthy enough to carry the RE2 name? And with no doubt in my mind, I can confidently say yes, it absolutely is. Capcom in remaking this game has followed in the spirit of their own remake of RE1 perfectly. Every single thing that made the original great has either been brought over to the remake or altered for the better. They've also brought the full original experience into the modern light while adding a camera and control style that not only pleases gamers unable to grasp tank controls, but also keeps the integrity of the original design docs alive and kicking. And if you ask me, that should have been an impossible feat. Almost no one, myself included, believed that this game would be as faithful as it ended up being, but one thing is very clear now. This remake right here will serve as the standard by which every video game remake will be held up to from here on out. And as a guy who primarily plays games from the far past, it surprises the hell out of me to be saying that about a 2019 release. But if you guys have been around this long, I assume you're wondering if I'll answer just one more question. And it's the major question that's been dangled over this game's head during its entire public life. With all of its seemingly impossible improvements and its trend-setting graphical wizardry, does Remake take the place of the original Resident Evil 2? And to be honest, that's a hard question to answer. I mean, I grew up with RE2. This was the game I would take with me on trips just to beat a few times when I was bored at some relative's house. I have such a history with this game that it might be impossible to say which one I prefer, at least at this point it is. What I will say is that just like the original, Remake has made me completely enamored with it ever since it launched, and very rarely do I play a game to completion this many times and in such a rapid-fire way. In this sense, it follows right in line with my experiences with the OG RE2, but instead of making some kind of crazy declarative statement, I can say, for right now, in this very moment, I think this might have replaced the original for me. Everything that I used to be able to imagine in RE2 is now taking place on screen, and this is now my go-to for when I need that creepy, satisfying, easy to pick up, difficult to master zombie dodging experience. Obviously, Resident Evil 2 will always hold a large place in my heart, and I'm still very much in love with it, but for now, Remake is my preferred way to experience survival horror. Whether or not this game stands the test of time like the original has yet to be seen, but regardless of how you feel about this remake in comparison to its inspiration, rest assured this is the horror game of the decade. No matter who you are or what you're doing, there should be a copy of this game on some shelf or on a device's hard drive in your house. If you have yet to play this game, stop this video right now and remedy that, because you are honestly missing out on one of the best games I have played in years. And with that, I think I've reached the legal limit of compliments I'm allowed to give a game in any one video, but more importantly, the end of another entry in the Resident Evil Retrospective. I hope you guys have enjoyed this ride as much as I have at this point, because the series comprises some of my proudest moments on the platform. For those of you who are wondering, this definitely is not the end. For the first time in a long time, I am beyond excited to see where the RE series is headed. Of course, there are talks of more remakes in the works, but I'm even more stoked to see what fresh new take Capcom will have on my favorite survival horror franchise. So stay tuned, because as long as RE lives, so does the Retrospective. I'm pumped to see what you guys have to say about this landmark event in the series, so make sure to sound off in the comments section. And until Capcom figures out a way to make lightning strike twice, I hope to see all of you again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. As the 90s were coming to a close, it was obvious that Capcom had a hit series on their hands. If sales were anything to go by, the entire world had caught Resident Evil fever, which I'm just now realizing should have been a T-Virus joke. Man, talk about a missed opportunity. Anyways, Capcom was already raking in the cash, and letting the momentum slow down even for a second was not an option. Thus began work on another entry in this great series, and would you know it, it managed to involve itself in some developmental controversy. It seems like from this point forward we should probably just accept this as a rule. Resident Evil 3 is an odd point on the map for the series and manages to get just as many things wrong as it gets right. So without further ado, let's dive headfirst into this odd little spin-off that accidentally fell face first into becoming a full-on numbered sequel in Part 3 of the Resident Evil Retrospective. After the success of Resident Evils 1 and 2, Capcom had several RE projects in the works, and when it came to select which one of these potential games would bear the name of Resident Evil 3, Capcom chose a completely different game. Yep, Nemesis was never supposed to be a numbered RE game. In fact, it was being developed by a small, inexperienced team and being written by a guy who had almost no prior knowledge of the series. But thanks to a limited exclusivity deal with Sony and a few greased palms, I'm sure, Resident Evil Nemesis had a 3 slapped on it. With its new position on the RE timeline came a few changes to its core concepts. Originally, it was supposed to star an all-new character trying to escape from Raccoon City, but obviously this was a little too similar to the current king of survival horror, RE2. And thus, with the assistance of producer Shinji Mikami, Nemesis became the game we all know today. So, what is that game? Well, hypothetical person asking a question, let's dive into it. Taking place before, during, and after the events of Part 2, RE3 is the story of Jill Valentine, celebrated expert unlocker / co-star of the first game, and her attempt at escaping her hometown of Raccoon City. It seems like her and Chris's return from the Spencer Mansion didn't exactly spell out the end of the Umbrella Corporation, but their repeated poor handling of potentially world-ending viruses very well may. After an outbreak of the T-virus, the entire city has become a zombie-infested nightmare, and by teaming up with a member of Umbrella's own mercenary unit, Jill hopes to finally be free of all this chaos.
It was Raccoon City's last chance, and my last chance. My last escape.
Obviously wanting to eliminate any potential witnesses to their wrongdoing, Umbrella sends in a bioorganic weapon whose sole mission it is to find and kill every living member of the STARS unit. And that's pretty much it. Of course, there's some more characters and a little bit of intrigue mixed in, but overall, I think Nemesis may have the most simple plot so far. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, Resident Evil's strong suit has never been elaborate, complex storytelling.
I can't stop just because I'm wounded.
But can't you see those monsters are also the victims of Umbrella?
They're way better at putting us in a situation we don't want to be in, giving us the bare minimum reason for us being there, and building a serviceable trail of breadcrumbs for us to follow to the end. In this sense, RE3 feels very familiar and lives up to the series' pedigree surprisingly well. While the main premise being you're in the city, try to get out of the city probably wouldn't work in any other context, it's 3's environmental storytelling and ties to the other games that makes it worth experiencing. A die-hard Resident Evil fan will probably have a pretty big attachment to Raccoon City, and being able to explore more of this town is like letting a kid loose in a candy store, except the kid is a well-trained Special Forces member and the candy is a Legion of the Living Dead. So in this sense, I'd recommend you get real familiar with the series before diving in. And the reason for that is sort of complicated. See, the gameplay here is, well, it's probably the most mixed up mixed bag that's ever existed, and to explain that, we're going to have to start from the beginning. Nemesis mostly follows the blueprint left by parts 1 and 2, and by that I mean you explore a series of large areas that are relatively closed off at first. While solving elaborate puzzles, you slowly gain access to more map real estate and avoid or kill hundreds of virus-infected baddies. In this traditional sense, Nemesis excels with flying colors. The cornerstones of Resident Evil gameplay are handled perfectly and might even be at their best so far, especially when you consider how hard it must have been to balance the new emphasis on action. Thanks to some graphical concessions, huge groups of enemies can be on screen at once, and almost always are. To counter this, more ammo and weapons are available, but are still evenly spread out, which keeps things feeling tense. To spice things up a bit, there have been some slight alterations, like the addition of collectible gunpowders that could be mixed to create a multitude of different ammo. In the spirit of improving replayability, certain parts of the game have been randomized. Some hazards might not ever show themselves, enemy placements can change, and weapons or items might show up in different areas. Thanks to this random nature, breezing through the game by memory alone is made much more difficult. There are several points in the game where pivotal choices can be made, which often lead to completely different outcomes.
Stars.
This makes starting up a replay pretty attractive, especially since unlike RE2, this is a one-disc, one-scenario affair. Now, I know what you're thinking, and yes, I have neglected to mention the titular Nemesis as a new addition, and that's because he's not really anything new. If you've played Resident Evil 2, or at least watched the last video in the retrospective, you'll know that a giant, persistent stalker who loves to mimic the Kool-Aid Man and is programmed to eliminate the character is old news by now. Honestly, the only thing new about him is the fact that he constantly announces himself by saying, Okay, I might not be giving credit where credit's due here, but often I see real deep analysis videos on the RE series. For some reason, Nemesis chasing you into areas that were previously thought safe is always described as some kind of revolutionary step forward in the series, but the only thing that changed between these two enemies is Nemesis sometimes attacks other enemies. Sometimes. Both show up unannounced and challenge the player's idea of where they're safe, and both leave behind items and weapons for those that take the risk of fighting them. They're essentially the same exact character. So I guess the real question is, why am I such a big fan of the T-103 and not Nemesis? Well, I'm glad you asked, because that leads me right into the aspects of Resident Evil 3's gameplay that absolutely suck in my opinion.
It's finally over. Huh?
Like I said earlier, the developers wanted 3 to be way more action heavy, and also like I said before, the increase in enemy count is balanced nicely with an increased amount of firepower. Of course, Mikami wasn't going to stop while he had a good thing going, and decided to add a huge emphasis on speed and precise movement with tank controls. Now, there's no getting around it, I'm a huge supporter of tank controls. I think they're surprisingly intuitive and an essential part of survival horror. That being said, they have absolutely no place in a fast-paced action-heavy game. Trying to slightly alter your course to avoid an enemy and plan for a total change in perspective thanks to an incoming scene change is a skill most RE fans have mastered. But in my opinion, this game pushes far past the limits of what can be done with this control scheme. In the simplest terms, boss fights in this game are damn near unplayable thanks to this. Nemesis specifically can run circles around you, and your chances of avoiding his wide swings are almost non-existent. And before you start typing angrily to correct me, yes, they did implement a quick dodge move, but in the worst way possible. Hitting the shoulder button just before an attack lands will trigger a quick dodge, which would be a perfect addition if it actually worked that way. While this can get you out of some sticky situations sometimes, it just isn't reliable enough to be depended on. First off, hitting the same button you aim with to dodge attacks means one thing and one thing only. Regardless if this is your first or 14th playthrough, you will execute this dodge on accident 100 times for every one time you do it on purpose. Hell, sometimes it comes out on its own. There's been plenty of times that I've been holding R1 for several seconds to shoot, and Jill dodges an attack I never tried to dodge. What's even more annoying than that is finally thinking you have a grip on dodging in the game, and attack's just hitting you during a dodge anyways. I mean, look at this, I clearly dodged that and I still took damage. And just in case you think this is the childish screams of some Resident Evil scrub, here's me taking out one of the game's bosses using only the knife. Trust me, my Resident Evil credentials are more than up to snuff. Bottom line, this move just isn't reliable enough to be useful, and the fact that 90% of the boss fights are built around a broken mechanic means this game over screen is likely to be burned into your retinas by the end. Without a doubt, this was my worst performing playthrough in the retrospective. I mean, I typically finish an RE game with maybe 1 death under my belt and a B grade or higher, but I finished 3 with 16 saves and used all the first aid sprays I could find just to even the odds a little. Okay, so to make a long story short,
you're a bit late for that!
RE3 does traditional Resident Evil gameplay perfectly, but when a boss fight starts, there's just too many uncontrollable factors to account for. You can never really know which way the RNG is going to swing, which means being prepared with lots of ammo and health items just doesn't cut it anymore. Now, I know there's some Nemesis speedrunner in my comment section losing their shit right now, but for the rest of you, well, just try not to throw your controller at anything valuable. Okay, so after a long, specifically angry rant like that, you're probably looking to hear something positive about RE3's presentation, and you're in luck. Nemesis looks amazing. As the last game made in this engine, the devs knew exactly what knobs to tweak, and RE3 comes out as the most visually impressive game in the PS1 trilogy. Now, as usual, I have to give a huge amount of praise to the pre-rendered backgrounds on display here. Every single screen is alive with beautiful PS1 level CG detail, and it's clear that the environment designer made this game his magnum opus. Particularly, I like this area where a battle between the army and a group of BOWs took place. You just gotta love that type of environmental storytelling fan service. Character models do look a bit boxier than those found in 2, which means a reduction in geometry, but this comes at the benefit of having up to 9 or 10 zombies on screen at once. Those same zombies suffer from the same issue, but there's also a huge variety of them this time around, and their shaded textures are the most detailed you're going to see in a PS1 RE game. This tiny reduction in character geometry is a small concession to make, and it's likely that only people seeing these two models side by side will ever notice any kind of change. Your inventory screen maintains that series look while adding some much more detailed 2D sprite art for weapons and items, and collected files now have graphical thumbnails which you can file under things no one but me really cares about. All the gameplay you've seen so far has been from the Dreamcast version. Its crisp 480 lines of resolution means much less aliasing on 3D models, and as usual, more of an emphasis on noticeable compression artifacts in the backgrounds. I would like to thank my friend Jimmy Hoppa from Import Gaming for the win here. This guy gave me the 411 on a Tokyo game shop that sells a Dreamcast SCART cable that forces VGA resolutions on most games and is an interestingly cheap alternative to the Toro VGA box. I'm not sure what kind of magic keeps this as an in-cable solution, but I'm glad I found it. Now, every RE game has a ridiculous amount of ports, and oddly enough, Nemesis has the smallest number of ports we've come across so far. As far as differences go between these ports, there's not a whole lot to talk about. The PC version, which came first, had the benefit of selectable costumes for Jill being unlocked from the get-go and re-rendered higher res background images. Sadly, I don't have any footage of this version, but that's okay because the Dreamcast version was a straight port from the PC game and included the bonus costumes and time battle mode too. Of course, there's the GameCube version, but just like the port of Resident Evil 2 on the Cube, Nemesis is a direct port from the PS1 version, which means it plays at a much lower internal resolution. The price involved in getting good video output from the GameCube and the generally unreliable nature of Capcom PC ports in the 90s make both of these last resorts in my opinion. On the music front, Resident Evil 3 sees the return of ambient master Masami the Salami Ueda. Listen, if you're watching this, Ueda-san, feel free to use that as a new office nickname. But sadly, it doesn't quite stack up to his work in Part 2. This definitely doesn't mean he didn't put together an amazingly dark and creepy soundtrack, it just doesn't have the same impact and memorability of his previous work. And if anything, the fact that one of the weaker entries in the Resident Evil soundtrack universe is this well made and fun to listen to should tell you everything you need to know about how good Masami Ueda's work is. My particular favorites are the Hospital and City of Ruin tracks. Definitely check those out if you're into Resident Evil music. One small thing to note is a bit of a problem with the audio of the Dreamcast version, at least in my experience. I had to crank down the background music to around 60 or 70 in the options menu just so the music didn't completely drown out sound effects or voices. Now this isn't really a big deal, but I thought I'd mention it. Okay, so this has been a pretty up and down appraisal so far. I guess the big question is, do I recommend Nemesis to potential fans of the series? And the answer is a resounding yes. I know I harped on about the dodge mechanic and emphasis on quick, evasive movement, but that generally only applies to the boss fights. There's about 75% of the game where you are free to just play it as a Resident Evil game, and this is where 3 shines. The small additions may keep the gameplay feeling fresh even 3 entries in, and I really can't overstate how awesome it is exploring a ruined Raccoon City. One of my absolute favorite parts of RE2 was the very beginning segment that took place on the city's streets. Nemesis takes that area and replicates the chaotic, desolated feeling you get from exploring the streets in what could be any medium-sized US city. Of course, Resident Evil was built on enclosed, oppressive environments, and that sort of clashes with 2/3 of Part 3 taking place in a city, but these streets have been perfectly liquefied and poured through the RE filter. There's plenty of tight alleyways and contrived barriers guiding you down a strict path, but it's all done with a coat of Raccoon City paint, and maybe I'm easily pleased, but I love that. Even though I spent a solid bit of this time ripping the game a new one, I still enjoy it a lot and totally recommend it. I will, however, say this might be my least favorite entry in the classic survival horror style RE games, but being my least favorite in a series of incredible titles isn't exactly a terrible spot to be in. Like I said before, those looking to play Part 3 should probably start with the first 2 entries. This way you can really appreciate the subtle improvements like the improved combat or being able to freely walk upstairs without the use of the action button. Regardless of which version of RE3 you get your hands on, you're guaranteed a flawed but excessively entertaining time. It may not be the best that's out there, but it's the last in a great line of PS1 survival horror games, and you absolutely can't miss out on your chance to feel a combination of blind rage and pure terror from this one word.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Retrospective. For those of you that don't know, I avoided all trailers, gameplay videos, and pre-release theorizing regarding RE2's remake back when it came out, and it made my experience with the game so much more interesting that I felt like I had to do the same with RE3's upcoming remake. So sadly that means I couldn't make any content for a game I'm very excited to play, and since I'll have to wait till launch to cover the game, I figured I had to have something RE3 related out for you guys. And why not indulge my habit of overanalyzing a game's ports while we're at it? See, back when my original video on RE3 came out, I was still figuring out what I wanted from this whole retrospective thing. I included only a small comparison between the PS1 and Dreamcast versions, so in the spirit of celebration, let's take a look at every possible way you could get your Nemesis on. What's up, guys? I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. So to start this video out, I figure it's only right that we go with the first version of the game released and my first experience with it. And before we get too far into this, I do want to point out that I already reviewed this game for the RE Retrospective, so I'm not going to be touching on a lot of gameplay or story elements except for when they overlap with differences found in the porting process. So if you're looking for a more in-depth look at the game, feel free to check out my full-fledged review, which should be showing up as a card over there in the upper right-hand side of the screen. So now that we're back on task, the PS1 version of RE3 holds a metric ton of nostalgia for me. At the time of its release, I was very into high school football, and in the off-season, I would wrestle to stay in shape. When RE3 finally came out at my local mom-and-pop rental store in rural Tennessee, I grabbed it first thing in the morning just in case it'd be sold out when I got back home. The only issue was I had an all-state tournament to compete in that day, so I would have to wait until later that night to play it. And as luck would have it, I blew my left knee out in my third match and had to go to the hospital. The doctors later sent me home with a knee brace, some painkillers, and crutches, but since my bed was way too low to the ground, I kinda had to sleep on our couch in the living room. Essentially couch-ridden for that entire weekend, I had nothing to do but play RE3, and even after I beat it, I would start it up twice more just to make different decisions and see what kind of effect they would have on the story. That knee injury is still very much present in my everyday life, and every time I get a little bit of a pain and have to sit down on my couch to recuperate, I look back on that moment in time and all the fun I had. Well, all that's not so important per se, but I just figured I'd give you guys a little glimpse into where I'm coming from here. Right off the bat, what I noticed about RE3 was a very clear improvement in quality as far as graphics were concerned. Coming hot off of RE2, I really couldn't see how things could get better, but Nemesis ups the ante in nearly every possible way. The pre-rendered backgrounds, while still rendered at the same internal resolution as those found in RE2, are much more complicated and detail-rich. Every possible nook and cranny of Raccoon City's demolished streets and crumbling buildings is on full display here. Really, the best way I can think of describing it is similar to the jump from RE1 to RE2. The backgrounds had a clear jump in complexity, geometry, and artistry, and a similar increase can be found here. Although it may be hard to point out on the surface, just standing still in one location of Resident Evil 3 and taking in all the detail will result in a lot more to look at than the last game, which still blows me away. RE2 used to be the pinnacle of artistic design for me, but I have no issues admitting that 3 shows a lot more effort and funding in that department. Moving on from the 2D aspects, Nemesis also saw a decent-sized jump in the quality of the 3D models. Part 2, as good as it looked, still suffered from RE1's issue with boxy 3D characters. There's clear delineations at specific joints like wrists, elbows, and knees, and to be honest, I'm not sure if this was a limitation in the engine or just a quick fix to get around animating limb movement. And yeah, Nemesis still has hands that look like they're separate from the rest of the forearm, but elbows are impressively smooth looking with no real obvious points of separation. On top of that, Jill's 3D model is very slim, but not in the weight sense, more in the design sense. It's more believably proportioned than Leon or Claire was. That boxy polygonal look that RE fans are so familiar with is much less apparent here, which really helped Jill feel more real than she did in the first game. Zombie models aren't as complicated as Jill or Carlos as far as geometry is concerned, but they see an unreal jump in texture quality compared to their RE2 counterparts, on top of them showing up in much larger numbers here. All of their burnt clothes, bleeding wounds, and missing limbs are insanely detailed, which kind of leads to both a positive and a negative. On the plus side, they look amazing up close, like some of the most detailed PS1 textures I can think of. All of the detail is on clear display when they're up close to the screen, but thanks to their complicated textures and the way the assets are scaled in RE games, when you see zombies from far away or in big groups, they can look like a jumbled mess of pixels sometimes. Which can look sort of interesting, aesthetically speaking, if you're a fan of PS1 3D like I am, but this effect is magnified when upscaling. I'm running the game through the OSSC, which is taking the original 240p signal from the PS1 and upconverting it to a clean integer scale of 960p. And while I absolutely love how sharp of a picture I'm getting, this can exacerbate any visual flaws that comes with playing such old 3D games nowadays. On the plus side, those of you taking a composite video connection and feeding it into a CRT will probably not have this issue
thanks to the smoothing that can happen when combining a lower quality video signal and a lower resolution display. Heading back into 2D territory, I really like the improvements made to the inventory screen. It's very slight, but the way things are designed and laid out just seems much more visually pleasing, and the 2D sprites used to represent items and weapons seem much more detailed than those found in the last game. And speaking of the last game, one of my absolute favorite aspects of Resident Evil 2 were the detailed CG cutscenes that made the world feel so real and tangible, and I'm happy to say RE3 continued the improvements here as well. Hell, I'd argue these are some of the best looking CG graphics I've seen on the console. Sadly, they are played back at a pretty nasty 15 frames per second. Now, I'm sure this was completely necessary given the small storage space on a PS1 CD, but this method does have the side effect of introducing a very choppy look, a problem that is solved in a few different ways the further in the video we get. Okay, so I feel like we've done a pretty good job at setting up a baseline of what we can expect from the vanilla experience, and I think the next logical step is to stay within the console ports. So in the spirit of nepotism, we should move on to the port I have historically chosen over all the rest.
He's coming for us. We're both gonna die.
The Dreamcast release of RE3 was more than just a port to me. It was around the time of RE2 and 3 hitting the DC that I started to notice games could look different and even better when ported to other platforms. These games are what turned me on to analyzing stuff like this and led me down the rabbit hole of video quality, cables, scalers, and all that. So it goes without saying, I have a bit of bias with this version of the game. Every few years when I get the urge to replay 3, it's always the Dreamcast version I reach for. And yeah, having your health level displayed on the VMU is a nice plus, but it's always the up-resed graphics that gets to me. This version of the game was a direct port from the PC release, which really excited me on a technical level because here I was playing on my Dreamcast a PC game. I don't know why, that just really interested me. On top of that, seeing a game I was used to experiencing in 240p jump up to double the vertical resolution, man, that was surreal, and I'll always remember that feeling of first seeing these graphics at such a high resolution on my little CRT. Of course, nowadays I have access to a lot more complicated equipment than I did back then. Today we're getting our picture via a JP21 cable pulling 480i out of the DC and feeding that RGB signal into the FrameMeister, which is using its adapted deinterlacing to produce a progressive scan 960 vertical line picture. For all intents and purposes, a great way to view the Dreamcast video output without having to spend the massive amount required for an internal HDMI mod or one of those expensive RGB or VGA boxes. But great video aside, I may have been a little blinded by nostalgia in my earlier recommendations. Now don't get me wrong, the game still looks great, but there are many more flaws than I originally thought. And the first thing that struck me were the pre-rendered CG cutscenes. While they do still look great as far as resolution goes, the white levels seem to be totally blown out. For some reason I really can't figure out, every frame of every FMV you'll see in this version has this hazy gray tint over top of it. Of course, it's worth mentioning the average Dreamcast GD-ROM only had 1.2 gigs of storage to work with, but it seems like an odd play to drop the color information when compressing instead of other avenues that could have been taken and might have looked a little better. Or maybe this was due to having to change the videos from one format to another. I really have no idea. All I do know is it's not great looking. At first I thought the settings on my FrameMeister might have been the culprit here, but look at the letterboxing above and below the video. Those are rendered out at nice looking black levels. Even my gameplay had no issues producing great dark shades. It's just the cutscenes that look like this, and while it's better than another 480p option we'll look at, it's definitely not ideal. And on top of that, these Dreamcast cutscenes carry over the same 15 or so FPS from the PS1 original, giving them that exact same choppy look. Moving on to the rest of the game, 3D models look amazing on the console and show no real signs of the affine texture warping that tends to show up when up-resing PS1 3D graphics. 2D elements are about as sharp and crisp as you could ask for, but that just goes for the sprite-based stuff like inventory and overlays. It seems like the pre-rendered backgrounds also took a pretty big hit when compressing the game to fit on a single GD-ROM, and the evidence is all over the place. No joke, everywhere I look in this game, I see block boundary compression artifacts like the ones you're seeing in the dark areas of the screen. They even come in the form of discolored squares where I guess color information was lost during compression. On top of that, some may not like the Dreamcast's specific dithering pattern that shows up when looking at its video output on modern displays. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I won't bore you with an hour-long lecture on what dithering is, but essentially it's these tiny dots that can be seen in what looks like a grid array when I zoom in here. They're always present on screen, but for some reason they're the easiest to spot in dark or very white areas.
Me personally, I kind of like the Dreamcast dithering. It's just a quirk of the console I've come to appreciate over the years, but I know a lot of people really don't like it, so I guess that's a toss-up there. As far as extra bells and whistles go, you can now pick one of Jill's extra costumes right from the new game screen. Now, I've always been kind of partial to her vanilla look, but the original RE1 outfit is definitely a close second. Not having to beat the game to unlock these guys like you did in the original version is kind of nice, but in my opinion, nothing too exciting. And I gotta admit guys, I was a little nostalgia blind before. Without a doubt, this is still an amazing way to experience RE3, but there are certainly more flaws than I originally thought. I guess it took me coming back to this port with an investigative eye to really see everything that was going on here, and in that same light, I think we deserve a redemption arc. So let's jump into the port I told most people to stay away from in my review. Maybe we can finish this home console section out on a more positive note.
Relax, I'm not dead yet.
In my original review of RE3, I got a lot of pushback when I listed the GameCube as my least favorite port, and without going too far into depth, that was based on a number of odd development decisions and the incredibly steep price that comes with getting high-quality video out of the Cube. At the time, the best way to get a good-looking picture out of your GameCube was to drop more than $300 on a pair of Nintendo's own component cables, which used a proprietary method to get digital video out of the Cube's digital output. And while these cables have come down a bit in price, they're still way outside of what I'd be comfortable spending on a pair of component cables. Since that video, we've had a number of better, cheaper options hit the market, and high-quality GameCube video is much more attainable than it used to be. Products like the Carby and Eon's GCHD have given us a lot more options, and I myself am partial to the GCHD Mark II recently. Now, it's worth pointing out that my GCHD can't do much to improve how janky interlaced video can look. See, most games on the Cube did not offer progressive scan as an option, and while the Bob deinterlacing method offered by GCHD and the OSSC can be an okay solution, I just can't stand this vibraty look. Luckily, the homebrew application Swiss allows us to force 480p output for almost every GameCube game I've tried it on, and the difference in quality is very clear to see. Okay, so now we have a proper foundation to build from. We have a progressive scan picture and a very nice video output solution. So how does my original negative position hold up? Well, this is embarrassing. See, it looks fucking incredible. The 3D models feel like they're popping off the screen, they're so damn sharp, and the pre-rendered backgrounds have had a significant amount of work done to them compared to the Dreamcast port. In every single metric I can think of, Resident Evil 3 on the GameCube is the only option if you're looking for a console port with the best overall picture. So to those of you I spend an endless amount of time arguing with in my comment section, well, maybe I was wrong. Or at least that's what I would say if there weren't more caveats here than you could shake a stick at. To get the picture you're currently seeing, you're going to need a high-quality video output device. On the high end, that means GameCube component cables, and on the low end, something like the Carby or GCHD. Once you have that, you'll need a scaler. I'm using the OSSC here to line double 480p to 960p, and while it does look incredible, both my Elgato 4K 60 capture card and my monitor just refuse to see that oddball signal. So I'm running the OSSC through the FrameMeister to more or less send out a 1080p window that the 960p can sit inside of. So if you own both a high quality method for getting video out of the GameCube and at least one, if not two of the best scaling solutions on the market, well, congrats, but I doubt very much there are a lot of people outside of retro content creation who've got that kind of gear just sitting around. So maybe let's consider this as me being half right instead of half wrong. Hey, what do you want me to do? I'm an optimist. But ranting aside, getting in deeper with what you can expect with this version, I have to mention the upsampled backgrounds. The other console port on this list capable of 480p is the Dreamcast version, but like I said, the background images seem to be taken straight from the PS1 version of the game and rendered at 480p internally. Here with the GameCube, it's clear these images were scaled up beforehand and at a much higher resolution. This means the backgrounds on display here are incredibly smooth compared to the competition, or at least they are most of the time. For some reason, I'll bet it has to do with the way RE games use mask textures to account for flaws that occurred while rendering out 2D images. Parts of the screen are noticeably lower res than the rest. You can see this at work really well here at this sign. See how it starts out really clear, but right there at the letter E, there's a very clear delineation between intelligently pre-upscaled 480p and internal 240p. Little areas like this are all over if you know what to look for, including whole screens that are insanely low res and blurry for some reason, like this one here in the RPD or here in the bar where you meet Brad. But I bet something like this would probably be pretty easy to miss on a CRT. And to be totally honest with you guys, this isn't a real complaint or anything negative at all. I just found it very interesting. Also, going back and double checking, I can see a similar thing going on in the Dreamcast version. I guess it was just harder to notice at first thanks to the overall pixelated nature of the backgrounds in that port. Okay, so we have some incredibly sharp 3D renders and backgrounds that look mostly amazing, but you just knew there was going to be a downside here somewhere. And I'm sad to report this might be a deal breaker. Like I said before, RE3 has some amazing looking CG cutscenes, but sadly the compression needed to slap these bad boys on one of the GameCube's mini DVDs was just too aggressive. These cutscenes have an awful amount of what looks like dot crawl, mixed with points where the color will just drop out of a scene and start showing a hazy tint over everything. And it was at this point this all started to add up for me. I remember the exact same issues coming with the GC version of RE2, so it looks like the same method was used here, but on the plus side, we do get a much smoother frame rate compared to the PS1 version, what looks like 30 frames per second to me, and better black levels than the Dreamcast port, so I guess pick your poison. Do you want bad compression, bad colors, or a bad frame rate? Those issues aside, if you have what it takes to get this game looking its best, it is without a doubt the best looking option you could pick as far as console ports go. It's certainly not perfect, and it does require a very long list of equipment to get it running well, but it's an amazing feat, all things considered. Definitely give this one a try if you're like me and have let bias keep you away from it for all these years. Trust me, you don't know what you're missing. Among RE2 and RE3 fans, there is one name held in the highest regard, a PC port that is infamous for its uncompressed, non-letterbox 30 frames per second cutscenes and marvelous in-game graphics. That name is, of course, the Source Next releases of these games are always in high demand, but this being a Japanese-only release kind of limits a lot of Western players, meaning one thing and one thing alone. This game is hard as hell to get a hold of. I only found a few hits on eBay, and I'm not even sure some of these are Source Next ports. So I had to visit a certain inlet meant for seabound vagabonds, and even then there's really only one option to choose from. And once I actually had my hands on a disc image, I ran into another brick wall. Unlike my experience with the Source Next version of RE2, RE3's install launcher kept getting some kind of error, which isn't the worst issue to have. I mean, the game's supposed to be in Japanese, which should be easy enough to translate and then troubleshoot maybe, but instead of Japanese, the display text is just gibberish, so I kind of figured I'd have to leave this release out of the lineup until fate struck. I had already given up on it at this point, so a few days later I just decided to install a mod for the US PC release and accidentally pointed the installer to the folder where I had ripped the contents of the Source Next disc to. Well, needless to say, the game wasn't installed there, so the mod didn't do anything, but after that day, the installer just happened to work, so I guess we're back on. Right off the bat, I was pretty surprised to see my Xbox One controller was recognized out of the box, and a generic control layout was assigned, which worked perfectly for me without any need to tweak anything. Upon actually starting the game, you're given access to all the special costumes, but without the graphical representation the Dreamcast had. This version also lets you pick an arranged difficulty option, which gives Japanese players the incredible opportunity to experience the US release's stupid difficulty level. But as I'm sure you've noticed, I didn't pick that option. For me, it's easy all the way for this playthrough. And judge me all you want, I have 6 versions of this game to work through in a very short amount of time, and I'm not chancing a random zombie bite, negating 20 minutes worth of progress. When the game started proper, I noticed that the 2D sprites that make up the text seems like it wasn't scaled properly, which isn't too big of a deal, but worth pointing out, I guess. Of course, that thought exited my brain at light speed the second these cutscenes started to play. Man, Japanese RE3 players had it made back in the day. The cutscenes included in this release were uncompressed, or at least less compressed than their PS1 counterparts, and that meant a silky smooth 30 FPS frame rate, something that really does make a noticeable difference. And while these may appear to be pixelated, being stretched to a fairly high resolution here, I imagine these things were works of art when running on computer monitors of the day. My only real complaint here is the low bit depth that leads to some serious color banding on flat shades or gradients. And trust me, that is a small price to pay for this level of quality. And I know I'm making a big deal out of this, but I viewed these scenes in less than 15 frames per second on the PS1, and they still blew me away. Seeing them here is like adding layers of icing on a cake that was already iced. Once the game starts proper, we're left with a pretty straightforward port. Western players will likely notice ammo scarcity and health points being changed a little bit, but aside from the costumes and mercenary modes being accessible from the word go, there's not a lot of extras here, at least as far as gameplay goes. That is, unless you fancy yourself a bit of a speedrunner. The Source Next port of RE3 allows you to skip door animations, which may not seem like a huge deal, but makes the game feel so much more snappy as a result. Now don't get me wrong, sitting through these animations is how I would recommend new players to experience the game, since they really do add to the tense atmosphere. But if you're trying to get a world record or just want to capture some footage in a timely fashion, this feature will be a godsend. Outside of the normal stuff, hitting F2 gives you access to a menu that contains a pretty impressive amount of options for tweaking the look of the game. On a fresh install of this Source Next release, you have access to a max full screen resolution of 1280 by 1024 and a whopping 1408 by 1024 when windowed. Now, keep in mind this is a 15-year-old PC game, so support for such high resolutions on a modern OS is pretty damn respectable. From here you can also change your controls, but like I said before, the default profile works perfectly fine. Looking at the pre-rendered backgrounds, we can see where the GameCube port got its resources from, and yes, that does mean having the same exact issue with some parts of the image being more pixelated than others. So yeah, all in all, I'd say this was the most interesting way to experience RE3 bar none, but Japan weren't the only ones getting a little RE3 action on their Windows PC, so let's check out the next port. The US release of RE3 really isn't too far off from the Source Next version actually. The major elements missing are the high quality 30 frame per second cutscenes, and going back to this version really lets you appreciate how great these CGs look. Not only are they much better looking than the US PC port, but they also ditched the letterboxes, so we get to see much more of the image. All that being said, this PC version was released before the GameCube port, so at the time this was the highest quality version of these cutscenes we Westerners could get our hands on. Coming straight from the choppy, low FPS CGs included in the original version of the game, a native 30 frames per second is very much appreciated. For some reason, controller support doesn't work here like it does in the Source Next release. My Xbox One controller was recognized without an issue before, but here in the US PC port, no such luck. So I was left playing with a keyboard, which, to be honest, fits really well with Resident Evil's 10 controls. Of course, I could have used something like X-Patter to map my controls, but the keyboard works well enough, and it was actually kind of fun learning the game with a new input scheme. But other than that, we essentially have the exact same ups and downs as the Source Next release. Same output resolution, graphics options, and pre-rendered backgrounds, which I thought would make for a pretty boring analysis, so let's see what the RE fans have cooked up. During my research, I stumbled across the RE3 Restoration Project, a mod that takes positives from every version of the game and combines them together. First off, they've taken the full-size cutscenes from the Source Next release, but for some odd reason the team felt the need to get rid of the Japanese subtitles. Now this doesn't really bother me on its own, but in order to make this an easier job for the team, they dropped the frame rate of these cutscenes back down to 15 FPS, something the mod's creator says looks much better, but that's going to be a hard disagree for me. Moving on, this mod actually taught me a little bit about RE3's other ports. Apparently the PS1 version of the game has the best overall voiceover quality, and the Dreamcast release has the best sound effects, two elements that are now safely residing in the same package, along with replacing all of the music tracks with lossless rips from the game's OST. If you ask me, that is a pretty impressive feature set, even if my novice ears still can't hear any difference between voiceovers on the PS1 versus any of the other ports. But there is a downside here. This mod alters the in-game graphics, and not for the better in my opinion. It seems like all of the 2D textures have been smeared with some kind of bilinear filter, leading to a look that some might prefer, but definitely not me. On top of that, the sprite work in the inventory has been smoothed over, but only in the item box for some unknown reason. While the graphical overhauls may not be to my taste, this is still a really awesome option if you want to experience RE3 on PC, but you can't track down the Source Next release.
Are you crazy? You could have barbecued both of us!
And last but certainly not least, we have one of the most interesting things to come from RE fans in the last decade. The RE3 Seamless HD project is a package that takes the original GameCube release of Resident Evil 3 and replaces all of the 2D elements with AI upscaled renders, an effect that can be jaw-dropping at times. The package only works on Dolphin Emulator, and you're going to need a GameCube ISO of Resident Evil 3, which I'm sure none of you would ever download without owning the actual disc. But if you've ever played with the console emulator, don't worry, you're not going to need to track down a bunch of different plugins and mess with a whole lot of settings. On the Seamless HD Project website, they have a download that's going to include everything you'll need. And listen, I know some of you aren't going to want to emulate. You want to see this game running on actual hardware, but I'd recommend just dipping your toes in the pool a little bit. Not only are the new pre-rendered backgrounds a thing of beauty, but these absolute lads gave the same upscaling treatment to the Cube's 30 frame per second cutscenes. Now, it's worth mentioning these files can't be ripped from the disc, messed with, and then reinserted, so you're going to have to download an FMV pack from their site, but trust me, it is well worth it. These bad boys look amazing here, and while they do have a very contrasty look to them, it's still a sight to behold. Plus, the way they're feeding it to your GPU is really interesting. Apparently, they're slapping an AI upscaled texture on top of each frame produced by the original disc, a process that's pretty damn inefficient but really cool. On top of this, there's none of the texture warping that can be seen in all the other high-res options in this video, which leads to a much more visually pleasing experience. Now, when I said they replaced all of the 2D elements, I did mean all of them. To keep with the high-resolution look of the rest of the package, the old pixelated text had to go, and I honestly thought I would hate this replacement font a lot more than I actually do. It fits really well here, and while I do still prefer the original, this is not a bad look at all. Of course, AI upscaling can only do so much, so do expect to see elements in the background that look a little odd, and I do think that there were some 2D sprites that could have been left alone, like this image of Jill in the intro, or the sprites in the inventory. But overall, this is one incredibly cool way to play a quick game of RE3. Every time I play through one of these seamless HD mods, I always end up stopping in my tracks just to admire how amazing it is seeing all these pre-rendered backgrounds looking exactly how they did in my nostalgia-ridden memories from the late 90s. Trust me when I say you guys who are even the slightest bit familiar with how this game normally looks will have your minds blown by this mod. If you have a computer capable of playing GameCube games, you need the Seamless HD project. Period. Alright, so we've covered every conceivable way you could play Resident Evil 3. Now we have to move on to which version is most worth your time, and man is that a hard question to answer. As far as console ports go, I think the GameCube gets my vote, which feels very odd for me since the Dreamcast release used to be my go-to. But after playing it for this video, I am more than willing to admit I have a new favorite. Of course, it's totally possible you guys may not have all of the equipment needed to get this version looking its best, but if that is the case, rest assured, there are no bad ports on console. So I guess just pick whichever one works best for you and your setup, and you're going to get a great result. As far as the rest of the options go, I really want to recommend the Japanese SourceNext version for first-timers, since it would combine the incredible FMV cutscenes and the higher resolutions possible on PC, but I don't think that would work out too well. First off, I think the Japanese text will definitely get in the way with puzzle solving if you're not already really familiar with the base game. And second, it can be a little hard to get your hands on. And with that in mind, I have to go with the Seamless HD project as my recommendation. It really is massively impressive, and I think the higher res look will help ease in players who might not appreciate retro video game graphics like some of us do. Of course, on the bad side, they will definitely find themselves spoiled by such amazing 2D backgrounds, but I figure this could be like a gateway drug. What I'm trying to say is, I want you guys to form a dangerous addiction here. And I think that's about everything that could possibly be said about RE3, that is, until I get my hands on the remake. So until then, I hope to see all of you again, right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. Coming hot off the heels of their massively successful remake of RE2, Capcom has decided to bless us all with yet another stab at bringing back our collective childhoods, which is a little bittersweet. See, Resident Evil 3 was a polarizing entry in the series for me. On one hand, the survival horror gameplay was some of the most well-refined and well-executed the series had ever seen, but on the other, it seemed like a lot was being asked of me as far as the action focus went, and given the tank controls and perspective, I just always felt like I lacked the tools to rise to the occasion. In my opinion, RE3 was hurting for this kind of a modern reassessment much more than Part 2 was, but of course that's all contingent on this remake actually being good. So is Capcom gonna finally mend the rift I've always had with about 20% of RE3's core gameplay? Can they force lightning to strike the same place twice and bang out yet another critically acclaimed AAA remake? What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. Capcom dropped RE2's remake on the world a little over a year ago, and while I do love a fast turnaround for games I'm looking forward to, this was an insanely short amount of time to wait for a major AAA release. And there are a few different answers to why that is, but the most interesting is the fact that development for RE3 started alongside RE2. And even more crazy is the fact that these two remakes were rumored to have once been one single package. Which, thinking back on it, explains why we went so long without any news regarding RE2. I remember thinking the remake was just vaporware, but it turns out they missed their deadlines not due to mismanagement or anything, but because they were working on two games at once. Which is a little more of an understandable predicament, honestly. Now there might be some of you who are crying foul at the idea of having to pay twice for what was supposed to be a single package, but I think there are some upsides here. Most importantly being this allowed the developers to go in and tweak 3 based on what I think was unanimously fair criticism of the second remake, and don't you worry, I will be getting into that a bit more when we cover the gameplay, but you know how things go around here. Before we talk about how the game plays, we gotta talk about what kind of story it's trying to tell, and there's a fair amount to talk about in that department.
How did this all happen so fast?
I don't know. One fucked up thing always leads to another.
Resident Evil 3's original release did something with its story that fans nearly universally praised, and that was give a little more screen time to everyone's favorite master of unlocking, Jill Valentine. It was like an opportunity to catch up with an old friend and allowed for more of an arc to Jill's character, so if there was one thing Capcom would have to get right with this remake, it would most certainly be Jill. And in my opinion, they definitely accomplished that, to varying degrees of success. But of course the devs were operating under a bit of a handicap. See, those of us who had been down with the series since the beginning had the advantage of seeing Jill harden in the flames of near-death experiences and corporate pharmaceutical-grade corruption. We saw her go from naive and ignorant in the first game to one of the few people who actually saw what was going on in the third. There was a lot of context to absorb there, going from one game to the other, but Remake doesn't have that luxury. This is essentially the first time we're meeting this version of Jill. We can't exactly use the previous games in the series as a reference point, since Capcom's been making changes to core events and characters in the RE universe with the hopes of modernizing it, and while I do very much like the direction they're taking the series in, it feels odd to have this be our first introduction to the new and improved Jill Valentine. That being said, I really do like Jill here. She has a rugged, survive-at-all-costs demeanor and is given a lot of opportunities to show off how she feels about the events taking place around her. I assume we're all pretty familiar with the events of RE3 by now, but just in case you're totally new to the series, Jill and her Special Tactics and Rescue Squad ended up uncovering the illegal activities conducted by the pharmaceutical company Umbrella while narrowly escaping from one of their failed viral research facilities in the mountains of Raccoon City. Returning to their superiors with no actual evidence of their wild claims, the group quickly found out that Umbrella's reach extends far beyond what they originally imagined, and that's when the game starts. Jill and her team came back to the city looking to warn people of Umbrella's human testing and the incredibly lethal T-virus, but instead, they get lambasted by the media, the public, and their peers at the RCPD. The game starts with some really cool Dawn of the Dead remake-style live-action footage meant to represent what's been happening in Raccoon City of late. It seems like some kind of viral strain has broken out, and there's panic in the streets, aka the perfect zombie movie setup. We awaken Jill's shoes and see that she's still haunted by what she's been through, and right off the bat, I really like this piece of her backstory. I mean, I imagine if I had just escaped from a creepy mansion and secret underground research facility, both crawling with people infected by a virus, well, I'd probably worry I was infected too. Waking up from her zombified nightmare, Jill gets a call from the only remaining STARS member in the city, Brad, who lets her know that she needs to get the hell out of Dodge. So she does, or at least she tries to. And not even 10 minutes into the game, we get our reveal of this remake's rendition of Nemesis, one who apparently has no issue kicking a downed woman in the ribs. After a pretty damn harrowing escape scene, we meet up with Brad and get to see the hell that Raccoon City has turned into post-infection. There are cars crashing into stores, people dying left and right, and an army of living corpses spilling out from every direction you can look. Which, to be honest, is exactly what I've always wanted from an RE game. Being a huge fan of zombie movies, I've always loved the parts where they just showed the effects of this kind of infestation and all the chaos it would cause, which RE3 did a perfect job of translating to a video game. No joke, there was one part in the intro where I just kind of stopped and listened to all the noise coming from people screaming and gunshots going off in the distance. It's oddly soothing in a psychopathic kind of way. Now, I know a lot of people have issue with Nemesis showing up so early in the game, but I think it works here. In the original, Brad has a chance to foreshadow Nem's existence, and we get to see just how lethal he is when he gets a hold of his target, but I would say Remake does a good job of recreating that feeling. Except this time, laser focused in on Jill. See, he's clearly looking to kill her, and he's not afraid to rip concrete out of a damn building to get the job done, so I feel like they're giving the same message. It does sort of feel like Capcom blew its load a little too early, but if you ask me, this Nemesis reveal was just as effective as the original, just in a different kind of way. Plus, it definitely follows the approach given to remakes in the RE series so far. The same story beats are typically covered, but the devs often toy with your expectations by changing their timing a bit, kind of like the Licker's introduction in 2's remake or the dogs faking you out in part 1. Continuing on, I am going to be spoiling some of the story here, so click that link in the description or skip to the timestamp on screen and we'll catch up with you guys in a bit, alright? So further down the road, Jill and Brad are jumped by zombies, and after getting bit, Brad opts to stay behind, giving Jill just enough time to escape the building. Was it less epic or impactful than the original? Well, in my opinion, yes, but it does serve two purposes, I think. Not only does it offer a bit of a redemption arc for a guy who has historically been, and I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say this, a big ol' scaredy cat, but it also leads to one of the most powerful scenes in any Resident Evil game, hell, maybe any video game I've ever seen.
Come on, man. Not you too. Sorry. Sorry.
I'm not really sure why, but this scene right here really got to me. Something about Marvin's face dropping like that as a zombified colleague mumbles out a word, giving him just a microsecond to second guess his actions. I don't know, it just messed me up. Back to Brad's sacrifice, I wish there would have been a little more fanfare or at least something resembling that big of a loss in Jill's dialogue, but I did get the idea behind it, so it might not have been exactly what I wanted, but I think it works really well. Jill, aiming to make the most of this new situation, heads to a parking garage where survivors are being airlifted out of the city, but this asshole ain't about to let that happen. So Jill does the only sensible thing available, by literally crashing a car into Nemesis, throwing them both off a building. And this is where we get to meet Carlos. A member of Umbrella's own in-house mercenary force who's been sent in to quote-unquote save the people of Raccoon City. Now Jill is obviously a little biased when it comes to the whole Umbrella situation, but Carlos did just save her life, and the remnants of his platoon are the only ones with a ride out of the city, so she decides to work with them in getting the subway system running. And oddly enough, that's about all of the story you really need. Of course, there are many more stops along the way, but the main drive of this plot is Jill escaping the city and avoiding Nemesis at all costs. A very simple but effective method for this kind of story, if you ask me. More than anything, this plot is driven less by a main narrative and more by its characters. Jill starts off cold and almost callous, but we get to see these brief glimpses of emotional overload.
How is this fucker not dead yet?
Then towards the end, we get to see her open up and actually start trusting the people around her. She starts off her little relationship with Carlos by being sarcastic and shooting him down at every turn.
Not your partner.
But as the game progresses, she starts to respect him. Nikolai, who was very cold and robotic in the original game, seems to take much more pleasure in being an asshole here.
Nikolai, what are you doing?
It's not after you.
He's still a total piece of shit, but now he gets a kick out of it. I think this makes for a much more believable antagonist, and it's way easier to hate him. And if there was one contribution this game has made to the international community, it is without a doubt the fact that they somehow made Carlos into the most lovable character in the game.
It's alright, you're going ahead. I'm not gonna die on you, leave you in a cold, cruel, Carlos-less world.
Okay.
No joke, he's a perfect 10 this time around. He's still got that gung-ho hero mentality, and yeah, he's definitely still a horn dog, but those aspects of his personality have been dialed back to what I would call socially acceptable levels. In fact, voice acting across the board is off the charts in delivery and execution. The only real gripe I had was Nikolai's voiceover being noticeably lower than everyone else's.
It's done. Give me the vaccine, you greedy son of a bitch.
No. You think money. I like money.
There were times when I had no idea what he was saying because the background music was drowning him out, which seems really odd because everybody else was integrated perfectly into the game. Of course, his vocal performance is still incredible, it's just very, very low, which I don't understand. But I guess there could be worse problems with a voiceover. Luckily, we got a cast that was very talented, and speaking of which, I was able to sit down and talk with Jeff Shine, the voice of the new and improved Carlos, and pick his brain about the part he played in his transformation.
I'm fine.
Personal space. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. I did all the body work, all the facial movements, and obviously the voice. So that's all me. I didn't know Carlos as a character prior to the game. So having knowledge of like previous incarnations of something can be both advantageous and a disadvantage. For me, in this particular sense, I think it was an advantage because I didn't want to have anything in mind. I knew this game was going in a slightly different direction. I knew Capcom had a clear vision, and I knew the way that I wanted to, you know, play the guy. So in this particular case, I don't think it would have been helpful for me to like have a reference point. I think it was better for me to just kind of like start from scratch, you know, knowing full well, like, you know, that I would either, you know, I was comfortable at that point knowing that I would either, you know, live or die on those choices. You know, there was a lot of Carlos was on the page because we wanted to strike that balance, at least in my mind, was to strike that balance between someone who's highly capable, you know, can handle any situation and you feel confident in his abilities, but you also feel comfortable around him and he brings a little bit of levity. You know, again, a lot of it was on the page. It certainly came that way. And then I think, you know, once we were on set, and we were all sort of observing the way the character was moving, I think we all just naturally really pushed in that direction. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I would say to some extent, some of that was you know, things that I brought to it as well. I don't know that I'll ever, my entrance into a game will ever be as cool as a rocket launcher on the hood of a car saying, "Hey, fuckface."
Hey, fuckface!
Yeah, I'm actually a huge gamer. I play more than my wife would like, I think. I do a little bit of both, to be honest with you. I mean, right now, I think, like, you know, I have a little bit of a limited time, but so a lot of what I'm playing currently is like a lot of new releases and stuff like that. But I love the old stuff. Voice acting is much less about the voice itself. You need to have something underneath it too, right? Like there has to be the acting component, the character component as well. Otherwise, a cool voice gets old really fast. Yeah, I'd be happy to. If that opportunity ever came around, I'd be happy to. It's a great franchise. I mean, I love the franchise and I love Capcom, and I think it's a great group of people. So yeah, that's a no-brainer. Don't worry. I'm not gonna go and leave you in a cold, cruel, Carlosless world.
Giant, infinitely large thanks to Jeff for spending a bit of time talking with me. That was really damn cool of him. But heading back to the story, I'm gonna go against the grain here and say this is my preferred RE3 narrative. It still has that charm that the original brought to the series, but it feels perfectly in line with the more dark and realistic direction Capcom has been taking things. Plus, it has these great ties to the second game that really pulls things into this really cool singular narrative. The world they built here feels like a big step up from how sectioned off Raccoon City felt in 2's remake, and it seems like everyone, including Jill, has had elements of their character tweaked, and the result is a cast of characters that are much more likable and real feeling than in the previous game, which is really saying something. Honestly, there were more than a few times in my first playthrough where I was just touched by how emotional the scene was. And that's a really hard trick to pull off on me, so I appreciate the hell out of it. I also think they went the extra mile by including some absolutely killer world building in the form of files that can be found. Just like in the originals, these little tales push the overall feel of the story into more fleshed out waters. Of course, it would be insane of me not to mention the absolutely jaw-dropping facial animations here. I will get more into the technical side of things a little later, but good God, do these faces carry the entire experience. The emotion of each scene is very clear to see, and these facial expressions honestly sold me on the game's story. They were much more expressive than those found in RE2, and I don't really know if that's because of better tech, better actors, or both, but either way, I was massively impressed. And I think massively impressed is exactly how I feel about this story overall. It was a short experience to be sure, but it was also a much tighter structure than the previous remake. It felt like there was never any downtime, and whenever I would start to get tired of my current location, the game would jump in with a storyline cutscene or some kind of environmental change that would have things feeling fresh again. Just like 2's remake, 3's story was incredibly fun for me to experience, and thanks to some amazing acting both physically and vocally, what's here comes across in a very earnest way. The original RE3 may not have given the developers a whole lot to work with as far as the narrative goes, but they really pulled off something awesome here, and managed to bring back that old Resident Evil feeling. And as such, the story gets 2 big thumbs up from me. Oh, and just in case anyone from Capcom may be listening, hi, thanks for tuning in, and would you please, for the love of God, stop teasing me and give me a satisfying conclusion to the Robert Kendo story, please? Thank you.
chill.
Kendo, you're all right.
Yeah, all right's a stretch.
And here's where we get into the interesting stuff. As someone who has completely stayed away from any trailers, leaked info, or demos for RE3, I didn't really get a feel for how people were liking it. And now that I finally finished it, I'm hearing a lot of negatives. And to be honest, I have my own, but before we get into that, what exactly are we working with here? Which, luckily, is a relatively simple question to answer. Take the gameplay of RE2's remake and apply it here. It's still reminiscent of that original survival horror gameplay to a staggering degree, and it's still incredibly impressive if you ask me. The ammo conservation, limited inventory, atmosphere-driven scares, the zombies and BOWs, they're all here and they have no business being translated this well into a more modern gaming framework. At first you're given a small chunk of Raccoon City to explore, and I was beyond pleased to run around in this city turned upside down by the dead. The original version of 3 always felt so cool to me because I finally got to explore that area that had always seemed to exist just outside the events in Part 2, and the remake is no different. Traveling through the rundown streets and using alleyways to crisscross this little chunk of Armageddon was an absolute delight, and the other areas of the game are both fun to explore and don't overstay their welcome. Plus, I really like the extended hospital scene, that was really cool. And I'm gonna draw a little bit of a line in the sand here because every other reviewer seems to be really upset that there's this holding back a zombie horde section at the end of the hospital, but this didn't really bother me too much. It was actually kind of fun. I'm not really sure why I'm seeing it so different from everybody else, but hey, I guess different strokes for different folks. Item fetching and backtracking are still as satisfying as they've ever been in a survival horror game, and the environments do an amazing job of multiplying that satisfaction. Thankfully, puzzles have also made a return, but sadly they're even less present than in the last remake. This was a little disappointing for me honestly, but I doubt very much your average owner of a current-gen console is demanding more puzzles in their games, so I'm probably in the minority there. And, well, I guess I've danced around it long enough. Yes, there is massive amounts of content missing from this remake if we're using the original as a comparison. And yes, I 100% think that's a little messed up. It seems to me they were in a bit of a crunch with this game since they would have obviously wanted to continue to capitalize off of 2's success, and that meant adhering to a pretty short development window, which is understandable from a business perspective, but scummy if that means cutting content for the end user. Which I'm a bit conflicted on. Notice how I threw that qualifier in there about comparing this game to the original. You guys honestly have no idea how many arguments I've been in with people on my definition of a remake. To me it means remaking the original game as it was, but thrown into a new engine with new assets that mirror the originals artistically. So many have slammed me for using this metric when I complain about how far Capcom and Squaresoft are going in altering content they're meant to be remaking. I always get responses shooting me down for expecting the same game but newer and better looking. Everyone seems to be upset with me for holding these remakes to the originals, but now that one doesn't include content that appeared in the original, suddenly everyone's on Jared's side. Now, I'm sure this goes without saying, but I am not in support of removing content from a game in order to rush it out the door. I just find it odd how quick most of these people down with the idea of reimaginings over remakes seem to pivot to pointing at the original when being mad about a change. I guess I should say hi and welcome everybody to my side of the argument. Now, all that being said, I don't agree with a lot of my peers who think the game is too short because of this. I finished my first playthrough in around 5 hours, which was about the same amount of time it took me to finish the last game. Of course, it has to be said that RE2 gave you 2 5-hour campaigns, 4 if you count the fluff that was the B scenarios, which I don't by the way. So why does 3 feel so much more satisfying to me? I know there were whole sections, bosses, and a lot of other stuff axed, but maybe this is why 3 had so much better pacing than 2 did. Maybe due to the lessened content, or maybe due to a better eye for game design. Either way, this game felt like it lasted exactly as long as it needed to. The pace kept a forward momentum that almost never stopped, and the story was always there to kick me in the ass every time I started to get tired of my surroundings. Where the RPD in 2 had us spending a good chunk of the game in one giant area, 3 has us constantly changing areas, and the smaller main environments make for a feeling of constant progression. In 2's remake, that would come from unlocking a door to a new room in the precinct or the lab, but in 3 we're moving to a whole new area fairly often. Of course, I do have to mention that some of those scene changes just land us in reused areas from 2, but hey, that also happened in the original, and I like it in both. But stop the presses and inform the masses, Resident Evil has a soundtrack again. It was a huge gripe of mine in the last game that Capcom replaced the series' most iconic OST with a very dry, low melody that never quite sounded like a song, and in 3 that is exactly what's on offer, up until the scene introducing Nikolai. After that cutscene ended, I was treated to an amazing rendition of one of my favorite tracks from the original, and it was almost dreamlike. I didn't really know what was going on, and by the time I figured it out, I was in heaven. And to my absolute joy, the musical homages did not stop there. It's crazy how much more tension I found in this game with the addition of the old soundtrack being remixed in the background. Now don't get me wrong, the dark silence of Part 2 was really nice, but this is for sure the right way to go with sound design, which sadly leads me back into another common criticism. And that is the idea that this game is far too linear. And yes, it absolutely is linear, but every RE game ever made has been a linear affair. Resident Evils 1, 2, and 3 start you off with 2 paths to follow, each meeting up with each other at some point. The illusion of choice was always there because the player was able to find keys and unlock doors at their discretion, but there was never more than 2 real options available at any one time. This remake has a very similar structure. In the starting area, you could either go straight through the donut shop or take a right and hit up the shortcut ladder, then proceed through the next area, returning through that same donut shop. I think the smaller scale of 3's locations are giving people the impression that they're more linear than they actually are, and to be completely honest, I think a lot of people haven't played the original release of Nemesis in a long time. It seems like a lot of complaints are coming from people who aren't getting the same experience that they remember from their first playthrough, but take it from a guy who just played through RE3 6 or 7 times in a row to make a video on its ports. It's a linear game. Sure, you're given a choice between meeting Carlos at the newspaper office or at the restaurant, but both locations lead to the same dialogue. The same events play out, just with some new scenery. So I gotta ask you, is there a game-breaking difference between this and this? And sure, the original Nemesis would allow for choices to be made at certain events, but I have an honest question. Is the difference between climbing up from this hole or jumping down into it the reason you replayed Resident Evil 3? Or was it how much fun you had during your playthrough? Was entering the Umbrella facility from the front an entirely different experience from going in through the sewers? For all I know, that actually is the case for you, but I can tell you from my perspective, those were never a draw for me, so they're not exactly something I missed in this remake. That being said, I would have liked to have seen at least one alternate ending. I've always said that I would prefer a tightly woven single narrative over a messy one that has to account for several player choices made along the way, but a bad ending would have been a nice inclusion. So to wrap up this little rant, yes, there are parts of the original missing here, and that is kind of crappy, but I honestly think the experience is a much tighter and more efficiently designed affair because of it. Yes, I of course would have loved to see more content, but I'm not completely sure the developers would have been able to retain the same great pacing if that was the case. So I definitely think it's important that you formulate your own opinion there, but in my book, they made a small amount of resources feel just as plentiful as the original. But don't you worry, I do have another controversial sticking point to talk about, and you know damn well what it is. Yes, the Nemesis encounters do play out very differently from how they do in the original game, and a lot of people seem to be pretty unhappy about it. The main complaint I seem to see online is the fact that we went from a more random occurrence in the original to a scripted plan type of deal here in the remake, and I have 2 main points to touch on as far as that's concerned. First off, for those of you that don't know, Nemesis was always heavily scripted. Acquiring certain key items would always trigger a Nemesis spawn, and there was very little variation in where he would actually show up without a cutscene. And as a matter of fact, that variation made the game a real pain in the ass for people trying to play it like they would any other survival horror game. See, the point of these games is to conserve inventory space and maximize efficient paths to your objective, and on paper, something like Nemesis showing up would indeed force you to change your route, and sometimes that was the case, but more often than not, it meant him spawning in a hallway and blocking a door you need to go through, and that meant eating one of his punches and hoping you had a healing item on you, which a lot of people thought was a core element of the original RE3's horror, and I have to vehemently disagree on that point. Being cheated into a one-shot death after having 20 or so minutes without saving does not improve a horror game the same way driving 15 miles on empty doesn't improve my commute to work. The horror of Resident Evil comes from its setting, the subject matter, and a combination of the story, environment, and sound design. Horror isn't an element in the gameplay. The thought of losing progress is not a mechanic, it's a result of you either playing bad or the game being designed bad. Now, difficulty is without a doubt key to a satisfying video game experience, and sometimes that means the player is going to die, but I'm less likely to want to master that difficulty if I think I died as the result of an off-screen dice roll and not my own actions. So yes, I actually really enjoyed the new scripted Nemesis encounters. But that wasn't how it was at first. See, in my first playthrough, I was actually really pissed off at how strong he was and how he could leap over your head and cut you off, but in my second playthrough, I noticed something. What I was doing was running away from Nemesis without attacking him like I was playing through a really fast run of RE3, and that was not the right way to do it. In my second playthrough, I noticed a lot of environmental hazards I wasn't taking advantage of. His first spawn outside the power station has a generator I could have shot to stun him, and that same situation showed up at nearly every spot he ever gave me trouble at. My second and third attempts at this were much more fair, and I honestly felt like any damage I took was due to my own reaction time, which is exactly how I would have liked to have seen Nemesis in the original. Of course, there are a lot of enemies that can one-hit you, and while that is annoying as hell, we're now playing a game that gives you an evasive maneuver, so at least it's fair in its annoyingness. Oh yeah, did I mention the dodge is back? Well, it is, and hot damn does it feel good to nail one of these bad boys. The game slows down to show off your dope-ass evasive roll, and hitting aim will line up a few free hits on your enemy. If you guys will remember, the dodge function's ambiguity and inconsistency were major sticking points for me with the original, and while it's much more reliable this time around, there were still these moments where I took damage after dodging at what looked like the perfect time. And I think this might have been an intentional move. It's clear a lot of effort went into revamping this maneuver without making the game a cakewalk as a result. This means there are no iframes during your dodge like you might be used to in other games. So if you didn't initiate a dodge at just the right time during an attack animation, well, you're going to take damage. You could of course use this to move out of range, which can work sometimes, but more often than not, the frames of recovery that comes with it will put you in a similar position to the one you just got out of. I do feel this dodge could be tweaked a bit to feel more consistent, but an improvement's an improvement, and I have to say dodging was way more fun and rewarding this time around. In my limited complaints with the last remake, I listed damage output as a big issue of mine. Getting more than 5 or 6 headshots on a zombie just to have them get back up and take another 5 or 6 while I was dealing with 3 of their friends was annoying as hell, and it seems to me that Capcom has improved on this. For most of the game, zombies went down with a lot less effort, which left me feeling way more confident going into fights, which is always good. Although I still do have a few complaints. First off, there's this weird delay where you can down a zombie and then knife them 1 or 2 times to make sure they don't get back up, and sure enough, when you walk back over them, they're going to grab your leg while you're trying to take out any other threats. Seems like 3 knife strikes are required to get a reaction on a grounded zombie, and that feels a little cheap to me. Maybe this was a move to balance the gameplay since the knife is no longer breakable, but for whatever reason, it's really frustrating at first until you figure this out. On that same front, you have to wait what feels like minutes after certain animations to do anything useful. After a dodge either failed or successful, or being hit to the ground, there's a massive amount of frames where reloading or opening your menu simply can't be done. Now this was kind of easy to get used to, but it would be nice if I was able to heal right after taking a hit from Nemesis instead of watching Jill jump to her feet and stand still for a few seconds before I was able to get her to do anything. It also seemed like Carlos's section in the hospital had zombies taking way more damage than previously. Not sure if it was just me or his weapon, but it seemed like they were much more likely to get up. Some of them even falling and rising 3 or more times. I think this was probably due to them being crammed in small rooms with each other, so killing one and then knifing him on the ground wasn't as much of an option. Speaking of Carlos, I was thrilled his sections made it into the remake, and while I did have some complaints, it's really hard to deny the satisfaction of going full auto on a group of zombies and watching the body parts just fly off them. And contrary to my initial complaints about Nemesis, I absolutely loved his boss fights. The remake of 2 got a lot of flack for its simplistic boss encounters, and while I did enjoy them, I could definitely see where that criticism was coming from. But Capcom certainly listened in that department. Not only are you going to have to do a lot of dodging and shooting, but you're going to have to figure out little puzzle elements, like shooting mine rounds at a building to blow him off while he was running. Not gonna lie, it took me a little while longer than I'm comfortable with to figure that one out. These boss fights were fun as hell for me, while still retaining that same feeling I got in the original minus all the frustration. On top of that, there's much more post-game content than 2 ever offered. After your first time beating it, you'll gain access to this endgame store where you can buy buffs and weapons to be used in your next playthrough. My first buy was one of these assault coins that raises your damage output, and I gotta say, after beating the game a second time with this thing equipped, I would recommend this be the default balance for RE3. Zombies were going down with a few less bullets, which meant I was taking way less bullshit damage. This did of course have the side effect of making me pretty flush with handgun ammo by the end, but oddly enough I still came close to running out of shotgun shells a few times. I assume this could be compensated for with less healing items scattered around and maybe less ammo to be found, but either way I would totally recommend playing the game this way, at least just to get a feel for it. Trust me, it is really, really fun. And to be honest, that would be all I had to say about gameplay, but it seems like the first-person mod developed for RE2 works perfectly here in RE3, and holy hell is it really fun. It definitely makes dodging a bit more involved, but I actually kind of liked how it forced me to learn the game in a new way. If you're playing this game on PC, you have no excuse to not try this mod out. Enabling first-person mode and ditching the heads-up display makes for an experience even closer to survival horror gameplay than the base game offers, and the immersion is just next level. Try it out, trust me, it's really, really cool. So I guess we should probably start condensing this all into one thought. Yes, this game is missing a not insubstantial amount of what was in the original, and I was indeed a fan of a lot of the stuff that didn't make it into the game. Nemesis is now fully scripted, and he only shows up in very specific scenes, and I do indeed think this was a much better direction for him, or at least it fit the game we got much better. All that being said, this was an amazingly fun playthrough. The combat, backtracking, and exploration still felt great despite what was missing. I would have loved to have seen a lot more puzzles and maybe one more major area, but me wanting more of a great game isn't necessarily a downside. Thanks to either a lack of content from the original game or a better trained eye for design, the pacing and flow in this game feels rock solid. Each area ended exactly when it felt like it should have, and the constant forward momentum helped me feel like I was always making progress. The scant amount of optional backtracking that can be done didn't overstay its welcome, and I really appreciate that. I do of course understand that a lot of this has now fallen into a value-based argument though. The economy being the way it is, no one wants to waste $60 on a game, and I do 100% get that approach. And that puts me in a bit of a rough position. The value of a game is such a subjective metric, one that differs vastly from person to person, so I guess in the end that'll be up to you, but I can say that RE3 was a worthy purchase in my book. I'm currently on my 5th playthrough, and the charm hasn't worn off for me yet. I think the combination of its killer story, tight pacing, and improvements on the rewarding gameplay I love from Part 2 forms one hell of a fun video game. So if you're struggling with money at the moment, just know a game's length isn't always a determining factor in its worth. I mean, 5 hours is the baseline for a survival horror game, or at least one where content hasn't been cut out of it. But if you can't imagine a world where you're not fighting a giant worm in a graveyard, maybe wait till it goes on sale. Which brings us right along to my favorite topic of conversation, the game's presentation. Now, Capcom's RE engine is well known for being both impressively powerful and surprisingly well optimized, and RE2 got my vote for the best looking modern video game I had ever seen before, so I'm not going to string you along for some type of dramatic reveal. RE3 improved on that game's graphics in almost every conceivable way, making this the most impressive looking game I have ever sat in front of. And since I went so far in depth with my review of RE2, let's talk about how this game improved on my complaints from that video. First among them being the granular look that RE2 had at 1080p. I couldn't quite put my finger on it at the time, but everything sort of looked like a dot matrix print, kind of like you could actually see the small pixels that made up everything you were looking at. Jumping into the game on console definitely solved this issue thanks to the overall softer and less complicated picture, but I wanted to see this game at max settings, and sadly the better it looked, the more obvious this issue became. And in my opinion, Capcom did an amazing job of mitigating this in 3. The same wonderful eye for artistically pleasing graphics is present here, but minus that granular speckled look. At least, mostly. It's still very much present in very fine details like hair, but bumping the image scaling up can definitely help here. Sadly, I have not found a combination of settings that totally gets rid of the issue though. I also thought that there were times when facial animations could look off in 2's remake, but oh man did they fix that issue here. I can't think of a single scene in 3 where I wasn't blown away by how convincing these animations were. It seems like the devs got much more familiar with their tech in between 2 and 3 because there seems to be more points of articulation in every moving part of 3's faces. Now, it is a little hard to quantify, but it just felt more real to me this time around. The damage you deal to enemies seems dialed back a little bit, which might seem like a bad thing, but I always felt like it looked a little off in 2.
After a few headshots, I would see a lot of weird yellow or orange tones, and that doesn't really seem to be the case in 3, or at least not to as large a degree. The environments are just as stunning as they were last time around, but this time show off way more of Raccoon City. In 2, the short glimpses you got seemed to disappear into the darkness and didn't really give you a feel for how the rest of the city looked, but 3 has a much brighter color palette. This means you get a good look at your surroundings, and just like before, there are some of the best looking environments I've ever been in. Every crashed ambulance or piece of pavement wet with blood is represented with gloriously gruesome detail. And in my strangely specific, hyper-analytical opinion, the most exciting thing to talk about is that Capcom seemed to have ditched the adaptive lighting levels from Part 2, or at least that's what I call them. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, load up a game of RE2 Remake and stand in one area, then turn your camera towards a section of the room with more light than another. You can actually watch the game slowly increase or decrease the amount of gamma and brightness on the screen, and it's a relatively slow process, which always kind of irked me. Well, I'm glad to say that's no longer an issue, so congrats to the 4 or 5 people who ever cared about that. We do, however, have to talk about the main controversy that was making the rounds back when this game was announced. It seemed like a lot of people didn't like the redesigned look these characters had, but I was always kind of indifferent to them. Sure, they're not what we're used to, but they do fit the new direction Capcom seems to be taking the series in, visually speaking. I don't know, something about this modern, realistic look just does something for me. I think it works really well. And I know I'm in the minority here, but I think this is the best Nemesis we've ever seen. It's kind of weird that he's got a sideways nose, yeah, but we are talking about a guy with half of his face stapled together. It's not exactly the strangest thing going on here. Plus, the new look really accentuates his animalistic nature. Every scene he shows up in makes him look like he's powered by a nuclear arsenal of just pure rage. But even though I really like the way everyone looked in pre-release media, this really just comes down to personal preference. I did, however, notice there might be some subtle changes since then. The art circulating around the web as early as a few months ago seemed to show Jill's hair looking slightly different and her face having a more squared off jawline compared to what we saw in-game. Carlos also had some changes made, with his face looking a little more round and baby smooth in the early days. Regardless of their changes though, every character in this game looks absolutely stunning in my opinion. I'm not sure how they made such large strides in the engine given the short amount of time in between 2 and 3, but the difference in lighting, facial animations, and small details is just clear all around. That being said, I did notice some issues both new to this game and ones I noticed in 2. Like I said before, 3 mostly fixed the issue that 2 had with very grainy pixelated looking graphics, but you're still going to see this in fine details like hair. There's some far off shots where you're going to see this a lot, and it's going to be pretty distracting, or at least it was to me. It does get much better with an image scale of about 150%, which makes sense as the picture is getting super sampled, but not everyone's going to be able to run the game at that high of an internal render resolution. Just like in the second remake, lighting is an absolute marvel, but you are going to see scenes that add a hazy, smoky look over what should be a much darker black. I'm not really sure why this is the case in both games, since there are plenty of spots that are lit perfectly, but every once in a while you're going to see a dark hall that's more gray than black, which is kind of annoying. And sadly, just like last time, screen space reflections are broken across the board. The reflections caused by this effect are inconsistent and very pixelated. They may disappear when you hit angles the game can't calculate, and they add a smeary blur across every surface they're projected on. If you're playing on PC, I strongly recommend you turn this feature off right at the start. Trust me, the terrible reflections aren't worth the performance hit, and you'll still get localized light sources reflecting off the environment, so you're not going to be missing out on anything important, I promise you. Of course, it would be criminal of me not to point out the rampant reuse of RE2 assets in 3. Nearly every zombie in the game will look familiar to anyone that's escaped the RPD recently, and that's on top of it using assets that were already borrowed from RE7. These boxes, the inventory screen, and the yellow tape are 3rd generation renders at this point. And yeah, I guess it would be necessary for a game that came out in such a short release window, but no one forced you to put this game out so soon, Capcom. I'm sure we all would have been more than happy to wait another year if it meant getting more original content. I do want to point out that this didn't really bother me too much, but this is a $60 game and there are certain expectations. And having a new cast of deadheads would have certainly made an amazing experience even better. And on top of that, it seems like there are less of the unique animations that will play when downing a zombie. 3 uses a very finite amount of these animations, and they all feel a little more pre-baked than before, which leads to zombies not interacting with the environment as realistically as they used to. And speaking of which, there's this odd issue where animations will skip what seems like most of their frames depending on how far away you are from an enemy. You won't see this too often, but this scene here with the zombies behind the fence shows it off pretty well.
See how shaky the movements are? It's kind of odd, but I assume this goes towards saving precious resources, or at least that's the only thing I can think of. But even though this list of issues was pretty damn long, they are just small things I noticed, and all things considered, that does include the downsides, this is the best looking game I've ever laid my hands on, and the sheer amount of noticeable improvements over Capcom's last RE game is absolutely staggering. All of the beauty of the last game is here, but improved on and lacking in a lot of the flaws. The shiny wet look that covered everything in 2 has been dialed back and now only applies to things where it makes sense. The facial animations are several steps further than anything seen in the game, and the particle effects are even more believable. Luckily, there are the same bevy of graphical tweaks here on the PC version, and even though you don't see this as much as you'd like, a visual indicator of when you're overworking your machine's assets is always appreciated. Thank you very much for that, Capcom. And right about here is where I would compare the console version to the PC release, but this game managed to come out in a time when most places are shutting their doors in fear of a very T-virus-like outbreak, so it looks like we're going to have to wait for that level of analysis. Now, I can't personally confirm this, but based on what I've heard from the internet, base model Xbox One seemed to be showing some type of frame rate issues, which is never good. You know, this engine always impressed me, and I'm a little disappointed I can't see how well it works on my own PS4, but oh well, no use crying over missed console ports, I guess. So, presentation-wise, RE3 is absolutely gorgeous, there is no denying that. It took the incredible graphical achievements of RE2 Remake and improved on them by such a degree that I assume there was an entire console generation in between their respective releases. If you're anything like me, the focus on lighting and small details will give you a nearly infinite amount of cool effects to drool over in every part of the game, but rest assured there's something here for everyone. The animations are still top-notch, the game looks incredibly smooth when running at above 60 frames per second, and the realistic faces/acting is convincing to a scary degree. And you know what? I don't care what anyone thinks, Crooked Nose Nemesis is without a doubt the best Nemesis. Alright, so there was a clear positive bend to this video, and there is a very good reason for that. This is an amazingly fun game. I was genuinely blown away at how engaged I was the entire time playing it, and even now on my 4th or 5th playthrough, I am still loving it. Going back and looking at other videos, there have been a few sticking points made by other critics, and I'm not saying they're wrong in criticizing the game on its length or cut content. What I am saying is RE3 is incredibly fun despite those issues. The story is a clear improvement over the original, the graphics are to die for, and the more action-heavy gameplay, while not what I would prefer in an RE game, stays very true to the source material. To me, it feels like the developers really understood what made Resident Evil 3 tick and brought a modernized version of that into the world with a degree of success very rarely seen in these kind of things. There's no doubt that more work could have been done to it, I'm not going to sit here and deny that, but that doesn't mean there isn't a supremely enjoyable remake to enjoy as a result. If the game's length is a major sticking point for you, keep in mind the game doesn't necessarily need to be over 10 hours to be enjoyable. I'm sitting at about 20 hours of overall playtime right now, and I have no doubt I'll get another 10 hours in by the end of the week, so in my estimate, I got my $60 worth. But of course the old hours long versus satisfaction gained argument is going to go a different way for everyone. So if you think a 5-hour game just isn't worth it right now, I totally get that. But if anything I ranted about in the video perked your ears just a little, I'd say go ahead and take the plunge. Resident Evil 3 continues Part 2's tradition of reimagining the OG RE games and implanting them into a new generation's worth of nightmares. Now of course you guys know my position. It would be all tank controls and fixed camera angles if I had my way. But the remakes coming from Capcom have proven that the original RE formula is a little more pliable than I once thought. It still works here even under a totally different framework, so I guess what I'm trying to say is I gotta get out of here so I can play more RE3. But I have some more retrospective related content in the works, so don't worry. But until then, I hope to see all of you again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. If you caught the last few videos on the Resident Evil Retrospective, you're likely aware that the development process for these games are often cursed with issues, and Resident Evil 3 wasn't about to break with such a long-held tradition. During development, RE3 was actually supposed to be exclusive to Sega's last entry in the console market, the Dreamcast. Now there tends to be a lot of contention in the community when it comes to this Dreamcast entry being the true successor to RE2. Depending on where you look, there's an abundant amount of info that points to the Dreamcast as being the home of this numbered entry in the RE universe, but there are still skeptics that see things differently.
In the spirit of converting some of you with a bit of often overlooked info and giving some love to a similarly overlooked RE game, let's dive into what might be the most contested entry in this long-running franchise in Part 3.5 of the Resident Evil Retrospective. Alright, so before we jump into this bad boy, we have to deal with a pretty big misunderstanding. It seems that there is a sizable group out there that questions the validity of Code Veronica's symbolic place as an official entry, so let's clear that up with a bit of logic. Thanks to Nemesis writer Yasuhisa Kawamura, we know that the current RE3 started its life as a spin-off with a brand new protagonist. The only conflict occurs with an interview that Shinji Mikami gave to IGN, stating that the numbered entries were always supposed to stay on the PlayStation and all other consoles would get subtitled entries. Not only does this directly contradict the stories from members of both teams, but it also means that Capcom wanted a numbered entry of their flagship series to star a previously unknown character, and that a Dreamcast spin-off should star the main character of the last official release. Now, I don't know about you, but in the face of all the information stating otherwise, counting on Capcom to make a creatively and financially risky move like this is evidence of some pretty big leaps of faith. So from now on, we're going to continue as if Code Veronica was meant to be the third entry in the series, because it was.
What was that all about?
Code Veronica is the story of Claire Redfield and her continuing search for her brother and fellow main character Chris. This sisterly quest leads her through a network of Umbrella intrigue and eventually to their base of operations in Paris. Since this occurs 3 months after the events of Part 2 and 3, Umbrella is already in high alert and apparently well aware of Claire's infiltration. After an admittedly cool action sequence, Claire is captured and sent to an Umbrella prison colony/research facility on Rockford Island. Almost as soon as she shows up, a rival paramilitary unit proceeds to invade and causes the release of our beloved T-Virus. And this is where Code Veronica trails off from the established norm. In any other RE game, the goal of escaping a virus-infected hellhole would be the whole of the motivation, but in this game, we actually get to see what happens after a successful escape. Well, maybe successful is the wrong word.
My apologies, but I cannot let you escape now.
Joining us in our escapades is a shoo-in for the most annoying sidekick in the series award, the offensively Canadian Steve Burnside.
Wait a second, what just happened?
Steve is annoyingly written and even more annoyingly voiced, and come to think of it, pretty much the entire voice cast is a huge step backwards from the huge improvements found in Parts 2 and 3. I'm assuming this has something to do with resources being drafted into RE3's development, but honestly, who knows? As far as story is concerned, this is a pretty nice entry in the overall RE mythos. The changes in the formula by having multiple settings and the retreading of previous locations with Chris showing up for a late rescue is actually pretty damn cool and a welcome refreshment. Of course, there are obvious flaws like the fact that Claire traveled all the way to Paris on a hunch, searching for her brother, but then just emails him through Leon.
I've got to contact Leon and tell him to let my brother know he's being monitored.
But if you spend too much time scratching your head and wondering why she didn't just email him before all this, thereby getting rid of her need to be caught in the French offices of a pharmaceutical company, you'll be too busy to notice the pure refinement of the Resident Evil gameplay system. Yes, Code Veronica is probably the purest and most modern example of classic Resident Evil mechanics. Tank controls have made a triumphant return, and they are still an absolute joy to master, but now they move you around in fully 3D environments. Now, I know what you're thinking, and no, this isn't some type of crazy revisionist history nonsense. These are indeed 3D environments in an RE game. For those of you whose minds may be currently blown, don't worry, the camera remains locked in those familiar cinematic positions we've all grown to know and love, at least as long as I'm the one making the videos around here. With the fully rendered background comes some sweeping and panning action with the cameras, which is now my preferred type of camera system for survival horror games. I'm not sure why, but your traditional fixed perspectives mixed with some limited camera movements makes this the most horror movie feeling game in the series, at least for its time. To be honest, I think this system would have been the series baseline if not for the changes to come, but we'll cover that more in depth in the next entry. Combat is exactly what fans of Resident Evil have come to expect from the series, but with a few tweaks here and there. Don't worry though, holding R1 still aims and the action button still fires. The exploding gas cans from 3 have made an appearance, and there's a new emphasis on holding some weapons in both hands, which leads to targeting 2 enemies at once. Both of these mechanics are kinda cool to have around, but ultimately aren't too important overall. That's not to say that they're useless, they just won't be replacing your go-to strategies anytime soon. Towards the end of the game, there's the inclusion of a robot enemy that scans the area you're in and calls a hunter if it catches you, but these are too sparse to really call huge changes. They did spruce things up a little bit, which is nice, and since we're on the subject, this game feels like the lightest offering so far when enemy variety is concerned. The only new additions are these Bandersnatches, and they look about as lame as they sound, with just a couple of bonus points for being able to use their long arms to follow you through some areas. Oddly enough, the real variety to be found is with the zombies. It's pretty clear that there was a real passion at Capcom to make zombies dangerous again. At first, the only thing you'll notice is their tendency to fall forward when they're close to dying. This changes the usual RE strategies and had me keeping my distance more than any of the previous games. On top of this, there's also parasite zombies in the last quarter of the game who will shoot out the gross creatures growing inside of them. Add this to some zombies being strapped with explosives and their new ability to climb stairs, and you've got yourself one damn versatile foe. And I obviously appreciate the large variety of unique corpses you come across. The addition of some simple things like hats and helmets flying off the recently deceased, and them realistically sliding down walls and falling down stairs, goes a long way in CV's obsession with adding things that only series veterans will love. Backtracking through creepy environments is still required for progression, and other than a drawn-out bit in the beginning, still feels like that quality RE experience. The ridiculously contrived puzzles are back and might even be at peak levels of contrived ridiculousness. All things considered, this is the total package gameplay-wise. The locations are spooky and inviting enough to keep you wanting to explore them, and the backtracking sessions, broken up by classic survival horror combat that we're all used to, might be at its best in the series. Which makes sense because this was also the longest Resident Evil game of its time, clocking in at a whopping 12 or so hours. Graphically, Code Veronica is damn impressive, but that's sort of expected as this is the first entry on such a powerful platform. The Dreamcast has always had a few recognizable quirks with its 3D, but CV may be the best looking game on the console. The addition of relatively dynamic lighting makes some areas look absolutely amazing, and it also supports 480p if you have a good VGA or SCART box. Items in your menu have regained the 3D models they used to have in the first Resident Evil, and character models are pretty damn smooth all things considered. The zombies all look grotesquely disfigured, but I'll be honest, these super smooth models don't have the same impact as their heavily aliased counterparts in 2 and 3. The added system memory of the DC allows for much larger areas without having to break them up with door transitions. This combined with the sweeping camera makes for a high level of immersion. But sadly, it's not all good news. One thing that really rubbed me the wrong way was the game's fog. Every area is steeped in it, and I never really noticed this my first few encounters with the game, but after upscaling it through the FrameMeister, it's clear that this fog is present in almost every area. I'm gonna have to assume that this was some type of trick to keep the Dreamcast from rendering whole areas at once, but I can't find any info on the matter, so for all I know, this might just be a stylistic choice. Now, this doesn't ruin the look of the game, but it can wash out the picture in some screens. I also noticed that the in-game animations aren't too fluid when compared to parts 2 and 3, but I doubt someone who plays this game on its own would ever even be able to spot such a small gripe. And with all that out of the way, we can jump into what has recently become my favorite part of making these videos, and that's comparing the ports. Code Veronica has a pretty good number of re-releases, and lucky for me, they're all fairly similar. First up is the PS2 port, Code Veronica X. This version actually changes things around a bit more than any of the other ports we've covered so far. There are some added cutscenes and alterations to existing ones, some re-recorded dialogue, a changed intro video, and the absolute weirdest change, Steve's brand new luscious bangs. For years I racked my brain trying to figure out why Capcom would alter something as insignificant as a hairstyle, but apparently this was the result of fans constantly comparing him to Leonardo DiCaprio, which I guess I can kinda see. The PS2 version also boasts some cleaner visuals, well, sort of. Overall, the picture is noticeably sharper, which I'm sure looks way better displayed on an old CRT with a composite connection, but upscaling shows it to be a much more alias picture compared to the Dreamcast's softer look. For you videophiles, the Dreamcast release can push 480p with the right VGA box, but the PS2 is locked to an interlaced output. The weird fog is still present on the PS2, but thanks to a sharper picture, it's way less of an issue, even though it can still wash out colors in some cases. The only downside I can see are some textures looking like they tried to enhance the old muddy ones from previous versions, but I doubt that'll make a difference on anyone's playthrough. I also noticed a weird little quirk with some type of blur applied on this version. Now, I first assumed this had to do with my FrameMeister's deinterlacing, but even after I disabled it, the blur was still there. Not really sure why it exists, but it is interesting. The good news is the GameCube version is a carbon copy of this release, and with the sharper look combined with the added content, you'd figure that'd be my recommendation, but there's a reason you've been looking at Dreamcast footage this whole time. Even though the new additions are nice, the Dreamcast original has always been my go-to choice when starting a new game. Like I said before, I kind of prefer the softer video output of the DC, and the controls just feel right on a Dreamcast controller. Although a dash of nostalgia and the nerdy glee I get from seeing Claire's condition on my VMU might play a role in that as well. But for the first time in the retrospective, I can say any of these ports will give you a great experience, and I could recommend all of them really. Well, maybe not all of them. There was an attempt at giving this classic a new coat of paint in the 2011 PS3 and 360 HD re-release, but despite a massively overhauled lighting engine and some really sharp 2D assets, the overall picture is way too dark to even be considered as a recommendation. Of course, the fact that it's digital only doesn't help either. Alright, so now you know which version of the game you should play, but the question remains, should you even bother playing it? And the answer is a resounding yes. Code Veronica does the tried and true Resident Evil formula an immense justice. The controls, combat, exploration, and puzzle solving are all perfectly transplanted onto this new platform, of course with a few new additions to spice things up. To put things bluntly, this is the Resident Evil fans' Resident Evil. It definitely loses a few points for some awful voice acting and a middle-of-the-road plot, but in the face of a perfect adaptation on different architecture, little things like that kind of fail to register. The longer playtime is definitely appreciated, and the addition of some more playable characters really feels like a return to form for the series. Without any hesitation, I would say Code Veronica deserves a spot right at the top with some of the best entries in the series. Being a new game on a new platform naturally gave the community a bit of doubt, but CV has certainly earned its place on the timeline in my opinion. But sadly, the good news ends there, because Code Veronica was the end of an era, the last in a long line, the only living relative in a dead bloodline. Guys, the honeymoon is officially over now that we have covered, and yes it pains me to say this, the last traditional survival horror game in the numbered Resident Evil series. Now, I know a lot of you are excited to see my opinions of the next 4 entries in the series, but part of me is a little sad at the end of one journey and the beginning of a new one. Thanks for sticking around for 5 entries in this little project of mine, and I hope to see you next time right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective.
What's up, guys? I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I may have a confession to make. I am obsessed with Resident Evil. Now, I'm not quite sure that needs to be said, as most of you watching this likely found me through my coverage of that series or games inspired by it. But what some of you may not know is I have an equally unhealthy obsession with the differences that can crop up when porting a game to multiple systems. I really couldn't tell you why, but I've just always really enjoyed finding those small details that might have been altered during the porting process or differences you'll see in video when jumping from one system to the next. And in that same vein, I have always thought Resident Evil Code Veronica is a criminally unappreciated entry in the dynasty that is the RE franchise, so I figured why not head pop 2 zombies with 1 shotgun blast. Today I'm looking to dig deep into the many versions of this lesser loved entry and find out exactly how they differ and, if possible, figure out which one is most deserving of your time. So after an uncomfortably long absence, it feels great to say once again, what's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective.
It is almost time, you genetically inferior siblings.
Resident Evil Code Veronica is a bit of a black sheep in the classic survival horror entries of the series, but at least a portion of the audience fell in love with Claire Redfield's return to the series. It should probably go without saying, but I've already covered this title pretty extensively in a past video in my Resident Evil retrospective, but just to catch some of the newbies up, Code Veronica sees Claire from RE2 setting out to find her brother. After being a particularly annoying thorn in Umbrella's side, she is eventually captured and taken to an island training facility that I guess they were also using as a holding cell for people that needed to be gotten rid of. During her stay, there was some kind of an attack on the island, and the T-virus seems to have been purposefully spread, causing even further chaos. After realizing the place was doomed, one of her jailers let Claire out of her cell, and the first leg of the game is spent attempting to escape this hellhole with a friend she met along the way, Steve. A person who's so Canadian, and this is true, the whole of Canada agrees he's taking it a bit too far.
Sorry about that little misunderstanding. But I thought you were another one of those monsters.
Shut up!
The two eventually unravel the history of Umbrella's creation and the family behind it. Sitting at the head of that family is a guy who, in the absence of his twin sister, sort of lost his mind and has been essentially cosplaying her until he can see her again. The rest of the game turns in a few unexpected directions, including the reveal that Chris is no longer missing and is actively retracing Claire's steps, culminating in what I would call a pretty damn enjoyable time. But sadly, there's a lot of you watching right now who wouldn't agree. For some reason, this game catches a lot of hell, which was a huge revelation for me to find out. When I released my video on this during the heyday of the Resident Evil retrospective, I was shocked to see so many people in the comments having such negative things to say about it. To be totally honest, I had always just figured everyone loved the game the same way I did. Now, it seems like there are a few complaints that crop up when this title is discussed, but the most odd was a common theme of the game being too difficult. Something that seems strange to me because CV has never really given me too many issues at all. In a typical playthrough, I'm able to keep my handgun ammo above 150 at all times, and here's the amount of green herbs I collected just before the first tyrant fight. And it's not like I'm some kind of expert at dodging zombies. I put down easily 85 to 90% of the zombies I come across, and as far as herbs go, I've actually made it a personal rule that first aid sprays are never to be used during any RE playthrough. By the way, don't ask me why, because I have literally no idea. For Christ's sakes, I still save like a crazy person, so it's not like I'm going for that coveted S rank on completion. Apparently, I'm just a little unhinged. And by the way, by no means is this me trying to brag to you guys, because I'm not even that good at the game compared to most people who play it. My point is, I just don't know where all these comments about the game's difficulty are coming from. On that note though, if I did have a list of advice to those of you that have stayed away, I'd say numbers 1 through 10 would be use the knife more. In this game, a downward strike can hit multiple times, and once you're good with judging the right distance, you can clear most rooms without ever firing a single bullet. Yes, you are probably going to take a little bit of damage during that process, but I find this game to be pretty forgiving as far as zombie grabs go. On top of that, make sure to start unloading your grenade launcher from the starting position with BOW rounds during the tyrant fight, and you'll never even have to see him on screen before you kill him. No joke, I've been doing this so long I've got it memorized. 3 BOW rounds, 2 acid rounds, hit the button, boom, Bob's your uncle. And for the last two, save often, and if you come across what seems to be the end of a section, make sure to put all of your hard-hitting weapons in the item box so Chris has access to them and vice versa. If you get those tips down, I think you'll find a much easier experience here, but we're not exactly running a tips and tricks channel, so why not jump into the stuff you all came here to see in the first place?
I've got you now.
As some of you may have noticed, we started with the original Dreamcast release of Code Veronica, and as all of you may have noticed, it looks absolutely amazing. There's no doubt the Dreamcast was a pretty impressive little piece of hardware, but if you ask me, this was the best looking game in its library, at least as far as convincingly realistic graphics go. As is common knowledge at this point, before this release, Resident Evil was well known for its pre-rendered backgrounds and static camera angles. But Code Veronica introduced a slight evolution to those approaches with fully rendered 3D environments, which in turn allowed for a camera that was still static in placement, but could track Claire in certain areas. These two elements put together at the time always struck me as the natural direction the series would grow in as it kept getting bigger, and yes, I'm still a little pissed off that didn't come true. With 3D environments comes lighting that can be both cast on your character and the background, and this stuff really blew me away at the time. Of course, looking at Claire holding a lighter and seeing it not only light her realistically, but the room around her isn't going to impress anyone today, but we hadn't seen anything even nearing this in the series up to this point. Next up on my long list of stuff I love about this game's presentation is the incredibly detailed zombie models. Not only are all the gory little details I want on full display here, but there's also a huge variety of individual zombies to boot. Sadly, a headshot from a shotgun no longer decapitates them, and to be honest, I've always wondered if this was a move meant to save on processing power, or a lazy way to make sure they didn't need to make any changes in the game in order to fit a decent Sero rating in Japan. Character models and cutscenes are an absolute treat, with lots of details being present and some very impressive facial animations for the time. Now sure, it's not the best I've seen, but it's most definitely the best I've seen on the Dreamcast. The inventory still uses 2D sprites for its icons, and I still absolutely love that. You also get to see a nice variety of locations, with each one containing a lot of environmental details and a very lived-in kind of feel. All around, this is just an incredible looking game, but more than that, it truly feels like the RE series really jumping into the next generation of gaming hardware. Which was certainly a treat at the time, but is even more impressive looking back retroactively today. Seeing as the next time we would see a generational jump like this in the main series, it would be for a game that plays like RE about as much as a session of Bubble Bobble does. What you're looking at right now is being provided by a relatively cheap Retrobit VGA cable, which is outputting a surprisingly clean 480p image to my OSSC that simply line doubles that to an integer scale of 960p. For the longest time, I've been using a JP21 cable for my Dreamcast because I thought I needed to spend an arm and a leg to get a clean signal out of the console, but it is clear I was dead wrong. If you look at them side by side, the difference between the JP21 cable's 480i and the VGA cable's 480p is about as clear can possibly get. Sadly, all of that amazing quality does come with a downside though. At this point in console hardware, dithering was just a fact of life, and almost every major console used this little trick to save on performance at least some of the time. And if you have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about, dithering is this checkerboard type pattern you can see in the background here. This was essentially a workaround that allowed a console to have a lot of colors on screen without having to render a smooth gradient between each shade. And you know it worked really well if this is the first time you're seeing it. Typically, the combination of a CRT display and a composite video connection blurred the image enough to mask a lot of dithering on most consoles, so I apologize if I just lifted the veil for you. Personally, I love the way a dithered picture looks on an old console, but I know that's not a universal opinion, so keep that in mind if you're looking to play Code Veronica at higher resolutions on real Dreamcast hardware. Other than that though, I really can't see any problems with this game graphically speaking. Not only does it look incredible to my eye, but it also looks better than just about anything the Dreamcast had to offer at the time. It took the bright popping colors the console was known for and combined them into a Resident Evil game, which should be a combination that spells disaster. But somehow it worked out just perfectly. If you ask me, the console this game was made for is a huge contributing factor to its unique look, and even as the series would continue on bigger and better hardware, I'd say Code Veronica is one of the most visually unique entries in the franchise. So I guess the only question left is what happens when you take that unique display and try to cram it into a Sony console.
Wait a second. What just happened?
I despise Chris.
What are you gonna do to him?
With the re-release of Code Veronica on different platforms, Capcom elected to do something you really don't see too much anymore. They added some stuff. The games released with the Code Veronica X title have had additions that alter the gameplay to a degree that, honestly, it's sort of hard to argue whether or not they're improvements. First off, the short title screen intro has been altered so that Wesker's reveal doesn't get ruined, which I guess is okay. I mean, the fact that old Blondie was in the game was plastered all over game magazines of the day, so I'm not too sure who they're trying to protect from spoilers here. In addition, there have been extra Wesker scenes added to the game, which sort of undoes the point of messing with the original intro in my opinion. In the new scene just before Alfred starts the island self-destruct sequence, Wesker shows up, and my only real issue with that is the original scene where he first shows up in the original release of the game did a good job of obscuring his face and sort of keeping you guessing, where in CVX he just sort of shows up to accomplish nothing much at all, and the best part is that original scene with his face obscured is still in the game during Chris's campaign. So now you'll meet Wesker and then an hour later watch a cutscene that tries its hardest to make sure you don't know Wesker's in the game. Which is, I don't know, kind of funny, really, when you think about it. Getting into the comparisons, I would say the PS2 has a pretty bad showing, actually. Man, what is it with Capcom and screwing up PS2 ports? So starting out, I was immediately hit with this very nasty ghosting when the game is in motion. Here, let me slow things down so YouTube's compression can't mess it up. Hopefully you can see the issue I'm talking about here. It's that shadow of Claire that's visible in every other frame. It looks to me like interpolation, something that shouldn't be necessary. I mean, I've got to assume the PS2 is powerful enough to run this game at full speed, so why would they implement something like this? I can't really imagine someone would think this was a good stylistic choice, so I tried looking it up on Google, but it seems like no one's noticed this, except for this guy here, but after reading his thread, most people seem to be blaming his TV. Now I know what some of you may be thinking, and no, this was not caused by my scaler. Both the FrameMeister and OSSC display the same issue, and I can confirm it does still exist at native 480i over component. Honestly, I would have loved to have solved this mystery, but I think it's going to have to stay just that for now. In the meantime, let's all collectively try and figure out why some text has artifacts at the edges of its boundaries. If I had to take a shot in the dark, I might guess that this has something to do with the fact that the Dreamcast outputs a sort of non-standard width for its video output, and maybe taking sprite sheets from one console to another ended up doing this somehow. In the Dreamcast original, I noticed that getting the perfect downward knife angle was sort of hard since the D-pad on the old DC controller could be so loose that it would register diagonals. And here on the PS2 I did not have that issue. So there is one win under its belt, but immediately negating this is the drastically darker picture. I mean, we're talking pretty damn dark, and adjusting brightness both in-game and on my FrameMeister yields even worse results, with the whole picture going gray. That shows me that it's probably something inherent to this specific version of the game and not settings on my end in any way. Continuing with those problems, the CG cutscenes on the PS2 are very dirty looking. There might be a chance that the dithering on the Dreamcast helped smooth over some of the compression artifacts, but I can say without a doubt that the DC original takes the win as far as CGs go. Now this next little tidbit used to bother the hell out of me back in the day. In these CVX ports, Capcom decided to give Steve a solid amount of emo bangs, and when I first played this version of the game, I just couldn't understand why they'd do that. In my own personal opinion, he looked much better with the hard Leon Kennedy style side part, but what would drive a development team to waste man hours on something like this? Well, while browsing some random forum years and years ago, I stumbled across this idea that they were worried the actor Leonardo DiCaprio would sue them for taking his likeness, and it seems like a majority of the internet agrees on this one. That being said, I really can't see why Capcom would have thought that. I mean, he isn't exactly the spitting image of Leo, and I think his annoying Canadian mannerisms probably make him at least legally different from the actor. Now this being a PS2 release, Code Veronica X is locked to 480i video output, or at least it used to be, more on that in a sec. As you may or may not know, interlaced video can be a pain in the ass to work with on digital displays, so instead of relying on the OSSC's shaky Bob deinterlacing method, I went with a FrameMeister to get this footage, because adaptive deinterlacing just looks so much better to me in motion. Of course, one of the downsides with going this route is you'll probably notice combing artifacts in the footage at random spots where the scaler couldn't keep up with the fast movements in the game, which are these horizontal lines breaking up the image on stuff moving on screen. Adding on to that, a static interlaced image can look very sharp with a FrameMeister, but once it starts moving around, you'll notice it blurs a little bit. And the other downside being, the FrameMeister can introduce a lot of visual noise on certain colors and patterns. Sadly, most of those colors being on the darker end of the spectrum, and this being a very dark game. So if you're going to play CVX on PS2 and you're debating on how to do it, I wouldn't go with the FrameMeister as a first choice. That is, unless you're dumb enough to run a YouTube channel with the goal of comparing ports, and you don't want this bouncy jumbled mess that Bob deinterlacing can cause. Now I know I just painted a pretty poor picture of this port, and to be honest, it scored really low on my side of things, but keep in mind these kind of issues can be very prevalent to my eye, but if the comments section has taught me anything, it's that most people don't even see this stuff. If you're planning on playing this on a CRT, you likely aren't going to have a clear enough picture for most of these flaws to even present themselves in the first place, but there is something you can do to really improve your visual experience with this version of the game. A while back, you guys may remember me covering a utility called GSM, which was a piece of homebrew that runs on PS2s using custom firmware and can force progressive scan video output. Back when I covered it, GSM was a little hit or miss. Depending on the game, you could get really good looking results or this nasty mess of alias stair-stepping. Well, it seems like that may not be the case anymore, and a massive thanks to El Mariachi for cluing me in on this. The newish 1.0 release of OpenPS2 Loader has a version with GSM baked in, and it works amazingly from what I can tell. I tried somewhere near 18 or 19 different titles, and only one of them seemed to result in absolute garbage on screen, so we could definitely call that a win. Selecting the HD TV 60 option from the insane list of image modes has the PS2 either performing the deinterlacing internally or some kind of other magic is going on, because the result is a great looking progressive scan image. The difference may be a little hard to notice on the surface, but the resulting image is much cleaner and far nicer to look at in motion. With the game outputting clean 480p just like the good Lord intended, we can switch over to the OSSC and further clean things up. You guys genuinely have no idea how hard I struggled with the idea of recording all of my footage in forced 480p, but luckily my Patreon supporters talked some sense into me. And I think they were right. The goal here is typically to give you guys an idea of how each of these ports look natively so you can decide which one takes home a W in your eyes, but I'm not so dedicated to that idea that I won't throw up a quick comparison for the hell of it. As you can see, sharpness doesn't seem to be noticeably improved from one to the other, but the small details in the face are much cleaner and blend more naturally. Plus, there's the bonus of not having the image blur a bit when it's in motion thanks to external deinterlacing. So if you ask me, this is a clear win in 480p's favor. Now, this may not be the most accessible solution in the world, but if you have a free McBoot memory card laying around and a spare USB drive, get your hands on GSM and experience the game the way the developers likely would have wanted you to. And I think this is as good a time as any to switch over to our next contestant.
Steve, watch out!
Do not worry, brother. I will handle them both myself. Who is there?
The GameCube has quickly started creeping up on my list of favorite consoles lately, mostly due to a combination of the GCHD Mark II and a nice little utility called Swiss that lets me force 480p in games that don't support it natively. But once again, we're going to err on the side of authenticity and use the default and only video mode code Veronica X shipped with. The first bit of good news is the ugly frame interpolated ghosting isn't present here, which leads to a much smoother looking image in motion. The dark picture on the PS2 was a real issue for me, and while the GameCube version isn't a massive improvement, you can now see small details through the darkness, so I'll go ahead and chalk that one up as a win. That being said, there is a massively noticeable difference in sharpness between the PS2's 480i and the GameCube's 480i. At first, I had to go back and recapture my comparisons, thinking I had the sharpness cranked on the FrameMeister for the PS2 playthrough, but nope, there's just a massive divide between the two. Whether because of this little quirk or in spite of it, I'm happy to report that the CG cutscenes look much better on the Cube, with those ugly compression artifacts getting smoothed over for this release. And other than that, I really didn't notice much that would set this release apart from the PS2 version, at least as far as native video output goes. Just like the PS2, the GameCube has its own way of forcing progressive scan. Using the homebrew software called Swiss and some kind of SD card launcher, you can force 480p on GameCube games that never supported it in the past, and once again, I really couldn't tell you if this is forcing the GameCube to actually double the lines of resolution, or if it's just deinterlacing it internally. But holy hell, the difference is so noticeable. With a PS2, you sort of had to look close to really see the benefits of 480i versus 480p, but on the GameCube it is night and day, not only in sharpness but also in sheer clarity. This game becomes so much more satisfying to look at in progressive scan, and if at all possible, I'd fully recommend you go this route for your next playthrough. Since we switched to 480p, we're now line doubling with the OSSC, which means a much cleaner picture with less video noise. And call me a traitor, but I'm starting to use the Meister less and less since I got my hands on an OSSC. And yes, I did say that quietly so that it didn't hear me. I will say one thing though, the GameCube without a doubt has the most comfortable default button mapping of all of the versions. The original DC release has the menu on the B button, which just feels wrong to me, and the PS2 port has me reaching all the way to the start button anytime I want to use an herb. On the GameCube's controller, the inventory is mapped to Y, which is about as close to the action and cancel buttons as you can get, which leads to a much more satisfying press during gameplay. Sadly, that is not the whole story though. The other half of the controller kind of negates this little gain. And I think little is definitely the word to emphasize here. With every release of CV so far, the D-pad has been the go-to, but as some of you may know, Nintendo saw fit to make their D-pad on the GameCube just a little smaller than the smallest conceivable thing on Earth. So you're either left with that or the analog stick, and sure, the analog stick on a GameCube controller can be great for a lot of scenarios, but tank controls most certainly is not one of them. So I switched back and forth. I'd use the D-pad for situations where I had to do some quick and accurate zombie dodging, and switch to the analog stick when my thumb started to cramp up from the D-pad. Moving from the Dreamcast to the PS2 saw the game fitting on a single DVD instead of 2 GD-ROMs on the DC, but the GameCube's adorable little mini DVDs need to be split up again. Now that's not exactly an issue or anything, it's just something I thought was worth mentioning. If you absolutely have to make a decision between the GameCube and PS2 releases, well, let's just say I don't envy you. These two ports of the game seem to cancel each other out with their unique flaws and interesting upsides. If it weren't for the D-pad and analog situation, I would say the Cube offers the best controller layout, and if the PS2 didn't have such a smeary, blurry ghosting issue, I'd say it clearly takes the win as far as stock video output is concerned. To be totally honest, between the 3 available versions of the game, I'm gonna have to go with... I bet you thought I was gonna end it there, didn't you? Listen, you guys don't come here for half-assed port comparisons. The patented Avalanche Reviews method is to dig deeper than anyone wants and give you guys information you most certainly will never use. And in that vein, did you know there's a PS4 release of Code Veronica X?
My apologies, but I cannot let you escape now.
You see? This thing is a lot more reliable than any person.
To be totally honest, I had all but forgot about this PSN release until it came time to work on this video, which is a real shame because I'd say this could be a top performer on this list. Emphasis on the could be. It seems pretty clear to me that they used the PS2 port as a base for this up conversion because we're seeing the same odd artifacts and certain sprites again, which really does bother me. I mean, was there really nothing that could be done about this? Capcom did go in and replace some text like in the save screen, so why not replace the stuff that was messed up in the first place? But getting back on track, this version of Code Veronica does look stunning to my eye, and it really should. These PS2 era games always look amazing when upscaled for HD releases because they have just enough on-screen polygons to ensure more can be added while still maintaining the integrity of the original picture, whereas something like a PS1 game might require approximation and a whole lot of other work. Since we're working with a pure digital video output method this time around, there's absolutely no noise in the image, which can be jarring for someone like myself who mostly works with analog video being upscaled after the fact, but all of that should be obvious and expected for a PS4 release. What really surprised me though are the improvements they made over the original PS2 release during this process. First off, the brightness and gamma have been nearly perfected this time around. For those of you with short-term memory issues, the PS2 version of Code Veronica had me squinting into the foggy black of what should be a clearly visible background a lot of the time. But here on the PS4, I'd say things look perfect to my eye. Of course, some of the more foggy areas present in the Dreamcast original will still be represented here, but unlike on the PS2, we can actually see through it now, which is pretty nice. The very odd issue with ghosting that I noticed before is still present in this release, but it's to a much lesser degree. At first I thought it had been totally fixed, but you'll still notice it in certain conditions. And while I would definitely love to complain about that, it is nice that they showed at least some effort to fix it. Of course, I would have preferred seeing it gone completely, but when the on-screen picture looks this good, a very small problem like that can be a little easier to forgive. On that same note, it seems like the CG cutscenes have been noticeably cleaned up. They do appear pixelated to an expectable degree, but with a lot less of the noise and color banding that showed up in the original PS2 version. In my opinion, this is the preferred plan of attack for upscales like this, as adding a bunch of filters to a CG cutscene to make it look quote-unquote HD can sometimes make it look worse and subtracts from the original sharpness of the picture. But I think we can save a lot of time here by just describing Code Veronica X on the PS4 as a very visually clean package. Not only do we no longer have to worry about the PS2's famously noisy video output, but on top of that, improvements have been made to make sure the original look of the game meshes well with the cleaner nature of HD video. The only real massive downside I can list here is the fact that the picture is being stretched to such a noticeable degree, and I'm not really sure why that's happening because they're still using a non-widescreen picture. Now, to be totally honest, I doubt 99.9% of people would notice this unless they have an eye for these things or recently played the original, but it seems like such a dumb issue to have in such a simple up conversion. I guess it could be worse though. For example, this could be the PAL region release, which only supports 50 Hz. Honestly, why do you guys in Europe take this from Sony? 50 Hz in the modern era is tantamount to a crime against humanity in my opinion. If I were to give this release a grade, I'd say it's a pretty middle-of-the-road HD up conversion, adding literally nothing of note other than rock-solid improvements to video output and fixing 3 issues that were present in the source material. but as a port of the original, I'd say it's probably the one to reach for if you're looking to play Code Veronica nowadays. But some of you may have noticed I made sure to make the distinction of this being a port, because while they did certainly improve a few aspects, this is most certainly just a re-release of the PS2 original being internally upscaled by the PS4. So I guess the real question is, where does a guy go when he's looking to play CV but with a brand new coat of HD paint applied to the experience?
Let me help you with that.
Thanks, but I can take care of myself.
The Resident Evil Code Veronica HD remaster can be a very, very annoying game to look up, since across the PS2, 3, and 4, each of these releases are simply called Code Veronica X. It seems like fans have taken to adding an HD at the end of the PS3 remaster when talking about it online, but when searching the PlayStation Network, it can be hard to know which one is the HD remaster and which one is the regular old normal upscale, unless you go in already knowing the answer to that question. It really wouldn't have taken any effort at all for Capcom to have gotten together and decided on a naming scheme that would clear this up, but oh well. Before we talk about the game itself though, we should probably discuss why this counts as an HD remaster and why the PS4 re-release doesn't, despite the fact that both technically run at an HD resolution. Code Veronica X on the PS4, while running at a much more HD resolution than the PS3 version and sort of being remastered in a few ways, isn't an HD remaster because a majority of the game is made up of the original assets, just upscaled internally. While on the other hand, Code Veronica HD on the PS3 has had a lot of work done to replace some of those original assets with ones that have been externally upscaled or even totally new ones. And to be honest, it could have been so much better. This one's going to be a roller coaster of ups and downs, so get ready. First up, thanks to the 3D nature of CV's environments, it was relatively easy for them to give us a 16:9 widescreen aspect ratio this time around, which is actually cool as hell to see. Every screen of the game houses just a little more detail on each side that can be really fun to look at, kinda like you're seeing it from a whole new angle. Also, all over the place you'll see fonts replaced with newer, more HD looking stuff, and normally I'd rather look at the original 2D text upscaled, but this doesn't look bad at all to my eye. Because a lot of the 2D art has been smoothed over instead of having a more alias look, the new text kind of blends in and doesn't stand out as much as it can in other similar HD remasters. I was actually really stoked to see the pre-rendered cutscenes have been cleaned up considerably since they were awful to look at in the PS2 release, but for some reason I can't really place, there's intermittent frame drops during these scenes. Sometimes they can be hard to spot, and sometimes they're blatant as hell. For example, watch this scene from the Dreamcast original.
KD 4496, welcome to your new home.
And now the same scene from the PS3 remaster.
WKD 4496, welcome to your new home.
I genuinely can't figure out why this is taking place. I mean, it would be one thing if they messed up changing the frame rate or something, but the cutscenes here play out at the same number of frames per second they always have. And keeping up with the trend of showing an improvement followed by how that improvement was messed up in the process, the game's original dynamic light sources seem to have been replaced with some more modern, impressive looking stuff, giving us much more realistic shadow casting. These new light sources often come with varying levels of bloom, and I guess that's okay if you get into that kind of stuff. I do like the addition of new, more flashy light sources, I just don't think the bloom effect was totally necessary. That being said, some of the areas aren't as bright with the new light sources, which can leave certain screens much darker than before and sometimes way too dark. It seems like whoever did this remaster didn't think aliasing should exist in HD games, so they applied a smoothing filter over the entire screen, which does get rid of some of the jaggies, but also lessens the overall sharpness of the picture. I swear to God, while playing this game, I had to fight the urge to rub my eyes as if my vision was getting blurred and not the screen that was in front of me. On the purely negative side of things, in the spirit of giving it a fake HDR sort of look, CV on the PS3 has its contrast knob cranked to 11, and as a result it can be very harsh or garish to look at. If I'm being honest, there are some areas where this effect can actually add to the scene, but mostly I found the game too dark to call this a win overall. And since game devs of the era seem to have been under the impression that looking at their games with clean, unaltered visuals was some kind of sin, we see the early 2000s worst trend rear its ugly little head here: bad screen-obscuring static filters. Because if there's one thing that isn't ironic as all hell, it's upgrading from analog video to digital and then adding a bunch of visual noise that makes it look like analog video anyways. Well done, guys. To be honest though, this filter might not have been such an issue for me if it didn't pair terribly with the new high contrast look the game has. Now, not only is the picture soft to an annoying degree, but it's also covered by a static effect that is most predominant in high contrast shades, meaning most of the game. Honestly, I'm sort of struggling with this one. The widescreen picture and cleaned up CG cutscenes have me really wanting to recommend this release of the game, but there are way too many flaws that give me the suspicion the person in charge of this remaster just didn't know a lot about the pleasing relationship between colors and brightness values. This was definitely an older release, but even back then I don't think people equated HD visuals to a more staticky screen with a darker picture, which really does suck because there are situations where this game can look pretty okay. I always enjoy a proper widescreen conversion of a 4x3 game from my past, and while this was definitely the best handled aspect of this release, almost every other visual feature of the game seems to faceplant immediately out the door.
For the pride of the Ashford family, I will kill you!
So I guess now is the time to make a decision. Which version of Code Veronica is the one to reach for in the modern era? And that is a very, very hard question to answer. Each release has something I like in it, and each one also shows off the quirks of its respective console's video output, which I always enjoy looking at. But if you force me to decide, I would have to go with the Dreamcast original. For some reason, to me, Code Veronica has always felt like a real product of the console it was developed for, and finally getting to see the game run at a crystal clear, beautiful 480p really made an impression on me. The game's lighting and shadow effects just look like they're at home on the original console it was released for, and if you have a DC VGA cable and either a TV that accepts that connection or a scaler like the OSSC, I would say that is without a doubt the way to go. Sure, you are going to miss out on the changes made in the Code Veronica X releases, but I don't feel like 2 extra scenes with Wesker in them are worth much at all in the grand scheme of things. Jesus, I am not looking forward to the comments I'm going to get asking me why I hate Wesker so much. Just to be clear, I don't. I just choose good visuals over that stuff. The only caveat I would give is the Dreamcast's heavy use of dithering, which despite being a look I've always enjoyed, some people may find it hard to deal with. If that is indeed the case for you and you absolutely have to grab a version of CVX, I would say go with the one that fits your means and equipment. In my opinion, the PS2 version is the way to go if you lack the ability to force progressive scan, as the PS2 has the sharpest 480i output, but if you can run homebrew on either console, the GameCube is the clear winner in terms of 480p. But do keep in mind you're going to need something like original Nintendo component cables, the Carby, or GCHD to get that kind of video out of the console. As far as the more modern ports go, I would go for the PS4 digital release over the PS3 remaster if I were you. While that PS4 version does still contain a lot of the flaws found in the PS2 release, most of them have been mitigated to a degree that it shouldn't cause huge issues for anyone beyond the ultra picky, like myself. The widescreen picture and improvements made to the 2D assets might have made the PS3 remaster the clear winner here if it weren't covered up by a laundry list of flaws about as long as my arm. So if you are looking to enjoy Code Veronica, in my opinion, keeping it within its home console would be the best bet. You really can't beat the beautiful visuals of this game running on real Dreamcast hardware. It really is the best look the game has ever had, in my opinion, on top of the control layout making the most sense to my brain. So I guess after all the literal hours spent playing this game in every single way humanly imaginable, my opinion remains exactly as it was 4 years ago when the Resident Evil Retrospective was still being released. Onwards and upwards, right? But what's more important than my subjective take on what's the best looking and playing version of the game to date is that I was able to show you guys each of them running on real hardware so you can get an idea of which one you would prefer. Which I guess is the main question here. My decision aside, which version would you guys go with? I'd be interested to hear your reasoning in the comments section. And I think that's as good a time as any to get out of here. I hope you guys have had fun revisiting what I think is an absolute hidden gem in the Resident Evil series, and I really do appreciate all of the love and positivity you always send my way. But as usual, I will see all of you again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective.
Well guys, this has been a pretty long journey so far, and here at the series midpoint, we find the game that changed everything for this long-running franchise. Not satisfied with the direction RE was going in, director Shinji Mikami, in a bout of absolute psychosis, decided that the switch to Nintendo's newest platform, the GameCube, would be the perfect time to drop all pretenses of survival horror and go with the straight-up action game he had been trying to create since Part 2. With a renewed creative energy and a hammer forged from ridiculous amounts of hype, Mikami proceeded to drive the last nails into the survival horror coffin. Yes, people, today we are taking a look at the mold from which all other RE games would be formed. A game that fractured a fan base and altered video games as we know them. Now, whether or not this was a good thing, well, I guess we'll just have to find out. What's up, everybody? I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews, welcoming you to part 4 of the Resident Evil Retrospective. RE4 started its life in the early 2000s, and much like almost every RE game up to this point, suffered some major setbacks along the way. Throughout the game's creation, it went through not one, but 2 completely scrapped builds. The first was an attempt at a stylish action game and an emphasis on fast-paced combat. This build dropped the series' iconic pre-rendered backgrounds along with, well, really everything else Resident Evil was known for. At this point, things were so far off the rails that even Mikami thought it was too much of a departure. But instead of tearing it down and starting over, series regular Hideki Kamiya decided this would be its own standalone release known as Devil May Cry. With all of their hard work now tied up in a brand new IP, the development team, now working under Hiroshi Shibata, started from scratch and created a new scenario that saw Leon Kennedy infiltrating Umbrella headquarters and getting infected with the progenitor virus. This build was labeled the Fog version and was a little closer to a traditional RE game. In fact, it included classic enemies like zombies, and if the trailer is anything to go off of, classic fixed camera angles too. Around the 40% mark, this build was scrapped for a completely new story and gameplay style. This would commonly be known as the Hookman version and introduced a lot of ideas that would survive the transition to the final release. This build included the familiar over-the-shoulder perspective and the inclusion of QuickTime events. Taking a more supernatural approach, this attempt had Leon facing off against possessed toys and suits of armor moving around on their own. And of course we can't forget the titular Hookman, who appeared to be some type of ghost. I feel like this would have been a bad fit for the series, and unlike the unreleased 1.5, I'm kinda glad it never saw the light of day. After this phase, there was yet another shift dubbed the Hallucination version, but this was more of a story and setting change than a full restart. This build was also shut down as it was deemed to have been too expensive to produce. After this, there was an attempt at a more traditional RE game, which was scrapped due to it being too formulaic. And finally, after covering the most fucked up development timeline so far in the retrospective, we've come to
Resident Evil 4.
And the worst title announcer in series history. Really, Capcom? Come on, you used to know how to do these things right.
Resident Evil 2.
Anyways, RE4 starts out by cutting ties with half of the established series lore. It seems that Leon Kennedy, having survived the T-virus outbreak and subsequent nuking of Raccoon City, had been scouted for a Secret Service job protecting the president's family. After his daughter is kidnapped by some radical cult, the president sends Leon to Spain, and that's where our story picks up. After about 1 full minute of gameplay, it's clear that Mikami was really jazzed about finally breaking out of the series mold. Yeah, sure, why not kick us while we're down, you fucking sadistic bastard. On a personal note, I think I might finally understand how Devil May Cry fans felt after DMC. But I digress. The rescuing of a damsel in distress soon turns into a bit of intrigue when we find that this cult has access to some type of ancient microparasite known as Las Plagas, and all of its members have had their bodies and minds hijacked by it. As far as stories go, this really isn't a bad justification to get Leon in numerous ridiculously contrived situations with a parasitic hive mind. The rescuing of the president's daughter is about as campy as it sounds, but it's played straight here, and I can at least give the game credit for that. And this is where I have to put my foot down. For some reason, the fedora-clad uber dorks that make up games media are always praising RE4 on its tongue-in-cheek humor and premise, and for the life of me, I've never understood why. Listen, people, there is literally no difference between this.
I've sent my right hand to dispose of you.
Your right hand comes off?
And this.
Here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
4 is not some type of hipster bastion for ironic comedy, it's a game with poor jokes written by people unfamiliar with the concept of English humor, just like every other Resident Evil game in the series. Please stop looking for ways to justify loving every aspect of this game. It's a little sad, okay? Alright, moving on. Surprisingly, the most poorly executed parts of this story all stem from having very minute elements of Resident Evil shoehorned in. I mean, take the general idea of a special agent rescuing a VIP from an evil cult under the control of an invasion of the body snatchers type of parasite. Maybe not the most nuanced tale ever told, but it's clean and it fits the game world. The parts of the story that are supposed to tie it to the larger Resident Evil lore feel unimportant and sometimes just lazy. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like that they included the fact that Umbrella was shut down when the facts of the Raccoon City incident leaked, and it's cool to see two familiar characters meeting up again, but this stuff accounts for less than 10% of the story. The Umbrella Corp gets mentioned a whopping 3 times, and only 2 of those times are actually verbal. As for the history between Ada and Leon, well, that really only exists if you've played Part 2. My point being, if this stuff is so inconsequential to the game's story, why the hell was it included? Now, I know what you're thinking, but hear me out. Close your eyes and think of everything you know about RE4's story. Now imagine the microscopic amount in there that calls back to the previous games in the series. Alright, you with me so far? Okay, now imagine that tiny little bit wasn't there. Is it that radically different of a story? Trust me, this is a theme we'll be revisiting in the video in a lot more detail. So in the spirit of brevity, let's move on to gameplay. Now, any of you watching this, regardless of your experience with the original games, are likely to recognize this setup. RE4 may have been praised more than any other game in recent memory, and as we just found out, it wasn't for the Oscar-worthy plotline. This constant over-the-shoulder perspective / camera angle, whether you like it or not, revolutionized third-person shooting and made it what it is today. This close-up angle does a couple of things very well. First, and most obviously, it keeps a sense of tension in combat. Much like the original Resident Evil games hiding enemies behind cinematic camera angles, RE4 uses its limited field of view to keep you on your toes. This mixed with a relatively slow turn speed makes for a nice little panic attack when you hear a hoarse voice behind you cursing in Spanish. It also makes crowd control more essential, and since we've touched on that, let's talk about the game's new addition to the bestiary, or more importantly, what it's missing. Nowhere in this game will you find a single zombie. Yes, the main reason for the franchise's existence are absent here, which sucks, but also kind of makes sense in a weird way. In place of the Walking Dead or the Ganados, people who have been taken over by the Las Plagas parasite and are now just a walking flesh puppet for the gross alien-looking thing growing inside them. Since these maintain some semblance of mental faculties, it's not uncommon to see them wielding bats, knives, chainsaws, crossbows, or complicated mining equipment. The addition of smarter enemies that can climb ladders, open doors, swing swords, and generally just mess your shit right up would have been a terrible idea when the series was still rocking tank controls and fixed camera angles. But the radical change in perspective seen here is actually pretty geniusly pulled off. While walking around, you'll notice that Leon is always just a bit off-center. This gives you a good amount of screen real estate unobstructed by your character, which in turn works perfectly with the uncomfortably close-up position the camera takes. The intersection of these two seemingly unimportant mechanics allowed Mikami to maintain a bit of the tension that came with the old, limited perspectives, while ramping up things like enemy speed and aggressiveness. When aiming, the camera zooms in and keeps Leon in the very bottom left-hand corner. As a fan of immersion, I have to say, keeping your character on screen while going into this zoomed-in aiming mode helps lessen the disconnect between me and what's happening on screen. And continuing on this point, let's talk about the simplistic genius that is this laser sight. In most shooters, you can expect to see an aiming reticle on screen at all times. Without this, players would have no idea what they're shooting at, but never before has it been so perfectly worked into the game world. The laser sight in RE4 not only makes for some staggeringly accurate shooting, but it also feels like a part of the game's world, and less a part of the game, if that makes any sense. The only real issue with this style of aiming is how awkward it can be at really close ranges, which I'll be honest is more than likely due to the angle of the gun and it being held in the very bottom left corner of the screen. The good news is this is a very small annoyance and is easily made up for by the immersion factor. And since we're on the topic of immersion, let's talk about the other thing that this game made a household name. RE4 uses a ridiculous amount of QuickTime events, which, now that I think about it, sounds weird saying since I don't think we even had a name for these things back then. Whether it's running from a boulder, ripping off your own Hollywood movie, or just shaking a bad guy off you, expect to be mashing some combination of buttons at some point most of the time. And this is where I surprise no one by saying that I've never really been a fan of these things. Not sure why, but they've just never clicked with me. That being said, the QTEs in this game are actually pretty fun. I haven't decided yet if this is due to them being good on their own or just a cheap way to increase my stress factor, but either way, I enjoyed them. Now, some of you that have been with me for years may remember me saying this.
And if that didn't destroy immersion enough, just wait. If there's one thing that ruins a game's dark and scary atmosphere, it's large, colorful button cues.
And yeah, that still stands, even though I actually got a nice sense of satisfaction from narrowly dodging a falling axe with a few frames to spare. Seeing these big, bright button graphics on screen just takes me out of the experience and leaves me wishing there was a way to keep the fun of the QTEs and ditch the oversized, colorful button prompts. Now, if you, like me, aren't too fond of the QuickTime events, the good news is there's not a huge chance you'll notice any one problem with the game, since 4 is about the most disjointed, action-heavy roller coaster ride you've ever seen. In any given hour of gameplay, you could be shooting crowds of ganados, being dragged through a lake by a hauntingly terrifying mutant salamander, expressing your inner Indiana Jones, playing target practice for collectible figurines, and about 200 other types of batshit insanity. Now, I'm aware that this sounds like a complaint, but in reality, I'm kind of impressed. I mean, we've known for a long time Shinji Mikami had been trying to make non-Resident Evil titles, but who knew he was just gonna stuff a decade worth of creative blue balls into one game? Which would definitely explain the runtime. I finished this bad boy in about 15 hours, and compared to the rest of the series, this is damn near unheard of. The good news is all the ups and downs I've been talking about add up to a net positive. Resident Evil 4 is a blast to play most of the time. Sure, there's some issues with pacing when the game decides to drag ass in the middle, and yeah, getting distance on an enemy, quick turning, lining up a headshot, initiating a melee attack, then knifing them to death before they can get up, can be about as formulaic as it sounds, but even this leaves me feeling accomplished. Kinda like I figured out the Matrix and now I'm some kind of unstoppable killing machine. Well, you know, most of the time. I do have one pretty big problem with the game, and that's the insane amount of box breaking you'll need to do. Every single damn area in the game is littered with crates or boxes containing some life-saving ammo or your 50th useless flash grenade. The process of knifing these boxes one or two at a time and collecting their contents over and over and over again gets real annoying real fast. I mean, yeah, I guess I don't technically have to do this, but while this isn't a survival horror game, ammo and healing herbs are still precious commodities, and these boxes are the best places to get them. An increase in items gained from one crate would definitely help decrease the tedium, and it's kinda hard to believe something like this got past playtesters. But to be fair, this game is so fun it actively makes its downside seem less terrible. But who cares? You guys have more than likely already played this game, or at the very least, let modern games journalists tell you how much you like it. You know, speaking of that, are those guys still bad at video games? Alright, sweet, just checking. Having me screaming into the void that this is actually really fun is a waste of both your and my time. So let's jump into the real good stuff. Resident Evil 4 was a graphical behemoth considering the limited power of its GameCube origins. I can't really remember a GameCube game with more impressive real-time lighting, and the volumetric fog was just unheard of. Little effects like exploding heads and dripping drool were grotesquely detailed and equally impressive. Another aspect of this game's look that blew my mind at the time was how far the draw distance was. Now, don't get me wrong, this wasn't exactly an open-world game, but the combination of some really complicated environments and a lack of obscuring fog was an odd combination for a console game of the time. Now, Capcom aren't miracle workers, so of course all this comes with a limit of 30 frames per second, but you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone complaining about frame rate when there's a graphical marvel to sing the praises of. The footage you've been watching so far has not been from the GameCube original, but trust me when I say that this game set the standard for console graphics at its time. It would have been easy for Capcom to have tried to save space by pre-rendering all the game's cutscenes, but I'm glad to say they took the opposite route. 99.9% of the game's cinematics are rendered in-engine, which made it age surprisingly well, and make sure that those of you wanting to upscale the original non-HD releases won't have to worry about any block boundary compression artifacts. That being said, you know I have a couple of raindrops for this parade, and most of them can be summed up by this right here. RE4 goes a little crazy with the button prompts. I mean, these people spent time and money creating a light beam effect for dropped items, but for some reason thought we needed an extra incentive in the form of a big bright graphic on screen to remind us the action button we've been using this entire time performs actions. Luckily, this is about my only complaint with the game's presentation, which now that I think about it is kinda odd for me. Yep, this is an impressive looking game, even judged against today's standards. The original release still holds firm as a tech demo for how far the GameCube could be pushed, and serves as a rock-solid base for some mixed quality ports. Now, we all know the Resident Evil series is no stranger to a large library of ports, but RE4 is kinda special in the sheer amount of adaptations that have been released. Surprisingly though, most of them aren't worth picking up, which makes my job a little bit easier. The original version was released around 2005 and was supposed to be a GameCube exclusive, but we all know how Capcom treats exclusivity deals. Not even a full year after the ink dried on their agreement with Nintendo, a PS2 port of RE4 was pushed out the door, and this made sense at the time. I mean, the PS2 was the best-selling console by a whopping margin, and Capcom definitely didn't want to leave the room with money still on the table. Sadly, this PS2 version is inferior to the original in almost every single way. Controlling Leon's aim with the PS2's analog stick just feels a bit off, and using the D-pad is not much better of an option. Video quality has also taken a big hit, which paradoxically results in a picture that is both heavily aliased and terribly blurry. Also, the in-engine cutscenes have all been pre-recorded, which means you can expect a big drop down in fidelity there too. I couldn't say whether or not this was due to some shoddy porting or the PS2 just being underpowered, but either way, this is not the version I would recommend to first-timers. On the plus side, there was some additions made, like a new mode that lets you play as Ada for some added story elements, if you like that sort of thing. Next up came the very first PC port, which fans typically call the Ubisoft or 2007 version. This first shot at a PC port was okay, sort of. Obviously, this was the highest resolution option of its day, but it was also very simple up-res, meaning the small blurry textures used in the GameCube original were just stretched to size, and this made for a muddy look on everything that wasn't an animated 3D model. This version also lacks some lighting effects and out-of-the-box mouse support. All of these downsides and its general hard-to-find nature leaves it sitting damn close to the bottom of the list. Later on that same year, we got a very straightforward port of the game to the Wii. This version almost mirrors the GameCube version, but with the addition of motion controls and the extra PS2 content, which may be a deal breaker depending on how much you do or don't enjoy that sort of thing. In my personal opinion, having the giant aiming reticle on screen at all times is a huge leap backwards, and the general clunkiness of using the Wiimote and nunchuck was hard to get used to. I will say that aiming felt fairly fluid for a Wii game, but hitting the aim button and finding out your cursor is all the way on the other side of the screen means you'll take some cheap hits. Video-wise, there's almost no distinction between the original and this port, which is why I used footage of it in the GameCube section. After this, there was some Android and iOS ports, which really aren't worth discussing, honestly. Fast forward 7 years and we finally got a port that drastically improved on all the others that came before it. The Ultimate HD version available on Steam, PS4, and Xbox One is a huge leap forward with beautiful high-resolution graphics, improved 2D assets, redrawn textures, and the inclusion of all additional content that came in the other ports. It includes mouse and keyboard support, which actually works pretty well, but plugging in your own Xbox or PS4 controller will definitely make the QuickTime events much easier. This version of the game is hands down the best experience you'll have with Resident Evil 4. It has all the added content that has ever existed and doubles the original 30 frames per second for a much smoother experience. It should probably be clear by now, but this is my #1 recommendation for new players. However, if you're looking for that authentic feel, you really can't go wrong upscaling the original or Wii versions either. So after all these ups and downs, I'm sure you're wondering exactly how I feel about RE4. Well, I have two very important but conflicting things to say on the matter.
Oh, you crazy American.
First, this is a ridiculously fun game. Everything you've heard about the revolutionary gameplay, stunning graphics, and action-packed pacing is 100% true, making this one of the very few games that lives up to the public hype. Which brings us to number 2. This is a really bad Resident Evil game.
What are you talking about?
Now, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but this didn't need to be an RE game. It would still be an amazing action game without the RE title. Such a small amount of it even lines up with the series, I'm left wondering, what's the point? Listen guys, this isn't a negative, and I know the fanboy in you is raging right now, but think about it. Is it the 10% of the game tied to the overall series that makes this a fun game for you, or is it the action-packed gameplay? And this isn't hypothetical either, I'm honestly wondering. No matter how you slice it, this is an amazingly fun experience. My only issue is that it would set the standard for RE games from this point on, and in my opinion, it's just not an RE game, plain and simple. And with that, I have prepared myself for the onslaught of disagreements in the comment section, knowing full well I've done this to myself. Well guys, thanks for sticking around, and make sure to tune in for the next video because we may just be going back to the very beginning. But until then, I'll see you guys next time right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective.
Well, this was bound to happen one of these days. You guys know how interested I am in games with multiple ports on multiple platforms, and in that realm, there's one title that reigns unchallenged in the sheer number of times it's been adapted to new hardware. A game that walked so Skyrim could run. Without a doubt, Resident Evil 4 has found its way into more pieces of gaming hardware than Silicon itself, so I hope you've got some snacks on hand because we've got a lot of material to cover. Oh, and just to avoid the inevitable comments about newer renditions of early RE4 builds in engines like Unreal, those are really cool, but I feel like they might be a bit outside the scope of a video like this. I don't know, I'm a stickler with these kind of things. I want to have those original assets present being pumped out of original console video output. Well everyone, strap in because from here on out it's going to be a near constant info dump, which, if you're subscribed to this channel, is likely what you're looking for anyways. What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome back to the Resident Evil Retrospective.
¿Qué carajo estás haciendo aquí? ¡Lárgate, cabrón!
If we're going to cover Resident Evil 4, it's probably a good time to address a common misconception, one that admittedly I contribute to more than my fair share. Despite me using almost every opportunity imaginable to dunk on this game and my very public criticisms of it, I genuinely enjoy the shit out of RE4. If you get the sense there's some animosity in my voice when talking about it, you're not wrong, but it's not directed towards the game itself. I mean, we were all there in the early 2000s. RE4 was a real event in gaming, a wave of hype that mostly rang true. I got my copy early from a friend who worked at GameStop and wasn't too afraid of being fired, and even though there was a rager going on at my house thanks to a few touring bands in the area staying over, me and my wife stayed up all night locked in my room playing it. Believe me, it was awesome. Now that's not to say it's without its flaws. I honestly feel like RE4 is an incredible case study at how truly bad a game's pacing can be, along with a few other things, but that absolutely does not keep it from being fun as all hell. Hell, most of my issues don't even lie with the game itself, but more have to do with the cult of personality surrounding it. I'd wager 4 was a good majority of the modern RE fanbase's first experience with the franchise, and that's not to say that RE4 fans are a bunch of Johnny-come-latelys. It was just a right time, right place sort of scenario. In 2005, the PS2 was one of the best-selling pieces of tech in existence, getting the medium in front of more new eyes than it had ever seen, and more new players than ever were finding themselves getting wrapped up in the industry for the first time. Parents' new video game consoles were the hot new item for birthdays and Christmases again, and overall it seemed like a majority of the planet was finally catching on to what we old guys have been talking about for years. Capcom just happened to release an entry in what was a relatively niche series comparatively speaking, and the fact that it was so radically different and the absolute fortune the Big C spent on advertising meant nearly every middle schooler on Earth had its name in their mouth. This obviously led to amazing sales, which is a good thing for the industry overall, but it also meant every subsequent RE game to be released for nearly 2 decades would play exactly like 4. And if you just so happen to find yourself more interested in the older survival horror style entries in the series during this time, well, I guess you could go fuck yourself. So when I inevitably talk an entire septic tank worth of shit about this game, and trust me, I will, just keep in mind the problem isn't with 4 as a game, but with what it did to a franchise I loved up to that point. To be fair, most of you watching this video probably prefer that over-the-shoulder, more action-oriented linear style, and that's totally cool. You guys won this fight, and it's pretty clear why. Old folks like me just don't make up a majority of the market anymore, and while I wish that wasn't the case, well, it is what it is. So please allow me this one outlet to get some stuff off my chest while keeping in mind I have put easily more than 200 hours into this game. It is an absolute gem and became a damn revolution in game design trends. I respect what it is and what it did for the industry. I just don't like what it did to Resident Evil. And with that novel of a preamble out of the way, let's get into the good stuff.
I was starting to wonder when you might notice us.
And unsurprisingly, we're gonna have to start with the OG Resident Evil 4 experience to kick off this port bonanza. The only issue being, which OG experience are we talking? This game went through an insane number of internal revisions before actually hitting shelves, and we're not talking a few character redesigns. These were full-on brand new games with totally different stories. So I guess to put it in context, take the whole Resident Evil 1.5 debacle and multiply it by like 3. Before taking its final form, there was the Fog or Castle and Hookman or Hallucination versions of RE4. The first one I was ever aware of was the Fog build, and that's because when RE1 Remake was being developed, I used to visit Capcom's website on a daily basis just to watch a horribly compressed embedded QuickTime trailer of it. And eventually, the teaser for RE4 showed up on that same site. This being around the same time Hideki Kamiya was convinced to take his in-the-works RE project and title it Devil May Cry. The original story for RE4 in this build was actually pretty close to the source material, kind of, with Leon taking part in a Special Forces-led raid on Oswald Spencer's estate, but before they could get down to business, the team was attacked by a black fog, which turned out to be a BOW that would leave Leon alive but infected. The goal was to have players deal with a Leon who had to somehow keep himself from succumbing to the illness while getting to the bottom of the progenitor virus. So yeah, it's a little different, but all the main points are still there pretty much. Leon still makes a run on a weird remote castle, gets infected, and then finds out the origins of the T-virus, so kinda similar when you think about it. After this came the Hookman or Hallucination build, which was essentially the same game but reworked a bit. Leon still found himself infected by some virus, but this time around players would have to deal with the hallucinations Leon was afflicted with as a result of his infection. Watching the teaser and following information that was slowly leaking out, most of us got the idea that what was on display here was some form of what we could conceivably expect in a final release. But thanks to new interviews, it seems like the titular Hookman might have been more of a method for showing off graphical effects and scenarios than an actual planned antagonist. So for those of you disappointed we never got that Hookman build, keep in mind in some kind of weird alternate universe where that version of the game did release, it still wouldn't give us what we saw in the teaser. So as you can see, Capcom took their usual approach to developing this game, and that is to say an incredibly convoluted one. But you guys didn't come here to talk about what could have been, did you? Let's get down to the real star of the show. Resident Evil 4 hit US GameCubes at the start of 2005, and there is no doubt that it shaped the course of video game history. At this point, the third-person perspective was a well-worn mechanic in popular game design, but 4 took the camera and locked it close to the character's back while angling it just a little bit above their shoulder, which led to a really cool look and maybe a claustrophobically tight FOV. And yeah, maybe that perspective is great for doing a little exploring and looking around, but in a shooting game, you definitely don't want your character taking up more than a third of the screen real estate. Which is exactly why hitting the R1 button to ready your weapon will zoom the camera in over Leon's shoulder, making sure that the only thing in sight is your enemies, your gun model, and Leon's head. And sticking on the same subject, the guys behind 4 could have certainly gone the tried and true constant on-screen reticle route here, and I doubt many of us would have complained, but instead we get this stylish as hell laser sight that allowed for the same functionality but integrated itself into the actual game world. A move that someone like me who values immersive visuals over actual functionality was ecstatic to see. In fact, it may very well have been RE4 that first showed me how a developer can take a video gamey concept like an on-screen reticle and make it blend into the world the game's trying to convince me I'm in. And I'm happy to say we are nowhere near the end of RE4's list of innovations and great design ideas. And continuing in that theme, on-screen button prompts had definitely been a thing since the earliest days of gaming, but I would argue few titles used them like this. And speaking of QTEs, I can definitely say these things effectively accomplish their goal, that of course being a rocketing heart rate in any player experiencing them. Having that prompt plastered across your screen demanding you smash your controller as fast as humanly possible, all while your on-screen avatar rushes out of the way of a gigantic Mecha Napoleon, is enough to raise even the calmest person's pulse. The only issue being that whole plastered across the screen thing. Like I mentioned before, I'd rather have an unobstructed view of the game world as it gives me a stronger sense of immersion. Basically, the fewer things on screen that reminds me I'm playing a video game, the better. Well, as you would imagine, these bright green and red buttons flashing across my screen take what can be a fairly atmospheric horror game and turns it into a casual run of Dragon's Lair, which is the absolute worst part of all this. See, I love QuickTime events. In theory. Sure, you could argue that it's a little annoying when one happens during a cutscene, as the typical move when a game starts a scene like this is to put your controller down, take a drink and relax, and having to watch the same event a few times till you get a QTE right is not my idea of a really good time.
Hasta luego.
But they do their job really well. Anytime one of these things show up, I start sweating immediately, and I almost automatically shut out anything that isn't the game in front of me. I just wish there were a way of performing the same function while still having the resulting image feel like it's a part of the game world. I would love a version of QuickTime events that didn't have big bright button prompts flashing on my screen the whole time. If we're being honest though, I doubt very much there's a way to actually get this done. But it would be nice to have some kind of theoretical perfect world where I can participate in QTEs while not sacrificing the immersive elements I find so important. Another radical change to games as a whole would be RE4's approach to difficulty scaling. See, most games have your standard easy, normal, and hard difficulties, but Mikami wanted something a little more subtly tweakable. As you play RE4, the game is constantly changing HP values, damage output, enemy AI, and even the number of on-screen foes based on how well or poorly you've been playing. So if you were having a rough time with an encounter and died a few times only to defeat them with ease on the third try, sorry to burst your bubble, but you didn't level up your reaction time quite as much as you might have thought. Now, I know that sounds like a great concept, but for me this is more of a good idea on paper than it is a functional mechanic in practice. Sure, if you're doing poorly, this can really help you see the end credits, which is always valuable in an action game. But if you find yourself doing really well at the game, you never quite get to an equilibrium where you can flex how well you've learned its little quirks. Meaning you don't get to just steamroll an encounter after spending hours and hours getting good at RE4. But the game not letting you kick its ass once you're good enough isn't the only issue. See, once the challenge increases, the chance for cheap bullshit grows exponentially. Of course, the obvious argument here would be that the game would be boring if you could just effortlessly breeze through each area, and I would definitely agree, but there's something about the way this game plays that makes the hits you take feel less like mistakes on your end, but instead the result of the limitations you're up against. Leon's on-screen movement is incredibly stiff at the best of times, and the amount of sensitivity lost while aiming your weapon is jarring. On top of this, the camera is very zoomed in on Leon's back, so peripheral view is almost non-existent. On the plus side, there is a great use of directional audio cues that'll let you know when something's behind you and getting ready to attack. But to counter that, most of the time, even when you know it's coming, quick turning, backing up, and aiming your weapon takes so much time that you're just gonna have to eat the hit regardless. And as you can imagine, increasing the amount of enemies you'll encounter and making them act more intelligently leads to way more of these moments, which are not very fun in my opinion. Continuing on that same point, when I'm failing at a boss encounter and need to retry a few times, I like the feeling of overcoming that challenge as a result of learning their moves and behavior. You know, the whole Mega Man effect. Well, in RE4, after a few deaths, you'll notice the boss just goes down without much effort after you failed a few times, and that does feel a little cheap to me. Of course, that's just a generalization. Hell, I'm not even sure the dynamic difficulty even applies to boss encounters, but you get my drift. Now, I'm not trying to reopen the age-old argument of accessibility versus satisfying difficulty, but it seems to me someone who isn't very good at the game would be better suited just choosing a lower difficulty and playing the entire game that way. If you're even okay at RE4 and you want to start a new game right now, it won't be long till you're essentially playing at the hardest difficulty it can offer, and that's totally okay. I just wish it was consistently that difficult. When I can tell it's actively helping me, I feel like I'm being patronized, and when it's actively working against me, it gets so damn cheap that the experience loses a lot of the fun factor that makes the game so satisfying in the first place. Of course, this topic is going to be very subjective. Your experience may be totally different from mine, and that's fine. But as far as I'm concerned, this adaptive difficulty idea is cool, but might have needed a little more time and testing before implementation. Oh, and I'm nearly positive that someone in the comments has already used that old chestnut, well, this guy doesn't seem to be having a problem, while linking to footage of some expert RE4 speedrunner. And I guess if that's our metric for what is and is not difficult, I assume most of you would have no issues whatsoever perfectly countering every hit of Chun's super lightning legs while neutral jumping to kick to low forward, buffering Shoryu, and canceling into Shippujin Raikyaku. I mean, after all, someone on the internet did it, so... Of course, in this port comparison video, we're not exactly here to review this game from a gameplay perspective, but more than anything, I wanted to talk about the ways in which it innovated. I may personally think that a lot of the games that came out after 4 were able to better expand on and implement these concepts, but there's no doubt the video games we play today would be radically different without these first baby steps in this direction. You guys know what I'm all about, though. What I really want to get into is the absolute marvel that is Resident Evil 4's presentation.
Need a ride, handsome?
Okay.
There's no denying RE4 made Nintendo's little GameCube work harder than it ever had before, and while there are some complaints to be found in this area, just know that a lot of the reverence I have for this game comes from what it was able to accomplish both for the hardware it first appeared on and the time it was released. This is an amazing looking game that used effects I hadn't really seen on the GameCube before and sometimes after. For example, these half transparencies are all over the game and they have this amazing lifelike look to them. You'll even see this effect applied to the on-screen blood, which really leaves an impact when blood from your enemies sprays on adjacent walls. The fog used in RE4 is also really damn impressive. While it's not volumetric, it might be easy to think it is with how organically these things seem to behave. Another nice little quirk comes from the way the GameCube outputs video. Anyone who's ever seen the Cube's high-quality RGB video output on a high-resolution display will be familiar with the little vertical lines that can be found in complex colors and gradients. The only issue being, I don't exactly know why it's there. I think it may be some kind of unique approach to dithering, but there's more traditional dithering to be found elsewhere in the GameCube, so honestly, who knows? To be honest, I've never really seen this phenomena explained properly, and if you know something I don't, please feel free to educate me in the comments section. I'd love to finally understand why this shows up in some games. Since RE4 uses a lot of fog effects layered over darker environments, you're likely to see these vertical lines a lot during normal play if you're upscaling on a modern TV. And while some seem to not like the look of dithering or naturally appearing artifacts like this, I've always sort of loved them. There's just something about seeing each console's unique and novel approach to video output, and little flaws like this are almost like a piece of hardware's calling card, or more accurately, its visual fingerprint. Of course, it should go without saying this will likely be a non-issue when being viewed on the CRT displays this game was made to be played on. These low-resolution, softer TVs are going to mask a lot of this stuff behind its phosphorescent glow and scan lines, so keep that in mind when trying to figure out if you want to dive into the realm of higher quality retro video. While there are very obvious upsides to throwing a RetroTink 5X or OSSC into your setup, for better or worse, you're going to be able to see a lot more than you're used to. Staying on actual track, Resident Evil 4 is the only RE game ever released on the GameCube that allows for an officially supported progressive scan mode. That's right, no forcing 480p through software here. And while 480p is always a welcome display mode, I'm sure a lot of you by now are noticing just how aliased and pixelated this picture is, on top of its aspect ratio. And the reason things look like they've been zoomed in a shit ton is because, well, they have been. RE4 was made to be viewed in a faux letterboxed mode, so if you wanted to boot up a game of RE4 right now on a real GameCube, this is what you'd be looking at. A 4:3 image with letterboxing on the top and bottom that allows it to be stretched to a 16:9 aspect ratio. Now, I've heard this was done because Mikami thought it gave the game a more cinematic look, but more realistically, I imagine this was how they were able to get the game looking so damn good. I mean, think about it. You'd be surprised how many pixels you can include in your assets when you're only using half of the console's vertical resolution. The exact number seems to vary, but based on what I've seen online, the actual rendered image on screen only takes up a measly 288 vertical lines of resolution, and that's kind of crazy to think about. I imagine this really cut down on processing overhead since the console was outputting most of the image as a black, motionless bar. And if you were one of the very few people who owned a 16:9 display at the time and were able to stretch the image close enough to touching the top and bottom of that display, it looked pretty damn cool. The only problem is, you, me, and nearly everyone else was stuck looking at half a game on their 4:3 CRTs. And keep in mind, this is not an exaggeration, editing trick, or some result of upscaling. This is the exact image you would get playing RE4 on your TV at home right now. And I'm sure there's an argument for future-proofing a game presentation-wise, but when next to no one owns the tech it would take to view a game optimally, I think making forced widescreen the only available viewing option is sort of a dick move. Okay, getting back on track, let's stretch this image back to something the human eye can actually see. Resident Evil 4 is locked to a static 30 frame per second frame rate, and I'll add it keeps that up pretty solidly. There are going to be a few dips here or there, but it's nothing that'll affect gameplay. I was only able to get noticeable slowdown in scenes with a lot of overlapping visual effects or really far draw distances, but it never seemed to get in the way, so see this as more of an interesting tidbit and not some kind of a downside. Okay, so I think we've developed a little bit of a baseline so everyone knows the foundation where we're starting from. RE4, warts and all, is one damn impressive package. Not only did it revolutionize how games would orient their cameras and tune their mechanics for decades to come, but it offered an incredibly impressive, if not slightly puzzling visual presentation. It was a really good-looking game that sold really well, so it was only a matter of time before we saw it end up on some other piece of hardware. As some of you may know, around the time of RE4's release, Capcom was locked into a sort of gentleman's exclusivity agreement with Nintendo, and on top of that, Mikami himself threatened to cut off his own head if his game ever saw the inside of a PS2. And I'm not saying I'd like to see him actually follow through with that threat, but I mean, we did get that PS2 port. Just saying. After putting in some real time with it, I would argue RE4 on the PS2 is a far better option than a lot of us give it credit for, although to be fair, that's not exactly our fault. One of my chief issues with the PS2 port back when I made my video covering RE4 for the Resident Evil Retrospective was the fact that it was locked to an interlaced 480i picture. Sadly, a majority of games on the PS2 share this same fate, and if there's one constant in the world, it's that 480p will always look better than 480i. So imagine my surprise when I found out recently there's actually a way to play RE4 on the PS2 in 480p. No workarounds or homebrew software needed. Well, you might be wondering how the hell I missed that, but in my defense, Capcom went about implementing it in the dumbest way imaginable. As some of you might know, a very select amount of PS2 titles actually supported progressive scan, but instead of including it in some kind of toggle in an option menu somewhere, requires you to boot the game holding a specific button combo. The only other game I'm aware of off the top of my head with a similar approach would be Star Ocean Till the End of Time, but there are a few more. Well, either way, put RE4 in your PS2, launch the game and hold down X and triangle. Say yes to progressive scan mode and voila, a beautiful 480p image is now yours. Thanks to the addition of progressive scan, I can say that RE4 on Sony's PS2 is much better looking than I originally gave it credit for. It does seem to be lacking some of the semi-transparent fog effects from the original and possibly some diminished lighting, but those effects are still present in the game and look okay. So yes, it absolutely looks much better than I originally thought, but the GameCube original still has it beat in terms of sharpness and clarity. I'm not really sure why, but even when both are set to 480p, the PS2 port just has a much less defined, almost muddy picture. Realistically, I don't think this would be something a casual fan of the game would even really notice, but it is interesting to look at. The PS2 was technically the least powerful console of its day in terms of sheer tech specs, but some of you may already know it had very clear advantages over its competitors when it came to architecture and bandwidth. It just required a developer who excelled at the very specific methods needed to take advantage of those upsides. Sadly, ports often got a raw deal on PS2 since they were trying to implement a more standard game in development and coding terms into a console that often needed a highly unique, specialized approach. That means a lot of the PS2 strengths get thrown out the window from the word go, because porting means trying to fit an already complete game into a system that would have required the game to be designed on that platform in the first place. So yes, you will be looking at a less defined, less colorful image the whole time, but unless you're going straight from one to the other, I doubt for most it'll even register on their radars. What very well might though is the fact that there seems to be a slight blur to all on-screen motion here. Or at least there seems to be under certain circumstances. It seems like dark scenes with a lot of overlapping visual effects bring it on mostly, which is the exact scenario that caused the very small bit of slowdown I saw in the GameCube original. So for all I know, this may be some kind of dynamic thing that saves on processing power, or maybe just another result of the devs trying to find PS2-friendly approximations for GameCube-specific video effects. Now, you could certainly call the softer picture and flaws like blurring reasons to rank this game below its original release, and while you wouldn't necessarily be wrong, I don't think they're deal breakers. I mean, it would be one thing if they significantly degraded the picture compared to the GameCube original, but I would say we're in the territory of acceptable loss here. What does seem to be an objective fail, though, is the audio. Every sound effect, voice recording, and song heard in the PS2 port is going to sound highly compressed and actually sort of muddy to anyone with discerning ears. Here, let's listen to a sample scene that'll show you what I'm talking about. Try to pay attention to the sound of the water flowing in the background and the sound effects for gunshots, reloading, and crows cawing. Now let's look at the same scene but on the PS2. It's almost crazy how much more muddled things sound here, which is very odd. I mean, the GameCube's small optical disc only allowed for about 1.5 GB of storage space, and the PS2's DVDs could store up to 4. Why would they feel the need to further compress the audio files used in this port? If anything, they should have been able to store more high-quality assets on a DVD with its expanded storage. Now, I will admit up front, I'm no genius when it comes to how files are arranged on a game disc, and maybe I'm missing something here, but there doesn't seem to be any reason for further compressing a file when transferring it to a medium with even more storage. If you know what's going on here, feel free to clue me in, because I'm genuinely stumped by this one. In that same vein, some of the cutscenes on PS2 were just pre-rendered video files instead of being real-time, and once again, I don't really get why this concession was made. On the plus side, the PS2's more blurry video output in this game, displayed on a CRT, would make some of those pre-renders look nearly real-time anyways, so I guess that's a plus. Outside of the audio and visual realms, you're able to use the D-pad in this version, which actually felt pretty good. Now, to be totally honest, I never actually tried to use the D-pad in the GameCube original, so I couldn't tell you whether or not this was a new addition, but let's be real, even if it is usable in-game, no one's ever going to take advantage of it. Moving oddly felt way better to control with the D-pad on the PS2 version, which does sort of make sense now that I think about it. After all, RE4 is basically using tank controls, but with the perspective locked to the character instead of the environment. Capcom, definitely wanting to sweeten the pot for potential buyers, decided to include an unlockable mode in this port, which will let you take control of Ada as she takes care of all of her spy stuff. To be totally honest, I never really felt like this additional content was a deal breaker myself, but I will admit Separate Ways offers a lot of cool gameplay at what feels like a hardened difficulty. Plus the story takes place at the same time right on top of Leon's, which I always thought was cool. All in, I can say this first port of Resident Evil 4 provides a pretty good value. Yes, the trained eye will definitely notice a softer, less visually appealing image than what you'll find in the original, and the sound effects are noticeably worse. At the same time though, you not only get to play the game with what I would consider to be a much better controller, but also the added bonus of Ada's Separate Ways campaign. I feel like that's reason enough to grab this port, or at least it used to be. Now that every port of this game includes this extra content, it is much less of a bargaining chip. Yes, there are definitely better options available to us now, but I feel like RE4 on the PS2 is still at least worth a consideration. Maybe I'm partial to the platform, or I just like seeing the differences that come from the PS2's video output, but either way, I'd give this port a very tentative thumbs up. It probably shouldn't be your first choice when trying to play a game of RE4 on a more retro console, but if you're in a situation where it's the only choice, you won't have to worry about experiencing something radically different from the original, something you most certainly can't say about the next port on the list.
That's right. She's the daughter of the president. So try to behave yourself, okay?
It's pretty easy to forget that we've only recently been blessed with console to PC ports that are actually worth a damn. Sure, every once in a while you'll get some absolute trash nowadays, but for the most part, developers have locked the process down to a fairly reliable degree. In 2004, however, that was very much not the case. Resident Evil 4's first crack at the PC Master Race was an unmitigated disaster to the point where you could likely count more issues than actual gameplay features. I'm not really sure if it's the porting process that has become easier over time, or if it's console hardware slowly turning away from PowerPC architecture and becoming home computers in horrible-looking cases, but either way, I can assure you this process had not been figured out when this puppy dropped. Booting up RE4 on the PC back in the early 2000s could be deceptively impressive though. Compared to the only two versions available at the time, this was one hell of a sharp, clear picture. Of course, there were a near infinite amount of issues that came with that clarity, but if you haven't played RE4 in a while, and maybe were legally blind, I think it would have been easy to assume this was an upgrade. If you had played it recently though, you might have noticed that there are next to no shadows, barely any fog, or really any shading at all, and trust me when I say RE4 is a game that needs shadows to look good. Oddly enough, this final build of the PC port looks like one of those in-progress videos developers put out when a game isn't finished and some assets haven't been implemented yet. Some scenes are absolutely ruined by this lack of contrast, like the first time you step into the graveyard in front of the church. Speaking of that graveyard, you'll probably also notice that there's almost no fog in this version of the game, and just copy and paste my previous comments here. On the plus side, this game can reach 1080p in a roundabout way. You still have to deal with the stupid letterboxing, and it's a 16:10 aspect ratio, so it's more like 1920 by 1200, but I guess higher res is higher res. Of course, all the clarity in the world doesn't mean anything if you can barely play it, and well, I assume you know where this is going. In a truly insane twist for a PC port, mouse controls in this game weren't even included in the official release, having to be patched in with fan-made trainers. And those modern USB controllers we love so much won't work outside of those same fan-made patches. Which I guess you could forgive them for, since they are modern controllers and this is a game that was released in 2007, but what's a little less forgivable is the fact that the Xbox 360's USB pad was also not supported, which was a controller that was readily available at the time and probably one of the most popular controllers on the market. Luckily, I was able to get my hands on one of the previously mentioned fan-made patches, so I was able to play this with some sort of comfort, but that comfort came with unfamiliar button cues. Something that wouldn't be much of an issue in other games, but when you're being asked to press a very specific button in a very brief window, things get a little more complicated. And yes, you probably could get used to this and even play it like normal after a while, but you will likely be rewatching a lot of cutscenes due to failed QTEs before you get to that point. Continuing on the subject of playability, RE4 on the PC had its frame rate locked to 30 FPS. Of course, that is the same frame rate that you'll get on console, but it feels incredibly choppy and slow here on PC. That's not exactly a strike against the game, because you could probably argue for accuracy at that point, but it does feel like they could have done better. Speaking of which, while doing research, I found out that this was not only a SourceNext product, but it was based on the PS2 version of RE4 for some unknowably dumb reason. For those of you hip to Capcom's other RE-PC ports, the name SourceNext might conjure up images of sharp graphics and uncompressed CG cutscenes, all features you absolutely will not be finding here. In fact, since the base of this port was the PS2 version, you'll find all of the in-engine cutscenes from the original have been replaced with pre-renders from that same release. Something that looked really bad at 480p but looks way worse when you up that operating resolution. And hopefully the conclusion here won't surprise anyone. This version of RE4 is far better left forgotten, and only the most obsessive port junkies should even install it. And while maybe you could argue a few fan patches and fixes might bring it close to parity with the original, a lack of lighting and fog effects leave the picture looking incredibly plain and washed out. On top of that, once you do get your modern USB controller working, you'll need to adapt to a numeric button labeling scheme, so QTEs will be a pain for a very long time. Thankfully, you'd have to go out of your way to get your hands on this port, since it's not available on any of the bigger platforms like Steam, so I wouldn't worry about accidentally coming across it. But that being said, it is a cool look into the past and how these things used to be handled. As luck would have it though, we wouldn't have to wait too long for a proper port to new hardware, the only caveat being how you personally define the term new hardware. Hopefully that definition for you includes a slightly overclocked GameCube CPU with just a little more video memory. With RE4 getting a whole butt ton of love on the GameCube, it only made sense to port the game to what was essentially the same exact console with an IR-based motion control gimmick, and that's exactly what they did, creating what some would call the best playing version of this game to date. Now, I've made my disdain for this era of motion controls pretty clear in the past, but for those of you just tuning in, I never enjoyed the Wii's specific brand of inaccurate IR-based motion tracking. That being said, I have to admit its inclusion here really does make playing this game much more engaging. In fact, you could probably argue it nearly breaks RE4's difficulty, not having to wait for your aiming reticle to slowly move over to a target, and being able to pull off quick shots that just aren't possible using a traditional controller. It does make this really fucking fun. Plus, they added a quick knife shortcut activated by waggling the Wiimote, and even though I can't stand waggle mechanics, this is a godsend. It auto-targets the nearest knifeable object like a box or a downed enemy, which makes the old headshot, melee hit, knife them while they're down tactic much easier to pull off. The only downsides with this port being the rare occasion where you'll hit the aim button while your controller's pointed down, which means Leon's going to be pointing his gun at the ground in front of him, and the constant presence of this gray reticle. If you thought I hated the few moments where button prompts were on screen in RE4 for QTEs, trust me when I say this is way worse. Of course, I know most people don't share my obsession with immersion, so I assume the rest of you won't mind this quite so much. If you want, though, you could choose to forego motion controls altogether and use the Wii's classic remote or hell even a GameCube controller for that added accuracy. And if you do go that route, the good news is, while you won't be able to make use of the motion shortcut for your knife, aiming and pulling your knife out with the controller on the Wii is noticeably faster than any other release of the game. The content not present in the original GameCube release of RE4 has been added here, so those of you super into Ada's Separate Ways campaign will be very happy. Like I said before, this campaign was never a selling point for me, but if you want that near GameCube experience but with the modern extras afforded to newer releases of the game, well, I guess it goes without saying, but this is the only place you're going to find it. However, some of you may have noticed I just said near GameCube experience, and there's a really good reason for that. It had been long rumored that the Wii had a less vibrant and more blurry component video output than the GameCube, but for a while the only people who could test this for themselves were the ones lucky enough or rich enough to get their hands on GameCube component cables. But now, thanks to products from Eon and Insurrection Industries, we can get quote-unquote cheap solutions that give us access to that coveted GC digital output. And yes, I can personally confirm that the GameCube version of RE4 is much sharper and more clear than what you'll find on the Wii. Personally, I would say the difference might be teeter-tottering on the borderline of being noticeable and not, but if you are looking for the absolute best picture with no compromises, the GameCube is still the reigning champ so far in this video. There is a little bonus included here in the Wii port though. I often forget that the Wii supports 16:9 widescreen, and yes, this version of the game does as well. Of course, they aren't drawing any extra graphics on the side of what would normally be 4:3, instead squishing the game's graphics so that they look right being stretched to widescreen. So I guess you could argue that this anamorphic approach isn't true 16:9, but it is widescreen nonetheless, and it's kinda cool to have it here. And the resulting picture is, well, it's mixed, honestly. I mean, sure, it's really nice having a full widescreen display filled with RE4, but since the RetroTink 5X only has accurate sampling for standard 480p, we're left with a generic 16:9 setting here, and the loss of sharpness and clarity is pretty noticeable. Personally, I'd suggest sticking with 4:3 for most Wii games anyways. I mean, none of these games are rendering out at an actual widescreen resolution, so you're just taking what used to be sharp pixels and distorting them once within the console itself, and then another time when your TV or scaler does the stretching. So while it is a novel addition, I'd say it's a little more fun just to experiment with and try out than it is to actually play a game that way. Other than that though, I'd say this is a pretty good choice when it comes time to play a little RE4. It may not have the graphical fidelity of the original GameCube release, but it has a bunch of additional content that may make it worth it for you weirdos that don't base all your decisions on pixel-perfect video output. Plus, even an old stuck-in-his-ways guy like myself can admit the motion aiming is actually really fun here. If we were ranking these releases, I would say this one might be close to neck and neck with the original. Personally, I would go with the GameCube version for its sharp video output, but I can certainly see why some of you might reach for that Wii mode instead.
¡Agárrenlo!
Little rough, don't you think?
And coming up next we have, well, let's be honest, it's not the release a lot of you are probably hoping to see. Listen guys, I would absolutely love to get some footage of the Zeebo version actually being played, but as I recently found out, Zeebo emulation may as well be impossible at the moment thanks to how it authenticates games against its hardware, and its iOS counterpart can only be run on old legacy builds of iOS, which complicates things immensely. Plus, I think you could make a pretty strong argument for these iterations not exactly falling under the definition of a port, since none of them use original assets from any version of RE4. New fonts, new heads-up display, altered level layouts, and redrawn 3D graphics. I feel like that's at least enough to ensure I can sleep at night labeling this video a comprehensive look at every port of RE4 without including them. And let's be honest here, they weren't going to be very impressive in the first place. So instead of focusing on what can't be obtained, let's talk about the very first HD remaster of Resident Evil 4. Wanting a little more RE content on the new HD era of consoles, Capcom dragged both RE4 and Code Veronica into the present, which is actually kind of funny. The HD remaster of Code Veronica, while looking good in some circumstances, was actually a pretty bungled affair. There was ghosting and brightness issues across the board, along with a lot of other problems I outlined in a previous video, but oddly enough, the RE4 remaster came out relatively clean. Unlike all the creative changes made in Code Veronica, RE4 retains a pretty good level of parity with its original release, meaning what we have here is basically a nicer looking version of the GameCube original. Today we'll be looking specifically at the PS3 release since I couldn't remember my Xbox Live login, but based on my research there's no significant difference between the two platforms. So what you can expect from both is a 720p 30 frame per second experience, which actually sort of surprised me. I had become so used to future remasters' 60 FPS treatment, I had just sort of assumed it was the standard and not a new addition. But in Capcom's defense, the game was originally tuned for 30 FPS, so it still plays just as well as you remember, and hell, it's not like that era was filled with AAA releases achieving a better frame rate anyways. The Japanese were lucky enough to get this remaster in a physical form bundled with Code Veronica, while the rest of the world were doomed to a digital-only release model. And one thing I want to get out of the way ASAP is that this game actually looks a little better than what I'm able to show here. Since this video is being rendered out at 1440p to account for my RetroTing 5X recordings, I'm gonna have to stretch this 720p footage to twice its vertical resolution. Meaning we're definitely losing a bit of sharpness in the process of making this video watchable, because I doubt very much anyone wants to look at this for an extended period of time. So take my word for it, this game looks much better than what you're seeing here. And continuing from that point, I was actually surprised at how good it did look for a measly 720p. Sure, it may have more to do with RE4's great art design, but these assets running in HD already look close to big budget new releases for the time. Either way though, I'd say don't count these original remasters out just because they're 2 generations behind. Sure, 60 frames per second is always going to be preferable, but playing this game designed for 30 FPS at its intended frame rate and in HD is still a great experience. Like I mentioned before, RE4 has some amazing sound design, and following logic, that same sound being pushed out as a fully digital package is a joy to listen to. From what I hear, the 360 version actually supports 5.1 surround sound, but it seems to be very poor decoding, with some sound effects hard-locked to specific speakers no matter what situation you're in. So I guess it's no real loss that we've only got stereo output here on the PS3. On a very small list of possible downsides, I will mention that I experienced some slowdown in this scene with the waterfall, but on the other side of that coin, that's less slowdown than can be found in the original. I don't know, maybe I'll let you guys decide whether or not that's a problem. In the realm of totally unprovable nonsense, it felt like it was a little harder to shoot dynamite out of the air after it had been thrown in this version of the game, but there's even odds that was just random chance. But honestly, who cares about all this trivial stuff? Because this is officially the first time anyone ever laid eyes on RE4 without a third of their screen being taken up by black bars. Yes, as crazy as it sounds, it took Capcom a good 5 releases of this game before they decided to populate the full vertical resolution of our TVs with video. Sadly, this doesn't do much to combat the claustrophobic field of view since a majority of this game's action takes place on the horizontal plane, but damn it, it's just nice seeing something at the top and bottom of my screen again. Since we're working with HD graphics now, redrawn 2D art like the HUD and fonts was gonna be a must, and while I typically prefer to see the original assets upscaled, this new stuff looks great. It does kind of clash with the less smooth-looking 3D graphics around it, but I doubt there would have been very much that could have been done about that either way. Luckily, all of the in-game cutscenes are just that in this release instead of poor quality pre-renders, so that is a huge plus, and as you might expect, this remaster includes all of the extra content that used to be spread across several consoles. As far as HD remasters go, this was one hell of a great job if you ask me. In this industry, something as simple as taking a great-looking game and upscaling it can often prove to be too Herculean of a task, so it's great to see Capcom really putting their best foot forward here. With a perfect balance being struck between alterations and accuracy, not only is this great to see in general, but more precisely for the rest of the games on this list. I say that because this dinky little sub 1080p 60 digital storefront title would become the framework from which every subsequent release of RE4 would be made. So let's all thank our lucky stars it turned out as great as it did. And even though newer, more high-res and smoother playing versions of this game exist today, I'd still recommend reinstalling it on your dusty old 7th gen console. Maybe don't go out and spend a $20 on it for a first experience like I did, but there might be some value in taking a look at how well this HD remaster turned out and thinking about how badly it could have. I sort of doubt there's many who would be interested in hooking up an old PS3 or 360 to play an inferior port of a game available on nearly every console under the sun, but if you are one of those few, just know you've got a solid time ahead of you.
Hey, it's that dog.
A good 3 years after the 7th gen HD remasters of RE4, Capcom was looking to both apologize for RE4's first foray on PC and to make a little scratch off the newly invigorated PC gaming market. This Ultimate HD edition, surprisingly, actually lives up to its title. This release would continue the trend of onwards and upwards with a higher operating resolution and a jump up to 60 FPS. So like you would imagine, this leads to a much smoother experience, but it does come with one small caveat. It seems like certain gameplay elements were tied to the game's old frame rate, the most important of which being the QuickTime events. Which means in this version of the game, it's expecting double the amount of inputs for sections that want you to mash a button, and you have to be even faster with button combinations because they'll be on screen for less time than in previous releases. Now in any other situation this might count as a downside, but realistically they aren't unwinnable at 60 FPS, just a little more challenging. I think it's fair to say the original 30 frame per second versions of these things weren't exactly sitting on the elite end of human reaction time, so if anything be ready to mash a little faster and recognize button combos just a bit quicker. Oh, and I'd like to thank a few viewers who brought this up during a recent live stream because I had no idea why the QTEs were a little more challenging than I remembered until they slapped some knowledge upside my head. Okay, so frame rate aside, what else under the hood's been messed around with? Well, the game runs at a massive amount of resolutions now, but most importantly, it is no longer limited to 720p. So we're getting a much higher res, more detailed picture this time around, but that leads to a bit of an issue for some. What you're looking at here are the same exact assets present in the original Resident Evil 4, just intelligently upscaled, and as you go higher and higher in resolution, it becomes pretty clear that the old 2D textures were just too low res to make a proper jump into true HD. The original GameCube release of RE4 famously didn't use MIP maps, so not only were textures woefully undersized for such a high operating resolution, but the seams, for lack of a better word, were always visible when textures would overlap. To combat this, the Ultimate HD version includes a toggle for what they call HD textures, but don't get too excited, this option can be a little deceiving. Capcom didn't exactly go through and redraw every low-res texture in the game, but by my estimation, the only thing they really cleaned up were the textures used for items and a few other small additions like altering the look of Leon's clothes, which by the way only works on his default costume and not the ones you can unlock by beating the game. And you'll notice I said alter, not improve, because I really can't see much of an improvement here. Sure, it's different, but I doubt very much anyone would notice if you uncheck the HD textures option mid-game while they were playing. From what I can see, they didn't even touch the environmental textures aside from upping their contrast, which in their defense does give the illusion of more defined edges, but trust me, it is just that, an illusion. For as long as this version of the game has existed, people have been complaining about its low-res textures, and I'm about to blow your minds by saying, yeah, I never really cared too much. I know, I'm the guy who's supposed to be obsessed with video stuff, but really these textures are not the experience killer people make them out to be. Rewind Mike. And sure, yes, they are noticeably low res, but the entire game has this sort of smooth look to it thanks to the upscaling, and I'd say the textures sort of add to that. Either way, they're not the most offensive graphical features I've ever seen in this kind of an HD remaster, so maybe don't let the internet tell you how bad they are. Here's a good rule of thumb to go by. If you never notice them until I mention something, congrats, they don't really matter. Although we definitely will be looking at a little fan-made fix for that issue later on.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Moving on to actual gameplay, this release of RE4 stays in line with previous ones, which means it includes all the extra content from the other ports, and unlike the original PC release, mouse and keyboard controls. And surprising no one, using a mouse can lead to much more accurate shooting, but I will say this, I typically reach for a USB controller when playing this version 9 times out of 10, which is very crazy for me since I'm never one to forgo mouse look on a third-person game. I think the issue comes not so much from the shooting, but the movement. Using a keyboard, you'll be hitting ASWD to move around, but your hand will still be on the mouse. And if you happen to move that mouse while running around, which trust me you will do, it'll just rotate the camera, which only moves your view, it doesn't change your orientation. So it's not exactly impossible to get used to, just a little annoying to deal with. On the negative side of things, it is much easier to perform QTEs when the on-screen display includes button size and color, which doesn't exactly work when nearly every key on a keyboard is basically uniform. It may be a lot easier to mash a mechanical keyboard switch than a traditional controller button, but I can instinctively and thoughtlessly reach for a button displayed on screen while I still have to think about which keyboard key the game's asking me to hit. This may not be much of an issue for some of you, but for me, playing with a mouse and keyboard required a little bit too much of a learning curve, or at least one I wasn't keen on climbing. On the plus side though, 60 FPS gameplay is awesome. The game feels expectedly snappy and responsive at a smoother frame rate, and this is one inclusion I can say is 100% an improvement. Sadly, that wasn't so much the case in the early days of its release. From what I've heard, this version had a lot of stability issues on launch and would routinely dip below 60 frames per second. And if there's one big downside with jumping the frame rate up like that, it's that you'll really be able to tell when it deviates even 3 FPS from max. On the plus side though, all of these issues have been fixed by the time I got my hands on it, so I can't really say how bad it was, but I can tell you it's good now. Nowadays I'd say this is the go-to port if you're looking for not only a remaster but a versatile one. Sure, 1080p is all well and good, but being able to scale up to 1440p or 4K is always going to be a little more appealing. And you know, there's also that whole 60 FPS thing. But thanks to people much smarter and more dedicated than I, you have another option when getting in a game of RE4 on PC. Like I mentioned before, people tend to get pretty upset with RE4's low-resolution textures in this port, and while I don't mind them at all myself, it looks like someone was bothered enough to finally go in and fix Capcom's work for them. The Resident Evil 4 HD project is a pretty big fan-made patch that includes much higher resolution assets than the base game. Nearly every single texture in the game has been updated to look much sharper and more defined with this mod, and if you don't immediately get how amazing that is, keep in mind for a lot of cases, these aren't exactly upscales of the original assets. A lot of these textures have been redrawn from scratch, either being hand-drawn or composites of very high-resolution pictures. In doing that work, obviously, things aren't going to look precisely like the originals, so there is an argument for accuracy to be made, but seeing the game's original textures next to the modified ones will likely get rid of any reservations you might have on that front. Sadly, the game still can't take advantage of MIP maps, so you're still going to see a hard line where textures intersect, but at least those hard lines will now be on something that looks really good. Items also get to benefit from the HD treatment, and while I never really noticed how low-res they looked in the vanilla release, seeing them now really drives that point home. Applying this patch is relatively easy, something not exactly common in the world of PC game modding, so that is a plus. The only real downside being that it is a whopping 30 gig download. After the patch has been applied, the results are going to be obvious, and while it is a great improvement, I couldn't help but notice something. While I was playing with the HD texture pack, I kept noticing myself looking at the background textures while I'm playing. In vanilla RE4, I never really noticed them during gameplay, so my eye was always on the action straight ahead. While playing this modded version, I just can't keep my eyes off all the little details in the background, and I can't really tell what's at fault here. On one end, I think there's a chance these new textures are so sharp and crispy looking that they sort of naturally draw the eye towards them and away from Leon or the action. Kinda like they form a bit of a natural contrast between the high-res 2D stuff and the noticeably lower-res 3D assets. Of course, it is also totally possible that this only affects me and only exists because I know I applied the patch and am purposefully looking to see what's different. If you're familiar with game modding on PC, you'll know it's not always a 100% stable affair, and while I was able to find a glitch where the chandelier was vibrating during the cutscene introducing Salazar, I can't really be sure if this was just a random occurrence in the base game or if it was being caused by the mod itself. Either way, there's no risk in heading over to the RE4 HD Project's website and trying it out for yourself. Personally, I wouldn't call this a necessary addition for anyone playing this release, but it's awesome to look at, and it's good seeing people who aren't happy with the game going in and making the changes they would have liked to have seen in the original release. According to the website, this project hasn't been updated since about 2018, which is a real damn shame because this guy's saying he's working on remastering the pre-rendered cutscenes from Ada's Separate Ways campaign, but needs a coder to insert them into the game. So if you are somehow smart enough to code but also dumb enough to watch my videos, maybe get in contact with this guy so we can finally see this thing completed.
Over here, stranger.
Okay, so this one comes down to the wire, but RE4 on PC is probably my favorite of the ports so far. Don't get me wrong, I love the look of the original on real hardware. In fact, I probably prefer it, and the first HD remasters on PS3 and 360 were certainly impressive, but the combination of support for much higher resolutions and a doubling of the frame rate is just too good to ignore. Other ports going forward would use this as a base, which is great, but I just don't think you can do much better than this. So if you have a computer made after the year 2000, you've got no real reason not to hop on Steam and give it a whirl. It's not the last port we'll cover today, but it very well may be the best. After successfully improving on their work with the first HD remaster, Capcom decided to keep that ball rolling with ports to the PS4 and Xbox One. These would use this Ultimate HD release as a base, and that means including every feature found therein. As far as video output is concerned, we're looking at a max 1080p affair here, luckily carrying over the 60 frame per second output of the last version, and it looks and plays about like what you would expect. The game honestly looks great at 1080p, and since it doesn't go any higher than that, the issue some people have with lower res textures won't seem quite so obvious when sitting pretty far back on a couch. We're looking at the PS4 side of things here because that's the console I own, but from what I hear, the experience is just about the same, if not almost imperceptibly better on the Xbox One. Now, I would love to test that for myself, but YouTube hasn't got me to that disposable income level of wealth yet. During my time with the PS4 port, I didn't notice any frame rate dips, which is expected on such powerful hardware, but there was one black cloud hanging over the experience. The default control setup was really weird and didn't make any sense at all to me. For some reason, it has you using R2 to fire your weapon when every game so far has used the old aim with R1 and fire with the action button approach. And yes, I was able to change it to something a little more familiar, but I kind of wonder why they'd go in and make the default configuration for this port be so wildly different from the original release. I mean, you gotta figure people playing this version would be looking to play it the same way they did the original, but hell, for all I know, this might be some sort of really efficient speedrunner approved control setup. You guys tell me. And if you can't tell by me complaining about having to go into the options and change my controls, there's not much to say about this release that I haven't already said. This is just a rock-solid version of RE4 that offers all of the benefits of the Steam version, only lacking the ability to mod its textures and the option for higher resolutions. If you don't have a PC of any kind, this would definitely be your best bet. After spending a pretty good amount of time with it, I didn't find any slowdown or other porting flaws, so for those of you only looking for a console experience, this will basically be the most perfect way you can play the game. A compliment I can most definitely not give to the next port.
I'm Ingrid Hunnigan. I'll be your support on this mission.
Loud and clear. Somehow I thought you'd be a little older.
Listen, if it exists as a platform, as a general rule of thumb, Capcom will at some point try to put RE4 on it, and when the Nintendo Switch blew up like a bat out of hell, seeing this title appear in its library was inevitable. And plus, you guys know how it goes. A developer makes a game, and almost the whole of Twitter asks the cursed three-word question literally no one wants to hear: Switch port when? RE4 showed up on the platform nearly 4 years ago and uses the previous HD release as its base. It offers all of the trappings you would expect by this point, with the only deviation coming in the form of its operating resolution. When docked, the Switch can't seem to hit a full 1080p, instead opting for 900p, and when in handheld you can expect a sub 720 600p. Now, realistically, only a few of us are so hard to please that we'd mourn the loss of 180 pixels off the vertical resolution, but it's this combined with the next point that makes this port so sad. Even at its diminished resolution, RE4 on the Switch has a very hard time maintaining a full 60 frames per second. Now, don't get me wrong, if I'm looking down a large crowd of Plagas-infected villagers in a detailed backdrop, sure, I'd be fine with a little bit of slowdown. I mean, yeah, you could argue that's a little ridiculous for a modern platform running a 16-year-old game, but hey, this is the Switch we're talking about. The culmination of Nintendo's Wii-era obsession with staying a good 2 generations behind the industry. Now, like I said before, a little slowdown isn't the end of the world, but I'm dropping a significant amount of frames just running up the stairs in the first house in the game, and these are not what I would call the most detail-rich stairs in gaming. But that's kind of the odd part. When a bunch of enemies are on screen, you'd expect a similar result, but but the amount of 3D models in front of you doesn't seem to affect it much. Here on this bridge, there are 3 or 4 villagers in front of me, but things stay smooth. It's only after they've despawned that I notice significant slowdown, so it's gotta be the environment that seems to be bringing this release to its knees. To be fair though, maybe I'm the type of guy who puts more of an importance on this stuff than others, but that's why I've grown so tired of the port it to the Switch meme. Even though every single port we get on the console ends up being a sub-HD, sub-30 frame per second mess, we keep asking for more as if we haven't already been burned a million times in the past. Of course, there is the portable component to consider, but personally, I'm not willing to take a hit in smooth gameplay just to allow for a little RE4 on a long car ride. If I were you and I was looking for a version of this game that's both HD and plays well, this would certainly not be my first stop, but if we are being honest, a little stutter here or there isn't the worst issue in the world. You personally may not mind it at all, and there very well may be some of you who never even noticed it in the first place. However, if we are comparing these ports and ranking them by how well they perform, the Switch version sort of ends up near the bottom of the list. Sorry guys.
Well, I see that the president's equipped his daughter with ballistics too.
With that, we have finally reached the end of this incredibly long list. There's no denying RE4 is one of the most ported games in existence, and to be fair, it's important enough to the industry overall to justify that title. There are 7 total viable options in front of someone looking to play Resident Evil 4 nowadays, and of them I would say only the original PC release counts as a don't touch this port with a 10-foot pole kind of scenario. From the original GameCube release to the most recent iteration on the Switch, I would say each one is perfectly playable in its own way. Personally, I've grown a newfound respect for the original GameCube version of the game, and when it comes time for a new playthrough, that'll probably be the one I reach for. In the last few years, I've developed an appreciation for the GameCube's interesting looking video output, and now when I see that vertical dithering pattern, I just can't help but love it. I used to just flat out hate the PS2 port, but after seeing it in 480p for the first time, while it is still noticeably less defined than the original, I was still relatively impressed. But if I had to choose a modern method for getting a little RE4 in, it would definitely be the current Steam port. Not only do we get the same great gameplay, but the added bonus of more customization, higher res graphics, and 60 FPS gameplay. If you don't have a PC, the PS4 and Xbox One ports will deliver roughly the same experience, and if you want to take Leon on the go with you, minus some less than reliable performance, the Switch version isn't a bad direction either. I know that's a bit of a cop-out, but honestly, outside the original PC hack job, each version of RE4 is perfectly playable nowadays. While you can definitely find pros and cons between them, they're so minute it's almost not worth mentioning. Which means there's some good news here. If you own any game console developed just a little bit after the Y2K scare, you are in possession of a great way to play Resident Evil 4. And I think that's fitting. This was an incredibly important game, not only to the RE franchise, but to video games as a whole. And when something reaches this level of admiration, bad port jobs and low-effort HD remasters aren't too far behind. We should honestly thank our lucky stars Capcom didn't drop the ball with this one and delivered us a close-to-perfect experience with every release of this game. So go ahead and grab whatever copy of RE4 is closest to you or easiest to get your hands on, because you will without a doubt get a near-flawless result with any of them. Well guys, I appreciate you sitting through this long as hell deep dive with me, and here's hoping this isn't the last time we talk about RE4 on this little project. But until we get our hands on a remake or the VR version, I hope to see all of you guys again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective.
Well, it goes without saying, the 4th video in this retrospective covered a watershed moment for the RE series, and good or bad, would define what it meant to make a Resident Evil game from then on. At this point, Capcom was sure to copy the award-winning format that essentially rebooted RE, but the real question was, could they repackage the RE4 experience without the assistance of series godfather Shinji Mikami? Was it possible to walk the thin line between recreating 4's paradigm-changing success and avoiding a derivative cookie-cutter clone? Well, today we sit down with an oddly controversial entry in what became the post-survival horror period in the timeline, a game that still manages to divide the fanbase today for a diverse assortment of reasons, some deserved and others not so much. What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to part 5 of the Resident Evil Retrospective.
There's no doubt that Mikami's retooling of the Resident Evil format worked out pretty damn well for Capcom, so when late 2006 rolled around, the rumors that the next RE game would feature a similar gameplay style had no one picking up their jaws off the ground. What did remain a mystery was whether or not Capcom could deliver an experience on par with the last number game in the series. Development for Part 5 went relatively smoothly for a while, lacking the train wreck level disasters that the series had been known for right from the start, or at least it seemed that way. During development, it was decided there were going to be two major differences between 5 and the other entries that came before it. First and most importantly, it was decided that Chris would have a partner by his side for this adventure, and even though this was a relatively unpopular idea, somehow it made it to the finished product. The second change involved when the game would take place, and I'm not talking about what place on the RE timeline. Unlike almost every single game in the series, 5 was going to take place mostly during the day. A well-lit environment would spell out the opposite of scary in most horror projects, but the game's setting of Africa meant daylight scares were much more of a viability. Also entering the decision-making process was Capcom's use of the latest MT framework engine revision, which allowed for stark contrast levels and post-processing effects when moving from the dimly lit interior areas to the blinding hazy outdoor segments. But as the sun is almost guaranteed to rise, Resident Evil games are almost guaranteed to hit one roadblock or another during their development cycles. When 2007 hit, the game suffered some of the most ridiculous backlash in recent gaming history.
As if I need to explain myself to you.
The accusations of racial insensitivity and outright bigotry hurled at Capcom after the first showing of their reveal trailer for 5 took the company and most of the internet by complete surprise. After all, this was that wonderful few moments before words like racist, sexist, and transphobic were included in every piece of games media as decreed by law. And sadly, we do have to cover this insanity, and I want to warn you guys right up front, this is not going to be a neutral perspective on the matter. I know some of you are used to me taking a more hands-off approach in an attempt at not coming down on one side or the other too strongly. But when it comes to a situation as cut and dry as this, well, the kid gloves are coming off. But if a quick rant on social politics and games media is understandably not your idea of a good time, go to the timestamp on screen to skip to the good stuff. Trust me, you're probably better off. Now, I was initially planning on going in-depth with the history of these allegations, but to be honest, this shit goes beyond absurd and doesn't really warrant the effort. The quick and dirty version is not long after the 2007 reveal of RE5's trailer, it was already being condemned as being racist. The origin of most of these accusations point to N-Guy Kroll, a writer at Newsweek at the time. During an interview, Kroll deemed the game racially offensive, albeit in not so many words. The crux of his argument was the fact that Chris was white and the Plagas-infected enemies were native Africans. The fact that a horror game had the balls to be set in a country filled with non-white people didn't sit well with Kroll, and this was further compounded by the game's protagonist being Chris Redfield, you know, a white guy. Okay, so in the interest of cutting straight to the point, I'm gonna come right out and say this is an ignorant opinion based on a little too many personal hang-ups and far too little knowledge about Resident Evil, or, like, the real fucking world. I know I may sound unreasonable, but I absolutely refuse to entertain the idea that certain people are not allowed to interact due to racial stigma, and honestly, I pity anyone who thinks they live in a world where that's okay. If RE5 is indeed racist to you, then I assume you had a similar reaction to Leon gunning down Spanish people by the hundred in Part 4, or when Clementine of Telltale's Walking Dead series kills zombies in the predominantly white Bible Belt. But don't you worry, Kroll was prepared for just such a situation, and his response is an infantile, "It's not the same thing." To which I can only draw attention to the Spanish-American War, the Cuban fight for independence, or any other situation where white and brown people interacted negatively. If these are not entirely equally racist, or equally not racist, you are at best intellectually inconsistent, and at worst, an ass no one should be listening to in the first place. Continuing his interview, Kroll also showed a complete lack of situational awareness by stating that it was clear no black people worked on the game, and I guess all I can say is, well, duh. The game was made in a country that's 97% Japanese. I would be surprised if any non-Japanese people at all worked on it. Comments like these are peppered in the original interview, and if you want to read them, I'll be linking it in the description. Now, I know I've already shown my hand, but I also want to let you guys know that this is not a subjective position. Regardless of your feelings on the matter, the definition of racism remains consistent, and until someone can supply me with a piece of dialogue where Chris comments on how he's killing these walking corpses on account of their skin color alone, I will not budge. Now, in the spirit of fairness, I do have to admit, Kroll's comments were damn near neutral when compared to what the general narrative became after the mainstream gaming press spun it, and reading through the interview again while writing this, it's clear his aim wasn't to incite a mob. If I come off strong on this matter, it's because this is a subject that means a great deal to me. Racism deserves nothing less than to be confronted where it exists, but I absolutely refuse to take part in a personal crusade to imagine it where it doesn't. Okay, now that the serious stuff is done with, let's talk about bioterrorism and mutants with exploding heads. RE5 takes place a decade after Part 4 and sees series veteran Chris Redfield joining a bioterrorism task force along with Jill, the Sandwich Valentine. After tracking down the remnants of the Umbrella Corporation and having a pretty badass fistfight with Albert Wesker, Jill sacrifices herself and Chris is assigned to an operation with the aim of keeping Ricardo Irving from selling an unknown BOW in the African black market. The game begins with Chris's arrival on the continent and him meeting his African liaison, Sheva Alomar. Right off the bat, shit turns a familiar shade of red, and from this point on, 5 makes it very clear that it is going for a much darker tone than its predecessor. The perceived tongue-in-cheek attitude of the 4th game is completely gone, replaced with a story and setting that actually takes itself damn seriously. After finding out Africa is the newest home for the Plagueis parasite, Chris and Sheva play a little cat and mouse with Irving and discover Jill might not be as dead as we thought. From here, the two unravel a web of bioweapon trading intrigue and run into a few familiar faces. At this point, I realize comparisons to RE4 might start getting annoying, but since the game not only precedes 4, but also does everything it can to emulate it, I'm really forced to grade accordingly. And as far as that scale goes, 5 has a much better story in my opinion. The darker, more serious tone helps lend a little believability, boulder punching aside. Chris and Sheva are played straight and the drama between them feels authentic, at least compared to, are you a bad enough dude to save the president's daughter? I will say that Sheva's devotion to Chris can seem a little strong for someone she met like 24 hours ago, but it's good that an RE game is actually taking itself serious again. The complaints that 5 is a carbon copy of 4 may very well be warranted in other aspects of the game, but as far as structure and story goes, this is its own unique experience and I was actually pretty surprised at how much I enjoyed it. Solving my biggest complaint with 4's story, Part 5 feels like a Resident Evil tale right from the beginning. The ties to the rest of the series are strong, and the general feel is that of a legitimate RE game, and I think this is due to Shinji Mikami having nothing to do with the development. Although some may count this as a downside, the result is a story that isn't afraid to be a Resident Evil story. In 4, I felt like I was playing through something dressed up as an RE game, but 5 takes off the kid gloves and takes the series back to what it's all about. Horrific environments, bioterrorism, government corporate espionage, and of course, the Umbrella Corporation. It's all back, and I have to say it's a pleasure to jump back into this world. If you've enjoyed the tales told in previous RE games, you're likely to be right at home with 5. But if you're craving a continuation of 4's attempt at thumbing its nose at the rest of the series, well, this might not be the entry for you. Like I said from the start, Capcom would have to be equal parts crazy and afraid of money not to follow up Part 4's success. The result is essentially Super Ultra RE4 Arcade Edition. So, okay, I might be glossing over some deep improvements, so let's take this from the top. 5 puts us back in the familiar third-person over-the-shoulder view, and aiming a weapon still locks us in place. QuickTime events still play a big role in the game and make sure you can't rest during cutscenes. Honestly, at this point I would totally forgive you for assuming this is a carbon copy of RE4's design docs, since on the surface, that's exactly what it is. But there are some nuanced changes here that make for a more enjoyable experience, in my opinion. At first I was under the impression not much had been altered, but the more intense combat got, the more I started to notice how much more fun I was having. One of my chief complaints with 4 was how formulaic it was shooting an enemy in the face, kicking them to the ground, pulling out a knife, and slashing them till they died. This same routine repeated itself so many times that I actively had to keep from doing it in order to introduce some life into the combat. Well, at first 5 suffered from the same issue, but after the first few encounters with the typical Plagas enemies, I noticed their numbers were growing. With the large groups I was taking on, a quick headshot and melee attack meant running into a gang of baddies, and I was taking damage more often than not. At this point, gaining distance and relying more on my guns became the winning strategy. Now, this could have totally been a conscious effort from the devs, realizing they had a couple of problems to solve, or it could have been thanks to another major change, the addition of a constant partner. Having Sheva around means the ability to throw a lot more lead at enemies, which may have led to the increase in mobs. Sheva can also deliver melee attacks when I stagger enemies nearer, and we're both able to save each other when an enemy latches on. This group dynamic, while bringing the horror atmosphere down a good amount, actually works really well for the action. When I first read about this mechanic, I really didn't like the idea. I guess I could go on a rant here about how RE games are supposed to isolate and terrify the player, but instead I'll just point to any entry in this retrospective and assume I've already done it there. And besides that, Sheva definitely pulls more than her fair share of weight. If you keep her well armed, she will dole out the pain in a surprisingly smart way. Her AI always seems to know which enemies to target, and she stays relatively out of harm's way when possible. Of course, trusting Capcom's programming skills isn't the only option. Co-op multiplayer is possible in both local and online flavors, and most people swear that this is the best way to play the game. Now, I may be a jaded old curmudgeon, but I still prefer my action games single player. Plus, I like being able to force my partner to trade items instead of arguing with a real person about how they don't really need that handgun ammo anyways. Which leads us straight into the inventory system. Instead of 4's expandable grid-based deal, 5 gives each character a measly 9 slots to fill, which means playing the old item shuffle, a dance that RE fans know very well. If she has healing items, Sheva will make sure you stay at peak performance, and I freed up a lot of space by having her keep all the herbs and had her serve as my dedicated healer. Quicktime events have made a triumphant return, and I still think that they are, well, pretty okay. Like I said in my review of 4, I really wish there was a way to accomplish these things without big, bright, colorful button cues on screen, but what are you gonna do? There's still gameplay sections that help break up the flow with button mashing or turret sections. Now, these may be cliche, but it's hard to deny how much they help refresh the experience. And in the interest of not being strung up by the internet as a whole for saying that there are parts of 4 that 5 slightly improves on, let's talk about some definite downgrades. The first thing that caught my attention was how compartmentalized the game feels. On paper, 5 and 4 have just about the same design. Plop the player into a terrible place and let them shoot bad guys, solve puzzles, and find the exit. But 5 feels so much more sectioned off. It feels like each area is finished in a much shorter amount of time, although I can't really back that up with any hard facts. Going back and looking at the footage, everything seems normal, but during gameplay it feels like each area is just a little too small. Another thing I noticed, which is thankfully a little more objectively verifiable, is the absence of a merchant character to sell you your weapons and upgrades. I mean, they're still here, but they're accessed at the beginning of each level, which takes away a lot of the character of the whole ordeal. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not obsessed with a guy like most people on YouTube are, but he had his place, and it was a convenient way to alter your arsenal mid-level. And since I complimented the game's combat, it's only fair that I slam it too. These dog enemies are fucking terrible. They take a ridiculous amount of shotgun rounds to take down, and they move faster than you can actually aim. This leads to them dashing out of your line of sight just when you've drawn a bead on them, which leads to me getting really pissed off. And if I'm being honest, those 3 things are my only real complaints. Overall, Resident Evil 5 was a very positive experience, and all things considered, this is a definite upgrade from the admittedly great gameplay seen in Part 4. Even though 5 has only really made tiny improvements, it's always nice to see Capcom make a sequel to a game without tearing its foundation down in the process. And yes, I know this entire segment has been an exercise in comparing these 2 games, but let's be fair, that's exactly how Capcom wanted it. Which leads to a really interesting question. Why do people hate this game so much? Online, there seems to be no shortage of people slamming it, and for the life of me, I can't figure out why. I mean, it's literally everything fans loved in 4, only incrementally better. And I would know, I just played both 4 and 5 back to back. The good news is this isn't a rhetorical question, I'm actually interested to know. Is it the partner mechanic, the story, the setting? Let me know why you dislike the game down in the comments, or whether or not you even do. I will say that I came into this a little surprised. After I played it at launch, I never really picked it back up again, and sort of forgot about the game altogether. Now that it seems to be a pretty popular contender in everyone's worst Resident Evil games lists, I kinda just assumed they were all right about the matter. Well, I'm glad to admit I was completely wrong. As far as gameplay goes, RE5 mirrors what made 4 great. The tight third-person shooting, action-packed set pieces, mini-games, collectibles, item management, they're all here. In my opinion, this is one of the most underrated games I've come across so far in the retrospective, and just might deserve that second playthrough you've been thinking about giving it.
Italian's not so bad, but it's not gonna change anything. You're still screwed!
We're wasting time here.
Chris!
I have this really weird reoccurring issue with playing games that came out during the 360 and PS3 era. I always find myself being completely surprised at how great they look when I go back to them, so either I judged the console hardware way too harshly back in the day, or all the shit I talk about it now is actually starting to affect my memory. Either way, Resident Evil 5 is a really good looking game. The lighting tricks I talked about earlier in the video makes for some really convincing transfers from high to low light, and shadows are damn good looking, especially for the time. The textures in the environments are crazy detailed and manage to look very realistic, and since we're talking about realism, maybe it's just me, but the setting of a poor plagas-infected shantytown is just about the most terrifying location RE has done in a very long time. The first 2 hours or so had me spooked right out looking at corrugated sheet metal roofs and cramped dark alleyways with light bleeding in, but eventually the game moves to some pretty uninspired cave systems. These underground areas are fairly boring, but they eventually give way to the dilapidated Umbrella Labs we're all used to. Character models are crazy detailed, and the motion capture work makes the animations look natural as hell. During cutscenes, I noticed a pretty big emphasis on facial animations, which works most of the time, but every once in a while I notice my character suffering from robot face. Now here's where we tackle the big issue. I know most of the internet always gives Capcom shit for turning Chris into a competing bodybuilder in between 1 and 4, but I don't know, that kinda makes sense to me. I mean, if I was joining some type of anti-bioterror force, I would probably hit the gym too. Besides, that's not the worst thing going on here. Oh yeah, there's something way worse. Trust me when I say the human tricep does not look like this. Triceps aside, Plagas enemies look insanely creepy, and their look changes depending on where you encounter them. The other bioweapons you'll encounter are similarly scary, but there's one that hits a little too close to home. Are you guys seeing this pants-pissing sight? Guys, listen, I'm from South Florida, and down here, this isn't some kind of escapist fantasy, this is my fucking commute to work. All the footage you've been looking at has come from the 360 version of the game, which only outputs a 720p picture at 30 frames per second. The good news is the game actually performs really well within these parameters. Instead of allowing for slowdown, you'll actually see the game dynamically switch the VSync off. This helps keep a relatively consistent speed at the cost of some occasional screen tearing. Typically this would annoy the hell out of me, but you'll rarely notice it, and most of the time it's only in cutscenes. I may be a complete dork, but this is really interesting to me, and I don't think I've ever seen it done in a video game before, so that's always nice. Well guys, I think we both know this wasn't going to be where I stopped. Oh yeah, it's time for my favorite part of these videos, comparing the ports. Of which RE5 had a pretty good number, but most of them are multi-platform releases and fairly similar to each other. I assume you guys want to hear me talk about the original PC port, but aside from a slightly higher resolution and some graphics controls, there isn't too much to talk about. The real improvements come from the current gen re-releases. We're looking at the PS4 version right now, but you can expect relatively similar results from the Xbox One. Oddly enough, there wasn't a remastered release to coincide on the PC, so we're looking at a console-only remaster. That's kinda cool. As you can probably see, this isn't a simple up-res. Capcom has added a much better form of anti-aliasing, and some elements have been overhauled. For example, the shadows are now razor sharp, which, if I'm being honest, looks kinda odd. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but shadows need a little softness to them. Now you guys know I'm the first to admit higher resolution graphics are always nice, but the big upgrade here is the switch to 60 frames per second. As I said in my video on RE0, the jump from 30 to 60 FPS isn't as important when you're dealing with fixed camera angles and pre-rendered backgrounds, but action-packed, reflex-oriented games like 5 benefit immensely from it. If I slow the footage down here, you'll notice how smooth the camera moves, and without the need for screen-smearing motion blur. As you can imagine, in tense situations where quick reactions are needed, This boost is a godsend, and for that reason, this is the version I recommend if you're thinking about jumping in. The boost in graphics, frame rate, and the inclusion of the Lost Nightmares DLC all makes this the definitive version of the game. But who cares about the most playable version? The real question is, should it even be played at all? And I say, hell yes. Resident Evil 5 is Resident Evil 4, but better. And I know I just ruptured a few veins, but yeah, I stand by that statement. The gameplay is just as ridiculous and keeps you right on the edge of your seat. The story is what RE4 could have been if someone who liked the RE universe would have worked on it, and the dark, nasty feel the series is known for is back in full effect. Yeah guys, if you're surprised, well, I'm right here with you. I thought I was going to come out of this annoyed and tired of Resident Evil, but my experience has been just the opposite. And I even went the whole video without making more than 3 boulder punching jokes. And no, that one doesn't count. But in all seriousness, I highly recommend this one, especially if you're a fan of the older survival horror games. No, this won't scratch that pre-rendered itch, but I assume the story will be more than familiar enough to warrant a play. And if you've avoided 5 due to some negative reviews, I say give it a look. It certainly changed my mind. Thanks for sticking around guys, and make sure to stay tuned since next time we're covering a notorious black sheep of the family, right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. Well guys, we have officially made it to the series' most contentious entry. After Resident Evil 5, Capcom knew they had to come out swinging, and that is exactly what they did. With a bigger budget, a bigger scope, and a larger dev team, this game had enough force behind it to make sure this would be the RE game to end all RE games, and little did we know that is precisely what it would do, but maybe not in the way anyone expected. So why not come experience the end of what I like to call Resident Evil's action horror period? A cautionary tale regarding the dangers of excess and trying to please everyone. What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews, welcoming you to part 6 of the Resident Evil Retrospective. After RE5 sold more copies than any other Capcom game, it was clear that we were going to be stuck with the third-person over-the-shoulder style for a long time coming. For fans of 4's drastic departure from Resident Evil norms, this was great news, but for those of us who are wishing for a return to slow-paced, atmospheric survival horror, well, things weren't too good. Or were they? See, a combination of conflicting reports kept the entire fan base on an emotional roller coaster. At first, the news that Eiichiro Sasaki would be heading up development was a godsend, as he was the brains behind the criminally underrated Outbreak games. Then more good news came when screenshots of Leon fighting more traditional zombies hit the internet. But not long after that, we started hearing that Capcom felt RE had outgrown the survival horror genre and that RE6 would be an action game. At this point, fans like myself got a little vindication when the minds behind the series agreed that they were no longer making survival horror games, despite the legions of RE4 fans screaming otherwise. Not long after this, gamers got a playable demo that cleared up a lot of things, but made for some pretty bad press too. First and foremost, we were finally able to confirm that yes, zombies were indeed a part of Resident Evil again. Well, kind of. We now knew that the game would be made up of several interweaving stories, and one of those stories would revolve around the series staple, an outbreak of the undead in a major city. Sadly, this proved to be the exception and not the rule, but hey, beggars can't be choosers, right? Oh, and don't you worry, we'll definitely be diving deeper into this topic later in the video. Sadly, instead of creating more hype for what was already an understandably hyped up development process, RE6's demo raised some very real warning signs. It seemed like the consoles at the time just weren't ready for this new revision of Capcom's MT framework, as both platforms showed heavy amounts of screen tearing and huge dips in frame rate. Needless to say, we weren't exactly 100% on board, but aside from this and a small theft leading to a few copies being sold in Poland before their release date, this has been the least dramatic development of any game covered in the retrospective so far, which has got to count for something. Before we get started on 6's story, I want to point out that this is a follow-up to a series of reviews covering the RE franchise, and I'll definitely be glossing over points that I've made in previous videos. If you want the full context of my views on modern Resident Evil, click on the card in the corner to check those out first. Okay? Okay, the story in RE6 is a surprisingly satisfying affair, and much like Part 5, strives to feel more like something you would have gotten out of the earlier games if those games had an unlimited budget and writers influenced by huge Hollywood blockbusters. The basic idea is, well, actually kind of hard to explain. See, RE6 has you experience the story from the perspective of Leon, Chris, Ada, and Jake. So while there's an overall narrative to explore, most of the attraction here is the personal side stories of the many characters. These branching paths often connect with each other in the typical RE fashion, and I think this game handles this approach better than any game in the series. Each individual story might share locations and plot points with the rest, but for the most part they're all fairly unique, and after interacting with one of the other characters I always felt compelled to start their campaign up just to see what brought them to that point. Okay, so let's jump into a very brief overview of what we're dealing with here. Leon's story has to do with the outbreak of a newly discovered C virus and how it involves the president's decision to go public with some nasty secrets. This was the most Resident Evil feeling story in the game, but to be honest, it kind of drags ass in the middle. Of course, there is a lot to be said about a new RE story that actually includes zombies in it, so keep that in mind. Chris is still a card-carrying member of the BSAA and is currently recovering from the loss of nearly his whole team to the leader of what's being called Neo Umbrella. His campaign deals with revenge and a globe-trotting attempt at preventing another deadly C-virus attack. Jake is a mercenary fighting on behalf of Neo Umbrella until he's approached by an all-grown-up Sherry Birkin who's looking to bring Jake back to the US so his natural immunity to the C-virus can be turned into a vaccine. To be honest, I didn't think I was going to like Jake's story at first, as he's the new guy of the bunch, but there's a few revelations that sticks him pretty damn close to the previous canon. And even though I thought the idea of Sherry joining a government task force was a little cheap, I actually ended up getting into her and Jake's dynamic.
Jake!
The last campaign is more of a tying up of loose ends experience from Ada Wong's point of view. It answers a lot of contradictions found in the other three stories, but to be honest, it's kind of skippable. Which is good since it used to only be accessible once all other campaigns were finished. Ever since Capcom started taking flack for their on-disc DLC practices, Ada's campaign has been made available right off the bat, but if you're going to check it out, I would definitely save it for last, as there are a few minor spoilers in it. Okay, so we have 4 stories essentially all happening on top of each other. The obvious question is, does the sum of their whole feel like a disjointed mess? And I have to say, it definitely doesn't. Each story has its own unique feel and sparingly recycled events or locations, which helped entice me to pick up the next campaign right after I finished the last. Overall, I'd definitely recommend Leon's story as the must-play, but all of them were surprisingly enjoyable. Even though it would have been easy to emulate 4's idea of throwing out almost all the established lore and focusing on unrelated matters, RE6 fully embraced its lineage. Constant references are made to past events, characters seem true to their original roles, and the fan service is kept to a respectable level. On that note, who noticed that Leon's still using his VP-70 from Part 2? That's pretty damn cool. Of course, this comes with the obvious criticism of feeling like an attempt at pleasing everyone, and I can honestly say, that's exactly what's going on here. Those of you just wanting to experience a singular narrative with your favorite character might come away a little disappointed, but if these stories were fun enough to rope me into finishing all of them, I gotta assume you might like them too. Plus, there's the added bonus of being the longest Resident Evil game in history. Each story is about an 8-hour ordeal, so if you're interested, be prepared to lose a bit of your free time. Now, I do want you guys to keep in mind all of this praise I'm throwing out comes with one gigantic asterisk. I am a fan of the older Resident Evil games, and I 100% prefer them to the post-survival horror entries. For me, Resident Evil 2 was the absolute pinnacle of RE storytelling, but if you're gonna play a newer entry in the series, I can confidently say this is it. Yes, it's obviously unashamed in its pure balls-to-the-wall ridiculousness, and yes, at one point a bad guy turns into a huge fly monster, which you then proceed to harness the power of a lightning storm to kill, but you really have to respect a game that can look you dead in the face while it has characters jumping motorcycles into helicopters without even cracking a smile. Like I said before, no one was surprised by RE6 sticking with the over-the-shoulder third-person gameplay popularized in 4. What did surprise people was the fact that we could finally shoot and move at the same fucking time. A feat that would be pretty impressive if the Outbreak games wouldn't have already achieved it damn near a decade beforehand. But not so innovative innovations aside, the gameplay in 6 is relatively unchanged from what you would expect from a combination of parts 4 and 5, but with some great additions under the surface. As you can see, shooting remains largely unchanged. Hitting L1 will aim your weapon, and now that movement is possible while aiming, the left and right analog sticks move your body and gun respectively. Being able to back up while laying down some cover fire is a huge addition, but the real fun comes in when you figure out that hitting the action button while shooting will perform a dodge roll. Now in any other instance this wouldn't even be worth mentioning, but after a dodge roll, continuing to hold L allows you to shoot from the ground all while crawling around and rolling Max Payne 3 style. This was a crazy fun mechanic to play with, and it added a cool level of strategy. Oftentimes I would make my way through an area but restart it with the aim of making a more stylish run, which left me with some kick-ass results like this. These second or sometimes 8th attempts reminded me of doing the same exact thing with spectacle fighters like Devil May Cry 3, and the absolute best part about this feature is the fact that you could play through the entire game and never really need it. I can appreciate the level of attention the devs put into a part of the game that is in no way necessary to use, but is just about the most fun addition to an RE game I've seen in a very long time. Other than some supremely satisfying combat, there's also a little bit of light cover-based shooting, which is a little less mandatory than you might think. Instead of grabbing gold to buy weapons and upgrades from a shop, 6 has you collecting points to redeem on skills. This was kind of a cool idea, but to be honest, I never felt a large enough difference between having them and not having them. With the exception of one skill that actively made the game better by allowing your partner to heal you when they pick you up off the ground, which is a great way to segue to the fact that each and every campaign is played with a co-op partner. There are options for both online and local co-op, and just like my review of 5, I'll say that this has never really been a selling point for me. I know a lot of you guys seem to really get a kick out of playing these games multiplayer, but I don't know, it just never clicks for me. Each of the 4 main characters has their own quirks, which means you probably won't be relying on the same strategy each playthrough. Leon's more Resident Evil feeling experience feels like if RE4 took place inside RE2. As the only campaign with honest-to-goodness zombies in it, there's a bit of a slower pace and the focus is more on atmosphere and scares. Chris is more shooting heavy, which means an added emphasis on finding cover and keeping your distance. Jake has a boatload of melee options, but to be honest, I was never really able to make much use of his combos, which was a missed opportunity since his gameplay style got me pretty excited at first. I ended up having a lot of fun with Ada since her focus was more on stealth, and there's just something satisfying about doing this. The QuickTime events have made a triumphant return, and like I keep saying over and over again, I really wish there were a better way to do this without cluttering up my screen with button cues. However, I will say the sound that plays when you complete one of these is oddly satisfying. They do seem to be way more numerous this time around, but this didn't piss me off the same way it did reviewers at the time. At first, I judged 6 pretty harshly for allowing focus testing to break it into what is essentially 4 separate games. But after putting more than 50 hours into this bad boy, I have to say, it's easily one of the most fun games in the modern series for me. Even as I write this, I'll start a quick game at a random chapter and try to finish it in as stylish a way as possible. The controls are spot on, the shooting is satisfying, and what should feel like a mishmash of conflicting playstyles is actually really engaging. The over-the-top Hollywood action movie scenarios kept me away from 6 for a really long time, and I agreed with a large portion of the fan base who shunned it based on the demo alone. The only problem is now that I played it, I fucking love it. Now I'm in the awkward position of having to defend the most hated game in the series, and I really don't have much else to say other than it is an absolute blast. The hokey action set pieces, the giant explosions and hulking bioweapons, they all come together to form the only logical endpoint for a style of gameplay created by a guy who was bored to death with survival horror. It's not just a big dumb action game with a small portion dedicated to horror, it's an insanely fun big dumb action game with a small portion dedicated to horror. Are the old RE games much more enthralling experiences? In my opinion, yes, but like I've said about a million times, we are no longer dealing with real RE games. Playing through 4, 5, and 6 in order has been really fucking fun, but the fact remains they fall about as far from classic Resident Evil as humanly possible. Not to wear out an old phrase, but Part 6 is an incredibly fun game. It's just not a Resident Evil game, so take that for what it's worth. Resident Evil 6 is a really odd game as far as graphics go, mostly because every step up from its predecessor is followed by an immediate step down somewhere else. Using MT Framework's latest revision, you would expect 6 to far outperform RE5, which it does, but only in certain odd situations. A perfect example is how incredible the game's big city levels look. Every neon sign and blood-smeared piece of asphalt looks incredibly believable, and an eye for an environment design really drives home the feeling that these were busy streets just a short time ago. Inversely, smaller, differently textured environments like caves and small graveyards look simple and poorly defined. The wet look that made the city streets look like they came right out of a horror movie just doesn't translate well to these areas. For example, the effect they were going for by having water run down this church comes off fake looking and really amateur, but once we get inside, things go back to looking incredible. This is a hard one to call because it's entirely possible the area is underperforming for me, may be the result of poor design and not a lack of graphical wizardry, and the more I look back at my footage, the more this seems to be the case. Character models are a very clear upgrade from those found in 5, but it seems to be only in the realm of geometry. Call me crazy, but I think textures were a little more complicated in Part 5. One thing I absolutely did like was how detailed the enemies were. Zombies in Leon's campaign ranged from looking like everyday people who just happened to have recently died, to rotting corpses with jawbones missing. The Plagas type Chuavo that are found in everyone else's campaigns look like they got an equal amount of attention, and all seem to have an insect theme to them when they transform, which leads to this absolute terror of a half-human, half-spider. With the upside of some really gorgeous looking character models comes the odd downside of facial animations being pretty hit or miss. Sometimes they look great, even surpassing the really good looking animations found in 5, but there's also times when they look pretty bad, even messing up simple lip syncing. I also found a weird experience where cutscenes would sometimes take on a very choppy frame rate. I can't really explain this, as even my aging GTX 770 is more than enough to run this game at max settings with a firm 60 frames per second. The change is subtle, but definitely noticeable, and if you have an eye for that, it'll probably annoy the hell out of you. After a bit of research, I found that a recent update essentially destroyed performance on older machines, so I guess I'm lucky it never happened during gameplay. After all this complaining, there is one part of the game I can compliment 100% of the time, and that's the giant emphasis on post-processing effects. I didn't know this engine was capable of making little things like slight motion blur, specular lighting, and particle effects look this beautiful. Seeing the Chuavo disintegrate into sparkling ash never fails to impress, and extremely bright lights interact with the environment in a very convincing way. I find that a lot of what makes me appreciate a game's graphics tends to lie in the small details like this. I also really enjoy seeing parts of a zombie fly off while I'm shooting them, and actual bullet wounds appearing. Ever since the original Far Cry, it's been hard to find a game that gets those little things right. And this seems like a perfect time to analyze 6's ports, which will be a fairly easy endeavor since there weren't too many to speak of. The original release hit the 360 and PS3 first, and to be honest, it wasn't exactly a looker. Textures were muddy, the resolution was locked in at 720p, and the frame rate jumps below 30 frames per second pretty often. There's also the issue of some slight screen tearing, but an early patch made this much less of an issue. Needless to say, I would not recommend the original release if you're going to play 6 today. 1 year later, we got a PC port that still remains one of the best ways to experience the game. It's surprisingly well optimized, despite some later patches, and of course allows you to far exceed the console's measly 720p. It also comes with a fairly respectable assortment of graphical options. Chief among these is the ability to control your field of view, an option I really would have loved to have seen included in 4 and 5's PC ports. With a bit of digging through these graphics options, I also found out I had the ability to get rid of the on-screen heads-up display. After I found out about this, I could never go back to seeing this huge bastard on screen all the time. Of course, there's the obligatory anti-aliasing solutions, but FXAA is the only option here. I opted to play without AA since this style of fast approximate anti-aliasing tends to not only smooth edges but also the entire screen. Don't get me wrong, it's nice not seeing jaggies, but not at the loss of overall sharpness. 3 years after the PC port came the current gen console remasters. These releases kept the 1080p 60 frames per second output of the PC version, and other than a few options being removed, are essentially the same exact experience. You can find both console and PC releases for under $20 nowadays, and since they're so similar, it makes recommending one over the other pretty hard. The good news is, no matter what your situation is, there's an objectively good port of RE6 for you to play. And if it hasn't been clear so far, I would absolutely recommend you play this game. I know what all the reviewers have said, and to be honest, they're mostly right. This is a dumb action game that isn't even a shadow of its survival horror predecessors, but as far as dumb action games go, it's damn near one of the best. Fans of the old games might want to pick it up for Leon's campaign alone. Sure, it's not the classic Resident Evil experience, but it can be very atmospheric, and it's nice seeing a zombie outbreak in an RE game again. If you like 5, you'll likely already be on board with the gameplay here, and if you liked 4 but find 6 unplayable, I'd ask you to lift your nostalgia blinders just a bit, because 6 is everything 4 tried to be, but better. The over-the-top action sequences, the emphasis on adrenaline-pumping fast pace, the third-person shooter gameplay, it's all here but vastly improved and far more enjoyable. In fact, I went back to play 4 after getting this footage, and I can honestly say it was an objectively worse experience. Look, what I'm trying to say is, this is the only direction the series could have possibly gone after the absolute tsunami of praise that we as a whole showered Part 4 with. Capcom could only give us more, and I find it kind of amusing that we all hated them so much for it when they did. Just so I'm being very clear here, I'm not trying to insult you if you don't like 6, but maybe take a hard look at the fact that you may have paved the way for it. 4 was a great action game, but we all treated it like the second coming of video games, and the only option from there was more. And when 5 came out, it was clear the ante had to be upped again. And now that we're here, I think it's time to take a little responsibility for what we helped create. As a whole, I can sum up my experience with parts 4, 5, and 6 as an action-packed blast. Each one was legitimately fun, and they kept improving as they progressed. They obviously can't hold a candle to the original games as far as atmosphere, horror, and overall satisfaction is concerned, but like I've said a few times already, I'm not here to condemn the post-survival horror games. I came into this with the intent of being objective and shedding my obvious bias, and I hope I've done exactly that because we have officially come to the end of this era in the series. As you guys already know, the next numbered RE game would be another huge departure from the established norm, but instead of jumping right in, I think it's time to give one of the more unknown titles its 5 minutes of fame. Could I be finally talking about branching off into the many spin-offs this franchise has to offer? Well, I hope to answer exactly that next time on the Resident Evil Retrospective.
Wish I believed God were looking out for us right now, but I think we're on our own.
Resident Evil 6 is a title that the term polarizing may as well have been invented for. While it does have its supporters, a slew of angry game reviewers with a hell of a lot of reach made dumping on this game more popular than any trend in recent memory. And hey, there's a good chance most of you watching hate the game too, probably because it took a formula you loved and altered it so much you could barely recognize it. And if that is the case, well, my guess, welcome to the club we OGRE fans have been in for years. But today we're here to figure out what exactly is underneath all that hype, and let's be honest, most importantly, take a look at every single way you could conceivably play this game. After all, RE6 strove to achieve a pretty impressive look, and some at the time of its release, myself very much included, would have argued it was a little too good looking for the hardware it was released on. So the goal is to cover every RE6 port I can get my hands on and compare them side by side. The good, the bad, and the interesting quirks that come with slapping a game on several platforms at once. Oh, and if you haven't noticed by now, I'm actually relatively sick, so if my voice sounds really weird, it's because it has to work its way through several razor blades that are stuck in my throat at the moment. But let's make the best out of a bad situation and perform a bit of an experiment. How many of you guys have been listening to me and unconsciously have cleared your throat for me while listening to this intro? I do that all the time when I listen to YouTube, and I wanted to see if anyone else does as well. Anyways, I hope you guys have brought an open mind and an interest in technical nonsense, because you're going to need a lot of both. What's up, guys? I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews, and I have not said this in a very long time. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. By this point, I hope I've made a bit of a name for myself, but if you're watching this right now with no context, let me lay a few things out. I am a massive fanboy for the original survival horror titles in the Resident Evil series. You guys know the deal. Pre-rendered backgrounds, tank controls, limited inventories, backtracking, all the stuff you would associate with those older and, in my mind, better RE titles. Which means a lot of the newer entries in the series, while being mostly competent, well-made video games I've had hours of fun with, are, in my opinion, a little undeserving of the words Resident Evil printed on their covers. Now, I am fully willing to admit this is a personal thing, and I'm not about to make an objective argument on the matter. Well, not in this video anyways. However, the reason I'm starting with this little confession is because I kind of enjoy RE6. And there's probably a lot of reason for that. Above it having solid gameplay in my opinion, I really bought into the whole RE6 is the worst game ever hype and didn't play it for the first time until a few years ago. So there's a good chance a lot of what I'm feeling here is just surprise the damn thing didn't exit my computer, gain sentience, and try to kill me. Because if we're going off of popular opinion at the time, that was a chance I was very much taking. Now, before you start setting your keyboard on fire with angry-ass comments, trust me, I am very familiar with this game's faults, and I can assure you they annoy me just as much as they do you. The only difference is I also think there's some fun to be found in the game. So how about this? We'll quickly go over just what RE6 is and how it operates so that everyone's starting on the same level, and then after we try to build a case for it being pretty okay, we will burn it to the ground with criticism. And if you're here just to see the ports get compared and go head to head, go ahead and skip to the timestamp on screen or use the chapters to get past the boring stuff. Alright, for everybody else, let's go ahead and jump in.
What the hell? You want to tell me what the hell just happened?
Resident Evil 6 is on one hand a continuation of RE4's drastic changes to the series formula, and on the other, about as far from them as humanly possible. Making a return, we've got the over-the-shoulder perspective, limited inventory, quick-time-laden gameplay, and heavy action focus seen in both REs 4 and 5. And similar to those titles, you can expect a pretty lengthy playtime, at least in RE terms. The core story is going to take you a good 20 or more hours to get through, but instead of having players see that story from just one perspective, the game's broken up into 3 parts, starring 6 main protagonists, and this was one feature I actually kinda liked. All of the major campaigns have their own unique, more self-contained stories, but they also intersect with each other to form a core narrative of what's going on, and I won't go too far into that since I already covered RE6 a while back. So if you're looking for a much closer look at all the stuff I'll probably gloss over here, I'd suggest checking out the little card on screen right now or the link in the description to check that video out. But without going into a lot of detail, I think even the most hardcore RE6 detractor would agree this might be the most involved story the series has seen so far. There's a lot going on here, and the main cast of returning RE alumni are tied to several government organizations that are working towards similar goals but in different and sometimes competing ways. Like you'd expect, sometimes that puts them in opposition to each other, giving us the schoolyard matchup of the century in a Chris versus Leon fistfight, something I think all of us have wondered about at some point. We also get to see Sherry Birkin make her triumphant return to the series, which I'll admit was not a big deal for me at first, but after finishing her section of the story, I really enjoyed her character. There's also the introduction of a brand new character in the form of Jake. Although without spoiling anything, I'll just say this is a little more of a returning cameo than a full-on new addition to the cast. Trust me, you'll get it when you play it.
Wait, what?
The order you complete these campaigns in doesn't really matter, as each one mostly overlaps the others in terms of major events, but I will say finishing all 3 is a must to get the full story, and in my opinion, that's going to be a really easy ask. Depending on which scenario you go with, there's going to be a lot of returning motifs. Rogue organizations releasing deadly viruses, turning whole cities into zombies, government cover-ups, and self-sacrificing love interests. And don't you dare give me shit for that. Everybody knows, at least in RE6, Piers plays a better Ada than Ada does.
It's where you belong.
Of course, I'm not about to say this is my favorite tale ever told in a Resident Evil game before, but I think there's a lot here in terms of returning series orthodoxy and brand new additions. You'll definitely find what I would call acceptable levels of camp and flat-out dumbness.
Back for more?
Which is pretty on brand for the franchise, I think we can all agree, but overall I'd say the story is one of the better and least controversial aspects on offer here. And since such a slim minority of the complaints circulating the internet are centered around this game's story, I figured we should instead jump into a semi-brief summary of how the game actually plays, followed by a well-deserved roasting. RE6 piggybacks off of the over-the-shoulder perspective and gameplay introduced in RE4 with a whole lot of tinkering going on under the hood. The first big change is the fact that, to my knowledge, this is the first numbered RE game that allows for simultaneous movement and shooting right out of the box, which expectedly feels really damn good. Of course, to make up for this newly acquired mobility, enemies now have the opportunity to get at you from more than 20 horizontal feet away, but overall I'd say combat feels really natural here. So much so that games with this original iteration of combat, like RE's 4 and 5, feel much more clunky and limiting when switching directly from 6, which is exactly what you would expect from a sequel. That being said, unlike its over-the-shoulder forefather, 6 doesn't opt into the tank control concept of up on the D-pad always being forward for your character, with left or right rotating them in that direction. Instead, it's a more traditional third-person scheme here, and I do see why they did this. They obviously needed to make room for the mobility options we'll get into later, but I feel like this is a much less precise method. Much like RE5, 6 has a real-time inventory, so you'll need to make sure you're clear of any threats before you go around trying to mix herbs, and it's worth mentioning the menu is limited in space, something we will once again talk about just a bit later. The QuickTime events that helped put RE4 on the map have made a return, but in a much more significant way this time around. Nearly every second of gameplay and cutscenes you'll come across in this game requires some form of these things to pass, and it is just about as annoying as you might think. There's a skill system that, with only a few minute exceptions, makes nearly no impact on how the game plays, but I did actually enjoy grinding missions to get EXP, so I guess take that for what it's worth. Like I mentioned earlier, RE6 has a lot of options as far as mobility is concerned, and if you ask me, this is one of its standout features, but not in the way you might be thinking. I know that sounds cryptic and stupid, so let's break it down. No matter which character you're using, you'll have access to a whole lot of stuff that makes the game really fun to play, like a lunging dodge in any direction, on top of all kinds of modifiers. For example, you could dodge roll out of the way, but instead of wasting the time it takes to get up and keep shooting, you can continue holding the aim button and your character will aim and shoot from the ground. And while that sounds really cool, you have even more options from there. For example, you could crawl forwards or backwards or roll to the left or right. It's a really cool system. And don't even get me started on how much fun it is to bust out into an action movie-like slide while you're running. It's unexpectedly deep when you get down into the weeds and start messing around with it. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that this game lives and dies on its mobility system. But the interesting part of all of this is the fact that you will not need to use any of this to beat the game. I'd estimate a casual player could see the end credits on all the campaigns just taking advantage of being able to run and walk in any direction. The more nuanced movement options really only needs to come in play if you want a more satisfying experience. When you think about it, it's a lot like a Devil May Cry game. Sure, there are all these deep options available to more advanced players, but it's not something a casual player will even need to be aware of. If you ask me, that's a pretty cool way to develop a video game. Like, here's a bunch of cool shit to do. Feel free to utilize it, but don't worry, you don't have to. In my opinion, it's fairly likely that at least some of the people not happy with their time in RE6 may have been missing out on one of the most fun aspects of its playstyle, and it's not exactly their fault. The game goes so far into the realm of not pushing these things on you that there's no tutorial teaching you how most of it works. If you aren't paying attention to the hints on the loading screens, you may have never known any of this stuff exists. Sure, it may not be a total game changer, but it could have provided that little extra bit that turned the experience around for at least some of you out there.
These assholes have anything better to do?
And since that section may have already given away the point here, I'll go ahead and come out with it. I genuinely think Resident Evil 6 is a fun video game. It provides an action-packed, ridiculously dumb experience that, while flawed in a lot of ways, manages to be really engaging and fun, at least most of the time. Now, right when I say that, your first instinct is going to be to immediately compare 6 to any other numbered Resident Evil title and use that as proof that it sucks, and there's good news there. We agree. While this is a more than playable, even really enjoyable video game on its own, as an RE game it sucks about 467 metric tons of ass. But here's the kicker. None of you seem to be using that same standard when other radically different RE games are concerned. When I make statements like RE4 is an awesomely fun game but a poor Resident Evil title, I get inundated with comments about how dumb I am. And I've got to assume there's at least a good amount of crossover between the people who enjoy RE4 and hate RE6. I really want to make this clear. There's nothing wrong with liking one over the other, but if your reason for liking one is the same reason you hate the other, well, maybe that's a good sign that you're operating more on nostalgia than, let's say, rational thought. Now, to be totally fair, I am most certainly guilty of that as well, but I try to make it really clear when that's the driving factor in these videos, and in this one instance, I'm trying to be about as objective as a person can be when giving an opinion. If we're using Resident Evils 1 through Code Veronica and maybe Remake and 0 as our standard, then 4, 5, and 6 are just not going to measure up. They are totally different games, and while one side of that dichotomy may be more enjoyable to you, I don't think you could argue that they are in any way similar from a mechanical or purely content-driven point of view. One half of that group is a slow-paced, exploration-driven subset of the adventure game genre, and the other is a fast-paced, third-person shooter with an emphasis on spectacle and set pieces. So no, RE6 is not a good Resident Evil game, and in that sense, we haven't really had one in a very long time. It is, however, a perfectly fun and, more importantly, functional game that offers what I would call a good value from a gameplay's perspective. Let's try that again.
My mistake.
It is, however, a perfectly fun and, more importantly, functional game that offers what I would call a good value from a gameplay perspective. The heavy action focus may approach or even surpass a Fast and Furious movie in terms of sheer stupidity, but good stupid fun is not the worst thing to have bursting from every seam in your video game. Is it hard to take the game seriously when you see something like this on your screen? Without a doubt, but to be fair, if you're taking Resident Evil games seriously in a world where this is one of the absolute most well-reviewed games in the series, maybe the problem's more with you than the game. And look, I'm not here to simp for RE6. It most definitely has some real issues, but my point here is that it's a pretty solid video game all things considered. I am, however, not in the business of leaving things unsaid, so I figure we should discuss some of the worst offenders on that list. In the spirit of fairness, though, I'd also like to offer a counter to each of my complaints. You know, something that might even the scales, as it were. Hey, I've got to do something to earn this massive paycheck I get from Capcom every month for defending this game.
I want $200,000 up front, another $200 when this is over. Oh, and BOWs, those are extra.
First up, since I am a guy driven by visuals, we have to talk about the rampant use of low-resolution textures across the entire game. Now, they do blend very well from far away, but when you get up close, about 20% of the textures you'll see in the environment will be noticeably lower res than everything around it. Something that Capcom can't blame on their engine. RE6 uses MT Framework 2.0, which doesn't have any built-in limitations I'm aware of that would require some assets to be so small, so I can't really explain why they would have such low-quality 2D textures, but on the plus side, the game makes heavy use of some very impressive-looking lighting. There are some real-time shadow casting light sources scattered around, but mostly it's all pre-baked stuff. That being said, the game does a great job lighting things in a very moody and attractive way, regardless of whether or not you can interact with those lights dynamically. Combine that awesome looking lighting with the majority of the textures that are perfectly good looking at higher resolutions, and you get a picture that can sometimes look maybe a little amateur, but almost always looks really impressive. Now, personally, I've always kind of preferred lighting to be the graphical trick you use to make your game look a little more realistic or interesting maybe, so this might just be me, but I think this whole complaint is a wash when you combine it with all the good stuff surrounding it. Next up are the insufferably numerous QuickTime events. These things seem to be placed every other minute of both real-time gameplay and cutscenes, and at no point do they stop getting on my nerves. This issue was one of the larger pieces of criticism hurled at Capcom when the game first dropped, and it's one that I think's fair and unfair at the same time. Because on one end, obviously they overdid it. I mean, that just flat out can't be argued, but on the other, didn't we sort of ask for this? I mean, really. When RE4 first released, the QTEs were the talk of the town, and nearly 1 million pretentious journalism majors penned think pieces on how they were the next phase of video game interactivity. Hell, you guys watching, just do a bit of soul searching. Did you ever vocally profess your love for them in RE4 before? I'd be willing to bet that, if we're being honest, a good percentage of you guys did. And that being the case, is it totally on Capcom for correctly interpreting the market based on fan feedback? I mean, yes, they definitely botched the execution, but without a doubt, we are the root cause for their inclusion in the first place. And by the way, let it not be said I'm just a fanboy for Capcom. Trust me, a good 20% of my day and 85% of my streams are dedicated to talking shit about nearly every business and marketing decision they've ever made. Really and truly, despite the fact that they did some incredible things in the 80s and 90s, I kinda think Capcom sucks, but maybe in this one instance, they were just tripping over themselves to include mechanics that in the past got them tons of fan praise. So to sum this whole thing up, yes, the amount of QTEs in this game is way out of control, and maybe we deserve at least a bit of the blame for that. So how could we possibly turn this into a positive? Well, eventually RE6 would get an update that did a lot of stuff, like making Ada's campaign unlocked by default, but along with it came an option that was sort of there the whole time but locked behind the easiest difficulty. The auto action button setting in the options menu allows you to not have to input anything during cutscene QTEs that would normally result in a game over if failed. The prompt still shows up, and your instincts may have you fumbling to grab your controller when you see it, but even with no input at all, these things will still count as completed, allowing you to actually enjoy the cutscenes and all of their ridiculous glory. The QTEs that take place during actual gameplay still require you to pass them and are still very annoying, but you really can't look a gift horse in the mouth on this one. And you just know Capcom really got this message loud and clear because this option is enabled by default now. Of course, it would have been nice to not have to Google that since there's no real indicator that tells you you don't have to perform the QuickTime events anymore, but I guess beggars can't be choosers, right? One pervasive criticism hurled at RE6 from the very get-go is how over-the-top it is with its action sequences, and in no uncertain terms do I disagree with that. This game is the absolute definition of jumping the shark, on top of the fact you jump an actual shark. Nearly every section of the game ends in some kind of life or death struggle, an explosion, or in some occasions the fan favorite jumping a motorcycle over a helicopter. And the element that helps even this out ends up being the issue itself. Yes, it absolutely goes overboard with the action elements, but in its defense, they get the job done. Even if you hate the game, it's almost impossible to play it for 20 minutes or more and not at least see your heart rate increase. So I guess if the goal was to get players excited, I'd say mission accomplished, boys. However, there might be some of you out there who don't prefer this, which is understandable, but again, I'm gonna have to turn that back around on you. Once again, this is the only logical response any company could have had to the hysteria centered around the absolute best video game ever crafted by human hands, RE4. I'm sure we all remember that game's launch, and on the tip of every fan and reviewer's tongue was the pulse-pounding action to be found within. Then we got RE5, which was an evolution of all those same ideas, followed by 6, which would again add more of the same. Which makes a lot of sense. I mean, how many times have you started up a sequel to a beloved franchise and hoped it didn't add anything to the elements you liked in its predecessor? Of course they were going to include more action. We all essentially told them that's exactly what we wanted to see. So I guess the conclusion there is, well, I hope you never praised RE4 or 5 for any of these elements in the past, because if so, not to be mean, but you've got a few more servings of humble pie to eat before you can honestly criticize this game. And again, I'm not saying you can't enjoy these elements. I mean, we agree that they're at the very least in too high a quantity to be enjoyable, but when it comes time to blame who's responsible for all this, I think you might need a mirror in your house. Well, I'm done vilifying you now, so lastly we have one of my biggest criticisms, and for the life of me, I cannot find a balance for this one. So we'll have to break the format I just laid out, but I don't really care because it needs to be said. Above anything else that everyone always complains about, this is the one thing I don't really see mentioned as much, but RE6 assigns way too many damn functions to way too many buttons. During a typical, 30 minutes of gameplay in RE6, you might need to complete maybe 4 or 5 core actions. There's opening doors or passageways, browsing your inventory, using an item, attacking an enemy, and lastly, there's any other kind of interaction you might need to do with the environment, like climbing a ladder or jumping up on a ledge. The problem being, you're going to have to press different buttons to perform those actions depending on the context those actions are taking place in. For example, if I need to open a door, I have to use the interact button, right? But some doors require a partner to be present, so I'm going to have to use the partner button there. And listen, I get this has to do with how the game loads resources in and out of memory. You're going to have your partner with you if they're going to purge the previous area from cache. But it's not like I have any other options at these doors. Why not just make the normal interact button usable here instead of a totally different one? And the same thing goes for items. Up and down on the D-pad will switch between healing items that I can see on screen and use, but I need to go into a totally different menu and hit a different button to combine herbs and then turn them into these weird health pill things. Now, setting aside how dumb it is that I have to do this anyways, why not just make the green herbs mixable with the up and down directions? Or, at the very least, why not make them usable from that menu without having to mix them? I feel like that's pretty insane to ask of me. I mean, the menu is total dog shit as far as design goes, and it's all in real time, so I can't exactly pause the action to mix herbs up on the fly. So why is this included? Jesus, I feel like I could have spent an entire 15 minutes of this video talking about that one issue. But anyways, there's a similar problem with picking up items. A totally separate button from the interact key has to be used to pick up things off the ground. And if you haven't noticed the theme here yet, it's that all of these functions have multiple buttons that can execute them at different times depending on the context, which is very frustrating. I think the intro section with Leon probably does the best job of making my point for me. Right here, I have to grab a green herb and give it to my partner, so I press one button to break the glass. I press that button again to open the door, a separate button to grab the herb, then a totally separate button to open my menu and mix the herb, and then a fourth separate button to use that herb on my partner. The worst part being, none of this is even remotely necessary. I mean, if I need to pick up an item, I don't need to use the interact button for anything else, so why not have it pick up items when I'm on top of an item and climb a ladder when I'm in front of a ladder? And the same exact thing goes for doors. If I'm unable to do anything at a partner door other than open that door, why make a totally different button necessary? It's not like I can interact with the door in any other way. I feel like this is some game design 101 type of shit. I tell you what, let's do this. Let's take a game that we all agree is pretty damn good, like Resident Evil 4. In that game, you can open doors, climb ledges, melee attack enemies, and pick up items with the same exact button. Now, did any of you find that to be frustrating or hard in any way, shape, or form? Did anyone have problems doing any of those actions at any time? Given the amount of fan love for that game, I'm gonna have to assume the answer is a hard no. Interestingly, out of everything RE6 gets wrong, which is a lot, this is by far the worst offender, and for some reason I see almost no one talking about it. Instead, I see constant complaints about it being too easy to run out of ammo, something I have literally never done in this game before. Like, literally. By the way, as a bit of an FYI, if you do have that problem, hitting aim and fire at the same time staggers enemies, allowing you to melee them and then kill them on the ground, which 100% solves that problem. To be totally fair though, I had no idea this mechanic existed when I started my first playthrough and got to the end of the game with enough ammo for each weapon minus the grenade launchers to continue playing a full nother playthrough. And let's just say I'm not the best at these type of games. Well, problems and upsides considered, I think the conclusion here is that RE6 is a very dumb game that's also very fun to play. It's not a gaming revolution or some kind of landmark release that propelled the industry forward, but instead, a pretty good game. It suffers from a lot of issues for sure, and I tried to list some of the bigger ones here, but at the end of the day, I'd say the ups overshadow the downs. Now you might disagree and that's totally fine, but at least from my perspective, this is a game that fell victim to that angry reviewer culture prevalent at the time of its release. Which I'm not saying to diminish any of RE6's actual problems, but regardless of how much it deserved its criticism, the fact of the matter is, for a lot of games media at the time, there was big money in shitting on RE6. And when you're in a situation like that, it can be really hard to tell who's being sincere with their problems and who's hamming it up a bit for clicks.
I lost all my men because of her! And I lost over 70,000 people!
I think if anything, my point basically gets proven by the flood of we might have been wrong about RE6 style articles and YouTube videos that have come out since the whole angry review fad died out. Shout out to Boulder Punch, by the way, that guy rules. Anyways, the point being, I think people may have judged this game a bit too harshly. But in their defense, there were some elements in the game that were worthy of being judged at least a little harshly. So if you're like me and you didn't play RE6 for years based solely on those reviews, maybe now's the time to. But if you are going to do that, the question becomes how exactly you go about it, and luckily I have all the major ports on hand. So what do you say we get down to the business of comparing those bad boys?
Shit! Don't let him in!
And I think in any port showdown, it's probably a good idea to start from the beginning, meaning we're going to have to talk about the first generation of high-definition consoles, which I think we can all agree was more of a stumbling point than any kind of real move forward for the industry. You had to worry about hardware failures no matter which console you bought, performance was always garbage, and it seemed like the tech used to make video games at the time matured much faster than the consoles made to play them, leading to a lot of resource-saving tricks that affect the video output enough to call into question the whole HD label being thrown around on these things. So it stands to reason RE6 is not going to run very well on these guys, but I think it's still worth checking out both the Xbox 360 and PS3 versions, if anything just for the sheer curiosity of it. But also because it's important to see where you came from so you can really appreciate where you are. And in that spirit, I say we start with the PS3 version of RE6, a fairly standard release for the time and the platform.
Too many good agents have died here today. You're not getting added to that list.
This port of the game goes for a native 720p picture and targets 30 frames per second, and if you've seen my last few videos, it's not going to surprise you that the PS3 does not do a great job at maintaining that 30 FPS ceiling. The 720p output, however, is actually great looking, in a very specific scenario. If you watch my video covering Fear and its ports, you'll know I sort of have a thing for seeing 720p displayed in its native form, meaning your display won't be scaling the image to fit a larger resolution. I use a 1440p monitor, which gives a nice 2x integer scale to 720p, but it also offers a pixel-by-pixel mode which applies zero scaling, and despite the fact that I have to play games looking at this, it's actually really sharp. Now, taking the 360 and PS3 ports and checking on the smaller details, there's clearly a lot of clarity lost here, but if you do play this on a native 720p panel, you may not notice much of this anyways. Now, obviously, this is a very outlier type of situation that most people are not going to run into with their setups, but if I had to guess, I'd say that's exactly why at least some of you come here in the first place. But on the less esoteric side of things, we have a few anomalies going on in terms of frame rate. Overall, the PS3 version drops frames all over the place, which is to be expected, and trust me, this is nothing compared to the demo that was released before launch, but other than that, I noticed the PS3 and 360 versions would often trade places in terms of which one performed better. In some scenarios, you'll see the 360 take the lead in average frame rate, and in others, the PS3 edges a victory out. I found this to be pretty interesting, and I'm assuming it has something to do with how efficiently each aspect of the game was ported over, or maybe one console having an advantage when it comes to displaying certain effects. Regardless of the reason though, it seems like this almost always results in maybe a 2 or 3 frame difference, so on paper it's not much, but we'll confirm that in the next section. When things on screen get hectic, which is almost always in this game, you're definitely going to feel that drop in performance, and this is going to make timing-sensitive tasks like countering an attack noticeably more challenging, but to be honest, when you're checking out games from this generation, this should be expected. I mean, come on, it was our first real shot at HD gaming in the living room, and even at the best of times, this industry can drop the ball pretty damn hard. All in all though, you're still getting the same exact experience here that you would on any other console, minus the obviously lower output resolution and fluctuating frame rate, but if I'm being honest, this might have been the easiest playing 7th gen offering of RE6. But having said that, we're definitely going to have to give Microsoft their fair shot. The Xbox 360 release of Resident Evil 6 uses internal upscaling, so while you may have 1080p output, it's being derived from a native 720p image, but honestly it works really well. At first, with how much more detail was present on the 360 compared to the PS3, I sort of assumed it was native 1080p, but when comparing the actual 1080p output from a PS4 port, it seems clear that's not the case. But you might be asking yourself, how the hell did you come to that conclusion? Well, you see here how much more viewable real estate there is on the PS4 release versus the PS3 720p? Well, when we throw the 360 into the mix, we see it matches almost perfectly with the PS3 in every way. You can tell both ports look almost narrow in their vertical field of view compared to the PS4. Now that might not be too exciting to talk about, but I'm actually kind of stoked that I've stumbled upon a way to determine whether or not we are dealing with native 1080p or 720p upscales in these kind of consoles. I don't know, I'm a dork like that. That being said, the 360's internally upscaled picture looks so much more defined and clear compared to the PS3. It's night and day between the two, so if we're talking sheer looks, the 360's taken that W with no contest. Now I know I sound like a hypocrite because I just spent a good amount of time hyping up the PS3 720p, but let's be honest, most people will not be playing these games on a display that can accommodate that. So in terms of real-world expectations, this is the better looking option by a country mile. On the plus side though, with both of the 7th gen console ports, I didn't notice any reduction in lighting effects or texture detail, which is really nice and also might explain the poor performance. And since we're talking about it, like I said earlier, the 360 can perform worse or better than the PS3 depending on the scenario, which is interesting I guess, but going on pure gameplay, I might prefer the PS3. Realistically, I'm probably not noticing these slight 1 or 2 frame per second differences between the two, but looking at both of their frame time charts, it seems like the 360, even when it's performing better, will have more spikes than the PS3, meaning that while the PS3 may not outperform the 360 in terms of raw FPS, it's delivering those frames at a much more consistent rate. And I know that sounds like a bunch of nonsense to some of you, but think of it this way. Something that is consistently slow can be adapted to on your end. I mean, it's not ideal, but mentally your brain can adjust to having to do things at a different time than it's used to. When frames are being delivered at a less consistent rate though, you can't really get used to it because it's always changing. Here's hoping that clears that up a bit because I can't really think of another way to explain it. So this port of RE6, while looking much better, sort of performs worse when you factor in both frame rate and frame time, but if we're being honest here, the difference is in very small degrees. The only way I'd imagine your average player would even notice this is if they went from one to the other directly like I did. If you do happen to be in the market for a flawed RE6 experience though, and you're wondering which one to settle on, I'd say go for the 360. The difference between it and the other option is there, but I don't think a normal person would benefit from the small, if not imperceptible advantage the PS3 has. So I'd recommend going by the old Avalanche Reviews mantra of when in doubt, go with the best looking option. And keeping with that spirit, let's move on to the next port on our list. This next set of ports hit PS4s and Xbox Ones about 4 years after the originals landed on their predecessors, and it seems clear to me this was the type of hardware Capcom was targeting when developing the game. These versions of RE6 output a native 1080p at a much more acceptable 60 frame per second ceiling, and right off the bat, the clarity and detail gained from an internal 1080p render compared to the 360's upscale is just staggering. Every scene here on the PS4 looks so much better by comparison, and I guess that's to be expected with a port being released so long after the original. Also, this version of the game uses what very well may be my favorite controller ever, so I might be biased, but things seem to flow pretty well for me most of the time. And so far, things are exactly like you would expect. You have a better console with better performance and a better looking picture, but even with the evolved hardware, you're still going to see stutters and hitches when things start to get hectic. Sometimes it's in a scene where you would expect it to happen, like when there's a lot on screen, but sometimes it'll happen when Chris is just body slamming a single guy in an empty room. Of course, on paper, the frame rate, especially compared to what we just looked at, is relatively smooth, but sadly that makes it a bit worse since you're going to really feel the random spots where frames start to drop. Of course, it's not going to have an overly negative effect on you actually playing the game, but I think it will still bother a few people. Having said that though, even with the dips, the jump from 30 to 60 FPS expectedly makes this the far better playing option we've covered so far. It's not all great news though. While I was playing the PS4 version, I noticed something I really couldn't remember coming across in the previous versions, and that's this very noticeable color banding taking place here. It's really easy to point out in these darker scenes, but it seems to be present all the time. For those of you who don't know what that term means, it just refers to the bands formed by shades of colors or levels of transparency overlapping. Normally you'd want them to transition smoothly into each other using a gradient, but here we get these very defined steps in between each shade. So I did my due diligence and went back and checked the 360 version, and sure enough the color banding was indeed there, but I think a difference in sharpness and brightness makes it much more noticeable on PS4. Kinda interesting how increasing visual fidelity helps also increase any flaws with it. And I would absolutely love to stay in the land of a mostly solid 60 frames per second and 1080p video output, but we've got another port to cover, and this one is actually really interesting. The Switch port of Resident Evil 6 is the most recent version we'll look at today with a release date of 2019. It outputs a very good looking internal 1080p picture and targets 30 frames per second. Right off the bat, I noticed it had a much sharper and clearer image than the 360 and PS3 versions, but that was a little weird for me since I had assumed they would opt for an internally upscaled 720p to save on performance. But sure enough, putting the 360 version next to it revealed the extra pixels that can only come from a higher resolution. Obviously, this is going to lead to a much better looking picture than its other 30 FPS competitors, but when looking at it under the microscope, the frame rate seemed marginally worse. Which I guess makes sense. I mean, it's running at an internal 1080p, it's going to tax the hardware pretty bad, and we're talking about the Switch here. There's not exactly a lot of overhead as far as performance is concerned. But there's a bit of an anomaly going on here, because even though the frame rate was maybe 1 or 2 FPS lower in any given scenario when comparing the older original versions, it felt much smoother to me while playing. In fact, during a recent live stream where me and a buddy played this version, we both assumed it was a rock-solid 30 FPS based on how good it felt, but I might have an explanation for that, and it's one you've already heard before. And you guessed right, this is indeed another scenario where the frame rate on one end may be a little worse, but frame time is a lot more consistent, so it ends up feeling a little smoother. That anomaly aside though, I can tell you this thing looks stunning on the Switch's built-in screen. The internal video may be rendered at 1080p, but in portable mode, the Switch's screen can only achieve 720, so the image essentially gets super sampled and the result is much more sharpness and detail than I'm used to seeing on this console. Well, it's either that or the game actually renders it out at 720p and we get that effect I was talking about earlier where native 720p looks great on a 720p screen. I'm not really sure and I don't have the tools to analyze that, but either one, it looks great. In fact, it looks so good on that screen that the inherent value of being able to play this game away from your TV increases exponentially. And really, that's something you have to factor in. Now personally, I'm not too big on mobile gaming because I spend all day sitting at home playing ports of games no one really cares about. So obviously, I never really have to travel too far, and when I do, it's not on any public transit. So maybe I don't have much use for the on-the-go nature of the Switch, but I can't deny this would make for a much more fun trip if I found myself needing to take one. Altogether, I would say this version might be the most impressive so far, but that mostly comes from how little needed to be sacrificed to get it running smoothly on Nintendo's purposely underpowered hardware. If you're looking into playing RE6 away from home, this will be your only portable option, so it'll be a pretty easy choice to make. But if you do go with this port, you aren't missing out on much of anything, at least where the 30 FPS releases are concerned. But that being said, I am very tired of seeing half the acceptable frame rate taking place on my screen, so what do you say we jump back into the real performers?
Oh my god!
Moving on to the real current generation of RE6 offerings, we have a console that gives the Zeebo a run for its money in the stupid name category, the Xbox Series X. Sadly, RE6 is not on Microsoft's list of backwards compatible 360 games, but there is a good reason for that. Resident Evil 6 is already playable on Series X via the Xbox One release, which is the same version you'll get if you buy the game off the Microsoft Store on the Series X. Now, it is sort of important to mention that I wasn't able to drive my Series X, God, I am tired of saying that name already, to 1440p for some reason. When I try anything over 1080p 60, I get this fun screen, and I think it might have to do with a really shitty long run of HDMI between the consoles and my capture solution. So as much as it pains me to say this, it's going to have to be just 1080p 60 frames per second for us until I do some serious setup renovations. And having said that, this port of the game is actually not too impressive. I mean, it basically has the same sharp, detailed picture you'll find on the PS5 or PS4 versions, but despite this console dwarfing what would be necessary for a smooth frame rate in such an old game, we still see dips all over the place, but that's not even the start of the strange stuff. See, I got a little curious and put the PS5, PS4, and Series X ports up against each other to see if the same slowdown could be pinpointed at the same scene. At least that way we could confirm whether or not this was an Xbox problem or a Capcom problem. And I was rather blown away to see that there was slowdown across all models, but in different parts of the same scene. So while the PS5 would struggle on a section of a cutscene, the Series X would skate by with a lock 60, only to drop frames on a portion the PS5 handled without an issue. I really can't say for sure what's going on here, but since some of the parts the Series X struggles at takes place just before some new assets are drawn on screen, I'm thinking this isn't so much a performance thing and maybe more of a read-write bottleneck in RAM kind of thing. I definitely could be wrong, but look here. See, just as the car is about to appear on screen, the Series X really starts struggling when even the PS4 holds a locked 60. And then after the car shows up, we see the frame rate start to climb back up on the Series X. Not even the explosion on screen causes it to dip again. I think a stutter like that isn't happening because the GPU can't keep up with a 10-year-old game, but maybe the assets in this specific port weren't arranged in a Microsoft-friendly way, causing an inefficient resource drain. I don't know. As you can see, I'm grasping at straws here, so if you know what might be going on, feel free to enlighten me in the comment section because I would genuinely love to know. That aside though, this port runs exactly like you would expect. I know I've been going on and on about frame rate dips and all that, but these are very small scenarios that take place maybe 0.1% of the time. Really, the only reason I mention this stuff is because I find it so interesting. These definitely are not downsides. For 99.9% of the time, it's going to be the same great RE6 gameplay you're used to. There's no added benefits, or at least none I could take advantage of, so until I can test higher resolutions and how they perform, I'll have to end it here. I guess the best thing I can say about this port, or at least my ability to play it right now, is it basically just exists and does the job you think it would. The PS5 port of RE6 is a relatively similar story to the Series X. It's just a backwards compatible PS4 title, and as such you can expect roughly the same performance in this one, if not just a little better than what we just covered. I still notice dips in frame rate, which is disappointing, but again, these were not getting in the way of my enjoyment. The experience remains mostly smooth, and the 1080p output is exactly as sharp and nice looking as it was on PS4 or Series X or Xbox One. Now obviously the same problem I talked about before still applies, so I can't test any higher resolutions, but at least as far as I'm concerned, 1080p looks great. One thing I found really funny and didn't really notice until I got all of my captured footage together is that each version of RE6 has its own default brightness level, and sure enough, there were some that were brighter or darker than other ports. Now this is definitely something you would expect to see on an older console with analog video output because that kind of a signal is so sensitive to capacitors or what kind of power is coming in or even the shielding on the video cable you're using. But with modern digital video, you would sort of expect a one-size-fits-all type of scenario. Now obviously this is a setting you have full control over and these slight differences impact the game in no real noticeable way, but it was kind of an interesting little tidbit. Aside from that though, I really don't have much to say about this port because, well, it's basically just the PS4 version we just looked at, so I guess let's move on.
All I can see is a shitstorm, and I don't think that's the half of it.
And lastly, we need to talk about the PC port, which expectedly leads the pack in scalability and performance. I can't really say how it's going to run on lower-end hardware, and my setup is pretty damn overkill for a game of RE6, but I ran into no frame dips or stutters, aside from the ones caused by a very weird little quirk. It seems like no matter what kind of machine you're rocking, putting the FXAA setting above its default position, which I think is 2 times, will cause slight, infrequent stutters. Now these were just barely noticeable to me because they were so slight and short-lived, but a viewer let me know what was causing the problem during a live stream. I can't really remember their name, but if that was you, thanks a lot. Obviously, this port of the game will have the most customization as far as display options go, but that's not going to be a surprise to anyone. The only real interesting aspect about this version that I can talk about that elevates it above the others, aside from its better performance, smoother frame rate, and higher resolution, is the fact that it can be played with a keyboard and mouse. For whatever reason, I've always preferred this kind of control scheme for third-person shooters, or really shooters in general, but this time around I found myself not being able to utilize my mobility options quite so well. The whole too many buttons, performing too many actions thing really comes into play here, and about 2 hours into capturing footage on PC, I broke down and had to use a controller. I have heard some people prefer a good keyboard for RE6, but I don't know if I have enough patience to commit all those functions to memory after learning them on controller. But hey, it's an option, and even though the keyboard didn't do it for me, aiming with a mouse is expectedly much easier and more precise. What would be really cool is if I could approach this with a sort of hybrid type of deal. Use a controller to move around and maybe a mouse to look and shoot, but this is one of those PC ports that feels the need to announce every time the input method changes. When this prompt is on screen, there's a second or two where you can't really do anything, so that basically makes that idea impossible, but having to use a controller is far from the worst deal in the universe. Especially when you consider the fact that this version has the potential to look better and run better than anything else on the list, given you have the hardware to pull that off, and this being a 10-year-old game, let's be honest, most of you probably do.
It's over.
Well, we are officially done, and that was a lot of ports. I know the PS5 and Series X versions probably could have been left out, but come on, you know I'm not about to miss out on the chance to test a potentially interesting concept like backwards compatibility. If I had to classify each release, which, let's face it, I kind of do, I'd lump all of the 30 FPS releases together, and the same goes for the 60 and up crowd. That being the case, I would say the PS3 is probably the worst performer out of its group, even though it's only slightly. In the looks department, it definitely comes up last with its 720p output, but I will stress again, it can look good with the right gear. Between the two remaining options, the Switch maintains a much smoother feeling frame rate due to the better and more consistently delivered frame times, and it really is hard to discount seeing a full internal 1080p on the Switch. Plus, there's the obvious benefits of being able to take your Switch on the go. All of that considered, out of these lower-end options, I'd say the Switch is without a doubt the best move, and yeah, maybe that hurts a little to say, but sometimes that's how it goes. Moving on to the more big booty ports, the PC version takes the best looking position with ease. I'm running my copy of RE6 at 1440p and 100 frames per second, and that's obviously going to trample what's on offer in the consoles, but even at its higher resolution, you're gonna have to squint to really tell one from the other in my opinion. I think while RE6 is a great looking game, there might be a sort of ceiling to how good it can look, and maybe we've reached it. Even a guy like me who's absolutely obsessed with this stuff might have issues telling which version is which if you just sat me down in front of some unlabeled footage, leading me to make a very weird designation here. I don't think there's any one modern console release of RE6 that'll give you a noticeably worse or better experience as far as visuals and performance goes. Where one might lack, it almost always makes up for it in some other area, and I just couldn't come up with an objective list of winners or losers if you forced me to. So I guess the good news for you is, if you're looking to grab a copy of RE6 today and you're looking for the best port, you almost can't make a bad decision. So then the question becomes, instead of which one's better for the consoles you own and your setup? Obviously, PC ports, with some notable exceptions, are always going to outperform their console brethren across versions of the same game, but that's almost a law of the universe. We all know it and we all expect it. But seeing such parity between all of these different home releases, some years and years apart, is actually really cool. So feel free to pick at your best convenience, safe in the knowledge that you're going to get an awesome package regardless. And because I haven't abused my graphics card enough today, why not try and get every single port on screen at once, because why not add an hour to my render time? Enjoy, all two of you who ever wanted to see something like this. Well guys, thank you for sitting down and looking at a game you might not even enjoy for an hour or so. It feels really good to be covering Resident Evil games again, and if things go according to plan, I'll have a little more RE content headed down the pipe as well. But to make that a reality, I'm gonna have to get back to work, so until I see all of you again, thank you very much for watching the Resident Evil Retrospective.
Well, it's about damn time I made my way to the most modern entry in the RE series. Resident Evil 7 is seen by many as a return to the franchise roots, a game that harkens back to the slow-building, atmospheric survival horror that made these games such a hit in the public eye. Now, it may have taken me way too long to have finally played 7, but since its release, I've steered clear of any reviews or in-depth discussions on the game, so you're about to get as unbiased an opinion as can be expected from someone who actually considers themselves a fanboy. Is this really the savior of the series? Can this game usher in a new era of survival horror? Well, what's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. After the critical panning and financial success of RE6, Capcom knew two things for sure. They had to make another high-quality Resident Evil game, and the days of copying RE4 had officially come to an end. Or maybe they hadn't? Well, anyways, Capcom knew they needed another game changer if the series was going to keep selling. A game that would be as bold and revolutionary as 4 was in its day. Oddly enough, they started the process with another action-focused idea, but soon the mood shifted to a more closed-off, creepy feel. With this came the idea to switch to a first-person view, an idea that had been dabbled with in RE's past, but never in an overly successful way. The jump back to a more confined environment led the team to focus on the more atmospheric elements of horror, which snowballed into a full-on attempt at recreating the classic-style RE games that we're all used to. My initial reaction to the first-person perspective and gameplay shift was to condemn Capcom for what I saw as copying the trend of making games specifically for Let's Players and streamers to overreact to on the internet, and now that I've played it, I can say I am definitely a huge fan of this decision, although I'm not completely prepared to say it had nothing to do with the popularity of games like Outlast and specifically Konami's PT. Now don't get me wrong, the reasoning is not as important to me as the outcome, and we will definitely be talking about that later, but it just kind of strikes me as odd that in order to bring the world's seminal survival horror series back to its roots, the devs had to draw inspiration from games that were likely inspired by Resident Evil. That just kind of strikes me as weird, but hey, enough pontificating, let's talk about exactly how the game brings the series back to basics.
Stay out of here!
RE7's story is both something to behold and hard to describe without ruining. The good news is the basic setup is pretty straightforward. Main character Ethan Winters is on his way to Louisiana in the hopes of finding his wife Mia, thanks to a message she sent him. The only catch is, Mia's been presumed dead for the last 3 years.
It's Mia. She's not dead, she's alive. She's back.
After getting to the old plantation Mia directed him to, Ethan finds some kind of insane Texas Chainsaw Massacre situation with a family of psychos taking him hostage. As it turns out, Mia is indeed alive, but maybe not in the exact condition Ethan left her in.
Ethan, it's okay. It's okay, it's me. I know you didn't mean to hurt me.
You shouldn't have done that!
From here, the story takes a few different turns and switches up its approach, but I don't want to ruin any of it since I found this to be the most rewarding part of the game. So instead, let's analyze the small bit of what I am willing to tell you. If my description gave you flashbacks of the second Silent Hill game, then congrats, you're absolutely right. The "my dead wife sent me a message and now I'm following it to a remote part of the US" trope isn't exactly the freshest trick in the book, but this premise does serve the overall narrative. Oddly enough, this comparison is actually valid in more ways than one. If you've only played through the first 5 or 6 hours of 7, you could be forgiven for thinking it was the spiritual SH2 of Resident Evil. The closed-off, secluded nature of the main compound you spend most of your time in doesn't exactly allow for a lot of exposition regarding events outside of your current fight to escape this horror. In this way, it felt like 7 could take place outside of the events of the mainline RE games. So little of the first 2/3 of the game has to do with RE lore, I was convinced that like Silent Hill 2, RE7 was just a spin-off taking place in some undetermined part of the official timeline. Sure, the familiar elements were all here, but they were being applied to what seemed to be a completely unrelated story. For the majority of the game, there's no mention of BOWs, no bioterror, and only the slightest hints at a broader scope of the narrative. All things considered, I thought this was a series reboot, but after the 70% mark, the story opens up along with the explorable environment. After this point, most of the heavy hitters return in all their full glory, and the story shapes up to be a perfect celebration of classic RE. In doing research for this review, I found that a lot of people preferred the first third of the game due to its complete lack of connection to the series at large, but the jarring switch from isolated events to full-on series canon was amazing for me. Now don't get me wrong, I was perfectly happy with my first impressions of the story. I'm not at all against a nice romp through a one-and-done side story, especially one as well made as this, but the surprise I got when concepts like bioorganic test subjects, dirty weapons deals, and anti-terror squads started getting thrown around was exactly what I was looking for. As a fan from the very beginning, I can say this story is Resident Evil through and through. The emphasis on solving the seemingly huge problem of getting out of the Baker estate, and then the widening of scope to involve experimental biotech and human testing works almost right in line with the first game, but stays unique enough to keep from feeling like a cheap retread. And now after replaying it, I'm starting to see the signs of a bigger world were hidden around me from the very beginning. Outside of the story, the characters deserve special mention. The Bakers are given boatloads of personality, and their differing levels of absolute insanity makes them especially terrifying to encounter. At first, I didn't really care too much for Mia's personality for obvious reasons, but towards the end, she gets fleshed out, and I'll be damned if she didn't grow on me. And at this point, I'm gonna do something I've never really done before. I recommend that you play the Not a Hero DLC immediately after finishing the main game. Now, those of you that follow me on social media know I have a policy against paying for DLC, but luckily Not a Hero is free, and it'll definitely answer some throbbing questions you might have after the end of the main game. Okay, so I know I've been incredibly vague here, but trust me, the less you know, the more you'll enjoy it. RE7's story is the absolute best example of all my favorite elements from the old survival horror games, and is 110% worth your time. Don't be fooled by the developers essentially pulling a Metal Gear Solid 2 on us for the first part of the game. The secluded and sectioned off portions of the story eventually gives way to something very familiar and super entertaining. I wish I could tell you more, but trust me when I say this is the best, most well-told story in modern Resident Evil history. If you're an old RE fan, do whatever it takes to experience this glorious celebration of everything you used to love about the series.
We'll be together forever.
Now here's where we get into some very dicey territory. Even though I stayed away from this game and any real media covering it, it's hard to miss the constant cries of RE7 being the game that finally brought the series back to its survival horror roots. Everywhere I looked, there was someone trumpeting the game with something along the lines of, "Suck it bitches, survival horror's back." Well, at the risk of sounding like a contrarian, no, that isn't exactly the case, at least not in my opinion. But before you click out of the video in a fit of rage, I just ask that you hear me out. First things first, let's cover the many faces of RE7's gameplay. The first thing anyone's going to notice is that Resident Evil 7 breaks with core series tradition and opts for a first-person perspective, a move that I heavily criticized at first. Given the industry's love affair with first-person, non-combat, streamer-centric horror games at the time, I saw this as a cheap cash-in, and the very first 30 minutes of the game does very little to argue against that idea. But an hour in, and I was more than happy to admit just how wrong I really was. After the game's insanely climactic and misleading setup, I was blown away at how familiar it felt. Before I knew it, I was backtracking through claustrophobic hallways leading to wide-open central hubs, searching for elaborate keys to unlock new areas to slowly creep around in, all the time just knowing there was going to be some terrifying unnatural beast hiding just out of sight. Seriously, this game plays like some kind of Resident Evil greatest hits mashup. The puzzle solving, limited inventory, ammo conservation, punishing combat, and dark oppressive atmosphere have all returned, and it is an absolute joy to say that. But you don't come to this channel for broad strokes, so let's get specific. Essentially, 7 takes the award-winning formula from RE1 and implements it into a first-person horror game. You start out with a very small portion of the Baker home to explore, but eventually make your way to a central area that will open up the rest of the house, with the right keys of course. Fans of parts 1 and 2 are likely getting flashbacks in this area, and for good reason. 7 works exactly like its forefathers where exploration is concerned.
With only a few exceptions, each newly opened door in the main house opens up a fairly confined but deceptively large area that snakes in on itself. Imagine the first Resident Evil's full layout plus 3 or 4 major areas. Yeah, this is a really big game, and the runtime reflects that. I managed to finish it in about 10 hours, but if you're smart and don't restart every time you use a little too many bullets on an enemy, you could probably cut that down to 8 or 9. Now, I know a 9-hour RE game could seem like a blade that cuts both ways. After all, no one wants to spend all their time backtracking. Well, 7 is damn competent with pacing as well. There's always a new area to explore, or at least a new twist on an old one, and in this way, 7 made me feel like I did coming back from RE1's guardhouse, but 3 or 4 times during my playthrough. And that just kept happening. I kept getting these brief glimpses of classic Resident Evil formula. It's almost like for the first time an RE developer really understood what made the old games tick and decided to not just implement some type of surface level emulation. It's clear that a great effort went into 2 separate parts of the development process. The first part was making sure this game, despite the radical change in perspective, felt like an honest-to-goodness RE game, and the second was to take those old concepts and improve on them enough to keep from repeating their mistakes. And if you ask me, this was a giant mission fucking accomplished. And after what feels like an hour of rambling, we finally get to the combat. Now, you guys know that RE's never really been about combat in the traditional sense. The idea has always been strategically taking out only the bare minimum amount of enemies and balancing that with the risk of the remaining ones possibly grabbing you during one of your 50 trips through any given area. Well, I can say 7 brings a similar approach, but the ratios are a little off. For the first part of the game, these disgustingly creepy mold things only appear in a part of the house filled with narrow hallways, making combat nearly unavoidable. But an hour or 2 later, you'll be dodging some and killing others just like you're used to. And thanks to a recent YouTube comment that blew my mind with its simple insight, I've noticed something that was there through my entire playthrough, but I just never focused on. Much like the original RE game, 7 doesn't incentivize combat in any video game sort of sense. Meaning the only thing you get from downing enemies is the benefit of them not being a threat anymore. Now, I know this seems like a pretty simple idea, but think about it. For the last 13 years, we've been playing Resident Evil games where killing a foe will often net you ammo or healing items. This wreaks havoc on the idea of balancing a traditional survival horror game, since the general idea is to make combat such a big trade-off that not engaging with it becomes a real strategy. This is one of the many ways in which the game shows that it's the product of a very deep understanding of the originals. Going back to a previous point, I was worried the first-person view would bring typical FPS combat to the game, another point I was very happy to be wrong about. From the start, you were taught that bullets are in short supply, and your character's slow walking speed will keep you from circle strafing your way to victory. To balance this with the urge to fire your weapon as little as possible, there's a block action that, depending on your timing, can greatly reduce incoming damage. After my recent rant on RE3's unreliable dodge move, this was a reassuring addition. The amount of wind-up frames this move has, coupled with the RNG that plays into the type of attacks that an enemy is likely to use, keeps blocking from feeling like a get-out-of-jail-free card, and the cooldown of Ethan coming out of his block makes sure it's not abused. Once you get the hang of choosing your shots wisely and blocking right, the game hits you with another concept from the old guard. Pulling straight from RE2 and 3, some areas that are normally enemy-free can randomly be stalked by one of the bakers, who can momentarily be put down, but you're probably going to want to run and hide instead. I honestly can't even begin to describe the kind of horror that comes from hearing the slight creak of a door opening while you're exploring an area. In these situations, running or hiding will be your best bet, and this can be tense as hell, which I think sums up the entire experience nicely. RE7 as a whole is a horror game first and foremost. Sure, there are action elements sprinkled in, but I think that the balance between the two is what makes it Resident Evil. So many recent first-person horror games choose to forego combat and make every enemy a one-hit kill. For some reason, these types of games, tailor-made for reaction streamers, have often been credited with the survival horror title, and I will never understand why. In my opinion, Resident Evil 7 is the closest thing to survival horror we currently have. It's focused on a limited inventory, high-risk, low-reward combat, puzzle solving, incremental exploration, and strong atmospheric horror, brings it right up to the threshold, but sadly there's one thing preventing it from crossing over into the realm of full-on 90s era survival horror. And here's where I get the negative comments. Alright, let's do this. Survival horror is the sum total of its parts, and if any of those parts are missing, you can't exactly claim that banner. I mean, no one would argue that Super Metroid doesn't have incremental exploration, tough combat, and a huge focus on atmosphere, but we all agree it's not a survival horror game. Well, in that same sense, I think RE7 is missing one small component that keeps it from living up to the title everyone seems to be giving it, and that's the perspective. Yeah, call me a stuck-in-my-ways old-timer, but without the sense of fear that a third-person fixed perspective brings, you just can't have survival horror. So much of the fear found in the old games came from not having the ability to see where that snarl you heard came from, and knowing that the tank controls would make getting by whatever it is a real test of skill. I know a lot of you aren't going to be happy with this, but just know it's not a critique of the game itself. As a horror game, RE7 is absolutely incredible, and like I said, comes closer to survival horror than any other game has. Seriously, there were times during this playthrough when the game kept me so stressed for such a long time that I had to walk away and let myself cool down.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, when you just can't get into it.
I don't think there's more than 2 or 3 other games that have ever given me that reaction, and on top of the horror, 7 is insanely fun. Not only did I complete the Not a Hero DLC immediately after beating the main game, but I also started a new game and am currently halfway through that. So if you're looking for a glowing review, here it is. I know I've been vague in some of the specifics, but trust me, there's a good reason for that. If you haven't played this game yet, stop this video and grab a copy. Resident Evil 7 is exactly what the series needed and has single-handedly restored my faith in the RE name.
Do I have your attention, boy? You're about to see some wonderful... Oh, fuck!
Finally deciding to ditch the decade-old but still fairly impressive MT framework, Capcom developed an entirely new engine for RE7, resulting in one of the best-looking video games I've ever laid my eyes on. It seems like this engine, or maybe just this specific game's implementation of it, has a large focus on lighting and specular effects. These two categories tend to account for the most visually impressive virtual environments in my opinion, so it's no surprise that I was stuck into this world from the word go. The second I was able to explore the Baker home, I was blown away by little things like realistic reflections and the convincing looking wet surfaces. There's also a lot of camera-like effects going on, like forced depth of field and chromatic aberrations. All of this comes together to form one of the most immersive environments you can imagine, but even in such an impressive package, there are a few flaws to talk about. The engine seems to favor using post-processing and lighting effects to make textures look a little more realistic than they actually are, so getting close to some 3D models can kind of ruin that effect. Of course, this isn't a big deal, but the interesting thing is, this wouldn't even stick out if the game didn't look so damn photorealistic otherwise. There are a few instances where this kind of dissonance can happen. For example, while running away from enemies, you might want to shut a door behind you to make sure you're safe, but seeing these guys clip through them can really clash with the realistic feeling atmosphere. I also had an issue in the very beginning of the game where a chair got stuck inside Ethan and kept making noise, which gave away my position when hiding. While this was pretty funny and sort of game-breaking, I could never get it to happen again, so no harm, no foul. And since we're talking about flaws, I have to bring up how bad some of the faces can look. Jack Baker and this cop seem pretty convincing.
Hey, put that door back! Put that door back! Wait!
But Marguerite and Mia have a very weird look to them. I think this may stem from a lack of points of articulation in the face and mouth, but I can't really be sure. Of course, this very well may be a personal thing, and that's about all of my complaints. You might have noticed that there aren't many. Well, that's because this game is a marvel to look at. The smallest of complaints that I do have are pretty easy to hand-wave away, as this being the first use of such a powerful engine. I imagine the upcoming RE2 remake will see these issues fixed and then some. While this game's atmosphere and graphics are absolutely amazing, there is one thing you can do to make sure they shine as bright as possible, and this will be obvious if you've seen my reviews of the Stalker or Metro games. RE7 gives you the option to get rid of the on-screen HUD, and if you ask me, this is an absolute must. Not having annoying little ammo indicators and action button prompts on screen does wonders for immersing you into this world, but there will be some obvious trade-offs. Items are hidden all over this game, and not having an indicator show up means you'll have to be a better detective and search every nook and cranny. You'll also need to open your inventory to check remaining ammo and health, but that's not exactly a downside for me. I enjoy a nice clean look, and anytime I can get rid of some on-screen clutter, I definitely will. Right about now is typically when we would get real in depth with the ports, but to be honest, there's not a lot to talk about. I'm playing the PC version here, but the next-gen ports are essentially the same exact thing with a few of the knobs turned down. One really interesting thing to note is that the PS4 version targets 60 frames per second and hits it almost the entire time, even on the baseline non-pro model. That's pretty damn interesting. There is a version on the Switch, but this is an embarrassing attempt. It's essentially just streaming footage from a Japanese server to the Switch, so expect it to be almost unplayable in the States. Of course, there is input lag and compression to deal with if you can play it, so I'd recommend not getting your hopes up. But this shouldn't surprise you, the Switch is a baby console, for babies. Okay, relax, I'm just joking, I promise. Well guys, I have to say that I was completely wrong in my initial impressions of 7. I was sure it was going to be another action game with a few scares, but this turned out to be one of my absolute favorite horror games. It kept me on edge like no other, and gets so close to the original Resident Evil style that you could be forgiven for designating it survival horror. Without a doubt, this has been the most satisfying experience I've had since we left the original entries in this retrospective. If you're a fan of the old RE games, this is a must play for sure. For some of you, I know the first person perspective can be a bump to get past, but this first-person game is the most faithful Resident Evil experience we've had in years, so I'd say it's definitely worth your time. And I'll leave you with that glowing recommendation since there's a lot more RE games left to cover. Make sure to stick around because we have the much-requested Outbreak games coming up next on the list. But until then, I hope to see all of you again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective.
Just as the dark, impenetrable night will eventually give way to the piercing light of the sun, a new Resident Evil title will always mean a new entry in the RE Retrospective, and today is an especially exciting affair. Much like most of Capcom's Resident Evil output lately, I have maintained radio silence for this one. I have followed zero pre-release news and stayed away from any speculation or leaks, so this is going to be a fresh, straight from the dome sort of situation. And with that being said, why don't we stop wasting time and jump right into this thing? What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective.
Shut your fucking hole! Sorry about that.
So here's a little personal history before we start this. When the RE2 remake was being produced, I essentially disconnected from the internet. I stayed away from news, speculation, leaks, everything. And when the game finally hit shelves, I found going in blind was one of the most satisfying experiences I've had with the game in a very long time. So every subsequent release in the series, I've taken the same actions in hope of letting the game surprise me. And what all that adds up to is, as I write this, I know next to nothing about Resident Evil 8 other than the fact that Ethan Winters is once again the protagonist of a numbered RE game, and insert the relevant Lady Dimitrescu meme here. Of course, I do have my own expectations, and most of what I've seen has led me to believe that this game's staff couldn't be further up RE4 fans' asses if they tried. Which isn't some kind of a jab, by the way. Listen, I get it. Me and my kind, aka people who prefer the survival horror entries in the early series, just aren't the target audience anymore. If the roles were reversed, trust me, I'd be thrilled to be pandered to. So I'm taking a very lax approach to this new entry. Those of you who've been around for a while have probably picked up on this by now, but I have my own beliefs on how a Resident Evil title should play out, but regardless of that bias, I'm going into this game with the goal of enjoying it no matter what generation of the fandom is the target demographic. Of course, I will be noting similarities and differences between this, the classics, and more modern RE games, but I'm not going to let bias blind me to a fun experience. I guess now that I'm thinking about it, this little opening was more of a pep talk for me than you guys, but at least now some of you may have a better idea of where I'm coming from. And that being the case, why don't we take a hard look at a story written by someone with a very clear fetish for hand mutilation. Resident Evil 8 starts off with a surprisingly off-brand papercraft sequence telling the story of a little girl venturing into the forest. Now, I'm fully aware it hasn't even been a full minute since I promised not to come down too hard on this game, but I just don't understand why Capcom thought this belonged at the start of an RE game. It feels more like the beginning of one of those puzzle platformers like Limbo, and in my opinion, doesn't exactly put you in the mood for what's to come.
So she drank the thick, dark blood and smiled with joy.
Once that odd inclusion is finished, we find our happy couple from the last game relaxing and spending some time with their newborn daughter. A daughter I would love to make fun of for having a big head if I didn't have a pretty big head myself when I was a kid. And if you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, Capcom was nice enough to include a little recap summing up the events of the 7th game. The long and short of that being, after Ethan was reunited with Mia at the end of the last game, Chris shipped them off to some remote part of Europe where they could live together without the world's foremost medical researchers putting them on the operating table every time they want to know a little bit more about Evelyn's mold powers. The game starts off with what seems like a pretty calm little evening, but there seems to be something bothering Mia. Before we get a chance to see some first-person marital argument action, Mia gets plugged from all sides with a trenchcoat-bedecked Chris Redfield putting a few rounds through her brain just for good measure.
Sorry, Ethan.
No!
Ethan, being understandably a little peeved by the cold-blooded murder of his wife, pleads with Chris as he takes their baby away. Ethan gets thrown in the back of a van, and that's our start. We know exactly nothing of what led Chris to betray the couple he went through so much to help, and what Ethan's daughter Rose has to do with all this. After this pretty damn intriguing beginning, Ethan wakes up at the side of his wrecked transport. He's cold, alone, and apparently he's been dropped off in a town filled to the brim with werewolves of some kind. And I think I speak for all of us when I say werewolves in an RE game is totally on brand and not absolutely fucking ridiculous. Moving on, after we run into some of the surviving locals, we find out just about what could be assumed given the situation. They were a small village that was suddenly beset by these creatures and now next to no one's left alive. And the scant few that remain alive aren't after this scene. After a bit of old RE exploration, we come across this guy, Heisenberg, who's more than happy to increase Ethan's daily iron intake. Damn it, that's funny, and we're put in front of what is essentially the game's Legion of Doom, a group of oddballs and mutated freaks all taking orders from this woman in the middle, Mother Miranda. The big boss decides our fate should be in the hands of low-rent Magneto over here, and after escaping his death trap, the game opens up proper. The rest of the runtime is spent trying to reunite Ethan with his daughter and discovering little tidbits about the major players, and once again we get a very segmented story. In the last numbered entry, the story was basically get off the baker's property, preferably with your wife in tow, but towards the end it turns into something that more fits into the overall RE canon, and I was surprised to see the same exact approach used here. I won't ruin anything specific yet, but clearly Capcom has found a system they like because the parallels between 7 and 8 in terms of overall structure, delivery, and imagery are too strong to ignore, and to be totally honest, I kind of like it. Essentially, the formula is to give the player a hard goal to aim for and keep the story delivered in service of that goal very localized. No outside elements mentioned and no indication that anything other than this event is taking place in the wider world. And then in the last quarter of the game, dump a bunch of story on the player that ties everything they just experienced to some kind of previously established plot elements. I really like this approach in 7 because while I did think it was refreshing to experience the story of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in first person, it was nice being reminded I was playing an RE game for the last portion of the runtime. In that same vein, it's nice having a simple motivation with no outside elements cluttering it up, but at the end of the day, people don't put $60 down on a new RE game because they want to forget the rest of the franchise. So I guess let's approach this a little differently than usual. First I'll talk about that self-contained first third of the game, and then we'll go into spoiler territory. The first thing I noticed right off the bat was another returning element from 7, and that's a focus on character over story. It seemed clear to me pretty early on that Capcom had come up with a few interesting bad guys and sort of worked their way out from that starting point. Something I can't exactly criticize since they really did go all out making some memorable antagonists. That being said, after the credits rolled, it was a little hard to deny that they essentially cloned their same exact approach to story from the last game. You know, the whole multiple bad guys sharing a small portion of the gameplay and story development with their own sectioned off gameplay areas thing. But hey, I guess it worked last time, and really it's not a problem here per se, but I am a little apprehensive thinking of them following these same exact blueprints for the next one. Individually, it felt like Lady Dimitrescu and Heisenberg got the most time and resources devoted to their stories and gameplay sections, which is fitting for me since I found both of them to be the most interesting right off the bat. Despite the fact that I actively stayed away from any info regarding the game, it was hard to even casually browse the internet without seeing the entire population of the Earth collectively popping boners over Lady Dimitrescu, rightfully so by the way, and that did lead me to believe that she would be the main antagonist, but after her section of the game was over, I was actually kind of excited to see what they would do with the other guys. Sadly, I did not get the deep character development I would have wanted, but an approach like that would have likely felt out of place in the snappy pace of this story. So here's where things get a little complicated. I'm about to criticize something I've already admitted to enjoying, but do me a favor and hear me out. Like I said before, I do like how they structured the story of RE7, and in theory that means I'm just as happy with that same process showing up almost beat for beat here in 8, but it feels incredibly lazy to me at the same time. Sure, I got a kick out of how 7 was laid out, and no, not every entry in the series should be reinventing the wheel in terms of narrative delivery, but I want to at least see that some kind of effort is being made during development. It's sort of like finding out one of your favorite pieces of artwork was traced. That may still be a very incredible looking piece of art, but realistically you're probably going to appreciate the original much more.
Stay the fuck down!
Even while I was enjoying the story of 8, I kept getting hit with this cheap feeling, kind of like, yeah, I'm having fun, but just off in the distance I can barely make out several decisions being made, not because they would make for the best story, but because they had already been vat-grown in a lab and scientifically proven to test well within my target demographic. You know what I mean? I guess what I'm trying to say here is that this feels less like a story that was organically written by someone who wanted to tell an awesome tale, but instead feels like something cloned from another property where it did really well. And yeah, that does mean I liked it almost as much as I did before, but it's hard not to see it as a little more cheap and less impactful this time around. So if there's one thing I hope for in the next entry in the series, it'd be for the writers to spend a little time developing a new formula. And now since we're moving on to the last section of the story, I'll warn you there will be massive spoilers ahead. So if you haven't finished 8 yet, click the link in the description, go to the timestamp on screen, or check the chapters in the timeline to avoid ruining what I think is actually a pretty cool little story. This game is mostly one big build up to a huge reveal, and trust me when I say it's far better to experience it on your own than having some dork on the internet like me read it to you.
Hey, are you listening? Hey!
Okay, so we might need a little recap to end this discussion. As far as we know, Ethan was sitting down to dinner with his wife one night until Chris Redfield drops on the house like a nuclear bomb, capping his girl, stealing his baby, and tying him up in the back of a van. Now, if you're anything like me, you saw Chris not actually being the bad guy in this situation from a mile away. Capcom is a lot of stuff nowadays, but prone to experimentation and risks is not one of them. So what is actually going down here? Well, Mother Miranda, the godlike matriarch of this village, has apparently been alive since World War II and has been known to have dealings with Oswald Spencer. In fact, the man himself credits her with the inspiration to start the Umbrella Corp, but more importantly, she lost her daughter a long time ago and sees Ethan and Mia's little moldy offspring as some kind of opportunity to get her back, since she apparently has some pretty impressive ability to control the mold stuff introduced in 7. I actually enjoyed that they retroactively explained Evelyn as a failed attempt at bringing Mother Miranda's little girl back, but I just didn't like Mother Miranda herself as an antagonist. For 98% of the game, we're left with almost no information about her, and when we're finally let in on her history, it's literally the last 10 minutes of gameplay. Now, I'm not saying you can't bust out a surprise in the end for the player, but if that's the case, why tell us about her existence in the first place? Don't build this woman up as the main bad guy and then proceed to give her zero screen time for most of the game. If that was what they were going for, a much better approach would have been to have the player keep thinking that the 4 sub-bosses were the only real threats, and then reveal all of this Mother Miranda stuff at the end, along with the fact that she exists. That aside, in this last major section of the game, we find out that Chris was never the bad guy. Surprise, surprise. The Mia he shot was actually Mother Miranda. Her goal was to take Rose, but Chris figured this out and had to keep Ethan out of the loop because he might have ruined the operation, or he could have possibly been infected by Miranda at this point. Now you might be asking yourself, if that was the case, why didn't he just say something after Mia was thought to be dead and Ethan was restrained? Well, then they couldn't have pulled this twist in the story, so deal with it.
I know it's too late now, but we really should have told Ethan the plan.
There wasn't time. We didn't expect Miranda to act so soon.
Even so, you should have told him.
Not to toot my own horn or anything, but this is exactly what I expected would happen, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. One aspect about the ending I thought was really well handled, though, was the death of Ethan. This was a really cool moment and didn't feel forced or poorly thought out. In the process, we finally get an explanation for why he's able to have his appendages repeatedly turn to hamburger and not die. It seems like he essentially died at the Baker estate but was reanimated by the mold. which I know Capcom will want to say was the case the entire time, but genuinely I want to believe that there was never a story-based explanation for why Ethan's hand was able to be reattached. Without a doubt in my mind, RE7 was meant as a fun spin-off type of title that would shake things up. I doubt they ever had any intention of following it up directly, and the hand being reattached with staples was just a dumb video game thing they never thought they'd have to explain. That being said, Ethan's death worked really well. It was a nice moment of self-sacrifice. One that I think was soured just a bit by the game doing everything it could to obscure his face still. Maybe I'm crazy, but I just don't understand this move. I mean, we already saw Ethan's face in 7, so it's not like it was meant to be a secret, and on top of that, they're not billing him as a self-insert like they did in 7. There's no expectation that I'll be able to put myself in Ethan's shoes now that he's an actual character with a real-life story, so keeping his face a secret despite it not needing to be one, and the fact that it's a secret Capcom themselves already ruined, just seems like a really weird move to me. On top of that, this was his last scene in the series. You couldn't dramatically reveal his face for the last few moments he was alive. That just screams cinematic goodness. I have no idea what they were thinking here. And speaking of odd, just before this scene, in a section where we get to control Chris, there's a little mention of the BSAA being present, and then in the ending we have this dangling plot thread where the organization is using BOWs to do their work now. There's not much that can be said about this since it was at the end of the game and we'll have to wait a long time to see what it leads to, but I'm not necessarily against the idea of late game sequel bait. In a cinematic sequence at the very end, we get to see Rose all grown up and working for what I assume is Umbrella, and this to me set up what could be a really cool story for the future. Now, I'm not exactly sure how they could set up a game around a character who was torn into 4 separate pieces as a baby but still survived, but her character seems cool, and you just can't deny the appeal of a bioweapon with tactical training taking out other bioweapons. In my opinion, much like in 7, this last section of the game that ties into the overall RE story was my favorite to play through. I don't necessarily have an issue with the nearly self-contained nature of 3/4 of both 7 and 8, but when I play an RE game, the goal is typically to further flesh out that narrative world, and the last few minutes of 8 did that wonderfully for me. Having said that, maybe it's time we let the rest of the audience back in for a little bit of a summary.
That boulder punching asshole! But you're first!
So the story of Resident Evil 8 was at least as fun and as satisfying as its predecessor, and that's mostly because it repeats nearly every single element from it. I had a bit of an issue with the way the story was revealed, since they essentially withhold every single element that might explain your circumstances till the last few minutes of gameplay, but it's not like you're left with nothing up to that point. Until the very end, a majority of the story you'll get will concern the interesting characters you find yourself surrounded by, and even though that's not what I ideally would want, I'd say it works out pretty well here. It did a great job of keeping me interested, and the best part of backloading all your cool story content is that you get a really long ending that fills in a lot of blanks. On top of that, there's a bunch of endgame revelations that sets up brand new plot threads, meaning this game asks more questions than it answers, and as a fan of Silent Hill, I can't exactly complain about that. If you're looking to play RE8 or you're in the middle of a playthrough right now, I'd say prepare to go long periods of time not knowing what the hell is going on, but trust that those dark spots will at some point be illuminated for you. Well, some of them. As far as I go, this was a really fun story. I enjoyed the eventual ties to the last game and little connections to the wider RE world. I could potentially understand someone wanting a more traditional method of delivery for their story, but the segmented nature of 8 that sees the game switching between focusing on side characters and then the actual plot felt pretty good to me. Not only was I really interested in those side characters anyways, but I also got a kick out of the effectively emotional ending sequence they all led up to. This may not be my favorite tale ever told in the overall Resident Evil canon, but it shows a clear amount of effort to blend the old with the new, and me being an old curmudgeon myself, I can most certainly appreciate that. Okay, so I've got a butt ton to talk about where the gameplay is concerned, and I do want to get straight into the interesting stuff, but first I have to lay out exactly how this game works before I start with the analyzing. Resident Evil 8 is a game of multiple overlapping mechanics. On one layer you have the experience you might be expecting if you're coming straight from RE7. There's an element of exploration taking place in a few small sectioned off areas, and this comes with all the trimmings you would expect. Puzzle solving, backtracking, slow-paced tense combat, the works. And it's always nice to see what are essentially antiquated game design concepts put to use in a series that may have well have pioneered their existence in the mainstream. And I guess since we're moving down the list like this, why not just cover each overlapping mechanic as we get to it? So I guess we could call this section the Resident Evil part of the game, and I think you need to grade it in two different ways. First, you need to take a look at how well this part of the game works in a vacuum, and then how well it works compared to the other titles in the series. On its own, I found the exploration, item hunting, puzzle solving, and tight corridor-driven combat to be pretty satisfying. The interior locations you're tasked with navigating aren't all that large until the very last section of the game, which means when backtracking is required, it's never over a great distance, which might be a plus for people used to the gameplay found in later RE games. There are 4 locations in the game where you'll get to engage in these traditional RE mechanics, so why don't we go through all of them and see what they have to offer. First up is Lady Dimitrescu's castle, and in my opinion, this is the location where this type of gameplay is best put to use. Like any self-respecting RE title, you start off with a very limited amount of rooms open to you, and through some digging and puzzle solving, you'll collect keys and key items that'll further unlock more parts of the castle to explore. When you first start, certain parts of the castle remain enemy-free, leading you to feel a little more relaxed when you're in them, but as you progress, more and more of the castle becomes inhabited by some kind of threat. The item collection and puzzles here feel pretty damn good, and unlocking more rooms to scrounge through feels expectedly rewarding. That being said, the difficulty of engaging in these aspects of the game do seem to be geared towards more casual players. Puzzles can be almost too simple to figure out, with most of them totally clearable using good old blind guessing. After I finally finished the game, I started watching reviews and analysis videos here on YouTube, and I was pretty surprised to hear content creators like Neryl saying these puzzles were too difficult or obtuse for them to figure out on their own. To be fair to these content creators and to any of you who've already played the game, there's definitely a chance that these puzzles just skew towards tasks I'm more naturally good at, but in my experience, they are incredibly tame as far as challenge goes. The castle itself is an amazing location to explore with its early European architecture and creepy-ass environments. Without a doubt, they were channeling the old games here, and it definitely shows. There's a great attention to detail here, and the addition of eventually having Lady D stalk you around the house was masterfully executed. She works very similarly to Mr. X in RE2 Remake, but doesn't have the nasty tendency to just teleport to your location, and she's locked out of rooms where you'll need to spend a lot of time solving a puzzle. So I guess what I'm trying to say is she is a massive improvement over Mr. X. After Lady Dimitrescu is properly taken care of, we move on to Donna Benviento's house, and this section switches things up considerably. Early on in the process of exploration, you have all of your items and weapons taken away from you, and this part of the game essentially turns into Lucas's puzzle room from 7. I found the puzzle solving and atmosphere in this area to probably be the best in the entire game. Not having any weapons made me feel vulnerable as hell, and containing the admittedly tough puzzle to only 2 or 3 rooms meant that I wasn't at a huge time loss when I hit a hurdle in the process. After feeling pretty proud of myself for finally getting past this head scratcher, I encountered this fucking walking nightmare. The way it skulks out of the shadows here is just creepy perfection, and the noise it makes while you're hiding from it will haunt your dreams. After this, we have yet another boss fight, but to be honest, I laughed at how easy it was. Donna is doing something to your head which blurs your vision and gives you hallucinations, and the goal is to find her doll hidden amongst all the other dolls in the room. But for both of my playthroughs on normal and hardcore difficulty, she was always right out in the open, and if that's not enough, you get an audio cue when you're near her. Without a doubt, this is the easiest boss encounter in the game, and possibly any other game for that matter. Next up is Moreau's area, and this section almost felt like a portion of Metro Exodus with how you approach it, or at least it did for me. It's mostly outdoor exploration of the reservoir and avoiding Moreau's giant fish form. I'd say this section is okay. I mean, it's not bad, but I could take it or leave it. The boss fight that bookends it, though, is super fun. Definitely not the hardest thing in the world, but running to find cover when he did his acid rain attack was pretty cool, and overall it was a really fun fight. After that, it's off to Heisenberg's factory, and this felt like a more substantial location as far as the amount of time spent in it goes, but sadly I didn't find this part of the game to be as engaging as Dimitrescu's castle. It's more about collecting items and backtracking than it is about puzzle solving, but I found the vertical layout of the place to be a pain for some reason. Combat in this section is fun and was probably the most technically challenging so far, since enemies only take damage from their weak points and there's a pretty good variety of enemy types. So just as you get used to aiming at their chests just before an attack, they show up in a mech suit with rocket boosters or something. The last major part of the game, or at least the last portion I'm going to talk about, serves as both a location and a mechanic, and that's the titular village. This place stands as a kind of hub area, which actually plays into a more RE design formula a lot better than I would have thought. It essentially works like this. You explore the village, which will have you coming across an item that'll open up more of the village area, and in doing so, you'll make your way to a new interior location, like, say, Heisenberg's factory. In the process of moving through that interior area, you'll find a key or item that you can bring back to the village, which will help you repeat that process. This central village location is dotted with all kinds of secrets, and the game does a great job of slowly rationing out solutions to those secrets throughout the game's runtime. When I first had the concept of this hub area explained to me, I immediately didn't like it. Something about having a hub-like access point just didn't jive with what I knew about RE, but I'm glad to say it plays really well with 8's other elements. So if you're a traditionalist like me and you specifically don't want to play Village because this seems so radically different, just know that it works out pretty okay and it's actually really fun. Alright, so we've covered each individual location in the game and how they each slightly differ in their approach. So how do I feel about them as a whole? Well, altogether, I gotta say Resident Evil 8 really surprised me. I'll admit right up front that the obvious tilt towards recreating all of RE4's gameplay did leave a sour taste in my mouth during development. Call me a salty old man all you like, but QuickTime events and minecart rides will never spell the core Resident Evil experience for me. But as individual game mechanics, I'd say each element borrowed from RE4 is done so well that regardless of my own bias, they made for a really fun time. For example, leveling up my weapons using currency gained from exploration and combat was incredibly satisfying and made a very tangible difference when fighting. Continuing in that direction, no matter where you look in RE8, you're bound to have some kind of secret on screen, and for those like me that suffer from a very imaginary form of OCD, this would mean constantly wondering if I really got every item in a room, but RE8's map takes care of that little problem. I will admit that highlighting areas that haven't been picked clean yet can feel like a push in the direction of dumbing things down, but it also made for a less stressful experience, so maybe we'll call this one a wash. Well, I guess we'll call this section the new Resident Evil mechanics. So like it or not, Resident Evil is a first-person shooter now, and with that comes certain expectations. I think if you were to rate RE8 against other FPS games, it would come up as pretty mediocre, but if you judge it as a tense horror game that just so happens to be in the first person, it plays just about how you'd want it to. You're going to be using guns for a majority of the time, and they feel great to fire, thankfully. There's a good amount of kick and visual feedback, which always makes the act of shooting in a game so much more fun. Sadly though, the sound effects used in the main weapons you'll be getting your hands on a first playthrough are a little weak in my opinion. It seems like they were really trying to accentuate the highs and mids, and it leaves a lot of the guns sounding a little too tinny to me, like they're very lacking on the low end. Overall, I would say RE8 is a much easier game than 7. The puzzles don't exactly take too much brain power to solve, and thanks to slow enemies that aren't even the least bit concerned with attacking you and the ability to improve your arsenal, I didn't use my first healing item till about 3 hours in. Hell, I got through Dimitrescu's boss fight without her laying a single finger on me, leading me to check the options to make sure I hadn't put it on easy on accident. Now, normally this would be a complaint, but to be honest, there are a few things going on here that sort of negate a lack of difficulty. For example, you can mostly just stand in one spot firing and deal with a majority of the game's enemies, which isn't all that fun, but I found that I regularly got critical hits and head pops just as they approached for an attack. This made me feel like I was nailing these super purposeful last-second kills when obviously that was not what was going on. And the same sort of goes for the puzzles. They were nowhere near as hard as something you might find in, say, an early Silent Hill game, but I still felt accomplished when I put 2 and 2 together relatively quickly without ever needing a guide. I assume these puzzles were workshopped to perfection with the goal of them never derailing forward momentum for any skill level player, and well, it worked. Sure, they aren't going to be stumping you for very long, but there's this middle ground that they tend to hit where the solutions always felt like they came from me and not so much from the game showing me exactly what to do, even when that wasn't necessarily the case. Getting back to the combat, one thing that really blew me away was the vast difference between the normal and hardcore difficulties. I got through RE8 with no problem, only dying a few times, and even then it was mostly from apathy and not so much a grueling spike in toughness. So I figured the next step up would be a much more healthy challenge for my next playthrough. So I tried out hardcore, and the very first combat section of the game saw me dying an embarrassing amount of times. I was so frustrated that I had given up, only trying hardcore again on a stream later that night. Okay, so here we're just jumping right off of here, taking hits every which way. Good. Yeah, no, we're doing great. We're doing great. This is fun. This is good difficulty. This is how this is supposed to work. I was able to make my way through that first Lycan attack this time around, and I'll say that the game becomes so much more fair after that initial introduction to the combat. And if you ask me, minus the absolute terribleness that was my first impression, hardcore should have been the default difficulty. Hits from enemies were punishing as all hell, and grabs resulted in an automatic drop to danger. My resources were being drained much more, and it was a lot harder to maintain 100+ rounds of ammo for my guns like I did in normal. Speaking of normal, the ease of the default difficulty was actually a huge bane for me starting a hardcore run. See, I had taken so little damage in normal mode that I never needed to block, so needless to say, I had no idea how it worked. When I eventually streamed my first successful hardcore run, my chat had to teach me the essentials live. And as I later learned, I had went the entire game thinking that blocks worked like they did in 7 with a small window of active frames. Turns out that's not the case, and you can pretty much block for the entirety of the game. So if you're planning on tackling a higher difficulty, take my advice and get your blocks down first. Trust me, you're gonna need them. After beating the game, you're given access to a few different things. Most interesting to me is the extra content shop that lets you buy weapons that'll be available in the Duke's store. Some of these guns require not only having originally acquired the weapon in question on your last playthrough, but also other criteria like fully upgrading it. In my opinion, they should have added stat boosting items that sit in your inventory like those found in RE3 Remake's post-completion shop, but man, that's what updates are for, right? On top of this, you'll gain access to RE8's Mercenaries mode, and as some of you know, I've never really been huge on these modes in the past. So I booted up RE8's offering with the goal of getting a few minutes of footage just so I could talk about it here on the video, but I ended up getting sucked in. I found myself coming up with efficient strategies, learning the best guns to use, and how to best spend my money. I felt like some kind of speedrunning genius when I discovered that you could do much better by selling all of your shotgun and rifle ammo than using that money to buy the best handgun and upgrading it. Also, I found out that there is a pretty big window when activating power-ups that let you quick turn so you can save microseconds while getting a buff. Needless to say, I am a huge fan of this mode, and likely I'll still be playing it long after this video goes live. It may be a little bare bones and feel almost incomplete, but it was really fun for me. Okay, so I think we've laid out all of the important parts of RE8's gameplay individually, so how do they all add up? Well, I'm going to need to answer that question in two ways. In a vacuum, Resident Evil 8 was incredibly fun and an absolute recommendation from me. Personally, I didn't find the European countryside location to be the most interesting or inherently scary place to set a game, but damn if I didn't enjoy myself there. The combat, while easy, was really fun and made me feel like I was pulling off way cooler moves than I actually was. Exploration and item fetching is always nice to see in a modern game, and I was sucked into the weapon modification aspect of it. It seems like every inch of the map is covered in secret items and valuables, and that made backtracking almost always rewarding. Hell, even now in my third playthrough, I'm finding all kinds of stuff that I missed before. So when you take it as a standalone title, it knocks it out of the park. Sure, there are things I would have liked to have seen added, but judging it on the content that's available on launch, I'd say you more than get your money's worth here. But sadly, that's not the only metric you should be judging RE8 by. The fact of the matter is, this is an entry in a long-running series, and we do have to hold it to the standards set by its predecessors as well, and on that front, I'd say things are slightly less positive. Don't get me wrong, it is always nice seeing that old Resident Evil DNA in newer AAA titles, but in my opinion, RE7 does all of these things so much better than 8 does. The Baker Estate was just so much more fun to slowly open up, and the puzzles in that game actually stumped me a few times. More than anything though, 7 actually had me scared most of the time. It seems to me that 8 really lost the plot as far as a horror game goes. Sure, Lady D's basement prison and that one part of Donna's house were really scary, but those were two small areas in a game made up of what seems like miles of territory. The focus in 8 was clearly not to horrify, and for any other game that would not be an issue. I really don't think anyone is upset that the entire runtime of the first-person shooter Fear wasn't dedicated to trying to scare them, but this is a Resident Evil title. I expect for the game to at least be making an effort, and in my opinion it was so wrapped up in selling me on the action, spectacle, and combat that it forgot it was also supposed to be scaring me. So if you're looking for creepiness and atmosphere in your first-person Resident Evil, 7 is going to be more of a win for you. That being said, if you're looking for fun, variety, and a lot of content, 8's going to be more your speed. It may not be the longest game in the series, but its 8 hours of runtime are stuffed with cool shit to do, and if you're anything like me, you will play through it multiple times. If the lack of enemy variety in 7 was a bother for you, trust me when I say 8 more than makes up for this. Every major area has its own enemy type to fight, and they aren't just palette swaps. You'll need to approach them differently, and this was very much appreciated on my end. Okay, so we've established that you sort of have to look at this game in 2 lights, but that doesn't exactly make for a good conclusion in a YouTube video. Resident Evil 8 is fun as hell. Like, seriously fun. Since my paycheck typically comes from looking at games like this, it's easy for me to get lost in minutia, focusing on how much a game has in common with old survival horror titles from the 90s instead of just having fun with them. And RE8 was something I could really enjoy for a change. It was exciting, tense, and had a story that kept me engaged in the small pockets where the gameplay wasn't. Without a doubt, I would assume the vast majority of you guys would have an absolute blast here, but just understand that it's going to be a very artificial kind of enjoyment. And what I mean by that is, every single inch of this game feels more like the result of market research than the product of a few people deciding to work on a project they truly love. Kind of like if you were to quantify each RE entry and feed it into some kind of predictive algorithm, this is what you'd be left with. Again, I really like this game and recommend it to anyone who enjoys the series or modern video games in general. But I just can't lose the feeling that it isn't so much of a game as much as it is some kind of growth that congealed in a focus group. Obviously, I would have preferred something far closer to RE1 than RE4, but that's just not the world we live in, and I'm not going to judge a game by what it's not. So for a modern RE game looking to please just about every demographic imaginable, this is just about the best outcome anyone could have hoped for. An incredibly fun, if not slightly hollow experience. I'm assuming I'm not going to blow anyone's mind by saying Capcom's RE engine can do some incredible stuff, and since its debut with RE7, it has wowed me with every subsequent entry. Well, I'm happy to say that trend is still going strong with Village, but there are some things that sort of perplexed me, or at the very least caught my interest. Before we get into that though, let me go ahead and say that this game is an absolute showstopper. I doubt very much that there is a more stylistically sexy game on the market right now, and the research they did on European castles sure as hell paid off. Most of the game is spent looking at what seems to be the result of a fetishistic relationship with beautifully haunting vistas, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Enemies in the game all look great close up, not that you're getting close enough to really appreciate that detail anyways, but it's great to know it's there. Weapon models are all top-notch, with the 1911 looking damn near photorealistic, although if they wanted that extra level of realism, they would have had to jam every 30 shots or so. Once again, lighting is one of the more impressive elements on display here, but that comes with a few caveats this time around. Back when I first covered RE2 Remake, I noticed that the game was dynamically shifting contrast and brightness to better fit where I was pointing my camera, which is a really cool system. The only problem being it wasn't doing it very fast. So if you know what you're looking for, you're definitely going to notice when the light levels suddenly fade or increase. After RE3 Remake was released, I was happy to see this little trick not present, but it seems like they decided to jam it back in for 8. Just like before, you'll probably notice brightness levels jumping and falling dynamically, and once again, it's not a huge deal at all, but just one of those things I couldn't stop seeing once I knew it existed. So I guess if you also fall into that camp, I apologize for ruining your next playthrough when you notice this stuff. Once again, the game has you setting up your default brightness and contrast levels at the start of the game, and once again, for the best results, make sure to keep your darks as dark as humanly possible, and your brights as bright as you can. As far as faces are concerned, I was actually a little let down by this one. RE2 and 3 remakes had these amazing looking mo-capped facial animations with all kinds of points of articulation. Well, here in 8, facial animations are nowhere near bad, but they look more hand animated to me. Not the worst look in the world for sure, but it definitely falls short of the incredibly impressive animations found in the remakes. To my knowledge, this is the first RE game to officially support ray tracing, and while it does produce some killer results, in my opinion it's just not worth the hit you're likely going to take to performance. I'm running a Ryzen 3900X and GTX 2080 Super in my machine, and the game runs great at 1.2 times image scaling with everything nearly maxed out. The only exception being dynamic lighting, which I did have to drop down to the medium setting to make sure I had a more consistent frame rate. For almost the entire game, I was able to lock in a firm 100 frames per second, but turning on ray tracing features dropped me down at least 20 to 30 FPS depending on the scene. Even when I lowered everything else, I wasn't quite able to hit my monitor's refresh rate with that stuff on, which really sucked. To be totally honest, the results you'll get with RTX are definitely great, but you can get a nearly similar look just by cranking the normal options, and you'll be taking far less of a performance hit for it. Maybe the new 3000 cards are handling RTX much better, but I guess we'll need to wait till I can afford my own personal island before I can confirm that. One thing that was incredibly interesting to me was how different Capcom's approach was to this game visually speaking. RE7 had a very found footage sort of aesthetic to its visuals, with a heavy reliance on post-processing effects like digital noise, chromatic aberrations, light coronas, and a great little vignette applied to the whole screen. It also seemed to have a much softer picture, which helped mask some imperfections, and in my opinion, this kind of look will definitely age much better than 8 will. Now, these aren't effects necessary for a good look per se, but they did serve as a bit of a cover-up when textures weren't quite up to snuff, and overall gave the game a more grounded and realistic look. Oh, and by the way, this game certainly has its fair share of low-res sloppy textures as well, so that wasn't just a 7 thing. 8 seems to have ditched this stylized theming idea, and in the process it receives a much more saturated color palette. Again, I'm not saying one look is better than the other, but each one does seem to reflect the general attitude the devs had in approaching these games. I will say I personally found the less saturated VHS tape kind of look that 7 had to better suit an RE game, but you really can't argue with how great 8 can look sometimes. There were plenty of times during my first playthrough where I just had to stop and admire how beautiful the scenery was. It has this almost dreamlike feeling to its picture, and that somehow played nice with the more realistic looking surroundings you find yourself in, like the disheveled village streets. Overall, RE8 is an amazing looking game, which honestly makes writing this section a little boring. I mean, I can only praise this game so much. Now, if only there was some kind of single issue that plagued the experience I could talk about. You know, one that only I would ever have a problem with. Okay, so listen, I have this thing. If possible, I like to ditch the HUD and on-screen aiming reticle when I can in a first-person game. I like to have a more minimalistic, unobstructed view of things. Plus, it's nice when making a YouTube video if a majority of your footage doesn't have this big white cross in the middle of the picture. In the last game, there was an option for only displaying the aiming reticle when you're actually using your weapon, but Capcom seems to have thought this wasn't necessary this time around, so I kinda had to find a workaround. The only thing that seemed to reliably get rid of this unsightly thing was either a cutscene or the inventory screen. So you might have noticed already, but I was going in and out of my inventory constantly to get rid of the on-screen reticle. It would have been so easy for them to have programmed this kind of a feature in, and it's already present in the last game, so I have to assume this was another decision that shows how they approached this project. On the plus side though, 8 did one thing that could definitely be seen as improving over its predecessor. In RE7, I got really annoyed at the on-screen indicators, specifically how you could be 20 feet away from an item or interactable piece of the environment and still see an indicator for it. The only way to solve this issue for me was to turn off the in-game HUD, but that meant possibly missing hidden items. In 8, these indicators only show up when you're right on top of them though, so no more issues with standing in one spot of a room and seeing 7 little triangles in your field of view. And speaking of that, let's talk about what you could call the one and only objectively bad decision made with this game. If you haven't noticed already, RE8 has an abysmally narrow FOV. Now this might be just a visual thing, but I found I had nearly no peripheral awareness because of this, and I took a lot of hits trying to get past an enemy thinking I had plenty of room between him and I. Luckily, there is most definitely a fix for this on the PC, multiple fixes actually, and I just went with the first one that showed up on a Google search. The lazy FOV and vignette fix can either work as a trainer that needs to be running with the game or as a hard mod, and both do exactly what you would think. So I gave it a shot and bumped my FOV up to 110 degrees, and it was amazing compared to the default, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of 80. Whether you're starting a new game soon or you're in the middle of one, I'd say this is a damn near necessary fix to apply. One that shouldn't be quite so essential, seeing as how RE7 had no issues including an FOV slider in their game options. It may have only gone to 90 degrees, but it was something. Okay, so besides 1 or 2 flaws, this is an amazing looking game. It may have puzzled me why they would leave so much of the work they did on the previous game on the cutting room floor for this release, but you really can't argue with the results. Resident Evil 8 looks exactly like what it is, and I would say there might be a bit of negativity in that statement. This is a safe by-the-numbers AAA release, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I couldn't help but feel like 7's more experimental look would have been great to see in an upgraded form here. It seems to me that Capcom did absolutely everything in their power to ensure this game was a hit, and sadly that means axing graphical features from the last game that really helped it stand out from the average industry release at the time. I don't want this to sound like a criticism of the game itself specifically. As a singular package, this is an incredible looking game with some great artistic touches, but it just would have been nice to see Capcom continue pushing the boundaries of RE Engine with the continuation of their experimental and stylized approach to 7. As it stands, 8 fits right in there with the current high-end standard, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that, but damn, it would be nice to see them actually strive for uniqueness and not acceptance. Let's hope for the next release we get to see a little bit of both sides of that spectrum represented. Okay, so no more getting lost in nonsense. How did I feel about Resident Evil 8 compared to its forefathers and by itself? Well, as a video game, RE8 is fun, engaging, and jam-packed full of entertaining content. It has an awesome little story that kept me hanging on for every little piece it was willing to dole out, and the endgame content had me restarting it twice so far. As an entry in the current gaming market, I'd say it sits near the top. Probably one of the best times I've had with a modern release since Remakes 2 and 3. As an RE game though, sadly I'd say it's lacking. It clearly wanted to mimic RE4 in every way imaginable, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that, except the fact that RE4 is a poster child for the phrase "good game, bad Resident Evil" title, and in doing so it sort of relegated itself to the same fate. If you're looking for an engaging horror title that puts the scares far above the combat in its list of priorities, I'd say you'd have a much more fulfilling time with RE7, or any other Resident Evil title for that matter. But if you want a bunch of features commonly found in modern mainstream game releases, RE8's going to have a lot more of what you're looking for. Now that may have sounded like some kind of an insult, but realistically I don't expect Capcom to risk the millions and millions of dollars they spent on developing this title for the possible gain of pleasing the small sector of the industry made up of nerds like me. That being said, I feel like they were able to marry the two warring halves of their fan base with the last numbered entry, so it's a little disappointing to see them go full AAA with this one. A lot like you'll see with other franchises that went too far to please every possible demographic imaginable, Resident Evil seems to be slowly heading towards a future where all of its rough edges are sanded down to what we're left with is an inoffensive, smooth gray blob of a game. A game that in the service of catering to everyone will have only alienated its once core audience. Sure, it'll be mechanically proficient and well made, but I'm worried it will have also lost its character and uniqueness along the way. Now, it's important to point out that everything I'm saying hasn't come to pass. Yet.
He's away!
Shut the fuck up!
RE8 still has a little bit of that punk rock attitude. There are still aspects of the game that seems geared towards RE fans, but if we're using the jump from 7 to 8 as a baseline, exactly how long till we have till that's not the case anymore? Here, let's put it like this. We may not be looking at the watering down of the RE franchise just yet, but I would argue you can at least get a glimpse of it from here. In closing, this was an incredible play, one that gave me just about everything I could possibly want from an RE game, with the slight exception of those pesky elements that make an RE title what it is. Sure, backtracking, puzzle solving, and atmosphere are present in 8, but only just barely, and the cynic in me just can't help but feel like we may be seeing what is the start of a short road to another RE6. A game that isn't so much of a game, but an example of the entire game industry in a singular experience. Realistically though, I can't exactly make any hard predictions. Capcom has been known to go in whatever direction the wind is blowing, and releases like RE7 and 2 Remake do give me hope that there are still people working there who are interested in making Resident Evil games again. It's just hard to see everything that happened here and not get the feeling that it's the start of a journey whose endpoint we've seen in countless other franchises, including this one. So if I were you, I would absolutely grab RE8 with full confidence that you're gonna have a fun, satisfying, and action-packed time, but maybe keep what I've said here in the back of your head and see if you find yourself disagreeing with all my doom and gloom. Truth be told, I hope I end up being proven completely wrong and laughed at for this take. After all, if the series doesn't go down the placating every audience path any more than it already has, we all win. So let's call this a confident thumbs up from a guy who might be a little uneasy about where things could go from here. And with that, I hope you guys enjoyed this little analysis. I know I didn't exactly bring this video to market along with the rest of the other reviewers, but late or not, I hope it touched on something that maybe some of them might have missed. I'd love for the future to end up proving me a worrywart, but until we figure that out, I hope to see all of you guys again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. It seems like it was an eternity ago that Resident Evil Village first hit and I put out my video talking about it. For those of you who didn't see that video, my opinion was essentially that 8 was a very safe game that mostly accomplished everything it set out to do. It sadly lacked a lot of the more slow building, survival horror style game design seen in RE7, but as an action horror title goes, it was pretty okay. I closed that video out by saying Village was not a bad game. Yet. Though it was pretty enjoyable by my estimation, I could see the telltale signs of something that could get really old really damn quick. And while we may not have a new RE game to prove whether or not that'll actually pan out, we do have a new piece of DLC set inside of an old one, which I guess is gonna have to do for now. The new Winter's expansion release brings at least one cool idea to the base RE8 experience, but most interestingly, it adds a new short story campaign involving Ethan's daughter Rose all grown up. And on that note, I've got some thoughts. So let's not waste any time and get straight into it. What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective.
Are they still treating me like a freak?
Hey! Look at me. You are not a freak.
Alright, so before we get into the Shadows of Rose story DLC, we have to at least briefly cover what this expansion brings to the original RE8, which is going to be a short conversation because it's just 2 additional things. First up is a grand total of 3 characters and some new content for Mercenaries mode. I know, exciting stuff, but try to rein it in a bit, we've got some other shit to talk about. And that is that we have a third-person camera for the main campaign of Resident Evil Village now, something that's actually kind of cool. Ever since the RE2 and 3 remakes hit the market, the first thing people started modding was the camera.
Lower it. FBI.
Well, alright, fair enough. Maybe the second thing. Either way, the new RE engine proved a few things pretty fast. A, it was at least accessible enough that people were able to prepare these mods just days after launch, and B, that people were hungry to experience these newer RE games from a different perspective. So actually seeing Capcom cater to their fans in this kind of way was actually a really good sign. And I've got further good news for you, it works pretty well. Controlling Ethan is snappy and responsive enough, and as a nice little bonus, this third-person view solves an issue RE8 has always struggled with. It's abysmally shallow FOV, a problem I touched on in my original review of the game, and something I eventually resorted to mods in order to fix. As expected, zooming the camera out behind where it would normally sit makes for a little more viewable real estate and some better peripheral vision, and I'd say RE8's often cool-looking locations only benefit from this. The movement animations definitely aren't as good as what you'll see in the 2 previous games, but I'd say they sit comfortably in the realm of good enough. And really, I wish I could stop there, but I guess before we get into that, let's go ahead and cover what I'm sure everyone's actually here to see.
Said you had something important to tell me?
Shadows of Rose is a brand new story campaign taking place inside of RE8, and it seems to serve 2 purposes. First off, and most importantly, it essentially justifies the $20 I had to spend to get this update. I mean, don't get me wrong, third-person mode is great, but I'm almost positive if Capcom hadn't have delivered this, some modder would have done it for free anyways. And second, it delivers a little more screen time to Ethan's daughter Rose seen at the ending of RE8. And if you ask me, this is a pretty okay concept. I'll admit I like the idea of getting more context into her character, and given the way RE8 ended, it seemed to perfectly set up a scenario just like this. So, all positive so far, right?
Okay, this is weird.
Alright, so to talk about this, we're gonna have to touch on a problem that has plagued this series since its second release. The Resident Evil franchise has always had a problem with scale. It all started with a small event taking place in a mostly abandoned mansion and concerning a maximum of like 5 people if we only count those who survived the ordeal. I mean, yeah, it did deliver some lofty plot revelations, but at the end of the day, it was about a pharmaceutical company operating in secret and developing dangerous products that it intended to sell on the open market. Not exactly the most unbelievable scenario you could imagine. I would argue it's this story's small scale that makes it much easier to suspend our disbelief in the sequel when Jill, Chris, and Barry come back to a Raccoon City that refuses to believe any of their claims, seeing as they're the only ones who witnessed any of this shit go down. And sure, the story of RE1 does involve a multinational organization which doesn't exactly scream small scale, but the core events of the game itself are limited to this one secluded house in the woods. I feel like that separation from the rest of the world made the narrative seem a lot easier to swallow. It was a really small story dealing with only a handful of characters, and then RE2 came along and satisfyingly blew that scale open to include an entire US city. A move that is an absolute guaranteed win in action movie terms, but not so much when you want to continue a narrative thread past that point. Once you've nuked a Midwestern urban center, the stakes get a little more difficult to raise. Ever since those first two games, the series has run into an ongoing issue where it constantly expands its reach so far that things become ridiculous, and the only option from there is a sort of reset to a smaller, more believable conflict. The last time Capcom took this approach, it was RE7's smaller setting and its relatively self-contained events that slowly revealed a little more scale in the last quarter of the game. I know for a fact I'm not the only person who really appreciated this return to a more zoomed-in focus, but the release of RE Village speedran this cycle by once again taking a seemingly self-contained event and through the course of a single game having it turn into an overly large affair that involves a messy amount of people and covers a massive square footage of real estate. Now you might assume that Shadows of Rose with its single new character and mostly personal focus would be a return to that smaller scale I was talking about, but that's not the case. On the surface, it does seem that way though. We've got a plot here that really only involves 2 or 3 people, and it's all set in what is essentially a single section of RE8. But even just 2 minutes into the game, we find out it is an overly complicated story about a sentient fungus that can not only absorb the memories of the people around it, but can also form those memories into some kind of a metaphysical world within its own consciousness. You know, it seems sort of ridiculous, but I find myself yearning back for a time when a fishman, talking doll, and guy who controls metal were the most unrealistic elements to be found in RE8's story. Now listen, I know the My Seat has been around since RE7, and yes, it was dumb back then too, but like I said, the smaller scale made things a lot easier to take back then. It was the story of a small outbreak from a secret research project making its way into a single property on the damn bayou. Yes, we would find out eventually the story involves more players and gets more complicated, but in the context of that singular tale, it remained relatively contained. Now yes, Ethan being able to staple his hand back onto his wrist was ridiculous, but there weren't any real people around to see that happen. And to put it into further context, after that we had to deal with real-life werewolves and a mech fight with Super Saiyan Magneto. If there was ever a better example of jumping the shark, I've never heard of it. Alright, so after all of that, to put it simply, this is a dumbass plot that makes literally no sense, and truly, the reason I've been stalling so long is that I can accurately describe it to you in maybe 2 sentences. This game takes place after the events of RE8, but before its final scene, and shows us exactly how Rose became so powerful that she has grown men scared of pissing her off.
Don't you ever call me that again.
Whoa, it's just a joke, Rose.
Thanks to her My Seat infestation, she's a little different from the people around her, and as a kid growing up, this caused her life to be a little more difficult than it would have been otherwise. Essentially, Rose hates her abilities and she wants to get rid of them. Which is lucky because a member of Chris's unit soon contacts her and says he's got a portion of the My Seat from RE8, and inside of its, I don't know, inner shadow realm is a crystal that can get rid of her powers, making her just an ordinary girl. This sounding like a good idea to Rose, she reaches out to it, no I'm not joking, and suddenly she's inside the Mega My Seat's memory of Lady D's castle. A magical dream realm where anything can happen, giving the writers free rein to do 2 very important things. 1, they're able to craft the most ridiculously unbelievable scenarios with no need to explain how they're taking place or how they fit into the pre-established narrative world, meaning nothing that goes down here actually matters to the overall story. And second, they can reuse characters or locations despite them being either destroyed or killed respectively in RE8 proper. And that means you can expect to see a lot of Village's most impactful moments played over again with a few of the particulars switched around. I'm sure this has already shined through, but I did not like the story here very much at all. For some dark fantasy tinged short on the Sci-Fi Channel, it's passable, but it's just not an RE story. Everyone has superpowers, light particles are able to manifest objects out of thin air, and nearly everyone who's died since RE7 makes a cameo. And I'd tell you more about it, but it's such a short affair that anything more than the general setup I just gave you could essentially be spoilers. So you're either going to have to trust my word on this one or spend $20 to find out whether or not I'm wrong. Now, I just shit on this DLC story without a doubt, but I will say I did like the element of it concerning Rose's dad, Ethan. I will, however, admit the reason for this resonating with me so much has more to do with me losing my own father a while back than any masterful writing on Capcom's end, making me a prime candidate for an emotional connection to these events. But regardless of the reason, it was a connection, and that is something we're talking about.
I try to imagine what my life would have been like if he hadn't died. Would he have taught me to ride a bike? Helped me with my homework? Read me a story every night? Would he have been there for me?
Moving on to the gameplay though, things get a little less cut and dry. Now, on one end, I have to admit I really like a lot of the ideas that went into building this thing. It seems like they played right into my own personal taste by making this campaign focus on harder hitting enemies that could be taken down with a less abundant amount of ammunition. Which, if you've watched this channel for any length of time, you'll know is something I've been requesting for a very long time. In Shadows of Rose, I found myself instinctively dodging around bad guys instead of trying to take them all out, which is always a nice instinct to activate, and the lessened arsenal of a handgun and pump action makes this lack the over-the-top action movie feel of RE8 proper. Continuing with the upsides, there are a few puzzles to be found here, but if I'm being honest, they do fall further into the baby activity side of the spectrum than what I would typically prefer. I'll be honest with you though, even though these puzzles do feel like they've been focus tested to be easy for even a 6-year-old to complete, it's still a step in the right direction for sure. And moving on with more good stuff, your inventory is technically limited. I say technically because it's the same size as the fully expanded one in RE8, and this is one hell of a short playthrough, so I doubt very much you could actually come across enough items to fill it up. There's also the slightest amount of backtracking to be found here, but if I'm being honest, it is less than you'll actually find in the Lady Demetress section of the base game, so no points awarded there. You are given access to Rose's Mycete-induced powers here, and much to my excitement, they aren't the kind that'll have you blasting stuff with lasers, but instead, for a majority of the game, they act more like tools that'll either help you avoid combat or help you do better when you actually engage in it. And it's been nothing but positives so far, but I gotta warn you, these positives do come with an asterisk. Like I've said a lot so far, this is a very short experience, and you might think that would excuse the more linear and rushed pacing. Oh wait, did I forget to mention that? Yeah, this game feels incredibly rushed. I was able to finish it in a little over 3.5 hours, keeping in mind that does include me messing around in certain areas so that I could get footage of the stuff I'd like to talk about. Realistically, most people are going to be able to cut that down to maybe 3 hours and 10 minutes if I'm being conservative. And some of you may be thinking to yourselves, well, that sounds about as long as most people's first run of RE2 Remake. And you're right there, but those of you who have finished both games in question, answer this. Which one felt like the shorter game, RE2R or Shadows of Rose? And yes, maybe that is a bit of an unfair comparison, with one being a full $60 release and the other one being a $20 piece of DLC, but if they both last the same length of time, I feel like it's fair enough, right? Well, regardless, that leads us perfectly into the more negative section of this video. And right up front, my largest issue is that, well, this is just an asset flip. The contrived Mindverse plot, whether or not you like it, you have to admit it's clearly just here to justify the reuse of RE8's resources. Everywhere you go and almost everything you look at, minus the merchant's little mask, these Rose clones and the gray-looking bad guys are going to be pulled from resources you've already seen before. And I did predict there would be a bit of this going on, but honestly, I kind of expected more original work. It was a bit of a letdown once I realized this was just going to be previously visited RE8 locations mixed out of order with previously established RE8 characters running around in them. Now, this may not be an issue for you, but getting back to the RE2 comparison, that game felt long because it had a lot of cool areas for you to explore, and those areas logically flowed from one to the other. Shadows of Rose, on the other hand, will have you solving a few puzzles scattered across maybe 6 rooms, and then after you've seen everything that area has to offer, the game just magically spits you into another one with no ability to go back or re-explore. Now, that's definitely something you might be able to explain away with a simple, it's a piece of DLC. But games like The Witcher 3 have delivered far more story and new content in free updates compared to the $20 I paid to blaze through this series of assets I've already seen before. I really mean it when I say that what we've got here in terms of raw content equates to the RE2 Remake Mercenaries update, but with voice acting included. Personally, I wouldn't recommend spending this much on what feels like such an insubstantial revisit to RE8's reused locations, but having said that, I'm not done complaining yet. Hey, remember that third-person mode I was so impressed by before? Well, it sucks here. Or I guess to be more precise, moving around in third person sucks here. Rose's movement speed in this DLC is incredibly slow. Like, frustratingly slow. I don't have any hard numbers to back this up, but her sprint feels to me about as fast as Ethan's normal walk in the base game. Now, this is definitely something that's hard to show off in a video, but I captured footage of both characters moving around in random directions with the sprint button held down. Notice how far Ethan moves in a single lunge left to right versus how short a distance Rose moves. And yes, maybe this is a dumb experiment, and maybe I didn't think it through very well, but this is a visual medium and I have no idea how to describe to you how slow she moves, so this is the best I could come up with. Further adding to this, the camera in Rose's add-on moves far slower than an RE8, and when I say slower, I mean way slower. In an attempt at remedying this, I went into the options menu and maxed out mouse sensitivity and even did the same physically on my mouse, and I still couldn't get the camera to move even as well as it does in RE8's regular third-person mode with default settings. This is yet another problem that can be hard to prove in video, but trust me when I say it is incredibly noticeable in person. I may not know the exact terminology for what's going on here, but suffice it to say she's really damn slow and it negatively affects the gameplay. Now you might say all of this was done in order to make the game function a little better as the less actiony, more slower building game it was intended to be, and there's probably some truth to that, but I can boot up Resident Evil 1 right now and it controls much better. It should really say something that an old horror title from the 90s that uses tank controls is far more fun to engage with than a modern third-person release. Honestly though, the real slap in the face is that at the end of the day, the poor controls wouldn't be so much of an issue if her campaign wasn't playable within a video game that already feels great control-wise. It's like hiding your homemade vegan-friendly pizza inside of a regular one. Like, sure, I guess you can do that.
But why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
And keeping up with the current trend of being far too mean to a DLC story add-on, we've got another issue sort of caused by the new third-person mode. It seems like a lot of the screen effects, animations, and other elements of visual feedback were intended to be viewed in first person, obviously, and that means shooting your guns just feels weak and unimpactful in the new perspective. Now, to be totally fair, the same thing goes for Ethan's story, so at least these complaints are being spread evenly now, which is something, I guess. And in the interest of OCD, I'm going to be grouping these next issues under the label of shit that was an issue in RE8 on launch and for some reason have never been fixed despite Capcom going in and creating DLC that would drive more people to the game. I am in desperate need of shorter names for things.
I'm trying, but it's hard when I'm being hunted by a demented giant and his creepy minions.
And first up is the most annoying as far as I'm concerned. Now, I have always sort of disliked having big crosshairs on screen at all times because it sort of messes up immersion, but RE8 takes it to an entire new level. You can walk around exploring your environment and have everything look fine, but as soon as you aim your weapon, a giant reticle shows up on screen and will not go away. The only methods I've found to get rid of it is to either go into your menu or pick up an item, but anytime you right-click or use your my seat powers, it's going to come back again. Honestly, I don't think it ever goes away on its own, but if it does, it is after a ridiculously long amount of time. In first-person mode, this wasn't so bad. I mean, it is an FPS, but the reticle maintains the same relative size on screen despite your view being pulled back more, so it covers up even more of your view because they didn't take the time to resize it given the new perspective. I honestly cannot tell you how annoying this is, and it really seems like something that should have been fixed by now. For Christ's sake, they already solved this problem in Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes. When you're done aiming, the reticle just goes away. Why in the hell would they not have had parity between games sharing the same perspective, running in the same engine, and made by the same fucking people? And continuing on that note of absolute apathy, how in the hell has Capcom not fixed the item indicators yet? I mean, sure, maybe it's a preference thing, but I would say landmarking every single thing that could be interacted with on screen feels like they're catering to literal babies, especially given that this series used to be centered around having the player search every nook and cranny of the game world in order to find precious resources to stay alive. Outside of that though, these icons break immersion and remind you, oh yeah, that's right, I'm playing a video game. I know that because there are actual arrows on screen right now pointing at the things I need to interact with, making sure I don't miss a single solitary thing. Now, like I said, this could be preference. I prefer the little glimmer seen in older games because that's a mechanic that could be explained in-universe, but more objectively, the distance at which these indicators show up is asininely far away. It is not at all uncommon for you to find these things telling you about items in adjacent rooms. I mean, hey, call me crazy, but Capcom has had far too long to perfect this engine for shit like this to be showing up in the literal first hour of gameplay. I also wrote a paragraph or two complaining about how, despite being available on PC, this game could literally give a shit less about people using a keyboard and mouse to control it, but honestly, I get the idea that most people don't give a damn about that. I mean, yes, it is stupid as hell that menus have to be navigated in a way that seems to emulate using controller button presses, but with a combination of the keyboard and mouse, but maybe that's a little too nitpicky even for me to get into, so I'm not even going to read that part of the script. Now, it may sound like a majority of this video has been complaints so far, and that's because it was, which is crazy because, like I said before, there's like 3 or 4 things I actually omitted from the script just because it would sound too negative. Getting to how I really feel though, if you ask me, this DLC is without a doubt a step in the right direction. I like how powerless I felt most of Rose's story, and I enjoyed it moving even an inch closer to classic RE gameplay, even though it's still miles away from that goal. I just feel like there's way too much wrong with it as well, and most of those problems, I'll admit, are just issues that already existed in the base game, but apparently weren't important enough to fix in the new DLC that they are charging money for. I genuinely couldn't even guess why they seemingly purposely made moving Rose around feel worse than any other third-person game in the series, let alone the third-person mode in RE8 itself, but there's no reason good enough to justify that regardless. I mean, yes, it is very nice seeing puzzles again, and I do prefer the feeling of powerlessness compared to the action movie hero that Ethan was by the 2-hour mark in Village, but this just does not feel like a substantial enough amount of work to justify the $20 I blew on it. So while I do feel like a bit of a jerk for criticizing them for doing the things I've been wanting them to do for a while, it's just not enough as far as I'm concerned.
Seriously, what is your problem?
Alright, wrapping up with the DLC's presentation, and I gotta say there isn't too much to say here because this is just the visuals of RE8 with little to no variation outside of small additions like this mold all over everything. Locations, item models, characters, and basically everything else is pulled from Village's original release, and I guess that is to be expected, but I mean, if you're charging $20 on top of full price, maybe put in a little more work than modeling these guys and a few mannequins. Oddly enough, lighting here is far less impressive than in Village proper, and I really couldn't say why. Everything seems to be very flatly lit, and that being the case, if you're looking to gain a few extra frames per second, go ahead and disable ray tracing. I often talk about how the difference between traditional light maps and ray tracing is far too small to justify its performance penalty, but since most lighting in this DLC is pretty static and unimpressive, that's doubly true here. If you look at this scene here, which is one of the only sections where you'll find more powerful lighting coming from the outside, the only noticeable difference is the slight glimmer of a reflection using RTX. I mean, hey, everybody has their own opinion, but if you're asking me, it's not worth throwing away 20 plus FPS on average for this. And speaking of which, I found one room in the game that seems to kill performance, and I really don't know why. It's a pretty simple little room with no impressive reflections or a bunch of 3D models in it, but for whatever reason, this bland looking area just tanks my in-game FPS. Throughout Shadows of Rose, I was mostly able to keep it running in between 120 and 144 frames per second, minus a few 1 or 2 second dips here or there, but crossing this threshold had me sitting around 35 to 45. And yeah, I guess if we were looking at some supremely impressive particle or lighting effects, maybe that would be even slightly understandable, but there's just the 2 torches lighting this place, and we're not exactly seeing the pinnacle of realistic light behavior. Now, you could use Fidelity Super Resolution, or as I like to call it, the oh shit, we messed up and made ray tracing technically only runnable on theoretical hardware that may or may not be made sometime in the future, so let's have games run at lower resolutions, noticeably dropping in clarity and sharpness, then upscale the resulting image to account for our idiocy option. As you can imagine, I'm in sore need of a good acronym for that description. Anyways, like I said, this option does have you taking a notable hit to sharpness and clarity, but it does indeed have the FPS climbing back up to a comfortable 50 to 60 frames per second, but do keep in mind this is on a 3080 Ti. A card that at the time of this game's development was one of the most powerful consumer-grade options a person could conceivably own. Even with the help of real-time dynamic image scaling, one of the best cards on the market as of a few months ago can only achieve 10 FPS below standard on a room with a table and an unlit fireplace in it. That's kinda shitty. Alright, so I've got a little bit of a note here. After playing through some RE8 for this video, I found out this room is the same place where you fight one of Lady D's daughters in the base game, and it also kills performance, and you can see why when this wall blows open. So my best guess is they're still loading all of that exterior imagery in Shadows of Rose, despite the fact that you can't actually see any of it. I mean, that still may not be the case, but I kind of like the idea that Capcom is both lazy and sort of bad at their jobs. You gotta admit, it does track with reality. Anyways, getting back to AMD's answer to DLSS, FSR does have a pretty noticeable impact on the overall clarity of the image, and I just wanted to show you guys what you could expect by enabling its ultra quality setting. As you can see, it is much blurrier than native 4K. And to be totally honest, for people playing on a home theater PC on a couch a few feet away from their PC, this will probably be fine, but if you're sitting an average distance away from a PC monitor, this is going to be something that will negatively impact the resulting image. Oh, and this is going to be a very small and petty complaint, but why does Rose's hair look so bad? I mean, the hair model and style itself looks fine, but these stray hairs that are always present seem like a really dumb touch. They clearly exist on top of the main 3D mesh for her hair, and they're much lighter colored, but they don't actually look thin enough to be hair, so I always get the feeling our girl just has some strings coming out of her hat. I mean, I guess I get the effect they were going for, but I don't think it comes across very well. Honestly, it was kind of annoying, and during cutscenes, I couldn't help but notice it. Listen, I am 100% willing to admit that I am very strange, but I cannot be the only person who is bothered by this. Please let me know in the comments section. I have to know whether or not I've lost my mind. And hey, listen, I get it. Complaining about hair is not the most important thing in the world, but if it's what I'm deeming to be the most poignant subject to end on regarding this game's presentation, well, maybe that says a lot more than I ever really could. Alright, so this has certainly not been a positive video, but I do want to say right here that this is not a bad game at all. It is incredibly bland, but I really like the direction they're heading in with it. Of course, I'm not so delusional that I expect them to continue forward with this type of design in the future because, let's be honest, this is Capcom, but it is nice to be able to play something that at least slightly resembles how these games used to be made. Mostly though, I'm just not seeing enough content here to justify the price tag. It seems like a really poor offering, especially given how much good story-based DLC RE7 got. I don't know, maybe I was just expecting more. Like I said though, it is okay. I do however get the feeling that this one was not a major focus for them. In fact, I've got a bit of a theory. I think the Rose DLC in the third-person mode were a stopgap solution to some other issue. I remember hearing rumors about the RE4 remake having to halt its production for some reason, and I'm not really sure if that was ever proven, but I believe it after playing this. The third-person mode in this DLC was just not implemented with any kind of polish, and even if it was, they still haven't fixed bugs that have existed in this game since launch. Specifically talking about Rose's story mode, the only thing that gives me the feeling it had a budget at all is the fact that they hired voice actors to record new lines for it. Other than that though, this is all just reused assets from RE8, which is pretty damn insane because RE8 already had a problem with reusing too many assets from RE7. I don't know, call me crazy, but I'm just getting a very lazy vibe from all of this. And I do want to be clear, this is not coming from someone who hated the new campaign. Again, it was really enjoyable. Definitely not something I'd be too interested in playing again, but certainly not bad. I just can't help but feel like this project didn't get a whole lot of attention or resources allocated to it, so I really can't tell you guys it's worth spending your money on. I mean, maybe if it sat in the $5 to $10 range, but $20 is a little too much for what you get here, or I guess more importantly, for what you don't. And, well, I wish I had better news than that. It seems like Capcom has greatly increased the speed at which it ruins the RE series now. Back in the day, we could count on at least a few entries until things got really stupid, but now they've got it down to a single release and possibly one piece of DLC. But hey, I guess here's hoping the RE4 remake is as good as it looks. And now that I think about it, that might be the next time I see you guys in this series of videos. So until then, I'd like to thank you all very, very much for watching the Resident Evil Retrospective.
Resident Evil, a series known for its slow-building terror, oppressive atmosphere, and survival horror gameplay. Now what would be a perfect fit for an in-universe spin-off, you ask? Well, a first-person shooter, of course. At least this seemed to be the thought process at Capcom around 1999. Resident Evil Survivor was the first massive departure from series doctrine that RE fans would see, and, well, it's not what you would call a success story. But a little thing like a lack of success didn't stop the Survivor series from continuing for 4 entries. So, can a bad idea at least occupy the so bad it's good category? Well, that's what we're here to find out. Hey guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. Like I said before, the Survivor sub-series didn't just end with the first entry. There's actually 4 games carrying the Survivor name, but today we're going to be focusing on the jumping off point. Trust me, we'll be getting to the other 2 in due time, and before you ask why not all 4, well, listen, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But first we need to start from the very beginning. A poorly documented beginning. After looking in every dark corner of the internet, I have found almost no information on the team that made this game and the real reason why it exists, so let's just assume Capcom wanted to capitalize on the success of the RE series, which was 3 entries deep at this point. For some incomprehensible reason, it was decided that this new spin-off would need to be a first-person shooter, perhaps having to do with the fact that the very first Resident Evil was supposed to be an FPS itself. Capcom, not being too experienced in this style, essentially dumped a shit ton of Resident Evil 2 assets into some 3D environments and called it a day. As you can assume, this didn't exactly make for the world's most engaging game, but we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Though I can't remember anything, I know that this was no way for anyone to die.
Known as Biohazard Gun Survivor in Japan, Resident Evil Survivor stars a new face to the series who's investigating the Umbrella branch on Sheena Island. Under the orders of Leon Kennedy, our protagonist infiltrates this Umbrella facility, but in the process managed to get himself on the receiving end of a helicopter crash. Waking up with no memory, our spy struggles to remember who he actually is and why people are accusing him of being a murderer.
Vincent, you are a murderer.
With a small emphasis on escaping from what has become an island filled with bioorganic weapons, zombies, and Umbrella sweeper team / human panthers? Yeah, your guess is as good as mine at this point. Amnesia plots typically don't result in what I would call innovative storytelling, and even with a few twists, Survivor's story still manages to underwhelm. Like most RE games, there's some pretty good world building to be found in files and diaries scattered around, which is a good time to mention the elephant in the room. I'm sure most of you have already noticed, but I'm playing the Japanese version of this game here. Why is that? Well, I was game hunting in Tokyo a few months ago with Import Gaming for the win, and more importantly, I ain't paying no $35 for a US version of this game. The good news is Biohazard Gun Survivor is 100% playable in Japanese since the voice dialogue is all in English and the menus are a breeze to navigate if you've ever played an RE game before. Of course, that does require a Japanese console or some type of region-free mod chip, so buyer beware. And now that I've come back from that tangent, yeah, the story kinda sucks. It's about as boilerplate as you get, and most players are gonna see the plot twist coming a mile away. There really isn't too much series lore dropped other than Leon being mentioned once, and like we found out in part 4 of this retrospective, Leon Kennedy's name alone does not make a Resident Evil game. So with a crap story, the only reason left to play this game is the gameplay, right? Alright, let's get into it.
Die, Vincent! Die!
Survivor was made from the ground up as a first-person shooter, which was a brand new milestone for the Resident Evil series. Like I said before, the original RE was supposed to be an FPS, so this game doesn't technically venture as far from the beaten path as we all first thought. Since console first-person shooters were still figuring out how they wanted their controls to work, Capcom decided to alleviate some of the concern by including support for Namco's GunCon. But thanks to the Columbine shooting taking place mere months before the US release date, we Americans never got the option to do a little light gun zombie hunting. The good news is, this being a Japanese copy means I do have light gun support. The bad news? I don't have a CRT in my house, so I can't testify to how much this adds or subtracts from the experience. But if early reviews from the time are to be trusted, light gun use didn't drastically change too much. Movement in the game relies solely on the D-pad, which makes sense. This was a long time before the dual analog stick control scheme revolution, so I can't exactly subtract points for that. And besides, it actually works pretty well. I think this is mostly due to the environments being designed around the controls. Most areas are wide and relatively free of clutter on the ground, making for some pretty effortless movement. The fact that the entire screen essentially acts as your hitbox means a more traditional RE backdrop would have the player getting caught up on every little box or burnt out car strewn around. A lack of strafing is kind of disappointing, but to be fair, most areas aren't wide enough to even allow for it, so I can forgive it. And now that I'm thinking about it, it seems like 3D assets weren't the only thing taken from classic Resident Evil, as the controls act exactly like they do in normal RE games. Left and right turns your character on their axis, and forward always moves you in the direction you're facing. As an added little bonus, hitting the action button isn't necessary since items and doors can be interacted with just by touching them. And on a side note, it's kinda cool seeing weapons and items spinning in the air like I'm playing some 90s FPS game, which I guess technically I am. Combat works almost exactly like you're used to. Holding R1 aims your weapon and locks you in place, only now you have an aiming reticle to control. That's about it. Unlike classic RE games, readying your weapon doesn't come with any frames of animation, so shooting the enemy and then backing up or running past them is way more of an option, and once you get used to the wide berth you have to give enemies when passing by them, you'll be shooting and dodging with the best of them. Like most of these first-person gun-con shooters, pistol ammo is unlimited. The only thing you'll have to worry about is making sure you don't end up having to reload, as the very last zombie in the room is about 3 inches from your jugular. Reloading in the menu can be slow as all hell, so you'll learn early on to just fire your remaining shots after each encounter to trigger a reload. Series favorites like the grenade launcher, shotgun, and magnum can be found, and there's a few handguns scattered around as well. Ammo conservation is just about as important as it always is, even with infinite handgun ammo, which means we have to dance that old familiar dance of not using any magnum or grenade launcher rounds to the very last boss, and then beating him with like 30 of each. The old survival horror trope of running away instead of wasting ammo or herbs is still an option, but narrow level design makes it more of a situational thing and less of a universal option. For some unknowable reason, the devs included a mechanic where shooting an enemy will center your screen on them. Now, this isn't that big of a deal in rooms filled with slow-moving zombies, but when you're fighting groups of lickers or fast-moving dogs, the centering action can interrupt your next shot and place your reticle pretty far from where you originally had it. In the worst-case scenario, a stray shot hitting a BOW in the back of the room can shift your view enough to obscure the one you were actually trying to hit. This problem seems to happen most when fighting the Cerberus, so I'd suggest running from them whenever possible. Okay, so we have some pretty crappy combat. Well, maybe not crappy, but definitely unintuitive. Anyways, the point is, it's not that bad. During my 2-hour playthrough, I ended up finding my groove and adapting pretty quickly to the game's quirks. By the time I fought the end boss, I was running circles around him and getting off some pretty skilled shots, despite the controls working against me. If I had to give the controls in combat a grade, it would probably be a D+. Pretty bad, but far from unplayable. As for the other genre tropes, Survivor is lacking in some departments, but makes up for it in others. Instead of exploring a large environment and backtracking through it several times to solve puzzles, Survivor keeps you on a pretty linear route. There's still keys to find and doors to unlock, but you'll notice early on they always follow a predictable routine. When you enter an area, there's typically 2 doors. One is always locked and the other one always contains the key to the locked one. As for puzzles, they are 100% absent, but to be fair, I don't think they would have added anything here. One cool little feature is the multiple paths you can take to the endgame. Throughout the campaign, there are several points where you can choose between a couple of different routes that can alter the enemies you'll encounter, files you'll read, and weapons you'll find. These choices add a bit of replay value to a game that takes less than 2 hours to complete, and the best part about them is the fact that they are handled so naturally. The game doesn't flash an on-screen choice in your face, giving you the option to take one way or the other. Hell, most of the time you won't even know you've made one of these decisions till you try to backtrack and find the way closed behind you. I thought this was pretty cool and helped keep Survivor from feeling cheap or unsubstantial. All this added together makes for some fairly passable gameplay. Not great, but back in the days of renting video games for a fun weekend, Survivor worked perfectly. Graphically, RE Survivor is an oddity. Capcom essentially dumped almost every 3D model from Resident Evil 2 into the game, and despite reviewers criticizing how bad these models looked up close, I can remember loving the fact that I could get such a good look at these zombies. The parts of RE2 that I loved were the areas that gave me a better vantage point to see these bloody corpses up close, and maybe it's just me, but early PS1 3D textures have always been kind of charming visually. The environments in the game range from pretty simple to relatively atmospheric. This area in the front yard of a house makes for a really cool condensed piece of zombie horror, and this nightclub is a nice little... Wait a minute, Heaven's Night? This has got to be on purpose, right? One problem with Survivor's reuse of RE2 assets is how little respect they paid to the source material. As an example, let me show you how they introduced the T-103. And here we have it, one of the most ferocious bosses in Resident Evil history, just casually walking into view. It feels like they just threw a bunch of random enemies in the game, which is a real missed opportunity seeing as how they nailed a T-103 entrance exactly once towards the end of the game. Now see, there's the bastard we all know and love. One thing they definitely didn't nail though is performance. The game runs relatively well in most areas, but get 3 or more enemies on screen and you'll be looking at a 10 frame per second slideshow. This slowdown is exacerbated by areas with complex textures, and when the game's running this slow, combat is not an option, so get ready to run in slow motion. But it's clear they tried to alleviate this issue with a few concessions. The dithered or checkerboard textures from RE1 are back, and I'm sure this low color depth mixed with the very short draw distance probably helped to slow down a lot, but we're still left with parts of the game that run at a snail's pace, which is exactly the speed the in-game menu moves at for some reason. Scrolling through your inventory after you've found a few herbs or ammo types can be agonizingly slow, and having to do this a few times in a row to equip the shotgun and then re-equip the pistol will have you cursing Capcom for not including some kind of weapon select button. And while we're on that note, why couldn't we just have the traditional RE style menu? It works so much better than whatever this is. I also noticed a good amount of screen blurring applied when the game's in motion. This hazy blur wasn't too bad at first, but if you're the type of person who gets motion sick from first-person games, I assume this effect will make things even worse. One other thing I want to point out isn't this game's fault at all. The PS1 is well known for its affine texture warping caused by Sony's use of approximate calculations regarding perspective, and in a first-person game like this, the system's one flaw is on full display. Like I said, this isn't Survivor's fault, but it's interesting seeing such obvious examples of the quirks inherent to PlayStation's unique architecture. My last complaint comes in the form of the game's cutscenes. For some reason, a good number of these cinematic sequences use incredibly compressed videos of actual in-game graphics, which looks exactly as terrible as it sounds. Not only do we get the low-poly models we're already used to seeing, but we're also blessed with compression artifacts. Of course, the use of an upscaler like the FrameMeister will make flaws like this much more noticeable. The entire time I watched these, I was left wondering why the hell they couldn't have just been included as the in-game assets they already recorded. Some cutscenes switch back and forth between pre-recorded and in-game graphics, so it was definitely doable. So yeah, Survivor is pretty bad looking, but in a kind of interesting way. If you're a fan of the PlayStation platform, you really can't pass up a chance to see a representation of all of its quirks, but for the rest of you, yeah, I'd say steer clear. And there we have it. Resident Evil Survivor is not what I would call a must-play in the RE series. The connection to the rest of the series is almost non-existent, the gameplay is damn near terrible when viewed in a modern light, and the graphics, depending on your taste, are pretty bad. So yeah, this one isn't going to get a recommendation from me, unless you're the type of fan who likes to see inside slices of the games you love. Being able to get up-close views of classic RE2 3D models and seeing survival horror tank controls ported almost perfectly into a completely different perspective might be worth a quick look. And with less than a 2-hour runtime, quick is the key word here. And if anything, the appeal of a pretty well-made RE-style soundtrack should convince some of you. Speaking of convincing, I have to get back to covering the next entry in the series, so goodbye for now. Here's hoping I see you next time right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. After the underwhelming performance and lukewarm reviews, you'd figure Capcom wouldn't be so quick to jump into another first-person Biohazard spin-off. But not 2 years after the first Gun Survivor game, the Big C was making good on an agreement to deliver an RE tie-in to Japanese arcades. This new entry would drop the survival horror aspirations altogether and go full arcade action. But can a game all about scoring points possibly hold a candle to the survival horror dynasty that spawned it? Well, I think you guys can guess the answer. What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. Biohazard Gun Survivor didn't set the world on fire when it released for the PS1 in the late 90s. If anything, it came close to feeling like a legitimate member of the family, but an obvious fixation on action over the typical slow burn of a classic RE game ultimately held it down. So when Capcom decided to fully commit to one side of that equation, they were at least moving in the right direction. The two major parts of the first Gun Survivor did seem to be at odds with each other, and even though I would have preferred an attempt at first-person horror, the move to arcade action made sense too. And I should probably mention, this is a follow-up to my review of the first Gun Survivor game, so if you're feeling a bit lost, click in the corner of the screen to check it out. Hitting arcades first, you would assume Gun Survivor 2 would be pretty damn light on story, and you'd be right. The game essentially acts like a rundown of Code Veronica's campaign for people with ADD. There's no voice acting, and Japanese still reads like hieroglyphics to me, so I can't personally confirm whether or not the curse of bad dialogue in RE games has carried over, but a quick look at the PAL release of the game shows this definitely to be the case. And that's about all I can say about this quote-unquote story. It barely counts as a condensed version of the source material and explains away huge inaccuracies like Nemesis showing up with an ending that shows this was all a dream of Claire's after the end of Code Veronica. In a word,
it stinks, it stinks, it stinks.
Gameplay in Gun Survivor 2 is spread out across a few different modes. Arcade mode is exactly what it sounds like, and we'll go over the rest in a second. Capcom essentially copied tank controls into the first Gun Survivor game, but Part 2 has made some changes. Up and down moves you forward and backwards now, and instead of turning, left and right allows you to strafe. So if you're wondering how to actually turn your head, well, you better get used to the unintuitive nature of using L1 and R1 to turn. This change control scheme, while really clunky, makes sense when you consider the fact that Gun Survivor 2 has ditched the ready weapon button in favor of a more traditional FPS style. Your guns are always out, so shooting and moving at the same time is now a viable option, and you're never going to have to worry about aiming since a very generous auto-aim has been implemented. In theory, this would make the game more fun and less methodical, but only half of that equation works out in reality. The arcadey bullet hit effects and fast pace can be pretty satisfying for a bit, but it's really easy to take cheap hits, which means the later areas in the game are an absolute chore. Just like the first Gun Survivor, the game works on a lives system, but even 3 lives weren't enough to get me to this game's ending on normal difficulty. I always found myself taking unavoidable damage from the Hunter boss, and that always ate up one of my lives. To solve the problem of getting hit by attacks coming from off-screen, the camera actually angles up when you're near an enemy. Instead of helping though, this typically sent me running right into some obstruction, and even felt a bit disorienting in some cases. But hey, it's always cool when a first-person game gives you body awareness, so there is an upside here. By now you probably noticed the timer in the corner, and at first this thing stressed me the hell out. I figured I would die if I ran out of time, but actually Nemesis shows up to chase you through the level when this happens. He's bulletproof and does massive damage, but at least you have a chance at living if you've spent too much time checking out other rooms and looking for weapons. The rest of the bosses in the game are obviously ripped from Code Veronica, and for the most part are kind of fun, and you'll always have an AI partner with you, which definitely helps out. Of course, all this applies to the arcade mode, but there's a little bit more fun to be had elsewhere. The score attack mode is pretty self-explanatory, but dungeon mode is where I spent most of my time. Something about it felt like the VR missions in Metal Gear Solid, and since it's not part of an arcade campaign meant to eat quarters, the difficulty is much more forgiving. As you would imagine, playing through these difficult modes will unlock weapons and characters, but to be honest, it's not really worth it. Your first time playing the game will more than likely expose you to everything it has to offer, which isn't much. I had some fun in dungeon mode and was surprised at how much I enjoyed a series of missions that had me shooting hundreds of roaches on a wall, but after my first hour, I was pretty much over it. It's kind of weird, but the part of the first Gun Survivor that endeared me to it was the crappy attempt at emulating an actual RE game. Without the restraints of classic-era Resident Evil and the dial turned all the way to action, Capcom ended up making the worst playing game I covered so far in the retrospective. Of course, that doesn't mean there isn't any value to be found here. The novelty of playing an entry in the RE universe that never made it to American shores is always nice, and it'll only run you about $20 for a Japanese copy. So yeah, maybe it's not the best playing game in the world. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it plays like ass. But for the right RE fan, this could make a nice little addition to the collection. Now, if you thought the jump to the PS2 would make for a graphical upgrade to the source material, well, think again. This game was made on Sega's Naomi arcade architecture, so essentially a Dreamcast but with more memory for video and audio. All of the assets seem to be straight dumps of what was originally on the Dreamcast version of Code Veronica, and a few enemies that didn't come from a Dreamcast game aren't exactly easy on the eyes. You'd figure the PS2 would allow for a pretty smooth port, but I think the slowdown here is even worse than what I found in the first game. I mean, it doesn't get as bad, but it's more often. It only takes a few of the right enemies and effects on screen to get things chugging well below 20 frames per second, and it seems like even the firing of your own gun contributes to this. I was kind of excited at first because I assumed I would see some classic Code Veronica areas and scenarios from a different perspective, but I gotta say, Code Veronica's own first-person mode blows this game out of the water on that front. The new areas, or at least new takes on old areas, all seem cheap and condensed. While Steve and Claire's character models look nice enough in cutscenes, they look robotic and animate like crap when you look at them during gameplay. Weapon models also look pretty shitty, and the big flashy hit effects covers up any blood splatter, so I can't even enjoy that. If I had to sum up this game, weighing all the new content with the reused Code Veronica assets, I'd say it's just cheap feeling. I guess I shouldn't really expect much more from an arcade game, and honestly I went in with low expectations, but I'll be damned if I wasn't disappointed anyways. So yeah, I'm sure you guys saw this one coming, but Biohazard Gun Survivor 2 is total crap. Yeah, you could argue that I shouldn't be surprised considering the game it precedes, but at least Gun Survivor had heart. You could tell that it was really trying to mold the two worlds of survival horror and first-person shooting. It may have failed, but there is some value in that. At the very least, it was an interesting experiment, but Part 2 is just a lifeless attempt at cheap arcade thrills. It's clear from the graphics, lack of voice acting, and many cut corners that it wasn't something Capcom really believed in, and because of that, I can only recommend it to the most avid collector of RE games. For the rest of you, trust me, we didn't miss out on much by not getting this one stateside. And that's about it for me, but don't you worry, we still have one more Gun Survivor game to go through. Well, two, or at least 1.5. Listen, it's complicated, okay? But anyways, I hope to see all of you right here on the next entry in the Resident Evil Retrospective. After two rather unsuccessful entries in the Gun Survivor sub-series, you would figure Capcom would be ready to throw in the towel, but there is 3 things you can count on in this world: death, taxes, and Capcom making incredibly odd business decisions. With another chance at finally combining the worlds of first-person shooters and atmospheric survival horror, our favorite game development punching bag would actually show that they were capable of learning from past mistakes and capitalizing on a few things they got right in the first place. Could this goal ever really be achieved? Would this game be the one to do it? And most importantly, have I found a way to play this game that dramatically changes my original opinion of it? Well, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. Dead Aim is the 4th entry in the Gun Survivor branch of Resident Evil's family tree, but I wouldn't blame you if you never knew that. Rebranded as Resident Evil Dead Aim in the States, Capcom decided to ditch the Survivor subtitle as it was only associated with one game so far over here, and that wasn't exactly a game they wanted people remembering. And let's be fair, Resident Evil Dead Aim was a lot easier to digest than Gun Survivor 4 Biohazard Heroes Never Die, although in hindsight, that's a pretty cool name. And now is probably a good time to mention that this is my second attempt at reviewing this game. About 3 years ago I made a video on Dead Aim, but without giving anything away, there's a lot I got wrong. Check the link in the corner if you want my initial impressions of the game, but be warned, this was made back when I recorded my gameplay footage through, analog video. Anyways, getting back to the actual subject at hand, thanks to an agreement with Nintendo, Capcom was unable to release any mainline RE games, so building on the Gun Survivor brand was almost a necessity at this point. Capcom needed an RE game on the market, but they needed even more to make sure that they didn't have another poorly reviewed light gun shooter under their belt. And that's about all I could dig up. The development process seemed to go pretty smoothly as the game was released just about on schedule, so I gotta apologize to any of you who are expecting the typical Resident Evil shit show, as far as development goes at least. Dead Aim puts us in the shoes of Bruce McGivern, a member of the US Strategic Command, and a guy who's about as corny as you would expect a guy named Bruce McGivern to be.
Sorry, but my dance card is full.
Bruce is sent aboard the Umbrella-owned Spencer Rain to stop Morpheus, an ex-Umbrella employee who's threatening both the US and China with missiles filled with the T-virus. Of course, everybody on the Spencer Rain has been infected with said virus because why the hell wouldn't they be? In between capping the dead, collecting key items, and rummaging through people's personal diaries, we find out we're not the only agent in play here. Fong Ling is a member of China's intelligence agency and is essentially on the same mission as Bruce, but don't think that'll stop her from working against both their desired goals just to screw over Bruce a few times. While Resident Evil games don't exactly live and die on their well-told stories, a good tale goes a long way in helping suspend a little disbelief, and I have to say Dead Aim just barely breaks even in this regard. It's clear whoever wrote this was just going down an RE trope checklist, a method known as the modern Silent Hill approach in story writing. The only problem is this person didn't seem to know much about the series other than surface level stuff. Self-destruct finales, the last boss who injects themselves with a mutagenic substance, and of course that same boss turning into a pile of liquid flesh. You know, boilerplate stuff. But sadly, this carbon copy lacks the reasonable premise and likable characters recent games had up to this point. And the absolute worst part of it is there are some glaring series inaccuracies here. For example, despite this game taking place 4 years after the G-Virus outbreak in Raccoon City, Morpheus would choose to steal the T-Virus because why? And for some reason this game wants you to believe Morpheus was the one responsible for causing that original outbreak. I mean, sure, why not retcon William Birkin out of doing the thing we all saw him do in RE2? Look, the point is, Dead Aim has just enough of a story to keep its head above water, pun intended. It would probably hold the title of worst original RE story in history had we not have already covered Survivor in the retrospective. Fans of RE lore approach with extreme caution. In my very first review of Dead Aim, I complained at how terrible the controls can be when using an actual PS2 pad, and commenters were quick to remind me that this is a light gun shooter and I wasn't judging it using the tools it was meant to be experienced with. Well, both of these things are still true. Using a PS2 controller with this game still blows ass, and my use of a FrameMeister for upscaling and an LCD TV means I can't use light guns, but I found a completely different control method that makes for an improvement on a life-altering scale. Before we get into that, however, we gotta cover the basics. Dead Aim is a game of twos. It's meant to be controlled with both the PS2 controller and GunCon 2, and it sports both third and first person views. The general idea is you can run around the environment collecting items, dodging zombies, and unlocking doors with a relatively familiar FOV. But hitting R1 will ready your weapon and put you in a first person view. From here you can hold L1 or 2 in any direction to move your body independently from your aiming reticle. If you have a GunCon, you can just aim and shoot in this mode, but with a controller you have to count on the right analog stick to adjust your aim, and anyone familiar with the huge dead zones these sticks can have can imagine how frustrating this can be. Small precise adjustments are almost impossible, so you'll probably count on moving your body as opposed to the reticle, an approach that has downsides of its own. Both from my last playthrough and this most recent one, I came across the same exact problems. An inability to correct for swaying zombies in up-close fights thanks to how sensitive the right analog stick can be, and a last boss encounter that brought me to the absolute peak of human anger. As a teen, I can remember beating this boss in my first or second attempt, but in getting this footage, I died and had to redo the long sequence that led up to him a whopping 22 times. Completely engulfed in anger, I was prepared to nail this game to a wall using this review as some kind of verbal middle finger to the dev team. And then when I was about to do something totally non-violent and completely mature, there it was, staring me right in the face. Yeah, your eyes aren't tricking you right now. You can use any ordinary USB mouse to control this game on the PS2. I was completely blown away, and the craziest thing is, it made the game I was close to setting on fire in frustration orders of magnitude more fun. At this point, I was welcoming every shambling corpse with arms wide open. I actively went out of my way to kill every enemy I came across because it was fun as hell. Pulling my gun out and getting accurate headshots with every click brought a smile to my face you wouldn't believe. So yeah, let's call this me accepting that you guys were right. I definitely should not have been using the PS2 controller. Well, I guess we should probably go over how this works. Literally any USB mouse will do the trick, and at first you might not think it's working since you can't navigate the start screen with it and there's no option to enable mouse support. But just plug that bad boy in, start the game, and you're good to go. The left click readies your gun, fires it, and doubles as a confirm button in the inventory, and the right click acts as cancel. You're still gonna have to use your controller, but the devs kept this in mind. L1 and L2 play double duty as your interact buttons and allow you to move freely in first person. Yeah, sure, playing like this can be a little weird at first, but when you compare the results, there is absolutely no reason to go back to the controller. After playing the game with a mouse, I found out that headshots didn't just randomly kill like I thought they did. It turns out there's a sweet spot just above the forehead, which I would never have found out about had I have kept using a controller. Okay, so I might be harping on this a little bit too much. The point is, I wish someone would have told me about this earlier, so I'm telling you now. No one with a computer in the house should ever play this game with a controller again. And with that huge rant out of the way, how does this game stack up next to the other two Gun Survivor games? And yes, I did say two. Dino Stalker sadly doesn't count because it's technically a Dino Crisis game, but we will get to that at some point. Well, I'd say Dead Aim takes the good aspects of both games and combines them together. If you watched my review of RE Survivor, you'll remember I applauded it for incorporating so much traditional RE gameplay, but the first-person shooting was pretty crappy, and I liked how Gun Survivor 2 improved the shooting, but didn't like that it dropped all the RE stuff. Well, Dead Aim is the perfect combination of the two. This feels the most like an actual Resident Evil game out of the whole sub-series. There's spooky environments to explore, backtracking to be done, and ammo to be conserved. Sure, pistol rounds are essentially unlimited due to giant caches being in every save room, but you only have 6 slots to keep it in, so you'll be forced to decide between carrying a lot of bullets for your sidearm or spreading it evenly between your more powerful weapons. Every part of the game kind of feels like it's been done in the spirit of survival horror, and that earns it high marks in my eyes. Taking the shooting out of the equation, navigation can be a bit hard to get used to at first, especially with a single hand on the controller, but a combination of good environment design and solid controls makes zombie dodging as rewarding as it's ever been. Sure, there's still some crap besides the poor shooting with a controller, but that's mostly limited to bosses' hurt boxes somehow being bigger than the actual animation of their attacks. With a 3 to 4 hour runtime, things can feel a bit condensed, but I think this game lasts about as long as it needs to. Overall, I gotta say, this is the closest a Gun Survivor game has come to actually nailing the Resident Evil formula. That combined with the fun that comes with playing a console first-person shooter with a combination of mouse and controller makes for a complete blast for both my survival horror and action shooter sides. Consider this an absolute recommendation to the RE fan that's looking to branch out but still wants that familiar feel. Just make sure you have a mouse handy. I'd say Dead Aim's presentation is one of the most interesting aspects of the entire package. There's a lot going on here, just not all of it's good. The game runs on a modified version of id Tech 3, aka the Quake 3 engine, and even though it's clear the game received the most attention and largest budget out of the Gun Survivor games, it's also clear that either the engine or the dev team had some serious limitations. But before we tear it down, let's give the devil his due. As far as environment design goes, this game looks amazing for its time. The Spencer Rain looks equal parts modern cruise ship and recent location of a viral outbreak. There's just something about the way this ship was designed that felt real and immersive, which is a real achievement when you take into account the level of competition it has in the form of other RE games. A strong emphasis on lighting is also a big selling point here. Most of the game takes place in really dark locations, and Bruce's flashlight only illuminates a very small area around him. As you might expect, that really brings the creep factor up a couple notches. Hearing a zombie moan and shuffle around down a dark hallway when you can't see more than 3 or 4 feet in front of your own nose is terrifying, and probably one of the strongest aspects of the game's presentation. Of course, this effect isn't perfect, and you can actually see the limitations of the engine in this regard. A quick look at the ceiling and walls shows this to be classic per vertex lighting instead of per pixel, so the areas that are affected by light sources are few in number and large in size. Not exactly a big deal, but it's kind of fun to take note of these kinds of cool tricks to get around the PS2's relatively underperforming hardware. There's also a good amount of bloom lighting to be found, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't really remember seeing a lot of this on the console at the time, minus Midway's The Suffering games. Now, you know I have to weigh in on the zombie models in each of these videos, and with Dead Aim, I have to give major credit for some believable shambling corpses. When they get up close to you, it's easy to see the shortcuts taken in texture work, but as most of the game is spent shooting these guys from a distance with limited visibility, the effectiveness of these shortcuts are undeniable. When you hear one of these deadheads moan, you can actually see their mouths open, and convincing models coupled with even more convincing animations makes for some pretty creepy vibes. And since we're on the subject, these animations are fucking top notch. The stumble of the zombies was obviously included to make headshots less easy to get, but it also doubles as some great eye candy. The way their dead bodies interact with the environment, however, deserves special mention. Blowing a zombie away, watching it ragdoll into the environment, and seeing it slide limply down a wall, leaving a long blood smear in its wake, is probably one of the most visually satisfying things achieved in the series since RE1's shotgun decapitations. There are several variations on this idea, accounting for different angles and backdrops, which is exactly the kind of cool attention to detail that I love seeing in games. If I had to nitpick, I'd say that the red glow they get to indicate they've spotted you does work against their believable look and feel, but this wasn't ever enough to take me out of the experience. Speaking of small things no one cares about, there's something weird going on under the hood here that I can't really make heads or tails of. I noticed that in some instances, the game's graphics would appear way more aliased than usual. You can see it here with some angles showing a smooth character model and others showing some serious stair-stepping. These situations always happen during moments of slowdown or when a lot of 3D assets were in view, so it's clear this was a dynamic measure taken to relieve some of the stress on the hardware, which leads me to two possible explanations. Either what we're looking at is a dynamically changing internal rendering resolution, or the stripping of some kind of anti-aliasing filter. Now, the PS2 wasn't exactly known for being able to implement anti-aliasing, but at the same time, it rarely changed internal render resolutions without affecting overall output either. So something odd is definitely going on here, but regardless of why, this was a really cool curiosity, and if you have any info on the matter, I'd love to hear it in the comments. Okay, so we've praised enough, let's get down to the less than stellar parts of the game's presentation. While I praise Dead Aim's zombie models and animations, your main characters look absolutely awful in comparison. I mean, look at this face. Does this look like the work of someone who understands human anatomy? Now, I typically wouldn't harp too much about bad graphics or design elements like this, but when the rest of the game is so impressive, I just can't wrap my head around how someone approved this neck for the final product. On the same note, animations for your characters seem really simple and run-of-the-mill. Just like Gun Survivor on the PS1, Dead Aim opts for using compressed videos of in-game graphics for some cutscenes, and trust me, the jump to 480i doesn't do as much for this approach as you would think. And speaking of these cutscenes, I ran into issues with my FrameMeister losing sync during the transitions from gameplay to these pre-baked cinematics. It really only happened a handful of times, but once it kicked in after transitioning into a boss fight, which ended in me getting killed. And finally, aside from the zombies, this game has some of the worst monster design in series history. I know this is very subjective, but these things just look flat out dumb. And since there are obviously no ports of this game, we can skip to my overall thoughts on its graphics, which are actually really positive despite my gripes. The dark atmospheric feel of its world and really great looking zombies makes this feel like the most visually authentic entry in the Gun Survivor series. It really does feel like a small slice of what a next-gen RE game could have been, and I get a kick out of the possibility it represented. The lack of any music other than ambient noise in most parts of the game, while not a visual element, mixed with the game's graphics to make an honest-to-goodness atmospheric horror game. As for its interlaced-only output, I have to say this is one of those rare PS2 games whose 480i plays to the strengths of the FrameMeister. Upscaling this bad boy looks incredible to my eyes, and with some solid component cables, the PS2's noisy video output is limited to only being noticeable on the map screen. Of course, you are likely to see some combing artifacts from the FrameMeister's deinterlacing, but that's to be expected. So yeah, despite some noticeable flaws, this is a really good looking game, at least if you're judging it in a Resident Evil context. And if you are, I think you'll find a game that got surprisingly close to feeling like a legit entry in the main series. But the million-dollar question is, should you bother with a light gun shooter when you've got that survival horror itch? And I say yes, absolutely. Back when I first covered this game, I was completely turned off by the bad experience I had with the controller, but now that I've gotten rid of that roadblock, I can see the game for what it is, and more importantly, what it wanted to be. This was a clear shot at fusing the two worlds of survival horror RE and first-person action RE, and with a dead-even 50-50 split, I think the devs deserve credit for getting so close to that Resident Evil feeling. At a little under $20, Dead Aim is 100% worth a shot, especially for you hardcore fans. Just make sure you plug in a USB mouse or a gun con. Under the right circumstances, I think this game can really surprise you, and come on, you know damn well you want to know firsthand how crazy it feels playing a PS2 game with a mouse. Well guys, that about does it for me, but make sure to stick around for the mystery because I legitimately don't know which game I want to tackle next. So until I figure that out, I hope I see all of you again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. You know, I've played a lot of Resident Evil games in my day. Hell, I'd say almost all of them at this point, but for whatever reason, I've yet to give one of the more interesting entries in the series a try. Well, that ends today. I'm finally going to find out exactly how well survival horror works on a portable platform. That is, if it even works at all. What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. Resident Evil Gaiden has a pretty interesting history to it. It started out as an attempt at porting PS1's Dino Crisis to the Game Boy Color, but after Capcom's recent experience with a similar port of the first Resident Evil, it was decided a unique game more fitting to the restraints of Nintendo's handheld was in order. And to ensure a favorable outcome, Capcom supplied Shinji Mikami and Hiroki Kato to the British development team, which you would assume gave them an air of legitimacy, but, well, we'll get into that later. Much like the development of RE2, the devs thought their work wasn't exactly up to snuff and petitioned Capcom to let them switch over to the soon-to-be-released Game Boy Advance. Of course, Capcom, being the god-tier businessmen they've always been, denied the move, at least at first. They did revisit the idea, but long after the point where it would have been viable, so both companies were now stuck with a Game Boy Color game well into the life of the extremely popular Game Boy Advance. Oh well, no use dwelling in the past, right? Besides, this game had honest-to-goodness RE vets working on it. That's gotta count for something, right? Like I said, Capcom loaned out the services of series creator Shinji Mikami and Code Veronica director Hiroki Kato to help create a tale that would fit in with the other games in the series. A move that literally did nothing to keep this story from amounting to a pile of hot garbage. Which makes sense, I guess. I mean, Code Veronica's story wasn't exactly great, and the only good things Mikami ever did was directing the first game, and then having good enough sense to bow out when more qualified devs took the reins. And speaking of the first game, Gaiden has you taking the role of Barry Burton of Stars fame, who after the events of parts 1 and 2 joins an underground organization with the goal of wiping out the Umbrella Corporation. After another series vet, Leon Kennedy disappears while investigating rumors of a new BOW being on board the Starlight Ocean liner, Barry is sent to straighten things out. Once on board, Barry finds Leon, a lone survivor, and of course, a ship filled to the brim with zombies. The new BOW Barry's been looking for turns out to be a much more complicated affair than previously thought, which results in a double-cross or two. All of which leads to an incredibly non-canon ending that'll probably piss off any fans of RE2. Not long after the game's release, its story was pronounced as a what-if type of side story with no actual relation to the series' timeline, which it would have to be. Without giving anything away, rest assured, this game would have caused a time paradox. And on top of that, well, it's just bad. It's a cheesy story told through poor writing and an obvious lack of knowledge regarding the characters. It reads like a Saturday morning cartoon, and even in a series known for bad dialogue, Gaiden deserves special mention. On the plus side, it's kind of quaint in a baby acting like it's talking on a cell phone kind of way, and it'll take you less than an hour and a half to get through, but that's the extent of the compliments I have. If the idea of a one-off alternate universe side story sounds appealing to you, like it did to me, just know that Gaiden will definitely disappoint you. And that brings us to the most interesting part, the gameplay. It was obvious from the get-go no one was going to be able to port an exact copy of the survival horror experience to the 8-bit Game Boy Color, but I'll be damned if M4 didn't come about as close as humanly possible. The Starlight is a huge ship, and like any self-respecting RE setting, requires equal amounts of exploring, item collection, and backtracking to conquer. Instead of giving items that classic shimmer, Gaiden uses an alert system to let you know when you're near something that's examinable. Key items, ammo, and healing herbs are scattered all over the place, and players with a knack for wandering off the beaten path will find this game has a fair amount of secrets. Now, I would forgive you if you got flashbacks of classic Resident Evil during that explanation, because it does feel very authentic, and I have to give credit where credit's due. These guys understood RE enough to mimic most of its surface level elements. The concepts of ammo conservation, limited healing items, and running from fights more often than not are all here, and they technically work, but it's when they're experienced together that things start to fall apart. For example, the game incentivizes avoiding combat, but there are several cases where keys needed for progression are dropped by enemies, so a successful run through Gaiden requires either several playthroughs under your belt or having a strategy guide handy. Before I beat the game, I had to restart about 3 times, and mostly this was due to not having enough ammo or me missing an endgame mega weapon like the rocket launcher. So by the time I actually beat it, I had most of the game memorized, but around this time the cracks in Gaiden's design were clear as day. It's clear that these guys were doing their best, but gameplay-wise, this felt like a first attempt. Kind of like the devs had never made a game like this, and after doing a bit of research on their other products, this seems to definitely be the case. But hey, enough with the negatives, let's talk about something N4 got right, Gaiden's combat. Clearly, Resident Evil's standard approach wasn't going to work here, so a more RPG-like system was used. Zombies roam around in set locations, and you're given 2 ways to initiate combat. Just like classic RE, coming into direct contact with a zombie means having to mash buttons to push them away, but you can also draw your weapon and move a reticle over them. Doing this allows you to control how far away enemies are when first-person combat initiates. Once in a fight, there are a few things to take into account. First is distance. Zombies can either be far, medium range, or right up on you, and this affects how easy they're going to be to beat. The second thing you'll probably notice is the unique way the game handles attacking. Just above your ammo and health stats, there's an indicator moving side to side. Each enemy has an attackable area underneath them, and if you can attack when the 2 line up, well, you've got yourself a hit. Like you would imagine, the closer they are, the easier they're going to be to hit, but when zombies are right up on you, they can attack too. This combat system was weird at first, but after I got used to it, I found it to be pretty damn genius. The more powerful weapons in the game offset their usefulness by increasing the speed of the moving indicator, and some fights require you to keep hitting a smaller target to keep enemies away from you. Before we move on, I do have one criticism that's more my fault than the game's. Thanks to my use of the XRGB Mini for upscaling and my terribly old Sony LCD, I encountered much more lag than most people probably will. This more than likely won't be an issue for most of you since the FrameMeister's frame buffer can be counterbalanced with a TV with a decent response time, but it was definitely noticeable on my end and made the last boss fight a major pain. Despite the shortcomings of my setup, it's clear that most of the effort went into making this combat work, as it shows more polish than the game it's included in. But while we're being nice, let's throw a few more compliments in there. One thing I really liked is how you're sometimes able to sequence break the game. Heading off the planned route will often net you keys that open up parts of the ship you're not supposed to be in yet. Exploring these areas before the devs thought you'd be there results in a complete lack of enemies. This means you can obtain keys and items not only before you're supposed to have them, but without the danger of running into zombies. I think this was an unintended consequence of trying to mimic RE's linear but semi-open-ended gameplay, and makes for some fun after you've gotten real familiar with the order of the game's events. Altogether, I'd say this is a technically bad experience, but it comes so close to feeling like a real Resident Evil game that it's almost worth the price of entry. For every time the game comes up short, there's a solid idea underneath it. Little things like the unique combat, authentic feeling exploration, and limited saves came together to make what could have been a real Resident Evil game. but I don't know if the devs knew how to tie these concepts together as a whole, so we're left with a game that's just as impressive as it is, well, bad. RE Gaiden is damn graphically impressive for an 8-bit mobile production. The look of the environment was fairly atmospheric, and each zombie visually represented how they looked in combat. Speaking of the zombies, these guys are pretty damn gruesome, which left me wondering if Nintendo's rules for publishing to their platforms were still in place at this point. Everywhere you look, there's a blood splatter or gory intestines hanging out, and the pixel art used here gets the point across about as well as you could expect. The backdrops for the combat sequences change depending on the area you're in, and have some pretty nice animations going on too. Items in your inventory range from pretty good looking to kind of crap, which brings us to the rest of the art in the game. Faces used in the inventory screen and cutscenes are not only god-awful, but inconsistently god-awful. Even though Barry and Lucia's faces are pretty bad looking, at least they're visually similar. It's clear that Leon's face is a trace of CG art from RE2, and this style clashes really hard. The pixel art used in cutscenes can be pretty terrible too, but sometimes the game trips face first into some really good looking artwork. How can I describe this properly? Well, let's just say the ancient practice of god-awful 80s era British video game art is alive and well in Gaiden. I did have some issues with slowdown when there were a lot of sprites on screen, but it seemed like this got worse as I kept playing the game. Since this is a repro cart, I'm not sure if this is present in the official release, but it's something to look out for. In the audio department, there's some pretty interesting stuff going on too. First off is the use of some great sounding digitized voices. The zombie moans are great sounding for a GBC game, but at the title screen is almost impossible to understand. The music in the game is actually pretty creepy sounding and emulates the series standard damn well. The one issue I have is the lack of music and the length of what's here. Each song sort of acts like a baseline tune, increasing in complexity based on enemies on screen and whether or not they've detected you. But these songs are really short, so you end up getting tired of them real quick. Well, I gotta say, despite the uniqueness and huge amounts of novelty, I don't think I can recommend Gaiden to the average RE fan. It's fine as a fun little curiosity, but lacks the feeling of a complete experience. The story does some pretty ridiculous things with established characters, but even that is undone by Capcom wiping it from the timeline. Overall, I suggest all but the most curious collectors stay away, unless you enjoy really cool ideas surrounded by amateur game design. And speaking of amateurs, I gotta get back to working on the next video in the series. What video is that, you ask? Well, let's just say we're paying another visit to RE's first-person offshoots. But until then, I'll see you guys next time right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. By the time the Umbrella Chronicles came out, Resident Evil had experienced its fair share of first-person attempts. Some really good and others, well, not so good. But this was the first time control would be wrestled away from the player, taking away that last tiny part of RE that could exist in such a format. So did this on-rails Wii shooter revolutionize the series as we know it, or actively make it worse? Well, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles was an attempt by Capcom to jump on the gravy train that was Nintendo's Wii. Partnering up with developer Cavia, who you might remember from the Nier series, Capcom wanted to get a foothold in the Wii's fast-growing market, which makes a lot of sense. This was the height of the world's obsession with the console, and at first we stood a chance at getting a pretty unique experience. During development, the goal was to make another game that played like RE4, but this hope was smashed when the game's producer made it clear that such a game would be too complicated for Wii users to get into, which would be insulting if it wasn't so goddamn true. So instead of a brand new crack at an RE game, we got what was essentially the cliff notes of the series so far, as seen through the filter of House of the Dead. Umbrella Chronicles can be looked at like a summary of the events that took place in Resident Evil 0, 1, and 3, with a little bit of side story thrown in for good measure. The retread of classic RE timelines isn't exactly a bad idea, as unlike most people, I actually do enjoy the stories of the original RE games, but as you might expect from an on-rails shooter, the adaptation isn't exactly great.
Each game has 3 scenarios to it, and these scenarios rarely last longer than 9 or 10 minutes, so to say the stories have been condensed would be a massive understatement. Each tale blows by, only covering the main talking points of the series, and as you might expect, a lot of cool in-between bits get left by the wayside, which can be a good thing if, like me, you could care less about Billy or Lisa Trevor's story arcs. As for the side content, there are a few storylines to be unlocked featuring Rebecca's actions in the mansion, or what Wesker was up to during her fight with the Tyrant.
I did not have time to enjoy my newfound life.
These side missions are pretty cool, and Wesker specifically gives some new info on how Umbrella was taken down, but overall, they're pretty inconsequential. There is a brand new story introduced concerning Chris and Jill infiltrating Umbrella's HQ in Russia, but it's 100% skippable. Since the game clearly didn't get a fraction of the budget a new RE game would, we have to make do with a lot of replacement voice actors, which might be a problem if you have a few favorites.
We've got to get out of here. A rescue chopper's on its way.
Now, I don't want to sound like I'm coming down on this game's story because, well, what do you expect? It's obviously not going to spin an intriguing new twist on your favorite RE tale, but it really shouldn't have to. This is a fun little retread with a pinch of new content as an added bonus, and even though there are plenty of downsides, I would still say it's at least serviceable. New fans might want to stay away, but some of you vets might get a kick out of this abridged version of RE lore. I'm sure you guys already know what rail shooters are, and if you do, then congrats. You know almost everything there is to know about Umbrella Chronicles gameplay. The game handles camera movement, leaving you to focus on shooting at the enemies jumping in and out of view. There's of course the obligatory inclusions like weapons to be found, item unlocks, and branching paths you can choose between. Each enemy has weak spots that'll deal one-hit kills, and as a much appreciated bonus, the environments are very interactive. Bullet hits affect almost every part of the terrain, including swinging lamps, curtains, and windows. Seeing glass break and papers fly around in the middle of a firefight with the undead makes for a very stylish feel. What doesn't make for any amount of style is the fact that you have to use the Wii's incredibly inaccurate motion controls, and before you comment about how you were able to control the game just fine, trust me, I get it. My skills at controlling Wii games may very well be suspect here, but can we at least push just a bit of the blame onto the motion control method the entire internet has agreed is suboptimal at best? And the reason this is such a big issue is the game calls for some really skilled shots with a very small window to execute them in. For example, when a zombie gets near you, they have a chance of doing one of two attacks. They can either grab you, which can be shaken off for no damage, or they rear back to hit you, which requires nothing less than a perfect headshot to interrupt. The motion controls being as unwieldy as they are, you might as well just roll some dice to decide whether or not this happens. And on top of this, there seems to be some inherent lag built into the game, which sounds crazy, but hear me out. When I started noticing how inaccurate my on-screen cursor was acting, I thought it was slowdown that was messing with my inputs, but I loaded up a Wii emulator to test this and set my mouse to emulate the motion controls. I mean, look at this. Not only is the cursor trailing pretty far behind my mouse pointer, but it also gains momentum and travels a little further past my mouse's actual stopping point. Now this may not seem like a huge hindrance, but add this to the sensitive controls and some pretty heavy slowdown, well, you've got yourself a recipe for a frustrating experience. What's not frustrating at all is the respectable amount of unlockables there are. Every area has set dressings that can be shot, revealing weapons, files, and health pickups. Even after beating the game, you can rest assured there is a boatload of extras you have probably yet to find. The weapons you collect can be upgraded with points earned from doing well in the campaign, and while this is no earth-shattering addition, it did give me something to do beside reading collected information files on enemies and events I already knew about. And before we cap this segment off, let's jump into two alternative ways to play this game. First up is the HD collection of Umbrella and Darkside Chronicles on the PS3. I found a physical copy of this in Tokyo recently, but apparently it also made it to the PlayStation Network here in the West. This version, aside from the obvious bonus of HD graphics, makes use of the PS Move camera and controller, which, I don't know. But the general consensus is that it tracks motion much better than the Wii does, so there's a plus. As for me, I had to play it with a controller, and I can safely not recommend doing that. This game was clearly made for a more precise method of control. Which brings us to the third and most controversial method. Like I said, I busted out the Dolphin emulator to prove my suspicions of baked-in latency, and I gotta say, this is a surprisingly solid way to play the game. Using a mouse instead of motion controls led to a lot more reliable headshots and confirmed the small amount of lag that I was feeling in the Wii version, making this the first time I've ever recommended emulation over actual hardware. If I had to grade this game, I'd say it's about as infuriating as it is fun. Running around classic environments and fighting bioweapons you're familiar with can be fun as hell and obviously hit you right in the nostalgia. But then you take a cheap hit that you probably couldn't have avoided and realized you're pissed off again. Overall, I guess play it by ear. If you like rail shooters, you might get into this. If not, this definitely won't be the one to convince you. As for which version you should play, well, I'm gonna have to go with the PS3 for my top choice, but emulation is not a bad option either. The Wii original is at the bottom of the list, but those of you who grew up with that console's garbage motion controls might actually get more out of it than I did. And trust me, that's no large task. And now we get into what I like to consider the real weirdness this game has to offer. Graphically, Umbrella Chronicles is a mixed bag inside of another mixed bag, somehow being carried by a third mixed bag. On one hand, the dev team had a boatload of 3D assets to pull from thanks to the remakes of 0 and 1 on the GameCube, but they went the extra mile and recreated all of these iconic locations in full 3D, and they really do look great. Since all of the assets are pulled straight out of each remake, the devs were in a bind when it came to recreating the Resident Evil 3 campaign. Instead of modeling the pre-existing environments in 3D like the other two scenarios, Jill and Carlos romped through a completely unique setting. I couldn't find any recognizable landmarks in this level, and if I didn't know any better, I would assume the people making this game had never even played 3. I will say this area is actually pretty cool looking with lots of ruined storefronts and collapsed highways, but the best part is how little effort they put into the CG cutscenes here. First off, instead of just using the amazing looking CGs from Part 3, they felt the need to throw some scenes from Outbreak in there too, and it didn't stop there. Since they had no ready-made high-quality zombie models from the relevant game at their disposal, the dev team just wrapped some zombie textures from Outbreak over reused 3D assets, making for a really dumb look. And adding to the pure laziness, it seems like these CGs are completely unfinished. The animations don't fit the bad-looking models, and the environments look like a work in progress with very basic lighting applied. This one scenario really stands out and clashes with the rest, since like I said, the rest of the game is actually really good looking. It kinda makes you wonder if they ran out of time or budget by this point. On the plus side, the scrapbook kind of look the main menu has fits the game and adds to that looking through classified files kind of feel. The game's music, however, varies about as wildly as the graphics do. Some areas include original songs from each game's OST, but some have this oddly annoying techno track that really doesn't fit. There's a really solid remix of the Save Room theme from RE1, which makes me wish they would have just stuck with remixes for this one. If I had to give UC's graphics a grade, I'd say the first two scenarios get an A, and the last two get a barely passing D. But that's not the end of the line, since this is the first game we've covered in a while that actually has a port worth talking about. The Biohazard Chronicles HD selection on PS3 is a cool little package. The jump to HD works really well here, and I assume instead of upscaling all the 3D assets, they just replaced them with the ones from the remasters on the same console. Everything seems to be intact from the original, with the odd exception of dismemberment. Thanks to Japan's Sero rating board, it's uncommon to see decapitation in most modern games, and this does detract from the visceral feeling of getting a good headshot, but I seriously doubt that this would be a deal breaker for most people. Collectors looking for a physical copy can import this one, comfortable in the knowledge that you don't have to know any Japanese to play it. Which leads us to the obvious question, do I recommend this entry? And to be honest, I don't know if I have an answer for that. I mean, it's not like it's a really bad game or anything, I've just never been a rail shooter type of guy. I enjoyed exploring familiar environments, cringing at the bad voice acting, and almost every other part of the game, except for the on-rail shooting. If these type of games get you going, I would say snag a copy of the HD selection for the great visuals and the improved controls, but if you're unsure if rail shooters are for you, just give this one a pass. Which is my cue to get back to work, but make sure you stay tuned, because I'll be tackling this game's sequel soon, and I'm looking forward to seeing if this will be the game that wins me over. But until then, I hope to see all of you next time, right here, on the Resident Evil Retrospective.
Resident Evil's first foray into the on-rail shooter, The Umbrella Chronicles, while not exactly an amazing title, did manage to impress enough to greenlight a sequel. This second crack at the genre would show a genuine desire for improvement and a real willingness to fix some issues, a trait not exactly common among current Capcom sequels. Even though I'm not what you would call a fan of this type of game, or hell, even the console it was released on, I'm definitely willing to endure anything for another chance at jumping back into Raccoon City's demolished streets. So, can the Darkside Chronicles do the impossible and actually make me enjoy waggling a Wiimote around? Well, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews, and welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. To my complete surprise, Capcom's retelling of RE0, 1, and 3, The Umbrella Chronicles, sold and reviewed well enough to warrant a sequel. Masachika Kawata was back at the helm, Kavya was back on board, and it seemed like no one involved was interested in churning out a clone of their previous game. Kawata was dead set on bringing more of Resident Evil's horror to the experience, and knew that would require a big step up in fidelity. This time around, with no ready-made current-gen assets at their disposal, the devs would have to build this experience from the ground up, leading to a very unique look and some insanely impressive displays of the Wii's graphical prowess. Typically, this is where I would tell you about some interesting aspect of the game's development, but honestly, there's nothing to tell. The team wanted to improve on their last attempt and then proceeded to do just that. Other than a claim that the Anglican Church in the UK had some complaints that Capcom was glorifying violence and the occult, there's not too much to report here. Maybe the Capcom development curse tends to skip a few titles in the series.
Damn, girl. You scared me.
Eyes forward.
Just like the game before it, Darkside Chronicles aims to retell past RE events, specifically Parts 2 and Code Veronica. But unlike the last game, there's a unique story weaving these two retreads together. Taking place after 2 and before Part 4, this brand new story involves Leon and Jack Krauser working as Special Forces members investigating a possible Umbrella BOW deal going down in South America. Even though Krauser was never really a compelling character for me, it is nice getting to see him and Leon when they were partners. The general idea is these two encounter the effects of the T-Veronica virus, and in an attempt at catching Krauser up to the events so far, we get to relive a little bit of RE history. And I have to say, it is crystal clear right from the beginning that the devs made sure this wasn't another cheap-feeling cash-in. The main events of each game in question are pretty damn accurate, and even though we're short one scenario compared to the last game, the two we have are much longer and more true to the source material. In my review of Umbrella Chronicles, I gave the story a pass since it was just set dressing for an on-rail shooter, but looking back after my time with Darkside, Umbrella is looking pretty crappy in comparison. The voice acting and writing are leagues above the last game, but don't think that means a complete lack of awkwardly delivered lines. I mean, this is a Resident Evil game after all. Listen guys, I'll be honest, I think this game may have raised the bar for me. I went into the first entry of this Wii shooter series with low expectations and essentially settled for what I got, but Darkside Chronicles has shown me that it is 100% possible to make one of these games but still stay faithful to the source material. The main story taking place in between the two flashbacks isn't exactly Oscar-worthy, but it's actually pretty interesting and does a great job of tying itself to the other games. One of my complaints with UC was that it didn't include the more iconic voice actors we've all come to know, but Darkside Chronicles does us all a solid by including a lot of the original actors from the series, which is a good thing because, as we all know, without Allison Court, there can be no Claire Redfield.
Wait, Steve, he's here somewhere. We can't leave without him.
I can honestly say that I was really impressed with the effort that went into this story. Not only was it clear that the team respected the classics, but the original narrative that ties everything together feels like a genuine RE tale. I think this is exactly what Capcom should be doing with their current sequels. Darkside storytelling is a vast improvement on what Umbrella had to offer, and showed me that with a little bit of reverence and a lot of effort, the words story and rail shooter can be used unironically in the same sentence. On-rail shooters tend to be pretty simple. If you've ever played one, you can rest assured you have a full understanding of the rest. Well, Darkside Chronicles isn't exactly bucking that trend. Just like its predecessor, it features first-person shooting but only allows you to control your aiming reticle. While you're on this set course, enemies will wander into view, and you're in charge of making them regret that decision. In this sense, Darkside follows right in Umbrella's tracks, but deviates in one very small minute way. It's actually really good. Seriously, this game improved on every complaint I had with the last entry, and even improved on some of the things I was personally really content with, so where do I start? Well, first off, the odd delay in moving the on-screen reticle that I complained about in Umbrella is no longer present, making for some much more enjoyable gameplay. At first I thought this was due to a lower difficulty level overall, but going back and looking at the footage, there doesn't seem to be that big of a difference between the two. It's crazy how much a small tweak like this could make for such a big improvement, but coming straight from one to the other, I can assure you it definitely has. Getting accurate shots and putting down your foes before they get a chance to attack is no longer left up to chance, and this left me feeling much more accomplished by the end of the level. Getting torn apart by a challenging part of a game is never ideal, but when I'm sure it was due to my own lack of skill and not some arbitrary hurdle put in between me and the game's controls, I get much more eager to jump back in and give it another shot. And praise the Capcom gods, there is now an option to adjust the vertical and horizontal sensitivity of your Wiimote. This was sorely needed in the first game, but the compliments don't stop there. Darkside also lets you dial in the amount of force needed to trigger a reload. Now, this may not sound like a big deal, but you'll be reloading a lot, and long sessions with Umbrella Chronicles left me with a pretty sore wrist. Now, there's a masturbation joke in there. I'm not seeing it. Next up on the list is the inclusion of an inventory screen. In the last game, herbs were used as soon as you obtained them, meaning if you didn't need one at the moment, well, too bad. But you can choose when to heal now, and even more importantly, switch out your weapons at a moment's notice. This means running out of ammo for the shotgun during a boss fight isn't the death sentence it used to be. Weapon customization has also made a return and has a lot more depth to it now. Getting enough money to fully upgrade a weapon will take some grinding, but the game's fun enough that I did just that to nearly max out my pistol. All around, this is such a huge upgrade from the original that it's hard calling it a sequel. It's almost like Umbrella was some type of work in progress and Darkside is the finished product. Everything has been improved on to a pretty surprising degree, and this game would have a perfect score for me if it weren't for one pretty big downside. During development, the game's director pushed to include more of the series' trademark horror elements, and decided the best way to do this was to make the player feel like they were in the game, and apparently this means adding a metric shit ton of camera wobble. The erratic swaying back and forth is supposed to mimic that found footage type of look, a trend that has thankfully died off since the game's release. If you're the type of person who's even a little bit affected by motion sickness, this will likely have you puking your guts out within the first 20 minutes of gameplay. If you don't have issues with radically swaying motion, don't worry, this wobble will piss you off in other ways. Hitting a boss's weak point in shooters like this is supposed to be kind of challenging, but throw in some insane camera movements and you've got yourself some serious frustration. This issue isn't too bad in the beginning of the game, but around the point when you're fighting the last formation of T-103 in RE2's campaign, you'll start to notice the boss's weak points become much harder to hit, meaning you won't be interrupting a lot of their attacks. As the difficulty goes up, this camera sway will be the cause of 90% of your deaths, but on the plus side, I noticed that I kind of got used to it after a while. Sure, it still kept me from beating most bosses on my first try, but luckily the gameplay is solid enough to make up for this pretty obvious downside. On top of this, there are fairly regular dips in frame rate. These moments of slowdown are kind of easy to ignore most of the time, but there are 2 or 3 boss fights where you'll see less than 20 frames per second, and that sucks. Which brings me to your only other legitimate way of playing Darkside Chronicles. The HD collection on the PS3 is the same exact experience, but allows for the use of the much more accurate PS Move controllers. Since I still don't own these things, I can't guarantee anything, but I did play through the first 3 areas with a controller, and nothing jumped out at me as being too different. Thanks to the tight regulations in the Japanese Sero rating boards, the really cool looking decapitations have been taken out, but I doubt too many people will consider that a deal breaker. This HD version of Darkside does have an okay aim assist for when you're using a regular controller, and even though this helps, I doubt you'd get past the halfway point of the game this way. Analog control just doesn't seem to be precise enough, and for some reason, this version of the game doesn't have the sensitivity adjustments that made the Wii game so fun. If you have access to the PS Move accessories, this will probably be the version to go for, but honestly, the Wii version doesn't exactly trail too far behind it. Overall, this was a really fun game. I had an absolute blast running through some of my favorite settings in the RE universe and reliving some iconic moments. The shooting is spot on and the steep difficulty curve feels pretty fair to me. If you're stuck deciding on which of the Chronicles games to play, it's Darkside hands down. In my last review, I said if you aren't a fan of rail shooters, Umbrella probably won't change that, but Darkside flips that recommendation on its head. Even if you don't like this genre, spend the $8 to $20 it goes for, and get yourself one of the best rail shooters I have ever played. It should be no surprise to anyone that the Wii wasn't exactly a graphical powerhouse in its day. Nintendo was more worried about pushing its motion controls and opted to stuff what was essentially an overclocked GameCube into their little white rectangle. This meant we couldn't really expect it to keep up with a 360 or PS3, so imagine my surprise when I booted up Darkside Chronicles and saw an absolutely beautiful 480p true widescreen picture. Seriously, this game looks amazing. Now maybe it's just me, but I can't remember too many Wii games that look this impressive. Since the games being covered in this trip down memory lane couldn't be recreated with assets from any pre-existing remake, the team behind Darkside built everything from the ground up, making for a completely uniform look between each scenario, something Umbrella Chronicles definitely struggled with. These new takes on classic environments look downright amazing, and despite the obvious aliasing that comes with high detail 480p, manages to look like a downscaled version of something released on one of the Wii's more powerful competitors. I think a lot of this is due to some clever post-processing tricks and a lighting engine that is genuinely impressive. Capcom's MT framework has always been a versatile engine, but smooth per-pixel lighting like this shows it was capable of way more than any of us knew, at least given the small amount of system resources it was using. And let's face it, up until recently, this was the only way we could experience anything close to an RE2 remake. Honestly, this may be the best looking Wii game I've ever seen, but it's not all rainbows and sunshine. This high level of visual detail causes the frame rate to fluctuate often, and scenes with a lot of fog or particle effects are the worst offenders. Now, I can deal with a low overall frame rate, but when the FPS dips and climbs a lot, it becomes hard to ignore, especially when the frame chugs affect your on-screen cursor. Next up on my list of very small issues, some character models can look a bit shiny, which was a real problem for the Unreal Engine back in this game's day, but I can't remember any other MT framework games having a similar issue. And since I've run out of minuscule things to complain about, let's check out the one and only port available. The HD Selection version seems to be a pretty simple up-res job. As you can see, the aliasing is still present here, just masked a bit by the higher resolution. The only real change to speak of is a lack of decapitation effects, which is a real shame. I mean, I've seen a head get blown off in a video game before, but seeing nothing but the bottom jaw and a row of teeth after a headshot is really something that deserves the HD treatment. Something I would prefer didn't get the HD treatment is the slowdown that somehow still exists here. Even on a console that demolishes the resources Darkside used to make do with, for some reason the game still slows down in the exact same spots. Now, I can't for the life of me figure this one out, but hey, I guess you can call this an incredibly accurate port. Other than that, this is a relatively simple and straightforward deal. It's the exact same game in every visual way, other than a few replaced fonts. Definitely a jump up in quality, but call me crazy, I actually might prefer the look of the Wii version. In the HD Selection, the clean looking graphics can make a lot of visual flaws a little more noticeable, and I kind of just like the look of this specific kind of detail-rich 480p. Listen, if you're even a little curious about this game, I'd say just go ahead and take the plunge. It stays below the $20 mark for a complete used copy, and it might be the most fun I've ever had with this type of shooter. On top of that, it's a very cool way to relive some classic RE moments. The graphics will blow you away for a Wii game, but outside of the technically interesting, well-optimized look of the game, I just can't get over how cool it is seeing all these familiar settings with a new coat of paint on them. Without a doubt, this game has been the most entertaining spin-off we've covered so far in the retrospective, and a non-numbered RE game that I can fully recommend. Having said that, I have to get back to work. I hope you guys stay tuned because I think it's finally time to tackle the 7th official entry in the series, but until then, I'll see you guys right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. Among hardcore Resident Evil fans, there's one entry that stands far above the rest. One that only the most experienced series vets even think about approaching. A game that somehow implemented the survival horror standard into a multiplayer setting. That's right, today we're finally covering the coveted Resident Evil Outbreak. one of Capcom's first shots at a then burgeoning online gaming market. So can a game meant to be experienced with a group of friends call itself a true RE title with a straight face? Well, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. RE Outbreak may have been released in 2003, but the idea behind its creation started much earlier than that. The original idea behind the game's concept started before RE2's release as a minigame that would have players trying to survive for as long as possible against a horde of BOWs. The idea was eventually cut due to the developers thinking what made RE games scary was a lack of multiplayer, an idea that modern Capcom would conveniently forget during the development of RE5. Fast forward to 2002, and Capcom was eager to restart this project as a part of their online gaming push. Along with Monster Hunter and Automodelista, Outbreak was supposed to test the waters and find out if this fangled new online craze would stick around. After a few name changes, the game seemed to be well on its way, but for some reason, more than half of the included scenarios were cut. The final product would feature 4 locations for players to try and survive, but not even a year later, what was essentially an expansion pack was released in the form of Outbreak File 2. This would include 5 of the cut scenarios and a few gameplay improvements. Since these 2 games are just content packs for the overall Outbreak experience, today we'll be covering both in the same video. And well, there's not too much to say about this game's development other than that. Despite more than a few missed deadlines, Outbreak didn't trip over any of the series' trademark development catastrophes. Most of what little controversy there actually is came from such an early adoption of Capcom's netcode and the eventual shutdown of Capcom's official gameplay servers, a subject we'll definitely be touching on a bit later. But before that, let's take a look at Outbreak's quote-unquote story. The Outbreak games don't exactly follow what you could traditionally call a story. Each scenario takes place during different stages of Raccoon City's initial T-virus outbreak and don't follow any kind of chronological order. Each of these missions are standalone experiences, so don't waste your time wondering how our survivors made it from escaping the epicenter of the outbreak in the city to the very bottom of Umbrella's underground lab, because they're all essentially really cool what-if scenarios. But this doesn't mean there's no story at all to deal with. Some missions tell small tales involving specific characters in the roster, and these can be pretty interesting, at least for people like me who up till now only played the game single player. It was nice going through these environments and having a small RE-like story to go through, but now that I played it online, I can say this does detract from the experience, at least just a little bit. If anyone in your party triggers one of these story cutscenes, no matter how far away you are from them, you're still stuck watching it. Scenarios with a lot of these moments can break up the flow a bit, but like I said, it actually contributes to the single player, so we'll call it a draw for now. Just like the RE games of the past, there's a bunch of story to be told in the form of collectible journal entries. Given you have enough time to stop and read them, these documents sometimes chronicle the last actions of someone caught up in the outbreak and make for some really solid world building. Of course, this should be of no surprise for fans of the first few entries in the series. Resident Evil has been perfecting this type of storytelling for years, and sadly that's about as deep as the lore gets. Since these were meant to be standalone experiences and focus more on surviving than telling you why you're there, most of the story comes from already being aware of your surroundings, since many were taken from the games in the series. For example, the remaining members of the RPD's Last Stand might be relatively compelling for new players, but fans of 2 will love a look at the events that preceded Leon and Claire stumbling into the main hall. There's a lot of areas like this which will require some previous series knowledge, but there doesn't seem to be much aside from that. I guess this makes sense given the fact that the game was designed as a multiplayer online experience, but fans like me who are awaiting the next-gen RE game on Sony's powerhouse of a console, the PS2, were left with a glimpse of what could have been. If you ask me, the assets and style of Outbreak could have made for an amazing entry in the mainline series, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. I know it sounds like I'm getting down on Outbreak for a lack of connecting story, but I'm really not. I understand that a big overarching narrative would have likely made the experience worse given the multiplayer nature of the game, but I still find myself wondering what could have been. So in summary, Outbreak's story is deeper than it might look on the surface. Fans of the originals will probably get more out of it than newcomers, but neither will be getting a fully fleshed out narrative, and to be fair, they shouldn't really be expecting to.
It's gonna blow! Get out!
Okay, so now we're getting down to the real nitty-gritty. Outbreak took some very bold steps in its day and attempted to bring some of the survival horror genre into the relatively unexplored world of console-based online multiplayer. And at the risk of leaving you with a cliffhanger, let's wait till the end to determine whether or not they accomplished this goal. Outbreak Files 1 and 2 are made up of several medium-sized scenarios, each one made to be its own self-contained story and gameplay experience. While some differ in their approach, they all use equal amounts of that old survival horror magic. During a typical game of Outbreak, you'll be solving all kinds of puzzles, fighting off BOWs, and of course, attempting to survive in some bleakly isolating environments. Essentially, the old gang is back together, and thanks to the changes made to keep the online play feeling snappy, have been cranked up to expert mode. Menus no longer pause the game, guns without extra magazines have to be reloaded one round at a time, and the new virus infection meter will see slow players turning into a zombie long before they're able to escape the hell of Raccoon City. Zombified players can attack their own teammates, which is a perfect time to mention that this game can be played with 3 other people. But we're going to have to switch over to some footage of another variety to cover that. See, Outbreak's official servers shut down in the US towards the end of 2007 and about 3 years later in Japan. The good news, there is indeed servers kept alive by a dedicated community of fans. The bad news, thanks to the use of different connection protocols and the lack of packet captures, only the Japanese version of the game can still be played online. Now, I'm lucky enough to have a Japanese PS2 and a copy of Outbreak, but the sign-in process and options being in Japanese makes for a damn hard time, so we'll be checking out the game exactly how most of you are likely to see it with the PCSX2 emulator. The user interface may differ between the two games, but once you're signed in, the process of starting a room and getting some players together works a lot like it does in modern titles. Once you're in your chosen scenario, you'll notice these games take full advantage of your 4-person group. Throughout each area, there are a number of tasks that need to be performed, whether it's key items needing to be found, weapon and ammo collection, or just a bit of backup. Each member of your group can really make the experience much more forgiving.
Damn, this is so cool. You're like pushing the car. I'm over here downing zombies so you could do it. That's so fucking sweet.
Like I said before, some changes needed to be made to the survival horror playbook to make sure it still worked in a multiplayer environment. For example, your inventory only consists of 4 slots. This puts an even bigger emphasis on working together and gives you that old familiar heart attack when you have to make a choice between a life-saving green herb or some much-needed handgun ammo. Luckily, the game features an item trading mechanic which helps each character fall into a specific role. For example, there may be many shotguns hidden throughout a scenario, but not everyone's going to have room for one, so as each specific survivor comes across that kind of ammo, they can bring it to the one person holding that weapon. The same goes for key items and healing herbs. In this sense, Outbreak kind of feels like an MMO that doesn't force any one player into any one predetermined role, but supplies a great incentive for those that choose to follow that path. You can choose between one of 8 characters to play as, and like you would expect, each has perks and downsides. From a larger inventory, melee item creation, and healing herb upgrades, the survivor you pick may make or break a run. The online play you're seeing here is mostly me playing with the infamous Sober Dwarf and one of my Patreon supporters, 5 Minutes of Mystery. While we were playing, it became clear that teamwork played a massive role in actually completing a scenario, and thanks to me not picking up either of these games since about 2005, each run was both insanely stressful and massively fun to figure out.
There he is.
Oh, coming! I'm coming. Oh boy, oh jeez. Okay. Distract him with your large body.
That's what I'm doing.
Being able to communicate with a partner and organize a successful maneuver was about the most satisfying thing I've gotten from a game in a long time. Imagine playing RE2 but with a friend playing Claire, and the both of you heading in separate directions to grab all the plugs necessary to get to the sewer. Or even better, imagine unloading into a massive group of the undead while the rest of your party is working their hardest to blast open a door. Man, this game is awesome. Online play in Outbreak is an amazing combination of classically authentic RE mixed with equal amounts of multiplayer cooperation and atmospheric dread. I really can't gush enough about how much fun it was, even though we elected to play most of the scenarios on easy. And on a completely different note, did you know that difficulty scales according to a full 4-person team regardless of how many people are actually present in the scenario. Just some food for thought before you make fun of me. But let's face it, you're going to do that anyways, which, if we're being honest, is why I love you guys. Outside of online multiplayer, the experience is pretty much the same, but without the fun of keeping zombies away from a friend who's trying to knock down a door. On the plus side, the devs added personalities to each AI-controlled character that dictates how well they're going to react to your commands, if they even react at all. Now, this isn't exactly groundbreaking, but they certainly did need to include this, so it's pretty cool. I would definitely recommend the online play over just running around with AI bots, but this is actually a good way to get familiar with the scenario without looking like a fool online, something I would definitely know nothing about.
I wonder what they were doing. Were they just fighting the boss, you think? Without us?
Yeah, they probably were.
Holy shit, we were such noobs. They totally did. We were the most useless teammates.
Of course, it's not all great. During online play, it's not uncommon for zombies to teleport around when the connection bottoms out for a bit, and the added difficulty that comes with cranking all the knobs to 11 can make you lose your mind even in normal mode. Then there's the wacky long and frequent loading times that I assume came from how the maps had to be segmented due to either memory limitations, early 2000s internet connection speeds, or a combination of the two. But if you know this show, you know we don't deal in perfection here. Now, I've been going on and on about how fun the game is using modern voice chat to coordinate strategies, but that's not exactly the way the game was meant to be played. What I want to do is give you a rundown on how Outbreak operated in the context of a 2004 online console game. The only problem is, until this review, I have never played Resident Evil Outbreak online, so I can't tell you what it was like, but I definitely know someone who can. Take it away, Soberdorf.
Resident Evil Outbreak was a very interesting beast when it was first released. For the most part, everything that was mentioned was just as true back then as it is today, and even after a decade, it's one of the few multiplayer survival horror experiences available. However, when it was first released, reception for Outbreak was very mixed for a few reasons. One of those reasons was being how the game handled multiplayer. In terms of design, Capcom made some, we'll say, interesting decisions when it came to the online mode. The most noticeable was, despite it being a game that required cooperation, there's no way to effectively communicate with other players. The game features no chat support, either in voice or in text. Instead, it required you to use the game's ad-lib system. Players only had access to a few context-sensitive phrases that they could use, making communication like a less effective version of charades. And even then, they were only heard when fellow survivors were in close enough range. This wasn't a technical limitation either. Capcom has stated this was intentional in order to preserve the game's atmosphere. And to give credit, there was some validity to that. Being separated from your partners, calling for help, not knowing if they were able to hear you, makes Outbreak a true survival horror experience. Unfortunately, the game's design didn't quite facilitate the lack of communication. In a game about working together, not being able to convey even the most basic information was often an exercise in frustration. In scenarios that feature a more linear map, the lack of voice wasn't an issue. However, a mission like the Hive, where you must collect different items on different floors, there was no way to communicate to each other who was going where or who had already grabbed what. Players back then came up with some ingenious workarounds, such as using the ad-lib system to give each phrase a floor number, so that other players knew where to go in order to stick together. But there's a reason why you can still play this game today. Despite these issues not sitting well with critics, it was still an experience you couldn't get anywhere else, which is why the die-hard Resident Evil fans spent years trying to bring it back to life. Nowadays, with the advent of voice chat programs like Discord, you can experience Outbreak any way you like. And gaining experience builds character.
Alright, that's enough of that. We don't have any catchphrases here on Avalanche Reviews. Well, I may have shown my hand a bit in the beginning, but yeah, this is a damn awesome game to play with a few friends. Aside from that, though, it's an amazing case study into how versatile the survival horror framework can be. I mean, here we are in an online multiplayer game, and yet still hitting peak survival horror. It's insane how well the devs were able to cram a true RE experience into such a wildly different package. If I've done my job and convinced you to give this a shot, I'll be including the guide that I used to get online in the description. So get out there and experience the absolute joy of being a huge burden to people who've been playing this game for years. Released in the same year and on the same console as Resident Evil Dead Aim, you'd figure Outbreak would be on the Unreal Engine as well, but it makes use of its own architecture, a move I assume had something to do with implementing netplay. But the move to a brand new engine didn't mean the radical change you might expect. The camera is still relatively fixed, but it uses the same cinematic sweeps and zooms found in Code Veronica, which I really liked back then. This type of camera means the series staple, pre-rendered CG backgrounds would have to be ditched for full 3D environments, and even though I would have loved to see this game with a more traditional look, I can't complain too much. These 3D backdrops look absolutely wonderful, and their attention to small details makes them feel authentic enough to be compared to the originals. The immersive feeling of being isolated in a place that looks like it was populated only a short time ago shines through in this new direction, and shows how amazing a modern RE game could be, even if it's stuck to what some people might call a dated design. Now that the menu no longer pauses the game, a new design had to be made, allowing for most of the screen to be visible, and this new look is another touch that may stray pretty far from the original framework, but still feels like it's keeping with the spirit of its forefathers. And speaking of bringing old stuff back, let me assure you, these new takes on old locations like Umbrella's Underground Research Lab and the RPD Precinct look so damn cool this time around. Thanks to the more narrow and closed-off nature of Outbreak's environments, some pathways in these revisits had to be blocked off, and there's definitely a lot of artistic interpretation going on, but this new spin on these old areas feels just right. The 3D nature of the environments means the possibility for some cool lighting effects, and even though Outbreak does implement some great-looking real-time lighting, it doesn't feel like too much of a step up from the pre-rendered days. You've been looking at footage of the PS2 version running on actual hardware so far in this segment, and even though the game looks killer upscaled to 1080p through the FrameMeister, there are a few downsides to consider. The XRGB Mini is world-renowned for its smooth handling of 240p, but it tends to not perform as well on 480i, at least for some people. I happen to like the sharp look of aliasing on PS2-era games, but I know it's not everyone's favorite way to view this type of stuff. I will say decreasing the sharpness down to the neutral level in the FrameMeister settings can act like a type of anti-aliasing, but there's one issue that can't be fixed as easily. One of this scaler's major flaws is the visual noise that can be seen in flat shaded colors like gray. On colorful games like Final Fantasy X, this is a non-issue, but the muted color palette found in Outbreak will definitely make this noise more visible than usual. Now, that's all well and good, but let's face it, 99% of you will not be seeing this game running on a $300 video scaler. If you're looking to play this game online, you'll be looking at something like this. And the good news is, this game runs flawlessly on the PCSX2 emulator. It's amazing seeing this game looking this good, and the cool thing is, this isn't even as close to as good as it gets. For my video settings, I wanted something close to what I could get from upscaling, so I used a measly 2x multiple for the internal render resolution and a PS2-like bilinear filter to help with stair-stepping. With these settings, I was able to maintain smooth gameplay, and being a fan of emulation around 2010, I was blown away at how stable this all ran. During my hours of play, I had no crashes or lockups, and only saw one area with a small visual error, which, if we're being fair, isn't exactly exclusive to emulation. Look at this oddity in Capcom's own in-engine pre-recorded cutscene on the PS2. And since we're complimenting Outbreak, let's talk about how amazing the sound design is. Not only are there some killer renditions of classic songs to be found, but also sound effects are a step above the rest too. If you're playing online and one of your team members is close to your location, you will actually hear them running around or shooting a gun in the next room. Little stuff like this goes a hell of a long way in making sure the multiplayer aspect of the game doesn't detract from the Resident Evil side of things. And if you ask me, that's exactly what this experience is. For all intents and purposes, RE should not be able to exist in this kind of environment, but here we are. Resident Evil Outbreak is not only a celebration of everything that made the series great, but also a very interesting experiment with the new phenomenon of online console gaming. I absolutely recommend you grab a friend and a Japanese ISO of the game and experience what could have been an incredible new direction for the series. While you're doing that, I'm going to get back to work because with the Outbreak games out of the way, there's only one multi-entry spin-off franchise left to cover. But until then, I hope to see all of you again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective.
I need your help.
By 2012, Resident Evil had been seen on almost every game console you could think of, and maybe some you'd rather not. But aside from the Nintendo DS port of RE1, the series had never had much luck on portable platforms. Well, if Capcom's anything, it's persistent. Resident Evil Revelations was designed to give survival horror fans some familiar third-person shooting on the go, and it did just that. In fact, it did well enough that Capcom decided keeping it chained to a Nintendo handheld probably wasn't the best business move. But could a portable title fulfill the expectations of a full-fledged console release? Well, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. When planning a new RE game on Nintendo's 3DS, Capcom had one thing on its mind: survival horror. The idea was to bring back limited ammo, puzzle solving, tough combat, and an overall isolating atmosphere. And hey, regardless of whether or not they achieved the desired result, this is precisely the goal I want a Resident Evil development team targeting. As for what environment the game would run in, Capcom once again proved their in-house MT framework to be an incredibly versatile engine. Now I'd love to tell you about the process of packing such a powerful development tool into the 3DS's little sub 300 MHz dual-core processor, but I can't seem to find too much info regarding this. What I could find was evidence that it may not have been a walk in the park, as the project was forced to cut a lot of content just to make the release date. Other than this, there really isn't too much to say about the development period, so let's see if the game can surpass RE Gaiden in the Resident Evil story crammed into a portable platform category. Have you ever wondered what was going on between REs 4 and 5, or maybe pondered about how the BSAA rose to prominence? No? Well, honestly, neither have I, but that's exactly what Revelations aims to explain. Essentially, the game starts with some past events. After the establishment of an island nation called Terra Grigia, bioterrorist Veltros swear revenge on the New Utopia due to their, and I swear this is true, solar energy development. At this point, it seems like terror organizations in RE's world have just run out of reasons to cause terror. Anyways, Veltro proves to be true to their word and proceed to release a horde of BOWs on the self-sustaining, environmentally friendly, peaceful city. Even with the help of the BSAA and America's FBC, the city is soon overwhelmed. Using the city's solar ray focusing satellite as a weapon, the powers that be burn the place to a crisp. The game proper starts 1 year after this event, and sees series regulars Jill Valentine and Chris Redfield working for the BSAA and apparently doing a poor job as Chris goes missing almost immediately. You mostly play as Jill, exploring the cruise ship our boulder-punching friend was supposed to have last been on, the SS Queen Zenobia. And without ruining anything, finding Chris does not stay the main focus for very long. When the story's major players make their intentions known, you'll be waist-deep in terror plots, backstabbing government agencies, and a small bit of world-ending danger. You know, everyday Resident Evil stuff. And while we're at it, yeah, this series may have a bit of a fetish with taking place on boats. The story is told in an episodic nature, and according to the devs, this was to make sure it worked in a portable context. Each episode is never longer than 20 or so minutes, and while I can understand the desire to make this portable game more playable on the go, I don't see why a more traditional setup wasn't used. I mean, look at the Nintendo DS port of the first RE game. A portable version of RE that worked perfectly with the traditional ink ribbon system. It seems like a no-brainer, especially since it's clear that Revelations really wanted to bring back the classic feel, but if they went in that direction, they wouldn't have been able to pull this
previously on Resident Evil Revelations
nonsense. At the time, the whole episodic game craze was still at its peak, and it's clear Capcom took inspiration from American TV shows like 24. The switching between several playable characters ranging from interesting to just bearable, and the globe-trotting setting definitely reminded me of a primetime action drama, which some people might get into, but if you ask me, isn't the way to form a proper RE plot. The fun of the good Resident Evil games is that everything is contained in a very small scope, so players can suspend their disbelief when shambling corpses interrupt their statue-pushing puzzles. Having everyone in the world know what's going on and hunters appearing on cable news broadcasts kind of over-widens the scope and tends towards that RE6 popcorn movie kind of vibe. But despite all this negativity, as a whole I have to say Revelation's story is pretty okay. It's interesting enough, and even though I don't like some of the new playable characters, the game always seemed to switch them right when things began to get stale. There's nothing really under the surface, and to be honest, that's okay too. Would I love an RE plot that makes me do a little thinking? Sure, but I can't argue with the fast-moving, relatively entertaining direction this game takes. If I were you, I'd come into this understanding that you're in for a daytime drama with bioorganic weapons, which, trust me, sounds way cooler than it actually is.
Straight into the depths of hell.
Revelations occupies an odd spot in the RE gameplay spectrum. Not only was making a scary atmospheric horror game at the core of the game's design, but it would also have to squeeze that idea into the framework of a modern Resident Evil game, and by that I mean the over-the-shoulder camera and third-person shooting made popular by Part 4. As far as controls go, this is a pretty good implementation of this kind of style, but that sort of depends on your preference. The original 3DS release played exactly like RE4 by using the analog stick for character movement while running and having the same stick control your aiming reticle while shooting. There is an option to use the Circle Pad Pro, making a control type we've been seeing since RE5, which brings us to the console and PC versions. By default, these ports use what Capcom has been calling the shooter control scheme, where the left stick controls the character's body and the right takes care of the camera. This is probably my first stumbling block since I prefer the classic controls for movement, but would rather use the shooter controls for, well, shooting. The major reason for this is shooter mode allows me to move freely while aiming, but as a downside, this mode will have Jill ice skating around the environment when moving the camera and running at the same time. I know it sounds petty, but seeing a character's hips pointed one way, torso pointed another, all while running in the complete opposite direction, just takes me out of the experience. Of course, the whole moving while aiming thing can technically be done in classic mode too, but a separate button has to be held down, and even then camera and aiming controls are taken away. In games like RE4 and 5, the classic mode works perfectly, as enemies are programmed to slowly stalk the player when they get within striking distance. And it seems like Revelations didn't exactly get this memo, as most enemies have no issue getting right in your face, and the cramped claustrophobic design of most areas makes the ability to back your ass out of danger an absolute must. Luckily, there's a perfect middle ground between these two control types, and that's keyboard and mouse controls on the PC. The best of both worlds gets represented with this setup and is my own personal recommendation when it comes to the best way to play the game. Like I said before, the dev team was targeting the traditional RE gameplay style, which might sound like a no-duh kind of statement, but in modern RE games this is definitely not the norm. Sure, a lot of surface level elements are very clearly a result of RE4's influence, but the cramped, isolating environment and focus on atmospheric horror makes this game a bit of an anomaly. Now, those of you that have gone far enough back in my previous reviews will know I've already covered Revelations a few years ago, and at the time it made me hopeful that Capcom was starting to see the core RE fans might make for a good demographic when spin-offs like this were being considered. Sure, I understand that the modern, over-the-shoulder shooting style of RE has made the company millions, but maybe a lower budget side story like this could be a way of pleasing both parts of their audience. At the time, I had a very positive outlook on what I thought was a sign of good things to come, but going back to the game after experiencing a much better example of old RE traditions in Resident Evil 7, Revelations just doesn't seem like that perfect of a middle point anymore. During my most recent playthrough, I wasn't marveling at the incredible atmosphere the game has, which it does by the way, but instead I kind of just got annoyed at the large emphasis on combat that got in the way of it. Now, context being key, you have to keep in mind that I played this game hot off the heels of finishing RE5, and in that sense, Revelations' relatively small setting and return of elements like non-linear exploration and backtracking just hit me way harder back then. To the game's credit, these are still great things to see in an RE game, and fans of the originals will have no issue falling right into their old grooves, but I think the return of these elements in Part 7 and the remake of 2 looming overhead may have lessened the impact just a bit. Now, I know that sounds like a negative, but I honestly really enjoy jumping into Revelations again. It still stands as a great 50-50 split between parts 4 and 1, but I definitely have a few annoyances, and chief among them are these
Previously on Resident Evil Revelations
recaps before every chapter. I mean, I may have a pretty bad memory, but I don't think I need the events of the last 20 minutes recapped for me. This episodic design style was pretty popular back in Revelations' day, and obviously this made the game more portable friendly, but it still gets a bit annoying. And since we're on the subject, I really think Capcom fumbled when including these two as playable characters. Their contributions to the story could have been handled with a single cutscene, and it sort of feels like they're just a bit of padding to help the game drag on a bit longer. I can understand switching between Jill and Chris a few times, but I think these two stretches things a bit too thin for my taste.
This is definitely for mature viewing audiences.
And last up is the scan mechanic. Now, don't get me wrong, this kind of gameplay worked really well in the Metroid Prime games, but it just feels out of place here. Instead of walking into a room and looking for environmental clues or key items, you just switch to your scanner and put a puke green overlay on top of what is a really good looking game. Since this is how you get a majority of your healing items, you'll be doing this a lot, and I think this makes for a more arcadey feeling experience, which clashes with the dark horror tone. So, as a port of a game optimized for portable play, I guess the real question is, does it work as a full home console experience? And I'd have to say, yeah, absolutely. The fact that this all fit in a 3DS cartridge still blows me away. Aside from the short episodes and recaps, this is a full-on RE game. If you're wondering which version to play, I'd say the 3DS original is a must for people interested in seeing large console-style games getting squeezed into small form factors, but for the rest of you, any of the HD ports will do. If you're looking for the best controls, I'd say grab the PC version, but honestly, there's no bad version of this game. As far as survival horror games go, this may not make a top 5 list, but it's still really interesting to see RE4's gameplay taking place in a more traditional Resident Evil shell. Sure, it may not be the start of a return to the glory days like I thought it was originally, but it's still a great horror game that gets damn close to that authentic feel. Hell, if anything, modern RE fans can use this as a stepping stone when thinking about diving into the originals, and just in case this retrospective hasn't done a very good job, let me tell you a little secret. You should definitely be thinking about diving into the originals. Resident Evil Revelations is a hard game to judge graphically. On one end, there are definitely some downsides, but on the other, there's the fact that this is literally an up-res 3DS title, so my problem is not knowing when I'm being too forgiving given the circumstances. The good news is, I don't have to wonder that too often, because this is a really good-looking game. Starting its life on the 3DS, you'd assume Revelations had to make a lot of visual concessions, but you'd definitely be wrong. This game looks absolutely incredible on its native screen, but sadly, I'm not about to subject you guys to some amateur hour nonsense by filming my 3DS. So what I'll do instead is spend an absolutely insane amount of time trying to get a hold of a .CIA backup of the game and trying to get it to run on one of the least optimized emulators I've ever used in my life, because I've apparently lost my mind. Anyways, instead of keeping the 3DS's base resolution, let's bump it up to a 3 times multiple, equaling to roundabout 720p. Now, this may not be the best looking result as far as up-resing goes, but it gives you an accurate idea of what we have to work with. And as you can see, the HD versions didn't have a lot of work to be done. These textures looked incredible in the first place, and I can assure you, actually look much better compressed to the handheld's smaller screen. Sadly, I can't show you too much. As you can see, the game just flat out runs terribly on the Citra emulator, which is supposed to be one of the more stable and powerful options available. And after a bit of digging, I found that this may have something to do with a lack of optimization for AMD-based processors, so you Intel users may have a much better time than my Ryzen 7 series. But despite what you're seeing on screen, I can say that the game does target 30 frames per second on the 3DS and actually hits the mark more often than not. But most of you probably aren't going to rush out to buy a 3DS game, so let's check out the HD ports. I may only have access to the PC and PS4 versions, but pretty much everything carries over to the 360, PS3, and Wii U releases, minus the support for 1080p output. Now, this is an absolutely great looking game. Not exactly a mind-blowing next-gen showcase, but the relatively simple geometry and detailed textures leave enough overhead to allow for some rock-solid 60 FPS gameplay that never wavers, and I would argue this makes for a much better experience than some flashy, unoptimized graphics. Of course, there are a few times when the low-res origin of the original assets are on clear display, but MT Framework's versatile nature allows for some killer lighting and environmental effects like volumetric fog, which can make up for a lot of visible shortcomings. The overall look of the game feels a lot like the gameplay in the sense that it marries old and new RE styles. The environment is clearly inspired by the dark Victorian design of RE1's setting, but the tactical suits of the main character are definitely in keeping with modern character designs. I have to say there are some areas in the game that absolutely pull me in with their desolate look and dreary atmosphere, which is very important for a Resident Evil title, but sadly this effect wears off as soon as I aim my weapon and see a reticle on screen. The look of the over-the-shoulder aiming style has always brought a very arcade action feel, at least to me, and typically it works in REs 4, 5, and 6, but Revelation's isolated and creepy environments seem to clash with this. And since we're on a roll, let's continue with the complaints, and I'm sure all of you have noticed this by now, Revelations doesn't exactly have a wealth of enemy variety. Every monster in the game is essentially a play on the colorless bloated corpse look, and to be honest, it's just not doing it for me. Now, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but this game could have definitely benefited from having a few zombies thrown in the mix. Getting back to the aiming reticle, I don't like that they removed the laser sight from the original version. That was kind of an iconic look for this type of game, and I'm not sure what Capcom was trying to prove by getting rid of it. I'm also not a fan of the overall look of the menus. They look a little too simple to me and don't really feel like Resident Evil game menus. But menus be damned, this is an awesome looking game regardless. It brings some killer tech to the table with the always impressive MT Framework engine, and because of this, I can't really tell you which version of the game to play. I mean, the 3DS version is a damn marvel to look at, but the HD versions are no slouches either. Regardless of which iteration you pick up though, you're guaranteed an impressive looking game, but if I had to make a choice, I'd say snag the 3DS original for the novelty and impressiveness, but the PC port for the extra bells and whistles. Bells and whistles are very important. So, Revelations, a graphical powerhouse on Nintendo's portable console, and an impressive showing of just how powerful Capcom's little engine that could really was. But is it worth your time? Well, I'd say yeah, it 100% is. It seems to blend the old and new styles of this series together pretty well. In fact, I'd say it's about the exact middle point between the two. I'd assume almost anyone would find something they like here, and the story is a fun enough romp to encourage you through the 8 to 9 hour experience. As far as RE games go, it's certainly not at the top, but if the Resident Evil formula is a favorite of yours, you'll definitely appreciate all the nods to the old days, wrapped in a modern RE4 clone type of package. And with that, I have to return to my work. Cranking out these videos has become an obsession, and I don't think I can rest until I see this thing through, but hopefully I'll see all of you again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. If there's one thing Capcom and myself have in common, it's that neither of us expected Resident Evil Revelations to do as well as it did. Sure, it may have only pulled in a quarter of what a typical numbered entry would, but I imagine developing on the 3DS and the low cost associated with simply up-resing existing assets for an HD version made for a pretty good cost-benefit ratio. So when it came time to drop a new Resident Evil title, a sequel to Revelations was a no-brainer. And with early press kits hyping the fact that Revelations would be the new home for an older, more horror-oriented RE style, there was a lot to look forward to. But does some old RE lip service and a really odd obsession with the works of Franz Kafka equal a solid spin-off? Well, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. During the early days of development, the goal with Rev 2 was very clear. The Revelations sub-series was going to continue running alongside the mainline entries, but instead of furthering their own internal plots, they would act more as a bridge between each main RE game's narrative. The idea was to fill in any gaps left between games and keep players in the loop when it came to the main cast of characters. It was also made public that the Revelations brand would be where fans of the old games could go to find their horror fix, as Capcom had no intentions of reining in the action-heavy focus of the main series. And the cherry on top would be the return of Kota Suzuki, the man behind the surprisingly great soundtrack in the original Revelations. Yeah, for a while everything seemed to be looking up for those of us who supported the series from day one, but seemed not to be the main audience of RE games anymore, which obviously means there had to be some bad news in there somewhere. In the spirit of keeping with the original's episodic gameplay, Capcom decided to release Rev 2's 4 episodes individually once a week. Now, this wasn't exactly common at the time, but more than a few companies could definitely be seen as trying to recreate the success of smaller budget episodic games like Telltale's The Walking Dead series. The only difference being this approach was used by small developers to continually fund a game while actively working on its creation, and if this was the case with Capcom, I would totally be on board, but Rev 2 had already been fully completed. I honestly couldn't tell you why they went this route. I mean, I could think of a couple of reasons, but hey, let's not get stuck in the mud with old news. We've got a story to discuss. The events of Rev 2 take place after 5 and before 6, and true to the dev's intent, is its own contained story that doesn't require any previous experience with the first Revelations game outside of a few offhand mentions of the Terra Grigia disaster.
They died in Terra Grigia.
You were there when the city went down?
The story starts out with Claire Redfield and her new employers, TerraSave, a group that provides aid to areas caught up in bioorganic warfare. And right off the bat, we're introduced to Moira, a brand new TerraSave recruit and oldest daughter of Resident Evil's own sandwich aficionado, Barry Burton. Following in a long line of bad first days on the job, the TerraSave party is subsequently crashed by a group of well-armed terrorists, and our two heroines are knocked out and kidnapped. Waking up much later on a very remote island filled with BOWs, Moira and Claire are tasked with surviving their ordeal, figuring out what's up with these bracelets, and if there's time, looking into why their friends keep transforming into hellish monsters. This by itself would have probably made for a pretty interesting motivation, but Capcom went the extra mile and included a pretty cool addition. After every chapter with Claire, you then play as Barry, retracing Claire and Moira's steps 6 months after the fact. The whole dad looking for his estranged daughter angle actually got me pretty invested, and overall I really liked it. Having two characters present all the time meant expository conversation never felt forced, and everyone had ample opportunity to express their motivations. Of course, this is still a story about a maniac using a bioengineered virus to gain the ultimate power, so take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt, but you'd be surprised how much believability some solid voice acting can lend to a ridiculous story.
The right to become a god.
Come out from behind that glass so I can choke a god.
Throughout the game, each character actually felt real to their roles, and even Moira's teen angst was kept to a minimum. I do have to mention that this is yet another RE game that opted not to use Allison Court for Claire's voice, but the replacement does a, serviceable job.
Are you crying?
No. I'm just learning to see a little more clearly.
And as you would expect, it's not all good news. I did have a fair amount of problems with Rev 2's story, but none so large as the introduction of the late Albert Wesker's sister, Alex. Not only did this feel forced as hell, but they didn't spend more than 2 minutes building her as a character. She's just thrown into the plot and we're all expected to just get on board with it. This felt cheap as hell, and maybe the rest of the story wasn't so good at focusing on characters' personal drama. This wouldn't have stood out as much, but that's exactly what it did. Although there is a silver lining here, since Alex Wesker's voice talent is provided by Mary Elizabeth McGlenn, who never fails to impress. Overall, I actually came out of this really entertained. Rev 2 felt less like a typical RE plot and more like an exploration of Claire, Moira, Barry, and Natalia as characters, with a typical RE plot serving as a set dressing. If you watch my last video on the first Revelations game, you'll know I found the whole
previously on Revelations 2
thing kind of annoying, but this time around I ended up purchasing each chapter individually, and in that context the whole TV show format kind of made sense. Since I wasn't jumping straight into the next chapter immediately, a little refresher was actually pretty nice, and having a preview after completing a chapter hyped me up a bit. I think the devs delivered on their promise of making small, self-contained stories for the RE fan who was tired of the main series obsession with over-the-top action. I appreciated the more character-driven approach, and despite a few cheap hits, actually had a blast with this story. Is it a pivotal tale necessary to the overall RE narrative? No, but it's fun and did a great job of fleshing out a few characters that never had too much screen time. I'd say come into Revelations 2 with some grounded expectations and you might just find a great little story.
Gina.
Following the whole sequel and name-only shtick, Revelations 2 is pretty different from the first game. And by that I mean no longer is this an RE4 clone and an RE1 clone somehow trying to exist in the same body, but let's save that little part of the analysis for later. Rev 2 continues the partner-based third-person shooting of the first game, but brings a pretty hard focus on cooperation. There'll be several times in each area when switching between characters will be necessary, a mechanic I imagine is much more fun in an actual multiplayer session, which sounds enticing until you discover that the game only allows for local split-screen play even on PC, so you better get used to switching over and getting things done yourself. Like I said before, each campaign starts off with Claire and Moira and finishes with Barry and Natalia tracing their steps 6 months later. Moira and Natalia serve different purposes as partners, which makes sure you won't be relying on the same strategy the entire time you're playing. Both partners can point out hidden items, but Natalia can sense enemy positions, and Moira is good for stunning them with her flashlight and a few melee hits too. The whole using partners to search for hidden items mechanic replaces the scanner from Rev 1, and if you ask me, this was a solid move. While it can get a bit annoying switching back and forth all the time, it's never too bad, and it kept me in the experience much more than the arcadey feel of throwing a green CRT filter and scanning around a room for items. Combat this time around has much more heft to it, thanks to having a good amount of simulated weight and momentum. Instead of the stiff, rigid style of third-person shooting that the series has known for a while, Revelations 2 includes some very fluid animations and doesn't allow you to cancel them too often. At least not until the late game is reached. This means taking a step in any direction will lock you into doing nothing until that animation is finished. This gives fights much more of a tense feel, and even though it's a far cry from the old RE combat that I love, it feels really responsive. Most enemies were actually really fun to dispatch, minus these invisible things that one-hit you if they're close enough. But even these guys stop becoming as much of an issue once you wrap your head around things. Just like the first game, weapon upgrades can be found and applied, but Rev 2 also implements the skill system seen in RE6. However, unlike RE6, most of these skills actually make a pretty big impact on the way you play the game, which makes the late game levels much more fun. By the time you've finished, you will have figured out mechanics and upgraded enough skills to start really getting into some high skill play. Which brings us to the dodge move. Now, you guys know I've complained about previous games including these kind of mechanics as being a little too random, but Rev 2 has definitely nailed it. Once you upgrade this move, it's crazy useful, but at the same time, pretty limiting. Unlike most games, there really aren't too many iframes during this animation, so I had to get real good at reading my enemies, and this made successful evasions feel pretty damn satisfying. On the other hand, one thing that wasn't very satisfying was the control layout. For some reason, Rev 2 saw fit to include two separate buttons to interact with things, one for picking up items, and the other for, well, the more literal definition of actually picking up items. I can't really tell you why, but this really wreaked havoc on me at first, at least using the PC's keyboard and mouse configuration. For some reason, I kept mixing up which button did which, but I'm not willing to rule out my own incompetence in this one instance. Which leads us to what feels like the largest missed opportunity as far as this game's gameplay is concerned. So if you will, follow me on a bit of a rant. Rev 2 was very clearly more influenced by the new style of Resident Evil games, especially parts 4 and 5, throwing the over-the-shoulder shooting to the side since expecting Capcom devs to not mimic part 4 is quite literally the definition of insanity at this point.
And if only it were copying
Resident Evil 4.
Again, of course it's copying
Resident Evil 4.
Again, it's the only other game in the series.
Rev 2 is actually structured a lot more like 4 than even 5 was. Each area is made of a few linear choke points leading to a large area where a few environmental puzzles will have to be solved and an attacking horde of bad guys will need to be dispatched to cap things off. Now don't get me wrong, it's a solid formula. I mean, at first I wasn't even aware I was doing it, but eventually you find yourself in the middle of an old village type setting, fighting waves of humanoid bioweapons with a combination of headshots and contextual physical attacks, and you think to yourself, Capcom and RE4 need to quit playing coy and just fuck already. And forgive me for sounding bitter, but the Revelations offshoot was supposed to be our safe haven from the heavy action focus and overly ridiculous set pieces of the main series. I don't know, maybe I'm getting a bit jaded after having to play the entire RE library and feeling like I've just been replaying 4 over and over again. Now, I know this isn't exactly the context most people will be experiencing the game in, but I'll be damned if I'm not sick as hell of the same exact gameplay style rearing its head in every game Capcom puts their hand on. Now I'm gonna level with you guys. What you're hearing now is the cut down version of a very long pissing and moaning session. Trust me, this has been edited for both of our sanity, but to sum things up, this was not the game Michiteru Okabe originally sold us on. I was honestly really psyched for Capcom sectioning off a little part of Resident Evil for fans of the old games. a place where we could go to get our survival horror fix while everyone else could keep shoveling fists full of money into the new action games of the main series. And after saying that, I'm gonna close with this. Revelations 2 was actually a really fun game. I enjoyed the combat, and the inclusion of some pretty good puzzles had me appreciating the hell out of it. Even though I wasn't a giant fan of the partner mechanic, there were times when I was able to sync with the AI a bit, and the dodging mixed with the fluid movement made for a game that was relatively challenging to learn, but rewarded you once you did. Getting to walk through some creepy areas while listening to my characters banter back and forth was actually enjoyable, and I really got into the boss fights. Now don't get me wrong, I'm still left a bit stung from having what could have been a return to a more survival horror based system fall prey to the action horror that permeates the rest of the series, but if you go into the game knowing this will be the case, you're likely to have a good time. Now there's a quote for the back of the box, Capcom. Revelations 2 manages to be both disappointing and really good at the exact same fucking time. Revelations 2 has the crappy job of having to one-up a pretty tough act to follow, graphically speaking. Sure, Rev 1 wasn't exactly a next-gen masterpiece, but as a port of a 3DS game, it had no business looking as well-polished as it did. Revelations 2 had the benefit of being designed from the ground up as a full console release, but I think this makes it a little less impressive, at least if you're playing one right after the other. That being said, this is still a really eye-catching game. Thanks to the always impressive MT framework engine, Rev 2 has some really impressive lighting, and the environments can be stunning to look at, except for when they're not. Okay, so this might just be a personal thing, but some areas look about as creepy as you'd expect, but in a really condescending way, which I know makes absolutely no sense, but hear me out. You know when you're watching a cheesy horror movie and you could tell you're just looking at some movie set decorated with off-the-rack Halloween merchandise? Well, that's how some of the areas in this game hit me, which, if you ask me, really clashes with Resident Evil's main selling point. An RE environment is typically scary looking because it's a place that's familiar to players and looks ordinary in the people used to inhabit this place a short time ago kind of way. Having these cheesy B-movie settings kind of takes me out of the game a bit. And to be fair, there might be an in-universe explanation for this since our bad guy is experimenting with a virus activated by fear. I haven't heard anyone claim that these two are linked, but either way, it just doesn't appeal to me. I do want to balance that out by saying these areas are definitely in the minority. 90% of the settings are really great looking and well designed, but I just had to mention this little pet peeve. Back on the plus side, this game uses the hell out of a really good looking volumetric fog effect. Outside areas in the early morning look really damn convincing, and as a show that Capcom was listening to the fans, Rev 2 has a much larger variety in enemies than the original. The science experiments that Claire fights are all creepy as hell, and there's a bunch of different variations on this theme, but the return of zombies in Barry's campaign are my favorite inclusion. You know, it actually just hit me. We've come to a point where I'm really surprised at the inclusion of zombies in a Resident Evil game. We really are living in the worst timeline. These things look like they've been decaying for a long time and actually remind me of something out of Lucio Fulci's Zombie, which is always good. And this might be another weird personal thing, but I always appreciate it when a game character, who would have obviously went through weapons training, keeps their firearm at a low ready and practices good trigger discipline. You know, it's the little things. And since we're talking about stuff totally unrelated to graphics, let me just take a second to praise this game's gun sound effects, which are easily the best in the series. For some reason, I've always enjoyed a game that makes shooting sound punchy and gives some weight and recoil to it, and this game really delivers on that front. Of course, commenting on the graphics of the PC release is only half the story. Rev 2 was released on about every console you could think of, and sadly that's not the good news it sounds like. So in the spirit of ripping the band-aid off all at once, we'll start with the worst of the bunch. Now, there's no doubt that the Vita was a killer little portable machine, but if there's one thing it was terrible at, it was porting modern console games to it, and Rev 2 is no exception. As you can see, textures are crazy low res, and color depth is almost all the way washed out. As anyone who's played Vita ports like XCOM will know, achieving a solid frame rate does not seem to be a huge goal for devs when porting to Sony's doomed little handheld, so don't expect anything close to smooth gameplay here. There were also PS3 and 360 ports, and they fare about as well as you might think, that is if you're thinking 720p output and a pretty bearable amount of slowdown. Of course, the heavy hitters are the PS4 and Xbox One ports. Across both, you'll find similar fidelity, and even though I've seen comparison videos claiming the Xbox One keeps a steadier frame rate, I can't remember running into any slowdown on this current playthrough for the PS4 or my last time beating the game, so it's clearly not too much of an issue. I'd say the PS4's controller isn't exactly my cup of tea as far as third-person shooters go, but there might be a little keyboard and mouse elitism leaking through. And since I've talked enough shit about the Switch to last a lifetime, let's take a look at Rev 2's port on Nintendo's new platform, running at 1080p while docked and 720 on the go. This is far and away the best visual experience with Rev 2 on a portable platform, but that doesn't mean it's all good news. In some instances, shadows are completely missing, and they've also done away with anti-aliasing across the board. But if you ask me, this isn't exactly the worst thing in the world, and actually gives the game a super sharp look on the Switch's little 6-inch screen. Thanks to frame rate analysis from Digital Foundry, we can see that this version falls behind a good amount and probably would have benefited from a locked cap of 30 FPS, but all things considered, this is a really solid showing for a hybrid portable experience. And saving the best for last, I'd definitely say the PC is my preferred way to play the game. Sure, you might lose the local multiplayer, but if I had to choose between filling only half the screen for multiplayer or great controls and rock-solid performance, well, you can probably guess where my allegiances are. But if I did have one complaint, it would probably be Capcom only ever offering FXAA as an anti-aliasing solution in MT Framework PC ports. I'm sure there's a good reason for this, but I'd like some less blurry options for dealing with jaggies. Now obviously this is a very small gripe, and there's a reason you've been looking at PC footage throughout this whole video. It's definitely the best way to play the game graphically speaking, but if you'd like to stick with consoles, I can say the PS4 and Xbox One versions are solid options as well. Visually, Revelations 2 is a very solid performer. I absolutely love the lighting effects and post-processing tricks. The environments were almost all really well designed, and the increase in enemy variety was a big improvement. My only real issues were some cheap-looking movie set-like settings, and if we're scraping the bottom of the barrel, Claire just kind of looked a little weird for me. When I heard this would be an episodic release, I assumed this would be used as an excuse for a cheaper development process, but this game ranks up there with some of the better looking contemporary titles I can think of. Kudos to Capcom for not taking the easy way out on this one and delivering a level of quality we've come to expect from the series. Okay, so you guys know I saw a lot of promise in the return of some old RE style in the form of the first Revelations game. So does Rev 2 keep with that tradition? Well, yes and no. The devs promised to deliver a more toned down, less off-the-wall horror game, and they did just that. Revelations 2 keeps that feeling of small, isolated events leading to a horrific situation, but the large open environments and focus on fast-paced enemy encounters tips the scale further towards that RE4 clone feeling versus the more traditional Resident Evil approach that the first game took. That being said, mechanically speaking, this game improved on a lot of elements that made the original great and showed that they were 100% willing to listen to fans who didn't like the lack of enemy variety and frequent shifting between unimportant characters in unrelated settings. All things considered, it really just depends on your frame of reference. If you're expecting this game to expand on the classic RE traits found in the first game, you're likely to be disappointed. But if you're looking for a much more down-to-earth action horror game with lots of polish and an interesting story, well, look no further. Revelations 2 is a really fun game, but more importantly than that, it's part of a very interesting direction for the series. As we know, Capcom has recently publicly admitted that they might have gone too far with Resident Evil's ridiculous action-heavy focus, and RE7 and the remake of 2 are meant to start the series down a more traditional horror path. But before they made this decision, that role was given to the Revelation spin-offs. Will Capcom continue to grow what I consider as a really strong sub-series, or will they see these games as redundant now that the mainline series is going in a similar direction? Either way, the future of Resident Evil is actually looking pretty bright for us old RE fans, and I don't think anyone can predict what will happen next, which means maybe we'll take a step back to the past and retread some familiar ground in the next video. But until then, I hope to see all of you back again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective.
I'll always need you. But for now, I have this.
I'll cover you from the chopper!
You know, no matter what game I cover in this retrospective, you can almost count on one person or 10 in the comments section arguing their own personal definition of the genre Resident Evil popularized and named survival horror.
This all started when I began to cover the games released post-Code Veronica, a time when RE was ditching its slow-paced, atmospheric themes for the more average third-person shooter mechanics. And there will always be a person who will argue that these games still keep with the spirit of the genre, and, well, fair enough. I'm certainly not bold enough to say my opinions are gospel, so I'm willing to accept that my bias may be blinding me in some substantial way. That's why I'm more than ecstatic to be covering a game that no one in their right mind will ever argue is a survival horror game. As a third-person, squad-based multiplayer shooter, Operation Raccoon City contains nothing that made either the third-person or fixed-camera RE games famous, and so far that has never been disagreed upon, even though I know me saying this guarantees exactly that happening in almost every comment on this video. Oh well, we might as well jump in. What's up, guys? I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. Round about 2010, Capcom's experience in developing the second Lost Planet made them imagine what this type of game would be like if set in the Resident Evil universe. But that very same development period made them realize that they may not be the best people for the job. And so developer Slant 6, famous for making a few SOCOM games and absolutely nothing else, somehow wormed their way into making this dream a reality. The idea was to take the devs' experience with online tactical shooting and point it in the general direction of RE. And well, they sort of succeeded depending on your criteria for success. I'd love to tell you a little more about the development process, but this was such a boilerplate, uncontroversial situation that no one was really interested in chronicling it. The only info I was able to find was a quote from producer Masachika Kawata saying it was very hard to make an RE game without any survival horror in it, which we all know is horseshit since Capcom has been in the business of doing just that since RE4. Whatever criticisms I have for this game, be they deserved or just fanboy crying, I can say one thing for sure. It has a genuinely interesting premise. The general idea is you play as a team of Umbrella Security Service, or USS, and in the beginning of the game you've taken part in the initial act of corporate betrayal that saw William Birkin starting the Raccoon City outbreak, and because of this Umbrella blames you for an entire city filled with the living dead. The rest of the game is spent fighting your way through streets packed to the brim with zombies and BOWs, completing a series of missions to get rid of any evidence that could incriminate the pharmaceutical giant. In the line of duty, you come across characters from REs 2 and 3 and members of the US military sent in to help with evacuations. I gotta say, this is a kick-ass premise. The idea of donning the mantle of an elite special forces member, running around an infected Raccoon City, fighting tooth and nail for your survival is an amazingly compelling one. And the best part is, the events of both RE2 and 3 leave more than enough room for this game to have been fully canon. We knew that aside from the UBCS, Umbrella had agents in play during the disaster, and if that's the case, they would definitely be interested in covering up any corporate involvement. Slant 6 Games really had a blank canvas to work with here, and I swear they damn near pulled off an incredible attempt at a story that totally fit in with the accepted RE timeline, except for one majorly stupid move. One dumb inclusion that toppled the tower of cards that was a really cool Resident Evil story. At one point in the game, Delta Team ends up having a run-in with Leon Kennedy, and while this was clearly a fan service moment and nothing else, it still took away from any chance of this being a canon story. Now, when I first experienced this, I was so stuck on liking the initial coolness of being a Spec Ops team shooting up downtown Raccoon City, I was ready to dismiss it. That is, until the end of the game when it's possible to kill Leon and Claire, then abduct Sherry Birkin. Now, sure, I might be a little unreasonable for getting so pissed off over an alternate universe / what-if scenario, but we came so damn close. The general idea of the story was a really interesting one, and the characters, despite having almost no in-game backstories, have these interesting personalities and quirks. It's pretty clear that they're not acting out of some altruistic devotion to their teammates. In fact, they're all pretty bad people, the kind of antagonist you'd be rooting against if you weren't playing as them.
Do not touch me.
There was this incredible amount of untapped potential here, and I really don't know if it's Capcom or Slant 6 that holds the blame, but either way, every good thing I could say about this story is surrounded by about 5 bad things. And if you think that's a mixed bag, just wait till you hear about the gameplay. So I'm gonna level with you guys here. This has been the hardest time I've ever had trying to sum up my feelings on a game. Operation Raccoon City is filled with just as many good ideas as bad ones, but let's cover the easy stuff first. Much like Slant 6's other games, this is a squad-based third-person shooter. At the start of a mission, you choose a weapon, a passive or active skill, and of course, a character. As you might assume, you can buy and upgrade your way to a better arsenal with points earned from playing well and finding secrets hidden throughout a mission. And that's about it. It's pretty straightforward, which makes me wonder how in the hell they managed to shit the bed so hard. Even very simple aspects of third-person shooting seem to be broken in this game, and the worst part is, they are very hard to show you with gameplay footage. To the usual viewer, what you're seeing here is just someone playing the game poorly, but I swear it's only a little bit of that. It seems like consistency is really the big issue. Sometimes hitting spacebar will pull out your sidearm and allow you to auto-aim at an enemy near you, making for a really cool way to back out of trouble while putting down a bunch of zombies. Of course, that's how it works sometimes. Most of the time I hold spacebar and nothing happens, so I have to waste precious seconds repressing it so the game can realize that I ever hit it in the first place. Now this wouldn't really be a modern third-person shooter without a sprint button, and sure enough, holding shift does just that, but you can also dive in any direction by pressing E during a sprint. Now there are two insanely big problems with this. First off, there are plenty of enemies that can lunge at you, and having to press one button and then another slightly afterwards just does not naturally come to mind under stress. The second, and even more flagrant issue, is that button that activates the dive is the same button used to pick up health and ammo. So if you're running away because you're out of ammo and try to pick something up on the way, well, you better get comfy because you're about to sit through an insanely long getting up animation. Once you finally do get up, you may want to take part in the early 2000s worst contribution to gaming, cover-based shooting. Well, the good news is this isn't the worst implementation of the mechanic I've ever seen, but the bad news is it's not the most reliable thing in the world either. This flavor of cover-based nonsense has you automatically taking cover when you get near anything taller than your waist. The issue is this happens to every wall you get close to, and every time you try to leave a doorway without perfect positioning. Now, I know that sounds really frustrating, and sometimes it can be, but to be honest, it seemed to stay out of my way for the most part. One thing that didn't, though, is the keyboard and mouse controls. This game was clearly made for controllers first and foremost. When looking around with a mouse, there's all kinds of jitter, kind of like they just dumped mouse support on top of something that clearly needed an analog stick to work with. Of course, there's a flip side, as you'll obviously have more control over aiming when you use a mouse. When I switched to the Xbox 360 version, I noticed that I often just aimed at the enemy's torso and let my gun's recoil move it close to the head, but on PC I was nailing headshots most of the time. All of these downsides, coupled with incredibly inaccurate weapons and damage seeming to be dealt out with dice rolls, you'd assume that this would make for a frustrating, unfun experience, and you'd be right, at least most of the time. Which is my cue to drop a bomb on you guys. Despite all the flaws I just described, this game is fun as hell. While it can be hard to get right with the sloppy controls and inaccurate shooting, the thrill of running into a group of zombies spilling out of some kind of boarded up storefront and then literally tearing them to shreds cannot be overlooked. Throughout most missions, you'll find plenty of situations that'll put you on the edge of your seat, and you really can't deny the coolness of standing back to back with a small paramilitary squad while you're gunning down POWs in the streets of Raccoon City. This game will put you into some insanely chaotic firefights, and then just dump a horde of zombies on the whole situation. And in the middle of finding a sweet spot between firing from cover and staying mobile enough that the zombies don't get any free hits in, I start to notice a smile at the corners of my mouth. Then I shoot some US soldier in the gut, causing him to bleed, which attracts the area's undead population right to him, and that slight smile turns into a full-on evil grin. This really is a great experience, at least when the obvious lack of skill the devs had doesn't get in the way. I think the takeaway here is there's a reason for how infamous this game is. Any reviews you've seen that lambast it for being the work of novice game designers, having poor cover mechanics, inaccurate weapons, and performance issues at every turn, well, they're all totally accurate. ORC has all the makings of a really bad game, but it can be an incredible time regardless. Maybe it's just me, but the concept of slowly stalking down some ruined Raccoon City street and hearing the groans of the dead in the distance as you see them spilling into the streets like ants kind of transcends the game's downsides. It seems to be just functional enough to allow for some really great moments, and for the $5 I spent on it, that's a pretty good return on investment. Operation Raccoon City continues its trend of being as bad as it is good with its presentation. In the same game, you're likely to see both simple textures repeated lazily and some amazing looking streets covered in debris and realistic looking damaged buildings. You've been looking at the PC version for most of this video, and I would definitely say that's the version I recommend, but don't you worry, you know we'll be comparing these ports later on. As far as character design goes, each member of the USS Delta team looks great and has a buttload of personality to their design. The blue light is a repeating element, while probably not the most practical thing in a military operation, looks cool as all hell and completes the high-tech black leather theme. Your main enemies, the US Special Forces members, may all look exactly the same, but that's not exactly unrealistic in Army dress standards. Like I said before, environments in this game are all over the spectrum, but it seems like the outdoor areas fare the best. The lighting is great, and you can tell they were designed with care. In direct contrast, indoor areas all seem to be really simple and just don't have too much personality to them, minus one section set in the RPD precinct. Just like I said in my Darkside Chronicles review, back before we knew there would ever be an RE2 remake, little moments like this were the closest thing we had to experiencing that seminal game, but with shiny modern graphics. And of course, you know we gotta talk about the zombies, who actually look and move pretty accurately. I love the inclusion of my favorite member of The Walking Dead, the female zombie from RE2. I thought this particular enemy looked so cool, I got her tattooed on my leg when I was a teen. On top of the zombies looking pretty great, they also have some cool dismemberment effects. Arms, legs, hands, and even whole torsos can be detached, which can look a little dumb on close-up inspection, but in a hectic firefight, seeing a group of corpses turn into a pink cloud of gore looks really damn cool. But on that same note, don't be surprised if you start shooting a zombie that's locked into one of your partner's melee animations, and they end up finishing the kill on a floating quarter of a body. One interesting thing I was able to notice is that the game doesn't seem to use Capcom's in-house MT Framework engine. In fact, the visual nature of this game and tons of shiny surfaces led me to believe this was made in Unreal, which was pretty common for console games of that era. But it looks like Slant 6 went with something I never heard of. The Hexane game engine was apparently developed by Slant 6 themselves, but it's not what I would call a powerhouse development tool. On the PC version of the game, I experienced frame drops from 75 FPS to around 50, and in the case of this underground lab, much lower. Now, this wasn't common, but I'm playing this on an overclocked Ryzen 7 1700 and a GTX 1070 Ti. Slowdown should be the furthest thing from what I see in this game. But hey, I've played games with inefficient engines before, no big deal, right? Well yeah, until you play this on console. As you may already know, the game also shipped on the PS3 and 360, the latter of which we're looking at right now, and I have to say this is a pretty daunting experience. Not only does the game struggle to stay above 30 FPS during hectic gunfights, but there's an insane amount of screen tearing to be found in areas that use too much resources for VSync to be enabled. Back when I originally reviewed this game, I played this very 360 version, and these downsides weren't enough to sour the experience, but now that I've played it on PC, I doubt I could ever go back. Other than slowdown and screen tearing, these games are relatively similar. Obviously, the console version will be a 720p affair, but the differences in sharpness aren't going to be too easy to notice when the bullets and body parts start to fly. Obviously, I have to recommend the PC version over its console counterparts, but if you're not that sensitive to visual artifacts like screen tearing and a bit of slowdown, it's definitely not unplayable. The good news is you're not going to have to pay too much for either version. This game seems to be a case where the engine just couldn't keep up with what seems to be really great design. It should be commended for getting so many zombies on screen, but it would have been nice they would have considered whether or not they could actually pull that off. As long as you keep your focus on the well-designed player characters and cool gore effects, you'll be solid, but a part of me wonders how amazing this game could have looked and performed if only Slant 6 would have just used MT Framework instead. But there's no use crying over spilt milk. What we got wasn't terrible by any stretch of the imagination, but it definitely didn't feel like a full $60 release. Thankfully, the immense amount of bugs and glitches that existed on launch have been patched out of the game, but if anything, Operation Raccoon City shows that maybe Slant 6 should have hired programmers that could keep up with their creative team.
Well guys, I'm kind of torn here. I can't tell you that this is a 100% great experience worthy of a full price purchase, but let's face it, this game is at bargain bin prices almost all of the time, and for that, it can be incredibly fun. Sure, it's unpolished and really amateur in a lot of ways, but you really can't beat the premise and general idea of being the only member of your team left alive as the zombie horde closes in. It really makes for some amazing moments, but the string connecting these parts are clearly fraying. If you want my opinion, maybe just wait for a Steam sale and give it a shot if you're a fan of third-person squad-based shooting, or you just want to wander the streets of a ruined Raccoon City while playing the part of the bad guys for once. If seeing a developer take gigantic liberties with the series source material triggers you, I'd say stay away from this and maybe DC Comics while you're at it. But other than that, this is a really fun, if not uneven experience. I guess all I can muster up is a kind of sort of recommendation. And with that sour note, I have to get back to work. The very last game in the official RE series is coming up next, and I'm sad to say it's the infamous Umbrella Corps. A game that I've actually never played before, but seems to be the worst thing that's ever been made if the internet's to be believed, so I hope to see you guys there suffering through it with me, right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. Well guys, I've been putting it off long enough, and because of that, we have to close this retrospective on easily the most hated entry in the Resident Evil series. We all knew this day was coming, and in the words of a great man,
life is filled with its little miseries. Each of us, in his own way, must learn to deal with adversity in a mature and adult fashion.
Okay, here we go. What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Resident Evil Retrospective. Around 2016, the esports craze was beginning to draw even mainstream attention. A boatload of games from a surprisingly varied pool of genres were starting to pull millions of dollars in ads and prize payouts. I remember being amazed when I caught a glimpse of ESPN running Counter-Strike tournaments. I expect to see a lot of things when I do security at my local bar, but the last thing I imagined would be getting to check out a few really tense CS matches. Well, Capcom's never been one to let a trend go unmolested and figured they needed to throw their hat into the esports ring. And when it came time to pick from their giant list of game franchises and decide who would become a fast-paced, action-packed competitive shooter, Capcom decided that one series that was known for its slow-building horror and methodical puzzle solving would be the best candidate. But there is good news, sort of. Learning from past mistakes, Capcom decided to keep this project in-house and put their Osaka studio to work right away. Obviously, the team took all their inspiration from Western-style online shooters, but as we'll see, you can take the game out of Japan, but you can't necessarily take Japan out of the game. An emphasis on keeping arenas small and tightly designed kind of bucked the trend of making these types of games more open at the time, and this approach seemed to keep team sizes pretty damn small. Now, I know that seems like a mundane thing to mention, but there really isn't any info out there regarding this game's development process, other than the fact that it was developed with Unity instead of Capcom's own MT framework, which we will be touching on in a bit. As you can imagine, a lack of any info kind of sucks, because out of this whole experience, I've had one burning question on my mind. One question that no one on the internet seems to be asking. Why is it that you have to scroll through 50 images of this game's logo and Steam banners before you ever see the words Resident Evil or Biohazard show up? Why is this game trying so hard to not be visually associated with the series that birthed it? You'd figure Capcom would want to take advantage of a little brand loyalty on the game's Steam page or really anywhere else, but that's not the case. Now I know the obvious answer might be that they feel like it's hurting the RE brand, but come on, these guys have never cared about that in the past. If you have any theories or info, post it in the comments section. Let's get to the bottom of this.
I'm gonna let you know, I'm looking right at you, dude. I'm waiting for you.
Now, typically this would be where I talk about an RE game's story, but there doesn't seem to be much to talk about, which should surprise no one. I mean, story and competitive online shooters don't exactly go hand in hand. The small amount of story we do have to work with is actually kind of okay in the realm of justifying a group of people getting into a gunfight in famous Resident Evil landmarks.
The multiplayer portion of the game is set in 2016, long after the fall of Umbrella, and deals with a rogues gallery of shady companies looking to gain a leg up on the competition by visiting places where outbreaks took place and snagging a little bit of research. Now, I know what you're thinking. If the game takes place in 2016, how the hell are we looking at footage of Raccoon City right now? Well, the game sidesteps the nuclear plot hole by just saying these are recreations made for the purposes of training, which does explain why Kendo's gun shop is located directly next door to the RPD precinct, but really doesn't explain why people are coming here and shooting each other en masse. There is another portion of the game that for some reason gets a completely different story, however. The single-player portion of the game, aside from only technically counting as a video game, stars an up-and-coming Umbrella agent being tested by the corporation. But since it's set in 2013, we're talking the new Umbrella Corporation, established in RE7 to clean up bioterror around the world. According to experts, there are some small hints that the single-player character is actually Hunk, but honestly that just kind of feels ridiculous. I guess Umbrella Corps didn't really have to include a story, so it's nice that they did, but I still kind of wish they would have gone with something more like Operation Raccoon City, a game that at least tried to do more than give a brief justification as to why you're playing it. Obviously, I wasn't expecting much, so it was nice to be a little surprised, but I find myself in a bit of a contradiction there. If the game had no story, I would have probably been a little annoyed, but I would have understood why. Since they decided to include at least an effort at one, I find myself wishing there was more. Now that I'm hearing myself say it, I kind of feel like I'm one of those impossible to please RE fans that I've heard so much about. Yeah, I guess the signs were there all along.
There it is.
Umbrella Corps plays like a competition shooter made by people who either aren't familiar with other online shooters or purposely try to do something different. I'm really not sure. Either way, we should probably start from the beginning. Right from the start, it's clear this is a multiplayer game first and foremost. Sure, there's a quote-unquote single-player mode, but excuse me if running through a few maps 3 or 4 times just killing BOWs isn't exactly what comes to mind when I think Resident Evil. But in all fairness, a multiplayer competitive shooter doesn't either. That being said, this game was clearly made with one purpose in mind, so let's flesh that out a bit. If you're looking to criticize Umbrella Corps, you're not going to get much traction in the variety of content department. This game actually offers up a respectable amount of game modes, character and weapon customization, and an okay amount of maps. Sure, each mode may be a slight variation on either deathmatch, point capture, or kill BOWs, but they're all relatively fun to play. Once you've got some players ready for a game, a subject that we will definitely be covering a little later, you can pick through a surprising amount of options and start your match. When you're actually in the game, you'll notice there's a few things to note right off the bat. First off is the odd perspective. The game uses a sort of halfway point between third and first person. It's a fairly narrow field of view, but what the game lacks in FOV, it makes up in mobility. Not since Quake 3 Arena have I played an FPS with movement this fast. Your character glides around the map with the press of one of the directions, and dashing is so fast it's almost hard to control. The other thing you're likely to notice is that you're sharing the arena with hordes of zombies and other BOWs, and I feel like this is probably one of the coolest game mechanics that UC brings to the table. Each player in the game is wearing what's called a zombie jammer, essentially making zombies not even notice you. You can walk right up to one and push them around, and they won't even so much as raise an eyebrow your way. But there are 2 ways this can change. In a fight, it's possible to damage one of these zombie jammers, which will mean any BOW in the general area will start tracking that player and doing their damnedest to take them out. The more interesting part is that zombies will aggro when they've been attacked. So if you're in the middle of a firefight and your opponent refuses to get out of cover, you could take a few shots at zombies around them. Once the dead start attacking, they may expose themselves, or if you get lucky, the BOWs may do your work for you. In the realm of fast-paced online shooters, this level of available tactics is pretty damn cool. It seems like Capcom was also pretty intent on vertical mobility too. Most surfaces can be climbed, although the implementation isn't the best. Getting into a firefight above the Spencer Mansion's dining room and accidentally jumping the handrails, making yourself an even bigger target, can be annoying as hell, but I can understand why they wouldn't require a button prompt for this, since running around a hectic arena with bullets flying overhead isn't exactly the right environment for a lot of button cues. Which makes me wonder why they took the opposite route for the cover system. And since we're on the subject, it can take a little while to get used to getting in and out of cover, but once you've got it down, there are a lot more options available than most shooters I can think of. On top of that, there's the obligatory melee weapon, which is kind of interesting in its own right. Once you pull this big bastard out, you get a wireframe that allows you to lock onto enemies for a single hit kill, which sort of reminds me of Halo 3's Gravity Hammer.
The really odd thing about this is that just hitting the melee weapon while holding a gun does the same exact thing, at least damage-wise. You may not get a cool looking kill animation, but it seems odd they would give you 2 ways to accomplish the same exact action. Like I said before, game maps are actually pretty tightly designed. When you play a shooter like this, you tend to expect a huge arena to fight in, but the more sectioned off maps here make sure the comparatively small number of players in a match don't have to wander too far until they found a fresh target. There are even smaller versions of existing maps for situations when you can't get any more than one other person to play with you in a match, which transitions nicely into my largest gripe. Umbrella Corps is essentially a dead game. Sure, you can buy it, I mean, it still exists, but you stand no chance of actually coming across any active players in matchmaking. I honestly let matchmaking sit in the background as I wrote this script for longer than 30 minutes and never even got one single hit. Now, this subject alone might deserve an in-depth conversation about the fleeting nature of releasing a multiplayer-only game, but now's not the time or place for that. I'd much rather talk about a more interesting subject. Listen guys, I was dreading this game as I was installing it. I heard the reviews and a lot of you warned me, so imagine my surprise when I brought the game up, got a friend or two to join in, and found myself playing an okay game. Now don't get me wrong, this isn't a great experience that'll lock you in for hours at a time. It's just an average attempt at a multiplayer shooter. The shooting, movement, server stability, assets, mechanics, they all work about as well as you would expect for a run-of-the-mill deathmatch game. Aside from the really cool zombie mechanic and some great sound design, it's just boilerplate stuff. I honestly don't understand why this game got blasted so hard by the gaming press and RE fans alike, but I'm willing to take a few guesses. First off, this game came out hot off the heels of Revelations 2, a solid enough third-person shooter, but definitely not a part of any top RE games list. I think maybe fans were tired of getting games that were so wildly different from what they expected from the series. Whether you're like me, a fan of the old titles, or more of an RE4 third-person type of guy, this game simply didn't satisfy. Another possible reason for the hate is the fact that it offers no single player. I mean, sure, you probably shouldn't expect that from an online-only shooter, but this is a Resident Evil game, even if in name only. But the last point might be the most logical, at least in my opinion. My experience with this game comes from a very specific set of circumstances. I bought this for 99 cents with the collector's edition content included. This means not only did I spend less on Umbrella Corps than a pack of gum, but I also got almost all of the content that would otherwise be behind a paywall. At the time, paid DLC didn't get as much pushback as it does now, and devs took advantage of it. I'm sure I'd be less likely to enjoy myself if I saw nothing but links to buy content plastered all over these really cool assets. A little fun fact about myself is that I've only ever paid for 2 pieces of DLC in my adult life, so all of this would essentially have been unobtainable for me. And if you picked any of those reasons to hate the game, well, fair enough. I've been in similar situations, and I can understand where you're coming from, but I guess I was just expecting a train wreck and ended up getting a slight fender bender instead. Now that being said, I still would never recommend this game, as the absence of players makes it almost useless, and even if people were playing it, which they most certainly are not, but even if they were, it would still just be an average experience. One with a cool set of maps filled with zombies, but average nonetheless. Alright, anyone who's ever booted this game up will probably be able to guess the most interesting part of its presentation before I even say anything. And for those of you who haven't, let's take a look. Yeah, like some type of backwards-ass alternate universe, Capcom, a $1 million company who owns the rights to an incredibly versatile game engine, saw fit instead to license out Unity for this game. Now, I know after hearing that, you're probably waiting for me to reveal some big secret regarding why they would do this, but it seems like no one really knows why. There are a few fan theories out there, but not a lot of valid ones. Some people assume that this is due to the game being worked on by an outside company who would have had to pay for the rights to use MT Framework, but like I said before, this was handled in-house at Capcom's Osaka branch. Some people say it's because Unity is so cheap to license, but MT Framework would have been free, so I guess this is just going to have to remain a mystery until someone from the company comes forward, or someone in the comment section reveals some obvious knowledge that I completely looked over because I'm not exactly good at this, whichever comes first. But hey, the engine is less important when compared to the obvious question, does the game look good? And well, it does. I wouldn't exactly give this high marks as a full-budget AAA game, but I wasn't exactly expecting an online shooter to be pushing any boundaries in that department anyways. Overall, things really do look nice though. The lighting isn't exactly the best in the world, but small effects like reflections and a really nicely tuned motion blur
Makes the rapid mouse movements you'll be making seem more smooth and stylish. Character models all look essentially the same, but there's a good amount of customization that could be done to fix that. My copy came with face sets of Leon, Wesker, and Barry, but these make your character look like he has a huge head. The second most obvious visual theme is probably going to be the perspective, which is third person but almost not. The camera stays locked to an insanely close position just over your character's shoulder, and despite a lot of flack this camera style got, I kind of liked it. I mean, don't get me wrong, the camera would have been terrible in games like RE4 or 5, but in a fast game where a relatively low field of view is compensated by a very quick look and turn speed, it just kind of looks stylish to me. I really enjoyed flying around any given map and seeing my avatar carrying their guns in that recognizably tactical fashion. Added little effects like wireframe targeting with melee weapons and cover pop-ups kind of look cool too. Of course, I needed to give special mention to the joy of seeing familiar locations being used as arenas, and even though they are really inaccurate, there is an in-game explanation, so I can't fault them too much for choosing function over form. Like I've said a million times at this point, little touches like this were all we had back before the RE2 Remake was proven to be more than just vaporware. So we RE fans will always appreciate an opportunity to relive our memories with a nice new coat of paint, even if it means seeing Kendo's gun shop being directly next door to the RPD precinct. Zombies and other BOWs all look pretty damn cool, and it's awesome being able to see classic enemies in a new shiny way. I will say there's a definite lack of diversity, and it's a bit lame seeing these guys just melt into big piles of organs in a kind of cheap way, but I'm not about to freak out over that. As far as negatives go, I really don't have too many. Like I said, the lighting is a little flat, but I assume this was to make sure no one player had an advantage over anyone else thanks to an inclusion of some really flashy effect. Overall, I would say that this game looks pretty damn good, at least for what it is. There are a lot of rough corners, and the game lacks a certain level of control over graphical features, but that kind of ties into my one main criticism. The game just feels like it was rushed. Everything I saw that got on my nerves looked like the result of Umbrella Corps being released just a bit too early. I honestly feel like an extra 6 months would have solved issues like poor enemy diversity and a really crappy anti-aliasing solution, but I guess that would have been a wasted effort when looking at how little money the game actually ended up making. With all that in mind, I can say I'm torn here. For the 99 cents I spent, Umbrella Corps looks perfectly damn good, but I doubt I would have been pleased if I bought it at full price. That being said, I doubt anyone expects these type of shooters to blow them away visually. I mean, hell, the most popular competitive shooters right now can run perfectly on even the lowest spec PCs, and UC looks better than most of those titles, so in my opinion it looks perfectly okay. The perspective and engine it uses is probably the most interesting thing about the game, but we're talking about a failed project, so I guess this was all just a waste of time anyways. Kind of like the development of this game. All things said and done, I found Umbrella Corps perfectly playable. Sure, it wasn't going to take up hundreds of hours of my life, but based on the limited multiplayer experience I had, this would have probably made for a few really good matches and a couple of laughs. I couldn't exactly say why it failed so hard since I'm not exactly an expert in these types of games, but I also couldn't find anything obviously broken with it. It played well enough and had a good amount of options when it came to customizing gear and character models. It is important to admit that the dead nature of the game meant I wasn't able to see if full teams would cause poor server performance or any exploitable gameplay glitches, but as far as my untrained eye could see, the game doesn't deserve the worst RE game ever title, as so many people are giving it. Sure, it's not an amazing game, but it's even more competently made than Operation Raccoon City, which somehow wormed its way into my heart as a guilty pleasure. Thanks to this game being more dead than the zombies in its arenas, I wouldn't recommend anyone go out and buy it, but if you have a spare $1 or two, grab a digital copy on sale and give it a look. As for hardcore RE fans not interested in failed online games turned into ghost towns, you're definitely not missing out here. And with that, we have officially covered every full Resident Evil title ever released. I want to thank all of you for joining me on this year-long adventure, and anyone who supported it. Whether or not you became a patron, shared a video, or just left a nice comment, I appreciate all of your support, and I really want to make sure that you know I wouldn't be here without you guys. As for the future of this series, well, don't worry, this is certainly not the end. As Resident Evil seems to have picked up some new steam lately, count on a new entry in the retrospective for every new Resident Evil game. As long as RE lives, so will the retrospective. As for the non-RE future of the channel, well, best believe I'll be diving into another full series retrospective just as soon as I flex my creative muscles with a few standalone reviews.
And if you're wondering what game Dynasty is up next, well, you'll just have to wait and see.